Chapter 1, The School Beauty Backstabs You Right from the Start? Excellent. Martial Arts Realm, Martial Master Level 5. My talent is actually the E-rank martial arts talent Iron Bones. That's fantastic. Sigh, no talent, only a second-level martial arts master. It seems I can only apply to the liberal arts college. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, the huge training ground was filled with people. Today is a diagnostic test for senior high school students. Exclamations and jubilation occasionally erupted from the crowd, but there were more sighs and resentment. However, at the edge of the crowd, a young man with a blank stare was looking around. Damn it, where did I get this? Qin Yu was stunned. He remembered that he had been working late into the night delivering food and had taken a nap at noon. How could things have changed when he woke up? So, I've traveled through time? But before he could think any further, a flood of memories rushed into his mind, making him suddenly understand what was going on. A world of advanced martial arts? An alien invasion? Everyone practices martial arts? My parents died young during a spatial rift riot? But when he had completely absorbed all the memories of this world in his mind, he couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Because this blue planet is highly similar to his previous life's Earth, yet different. The difference is that in this world, the vast majority of people don't need to learn language, math, English, biology, or chemistry. Instead, they learn martial arts. That's right, it's because this place has been invaded by alien races, and the warp has spread throughout the entire planet. The term subspace is a collective term for the worlds inhabited by other alien races. These worlds are linked to Earth via spatial rifts and portals. In the warp, there are not only various beast-like alien races with low intelligence, but also powerful alien races that have formed civilizations. Therefore, in this world, the strong are respected, and the weak can only barely make ends meet. Even worse, like most time travelers, he was orphaned. Is this what it means to always lose something on the road to becoming stronger? Zhao, you finally let me travel through time, but you made me lose so completely. Qin Yu clenched his fists and realized that the original owner of this body didn't have a single bit of talent. In this world, the realms of martial artists are divided from low to high as follows: Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial General, Martial Martial, Martial King, Martial Lord, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, and Martial God. Each realm is further divided into 9 stages. The original owner only managed to reach the first level of martial arts master after 3 years of high school. Well, losing it doesn't make you stronger. Next up, Class 7 of Senior 3, Shunuanyuo. However, at that moment, the call from the testing teacher above suddenly caught Qin Yu's attention. Shunuonyuo. A very familiar feeling welled up in his heart, and he quickly searched his memory. At the same time, he subconsciously looked back. From the crowd behind, a slender young woman slowly walked out. This, the original owner's girlfriend? And she was a school beauty? Seeing the girl brought back a flood of memories. But the more he looked through his memories, the tighter he clenched his teeth. In my memory, the original owner's family was of average means, and things became even more difficult after her parents died. However, for Chunuonyuo's sake, the original owner worked long hours and took on multiple jobs, using all her income to continuously supply her with various cultivation resources. He thought it was love, mutual support. Until yesterday, Chunuonyuo tricked the original owner into drinking the calming soup she had carefully prepared, under the pretext of encouraging her before the exam. As a result, the original owner fell into a coma. When he woke up, he found that the only keepsake left by his parents, the dragon blood Bodhi, had disappeared. Chunuonyuo, on the other hand, was radiant and seemed to have a stronger aura than before. Cough cough. Qin Yu felt a tightness in his chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and felt extremely weak. The original owner was consumed by rage and had been overworked for a long time, leaving her body exhausted. No wonder he was able to possess her soul. Otherwise, logically speaking, the original owner would probably be lying on the ground, not breathing, by now. No, go ahead and take the test. With your abilities and, well, you're sure to make a name for yourself. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared beside Chunuonyuo and wrapped his arms around her waist. Wang Jie. Influenced by the memories in his mind, Qin Yu's eyes were also filled with hatred. This person is none other than Wang Jie, the school bully and academic star of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, and also the young master of the Wang family. Recalling those memories, she realized that long ago, Chunuonyuo had already shown signs of contact with Wang Jie. However, the original owner failed to notice any of this because he deeply loved Chunuonyuo. Now it seems that Wang Jia must have been involved in stealing the dragon blood booty. This pair of adulterers had been colluding for a long time. Shu Nuonyuo. Give me back the dragon blood booty. Enraged and somewhat irritated, Xin Yu didn't hesitate at all. He pushed through the crowd, stood in front of the two, and glared at Shu Nuonyuo. Although the roar wasn't loud, it still silenced the entire training ground, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to it. Xin Yu. What nonsense are you spouting? Who took your dragon blood booty? You lost your thing and you're trying to blame it on me? Upon hearing this, Shu Nuonyuo's face instantly turned cold. Xin Yu, look at your pathetic state, a piece of trash who can't even stand up straight. Dragon blood booty? Is that kind of treasure something a mere martial master of level 1 like you could possibly possess? You must have gone mad and are just fantasizing. Wang Jia has a stronger mental fortitude than Shu Nuonyuo. Instead of showing any other expression, he stepped forward and questioned Xin Yu from above. Nono is already a 6th-level martial arts master with outstanding talent. Why would she even look at your worthless wretch? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you even deserve it? Then, he deliberately looked around and spoke loudly. 6th-level martial master? The crowd erupted in an uproar, their gazes towards Shu Nuonyuo filled with shock and envy. This level of strength is probably far ahead of others at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Xin Yu, I know you've always liked me, but I've already clearly rejected you. Feelings can't be forced. Why do you have to resort to such despicable means to slander me and keep pestering me? I did use the ordinary resources you gave me, but do you expect me to give them back to you? After calming down a bit, Shu Nuonyuo realized that her behavior was a bit off, so she immediately became aggrieved. Common resources? Shu Nuonyuo, have you lost your conscience? 2.5 years. I've been supporting you for 2.5 years. Xin Yu was so angry that he trembled all over. All that the original owner had saved up and worked himself to the bone to get it. He inherited the memories, which made the things the original owner did seem to him as if he had done them himself. Therefore, he could fully empathize with the original owner's helplessness and anger upon learning of the betrayal. Support? Ha! That was your own choice, no one forced you. Nuonyuo has been with a piece of trash like you for 2 years, the compensation for her lost youth is more than this. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. Upon hearing this, Wang Jia sneered and continued his slander and mockery. So it was a relationship dispute. I know this Xin Yu, he seems to often give things to senior sister Chu. Martial arts master level 1? TSK, she's definitely not good enough for senior sister Chu. You want back something you gave away after breaking up? That's shameless. I guess she's jealous of senior Chu's meteoric rise and wants to extort money from her. At this moment, after Wang Jia's sophistry, the other students around him began to discuss among themselves, their words full of mockery and disdain for Xin Yu. At that moment, Xin Yu gritted his teeth, his anger reaching its peak. Wang Jia was extremely smug and raised his hand as he walked up to Xin Yu. Enough. Chapter 2 Compulsory Recovery. Enough. However, the next moment, a hand suddenly blocked Xin Yu's way. Xin Yu didn't even turn around before he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Looking back, she saw that a woman dressed in a black bodysuit had appeared behind her at some point. The tight-fitting clothes perfectly accentuated her stunning figure, highlighting her high breasts, slender waist, and long, straight legs. Her long, wine-red hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her skin was incredibly fair. Who is she? So beautiful. This aura, could he be an important figure from Kyoto? My God, I felt my heart stop beating. Even the proud and arrogant Shu Nuonyuo felt a sense of inferiority the moment she saw this woman, and a hint of jealousy flashed uncontrollably in her eyes. Wang Jia stared so intently that he almost forgot about Shu Nuonyuo beside him. As for the woman, after blocking Wang Jia's slap, she pushed him away. He then clapped his hands in disdain before walking towards the platform. When Wang Jia saw her clapping, his expression instantly turned gloomy after he came to his senses. But when he saw the other party go to talk to Principal Meng Fan, he could only grit his teeth and suppress his resentment. Silence. The test continues. Shu Nuonyuo, please come forward for the test. Seeing this, the test teacher quickly spoke again. Snort. Shu Nuonyuo looked at that stunningly beautiful figure, her face immediately turning ugly as she let out a cold snort. At the same time, Xin Yu was also stunned. So big. Ahem, of course, Shinyu wasn't stunned by the woman's broad chest, but rather by a large panel that appeared in front of him. Yes, the panel. Ding. Host detected. The debt owing and death seeking system is forcibly binding you. Binding successful. System. Shinyu was overjoyed. Isn't this the essential artifact for every time traveler? Looking at the virtual panel that suddenly appeared in front of him, Shinyu's heart trembled, but he was even more overwhelmed with joy. This system aims to help the host recover all debts owed, including but not limited to property, cultivation points, and talents. When a debtor engages in malicious behavior, forced recovery can be initiated. Recovery will yield all items of equivalent value from the debtor, including but not limited to property, cultivation points, and talents. Regardless of the circumstances, the debt will be recovered directly. Debtor, Chu Nuonyuo. Outstanding amounts: 1 dragon blood bodhi seed, 91 bottles of vitality nourishing liquid, 78 chi nourishing pills. Given that the debtor has been maliciously defaulting for up to 2.5 years, the host can initiate forced collection. Ignore the situation and pursue them directly. The moment Shinyu finished reading the entire system, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. So, even if she consumes it or uses it, I can still get my money back with interest? Yes. Just as the system gave the accurate answer, Chu Nuonyuo on the stage had already adjusted her mindset and was preparing to place her hand on the test monument. Once I test my 6th level martial arts master rank and my newly awakened C-level talent, let's see who dares to underestimate me. Her gaze fell upon the red-haired woman, and a surge of jealousy and hatred welled up within her. Buzz. At this moment, the square tablet lit up, and the testing began. System. Initiate a forced recovery order against Chu Nuonyuo. At that moment, Shinyu suddenly came to his senses and looked at the stage. If you have even the slightest hesitation, you are only indulging a despicable person like Chu Nuonyuo. Ding. Martial arts talent C-level lesser fiery sun body detected, forcibly confiscated. Ding. Martial arts cultivation level detected, martial master stage 6. Forcible confiscation has been initiated. Bite. Ding. Recovery complete. In an instant, a dense barrage of notifications popped up in front of Shinyu almost simultaneously. Little Li Yang body? Shinyu was startled when he saw the contents of the recovery order. No wonder this bitch suddenly wanted to hook up with Wang Jia. It turns out she secretly awakened a martial arts talent of considerable caliber. He. At the same time, as soon as Chu Nuonyuo placed her hand on the crystal ball, she suddenly felt a strong sense of discomfort. The feeling was like eating expired hanaishi, a type of jelly, having sex more than 10 times a day, until you were completely exhausted. No. My power. My talent. Stop. Chu Nuonyuo screamed, only to find that her body was completely out of her control, and she could only watch helplessly as everything about her rapidly slipped away. But she had no time to react, as the tablet had already begun its calculations. Buzz. With a flash of light, Chu Nuonyuo's test results came out. Everyone froze instantly, staring in disbelief at the results displayed on the square tablet. Name: Chu Nuonyuo. Martial arts realm: none. Martial arts talent: none. GAA. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Especially Chu Nuonyuo and Wang Jia, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, completely unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Next up, Class 7 of Senior 3, Shinyu. The testing instructors were used to this and didn't notice anything unusual. They just thought that everyone might be surprised to see such a useless person. Therefore, he called out the next person's name in a very calm manner. No. Impossible. Chu Nuonyuo shook her head frantically and fell to the ground with a thud, her face extremely pale. No. Wang Jia rushed onto the stage and quickly helped Chu Nuonyuo up. His face was extremely grim. Ha, a good dog doesn't block the way. At this moment, Shinyu also stepped forward. Before Wang Jia could even refute him, he had already placed his hand on the test marker. Buzz. Instantly, an extremely powerful and scorching aura swept out. Buzz. The square tablet instantly burst forth with an unprecedentedly brilliant light, more dazzling than any previous test. Name: Shinyu. Martial arts realm: martial master level 7. Martial arts talent: lesser blazing sun body. A short while later, the calculation results came out. Martial master level 7? Lesser blazing sun body? My god. Isn't he a level 1 martial arts master? the lesser fiery sun physique. It's actually a C-level talent, the lesser fiery sun physique. What's going on? In an instant, everyone was stunned. Shu Nuonyuo, who had been in a daze just moments before, saw this result, especially the moment she saw the little blazing sun body, and her pupils suddenly contracted. It was you! You piece of trash! You stole my talent! You deserve to die a horrible death! Give me back my talent! Give it back to me! Instantly, she charged at Qin Yu like a shrew, her face contorted with rage. Qin Yu! What exactly did you do? Did you do everything that happened to Nuonyuo just now? Wang Jie's face turned even more ashen, and he was about to get up and grab Qin Yu to attack him. Stop! Unexpectedly, that familiar voice rang out again. It was that woman again. At this moment, the woman's gaze swept back and forth between Shu Nuonyuo and Qin Yu, her eyes thoughtful. Little brother, you have good talent. After a moment's thought, she got up and came to Qin Yu's side, her tone much gentler. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak here? Wang Jie couldn't hold back any longer. Normally, even the principal would have to give the Wang family some respect. If he hadn't come from a prestigious family and considered himself to have some manners, he would have taught this woman a lesson just now. Now they're bothering him again. This is intolerable. What am I? My name is Yi Yuan, and I come from Yunkai Palace. What do you think I am? Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan's gaze instantly turned cold, and she immediately questioned Wang Jie in an icy tone. Chapter 3: The Mysterious Woman. Cloud Palace. In an instant, Wang Jie's face turned deathly pale. The Cloud Palace is a place with even greater power and influence than their royal family. Everyone else stared wide-eyed at Yi Yuan, then at Qin Yu behind her. If you dare to show him the slightest disrespect again, you will be making an enemy of my Yunk Palace. Yi Yuan's gaze swept coldly over Wang Jie, her attitude completely condescending. Wang Jie swallowed hard and took a step back, not daring to utter a single word. Why did she help me? Qin Yu turned his gaze to Yi Yuan and frowned slightly. He had no memory of this woman named Yi Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, judging from the two direct encounters just now, their attitudes were completely different before and after. Why is that? Alright, the test is now over. At this moment, Principal Meng Fan stepped forward in time to prevent the conflict between the two sides from escalating further. The top 10 in this preliminary test have proven themselves to be the elite of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. But this is just the beginning. He quickly stepped onto the stage and unfolded the list next to him. First place, Qin Yu, Martial Master 7th Dan, Lesser Blazing Sun Body. Second place, Li Yunyun, Martial Arts Master Level 6, Spiritual Eye. Third place, Wang Jie, 6th Dan Martial Arts Master, Xian Yu Shou Mysterious Jade Hand. Although most of the top 10 on the list possess martial arts talent. However, even among those with martial arts talent, there are differences in rank and status. The levels are divided into 7 grades, from F to S, from lowest to highest. Li Yunyun and Wang Jie's martial arts talent is only at level E. Qin Yu's little blazing sun body, however, is a solid C level. It not only enhances the owner's talent, but also possesses considerable strength. Moreover, it has room for further advancement, which is far beyond the reach of a mere E-level talent. It is worth mentioning that most martial arts talents are not at a very high level when they are first born. In other words, almost no one can start with a talent level of A or above. Most powerful martial artists awaken martial arts talents with potential for growth and then cultivate them. Therefore, even though the C-level little sun body is only at the 4th level, it is enough to make Meng Fan laugh in his dreams. Of course, there are always exceptions, but this is true for the vast majority of cases. Tomorrow, all high schools in Jiangcheng will jointly hold a selection test for the rocket class. Only the top 18 trainees who pass this brutal trial will be qualified to enter the rocket class training camp, which will be jointly taught by powerful martial artists assigned by the Security Bureau. That will be the starting point for you to reach the top martial arts academy and truly embark on the path to becoming a strong person. The resources and opportunities there will be 100 times greater than in ordinary classes. Then, Meng Fan continued to speak loudly to the students. For a moment, many people were so moved by Meng Fan's words that they forgot about Shu Nuonyuo and Wang Jie. You, come with me. At that moment, Yi Yuan turned around and spoke softly to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was startled, not understanding what this woman wanted to do. But they did help him out twice, so it wouldn't be right to just ignore them. After thinking about it for a moment, he followed after them. The two walked one after the other to a relatively quiet shady spot at the edge of the training ground. Martial Master 7th Stage, Lesser Blazing Sun Body, you've been hiding it well. If it weren't for today's farce, I would have almost misjudged you. Yi Yuan stopped and turned around, then looked him up and down with her captivating peach blossom eyes. Sister, you flatter me. I just got my own things back. Qin Yu was wary, but outwardly remained calm and gave a perfunctory reply. Something that belongs to me? Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled with amusement and took a step closer. Instantly, that delicate fragrance lingered around Qin Yu's nose again. This fragrance isn't the scent of perfume, but rather a very pure natural body odor. Just one sniff is enough to make you want to keep taking a whiff. Cough, cough. Qin Yu didn't notice the strange look in Yi Yuan's eyes, and just coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Because from his vantage point, he can see the vast, white Namibian Grand Canyon as soon as he looks up. So, you took the lesser fiery sun body from Chu Nuonuo? However, the next sentence made Qin Yu's expression change instantly. How did she know that the little sun body was obtained by him through confiscation? Does she know about the system's existence? Or is the system related to her? No. Absolutely not. This kind of creation is definitely not something a martial artist could make. In an instant, Qin Yu's heart was in turmoil, but on the surface he could only pretend to be calm. He. Don't rush me, I didn't say I was going to pursue anything against you. Yi Yuan looked at his sudden tension and forced composure, and suddenly chuckled. Work hard and I hope you do well in the upcoming selection. We'll see you again. She then stepped back, finished speaking, and turned to leave, leaving Qin Yu with a silhouette that left him to ponder. Night kite. In that instant, Qin Yu felt his back was soaked. This woman's purpose is definitely not simple. But in any case, he's determined to go to the rocket class. It wasn't just because he wanted to practice martial arts and become the strongest in this world with the help of the system, he also wanted to figure out what secrets Yi Yuan held. The next day. Martial Arts Alliance Jiangcheng headquarters. The headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance is located in the most prosperous central area of Jiangcheng, and is also the symbol and core hub of the city's martial arts power. Its building is a high-rise building typical of corporate buildings, with floor-to-ceiling windows that are entirely azure blue. Looking up, it soars straight into the sky, probably hundreds of stories high. At this moment, the teams from various high schools in Jiangcheng arrived. Each school, led by its principal, brought a group of energetic students to the entrance. Oh, isn't this Principal Meng? I heard your school has produced a remarkable person this year. You must be feeling quite proud of yourself now, right? Just then, a voice that sounded respectful but made people uncomfortable suddenly rang out. Qin Yu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a short, stocky middle-aged man with a buzz cut leading a group of people toward them. The visitor was Chen Kuei, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. No. 2 Middle School and No. 1 Middle School have long competed for the title of the best high school in Jiangcheng. The competition between the two schools is fierce and has a long history of grudges. Principal Chen, you're too kind. Facing Chen Kuei's smiling face, Meng Fan also gave a forced smile in response. Oh, you're too kind. Unexpectedly, Chen Kuei persisted, waving his hand and shifting his gaze back. This must be Qin Yu, right? I heard he's already the top student in your school, a 7th-level martial arts master, with the little blazing sun body. Wow, that's incredible. Chapter 4 Selection, Old Rival Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. This must be Qin Yu, right? I heard he's already the top student in your school, a 7th-level martial arts master, with the little blazing sun body. Wow, that's incredible. Soon, his gaze fell on Qin Yu, and he immediately looked him up and down. The tone, seemingly one of surprise, actually sent shivers down your spine. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected of a big shot, he got the information incredibly quickly. We don't need you No. 2 Middle School to worry about how our No. 1 Middle School is doing. Meng Fan stepped forward, blocking Qin Yu's path, and stared at Chen Kuei with some displeasure. Ha, that's true. After all, no matter how skilled you are, you still have to see the real deal. Otherwise, if a piece of trash holds a gun but can't fire it, he's still trash. Chen Kuei, however, let out a smug laugh. Without lingering any longer, he waved his hand and headed forward. You all saw that? The tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. The spots in the elite class are precious, the competition is fierce, and they will stop at nothing to ensure everyone gets there. Once you're in, you must be on your toes. As Meng Fan watched the departing figures of the students from number 2 middle school, he whispered instructions to Qin Yu and the top 10 students behind him. Yes, principal. All the trainees responded loudly and confidently. Seeing this, Meng Fan nodded slightly in satisfaction, then turned and led the group inside. Inside the building, there is a huge plaza, much like the Ocean Cube. At this very moment, the top elite academies of the entire Jiangcheng have gathered here. On a high platform not far away stood an elderly man with an imposing and dignified expression. I am Lin Jin, the vice president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Alliance. Today, I will announce the rules for this rocket class selection trial. Lin Jin's stern gaze swept across the area below, his tone serious and earnest. As you all know, our blue star is not a peaceful paradise. The barriers of space have been torn apart, and countless alien races have poured into our world through spatial rifts. He raised his hand and waved it, and a huge holographic projection screen unfolded in the air, clearly displaying a map full of wild and untamed atmosphere. They are cruel and bloodthirsty, with various shapes and sizes. They feed on humans. Since the great catastrophe 1,000 years ago, the peace of every inch of land has been forged by the blood and flesh of countless heroes. The war between humans and other races has never stopped. Every moment, warriors are fighting bloody battles on the front lines. These words instantly turned the atmosphere in the entire square into a somber and heavy one. Qin Yu's fists clenched silently. He knew the truth of this world, which was one of the fundamental reasons why he craved power. He needs to reach the pinnacle of martial arts before he can do whatever he wants without any scruples. You are the future of Jiangcheng, the backbone of the fight against the alien races. Therefore, this trial will be conducted in the subspace designated Ash Wasteland. Lin Jin's face was devoid of any smile, extremely stern. In addition, the trainees entering this space will need to wear special space bracelets. The space bracelet is a standard piece of equipment for martial artists. It contains a special device that can teleport a person out of the subspace within 3 seconds if it is crushed. In addition, students from the same school can conduct short-range encrypted communication through the space bracelet, and the approximate location of students from the same school on the bracelet map will be displayed in real time. In addition, the bracelet can automatically record the number and level of alien races killed by the wearer and convert them into points. The trial is limited to 3 hours, and the final ranking will be based solely on the score. 10 minutes later, the portal will open. Collect your bracelet and prepare to enter. As soon as Lin Jin finished speaking, all the trainees immediately began to move with serious expressions. This isn't school, where teachers can joke around with you. If you make a mistake, no matter how powerful or influential you are, the Martial Arts Alliance can throw you out. Remember what I said. At this moment, Meng Fan once again gave instructions to everyone with some unease, especially patting Qin Yu on the shoulder with particular seriousness. Everyone immediately nodded emphatically. They weren't stupid to have come here. Buzz. A moment later, a huge spatial energy fluctuation reverberated in the center of the plaza. Immediately afterwards, an oval-shaped portal emitting a faint blue light slowly formed. Ash Wasteland, the trial begins. Students from different schools, with different feelings, resolutely rushed into the gate of light. After a slight dizziness, Qin Yu felt the solid ground beneath his feet and was met with intense heat and dryness. Is this the Ash Wasteland? Qin Yu murmured to himself, and before him stretched an endless brown wasteland, the earth cracked and the vegetation sparse and twisted. There are even collapsed boulders and charred marks left from burning everywhere. If you didn't know better, you'd think this place had experienced the end of the world. Roar! The instant Qin Yu landed, 3 short figures suddenly burst out from behind a boulder. They resemble skinned hyenas, with protruding fangs, dripping with corrosive saliva, and their scarlet eyes filled only with greed for flesh and blood. Bone-eating dog. Qin Yu tensed up and immediately recognized the alien race. In this world, primary, middle, and high schools teach knowledge about other races. Therefore, as long as you're not a terrible student, you can basically recognize most of the different races. Perfect timing to test just how powerful my lesser blazing sun body really is. Chapter 5 Ash Wasteland. Minor blazing sun body. Activate. Qin Yu grinned and immediately activated the lesser blazing sun body without hesitation. Boom! The next moment, a visible golden red aura suddenly spread out from him. The most powerful ability of the lesser sun body is that it can actively activate a sun force field, which continuously burns the surrounding enemies during its activation. In addition, as a C-level martial arts talent, it also provides a considerable boost to the basic attributes of martial artists. These basic attributes include, but are not limited to, strength, speed, and even cultivation talent. Roar! At this moment, the 3 bone-eating hounds that pounced on Xinyu hadn't even gotten within 3 meters of him before their tough fur was instantly charred and carbonized. Roar! Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out, but it was too late to turn back. The 3 ferocious alien creatures were instantly reduced to 3 piles of burnt remains by the impact of the little sun body. So strong. Seeing this, Xinyu himself was slightly startled. This intense solar force field was so powerful that it prevented even low-level alien races from getting close, which was quite unexpected. Beep beep beep. Just a second later, Xinyu's wristwatch vibrated, and the number on it changed from 0 to 3. Only 3 points? Looks like we need to step up our game. Xinyu raised an eyebrow and then began to move his limbs and wrists. Whoosh! He suddenly pushed off the ground, and his figure shot off into the distance like lightning. This place is probably still on the outer edge of another dimension, so most of the creatures here are low-level, first-tier bone-eating dogs. Due to their different cultivation systems, the ranks and names of alien races differ from those used by humans. Therefore, the Martial Arts Alliance has uniformly divided them into 9 ranks, corresponding to the 9 levels of human martial artists. Bang! On the carcass of a large animal, a dozen or so bone-eating dogs were frantically gnawing on the corpse. Bang! Put! Xinyu suddenly plummeted from the sky, instantly blasting the corpse into dust. The dozen or so bone-eating dogs didn't even have time to see who the newcomer was before they were reduced to charred remains. The points on Xinyu's wristwatch also began to soar like crazy as Xinyu unleashed his explosive kills. Meanwhile, on the Martial Arts Alliance Plaza, Mengfan was enjoying himself to the extreme. This is because, based on the real-time scores, Xinyu's score has clearly secured him 4th place. Laugh now, but you won't be laughing in a minute. Chen Kuei, standing to the side, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Meng Fan's back, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Bang! Xinyu threw a punch, directly blasting the head of an enormous rhinoceros. This is a first-tier, 7th-stage alien beast. It is strong and robust with formidable defense, making it difficult for even an 8th-stage martial artist to defeat. However, it was no match for Xinyu's fist, which could even melt boulders. Roar! Just as Xinyu caught his breath and was about to continue his journey, he suddenly heard a roar. It was also accompanied by some battle fluctuations and human shouts. Xinyu subconsciously raised his bracelet and saw 3 red dots clustered together, very close to him. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Hearing the faint shouts, his brow furrowed slightly. Forget it, since we're from the same school, there's no harm in taking a look. Maybe we can even get something for nothing. After a moment's hesitation, Xinyu immediately concealed some of the overly conspicuous sunlight emanating from his body and silently crept toward the source of the sound. Soon, Xinyu arrived at a stone pillar and leaned down to look at the source of the sound. On a desolate plain, 3 figures leaned against each other, relentlessly slaying the bone-eating hounds that were closing in on them. These bone-eating dogs were more numerous than the ones Xinyu had encountered before, numbering as many as 40 or 50. More importantly, some of them are larger than other bone-eating dogs and have sharp bone spurs all over their bodies. The bone-eating pack, Wang Jie? When Xinyu shifted his gaze from the pack of bone-eating dogs to the 3 figures, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. One of them was Wang Jie. His face was grim, and even contorted and flushed red from the sight of the massive pack of bone-eating dogs. Clearly, if things continue like this, the 3 of them will inevitably be eliminated. Li Qian. On the right. Just as Xinyu was pondering, Wang Jie suddenly shouted. It turned out that a large, ravenous dog had circled around to the back of a girl, trying to break through their defenses. Roar! But Wang Jie's reminder came too late. As Li Qian turned around, the bone-eating dog was already close at hand, and it bit down on her shoulder. Put! Instantly, blood splattered, and Li Qian's face turned deathly pale. She stumbled and fell to the ground. It's over. Upon seeing this, another girl immediately turned pale with fright. They, who usually only practiced with each other at school, had never seen such a fierce scene before. Even with all his strength, he can only manage about 60-70% now that he's scared. Whoosh! However, at this critical moment, a figure descended from the sky with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. The speed was so fast that it even left a visible shockwave behind him. It was Xinyu. He looked at the top of the stone pillar for a while, and finally decided that it would be better to try to save it. After all, their main opponents in this trial are students from other schools. If you're a classmate from the same school, help if you can. Moreover, this pack of bone-eating dogs is also a considerable amount of points. Put. After Chinyu appeared, he activated the lesser blazing sun body again without any hesitation. A golden red shockwave suddenly rippled out, instantly turning a bone-eating dog into charred remains. Roar! The great bone-eating hound was clearly stronger, probably reaching the 6th or 7th stage of the first tier, and was able to withstand his damage and charge forward. Roar! The great bone-eating dog opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Chinyu's head. Puff! However, Chinyu simply threw a punch, the fist carrying a shockwave like a small cannonball, instantly piercing through the head of the great bone-eating hound. But that wasn't the end of it. Chinyu's huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the other bone-eating dogs, who then surrounded him. Mob! Chinyu merely snorted indifferently, then unleashed a flurry of punches and elbow strikes. Put! But! Without a doubt, no bone-eating hound, regardless of size, could withstand Chinyu's attack. In less than a minute, the pack of bone-eating dogs that had been giving Wang Jia and his two companions such a headache was completely wiped out. So strong. Li Qian looked up, staring blankly at Chinyu's back, her expression full of shock. Are you all right? Chinyu shook his hand and deactivated the little blazing sun body, then looked at Li Qian in a gentle tone. Who the hell asked you to meddle in other people's business? Before Li Qian could even speak, a malicious voice instantly shattered the atmosphere. Did I ask you to come and save me? Chapter 6. I saved you, and this is your attitude? Chinyu crossed his arms and looked at Wang Jia with a hint of mockery. Did I ask you to come and rescue me? With your pathetic skills, you dare to swagger in front of me? You only managed to get ahead through underhanded means, and you really think you're something special? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Wang Jia reacted like a dog in a state of stress, becoming even more frantic. Wang, Chinyu really did save us. At this moment, Li Qian, who was injured, stood up while clutching her wound. Her face looked rather pale, but she still weakly defended Chinyu. Save? But before she could finish speaking, Wang Jia turned his head and glared at her fiercely, interrupting her. I need him to save me? If it weren't for you two being a burden, I would have slaughtered all these beasts long ago. He just got a free ride and stole my points. Seeing this, Li Qian dared not speak anymore, and subconsciously took a step back after being glared at. What, I hit the nail on the head, so you don't dare to argue back. Seeing Chinyu, he didn't say a word, which emboldened Wang Jia even more. In his view, there must be some kind of connection between Chinyu's little blazing sun body and Shu Nuonyuo. Unfortunately, he had no evidence to prove it, and Meng Fan also spoke up for Chinyu, so he had no way to question it. But he won't give up the investigation. Oh. However, Chinyu merely scoffed at Wang Jia's arrogant attitude. If Wang Jia's reaction was only average, then there was nothing he could do about it. But if Wang Jia were to act that arrogantly, he wouldn't be sleepy at all. Sure enough, the next moment, the system's debtor panel popped up in front of him with a notification sound. Debtor, Wang Jia. Debt owed, life-saving grace 1. Given that the debtor has clearly expressed their unwillingness to repay and has displayed a hostile attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. The debts that don't pay are a death sentence system includes debts related to personal relationships. And the debt of gratitude for saving a life is naturally the most precious of all human relationships. It was in no way inferior to the support Chinyu had given Shu Nuonyuo before. Who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash who got lucky. What are you trying to prove, playing the hero in front of me? Wang Jia, looking fierce but actually weak, pointed at Chinyu, spitting everywhere. You'd better watch yourself. However, now is not the time to pursue and recover the funds, so Chinyu just sneered. After saying that, he ignored the three people behind him and turned to leave without looking back. Damn it, this piece of trash, he clearly doesn't deserve to participate in the selection. As Wang Jia watched Chinyu's departing figure, his anger intensified. Why should Chinyu be so calm, and why should he get angry? The more Wang Jia thought about it, the more unconvinced he became. So he turned his head and looked at the two girls next to him. Get lost. You want to participate in the selection while speaking up for Chinyu? You two bitches. Unable to vent his anger, he grabbed the wrists of the two girls and crushed their bracelets. If the bracelet breaks, the protection mechanism will be automatically triggered to teleport it away. But it also means elimination. Wang Jia, you! Li Qian exclaimed in surprise. However, both of them were injured and were not as strong as Wang Jia, so they had no power to resist. Before they could even finish speaking, the space around them distorted, and they were swallowed up and disappeared as if they had fallen into water. Damn Qin Yu. Trash should stay in the trash heap, huh? Even after eliminating 2 people, Wang Jia was still not satisfied and continued to curse. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw his score on his bracelet soar, propelling him straight into the top 5. Where did I get so many points? Do you mean students can steal points by breaking each other's bracelets? Wang Jia was stunned. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Yu, you just wait. Immediately afterwards, a cunning smugness appeared in Wang Jia's eyes. On the other side, after Qin Yu left, he found another pack of bone-eating dogs and slaughtered them all. Qin Yu was about to leave when he glanced sideways and noticed a faint light emanating from the corpse of a bone-eating dog. He stepped forward, brushed aside several charred dog carcasses, and discovered that the light originated from an irregular metal fragment the size of a palm. Holding it in my hand, after peeling away the charred surface, the pattern is a roaring tiger's head. The text is partially missing, but 2 numbers 07 and a blurry letter X can be discerned. This? When he saw it clearly, Qin Yu's pupils shrank sharply. Look, this is my number, 07, Xuanhu. When you see it in the future, you'll know it belongs to your father, and it's unique, one of a kind in the world. In an instant, the original owner's childhood memories flooded back. Aren't you envious? Your dad and his best buddies used to wear it through thick and thin. In my memory, the original owner's father showed this thing to me when I was very young. However, due to the passage of time and the fact that Qin Yu was not the original owner, his memories had become much more blurred. But I remember this badge very clearly. Because the original owner's father used to be a member of the security bureau, he would leave early and return late every day, and he was always very tired when he came back. Until that day, after that tall figure left, only a badge returned. And that badge, it was clearly in his house. Father said this badge was unique, but why are there 2 now? Although it was just a fragment in his hand, Qin Yu could still recognize that it was part of his father's badge. When the security bureau sent it to my home, all they gave me was a badge, they didn't even send any ashes. Could it be that the one in home was fake? At this moment, Qin Yu kept recalling the details from his memory. But as he was thinking, 4 words suddenly popped into his mind. It's terrifying to think about. If the security bureau created a fake badge to appease the original owner's feelings, it would be completely unnecessary and impossible. In that case, there's only one possibility: the fake badges were made to cover up certain facts. It's even possible that the original owner's father didn't die. Whether it's being captured, going missing, or hiding somewhere, etc. In any case, it is obvious that the security agency wants to cover up some facts, even going so far as to use his father's sacrifice as an excuse. Whoosh! Phew, whether it's real or fake, maybe we can have it authenticated. Qin Yu was quite shocked by this discovery, but he also knew that now was not the time to think about it. After regaining his composure, he quickly put away the badge fragments and calmed down again. At this pace, we should be able to compete for second place before the end. The most important thing right now is to get selected into the rocket class and attend the training camp. Regardless of what his father was really like, he needed to be strong enough to find out the truth. Swish! Swish! However, just as Qin Yu stretched his wrists and prepared to leave to continue searching for other alien races, a dense series of whooshing sounds suddenly rang out around him. Qin Yu looked around and saw 7 figures surrounding him from 7 directions. Jiancheng No. 2 Middle School? Upon seeing that familiar school uniform, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, these 7 people were all students from No. 2 Middle School whom he had met before when he was outside. You took down an entire pack of bone-eating dogs all by yourself? You were quite efficient. It seems the rumors about you being a 7th-level martial artist and having the lesser Blazing Sun body weren't entirely just bragging? Directly in front of Qin Yu, a lean young man with hawk-like, sinister eyes slowly spoke. It's just a pity that you've run into me, Chen Tao. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he couldn't save you. Chen Tao looked at him, his expression full of disdain. Why waste words with him? Just cripple him, steal his points, and get him out of here as soon as possible. From the other direction, a tall, muscular young man spoke with obvious impatience. Don't be in such a hurry, Zhao Tai. What if he's willing to kneel down and beg for mercy? Letting him go isn't out of the question, right? Chen Tao crossed his arms and looked at Qin Yu with a teasing expression. Qin Yu was initially curious about how this group of people had found him. After all, the Ash Wasteland is quite vast, and he only encountered Wang Jia and his two companions once along the way, which was only by following their location. These 7 people clearly didn't meet by chance. However, just as Qin Yu was wondering, he suddenly saw a guy behind Chen Tao. Heh? What? You really enjoy being someone else's guide? Qin Yu's gaze immediately passed over Chen Tao, and he gave the man a nonchalant sneer. Indeed, this person was none other than Wang Jia, with whom he had a grudge. What the hell did you say? They're the ones I promised to pay to mess with you. Unexpectedly, a single sentence caused Wang Jia to lose his composure and reveal his intentions. After he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong, and his face instantly turned a deep liver color. The other 7 people also had strange expressions, but didn't say much. After all, one has to do what one is paid to do, and Qin Yu is just a figurehead, it's a piece of cake. Anyway, the rules don't say that trainees can't attack each other or hire hitmen. Qin Yu. Stop with the empty talk. You think you're so great just because you ambushed a few beasts? Today I'll show you that trash is always trash. Your crooked tricks are nothing but a fart in the face of absolute power. After gritting his teeth and thinking for a moment, Wang Jia also roared at Qin Yu with a ferocious expression. Everyone, this kid not only stole my points, but he also spoke rudely to your number 2 middle school students. He doesn't respect any of the martial arts students in Jiangcheng at all. His points were all obtained through sneak attacks and opportunistic gains, they're mostly fake. Don't worry about it. Once it's done, I'll make sure you're all satisfied. Then Wang Jia turned around and clasped his hands in greeting to the 7 students from Jiangcheng number 2 middle school. Chapter 7: The Traitor. The Inner Plaza of the Alliance. Because of the special nature of the selection process, the movements of each trainee are monitored in real time on a large screen. Shameless. Utterly shameless. At this moment, Meng Fan looked at the scene on the screen where 8 people surrounded Qin Yu, and he was so angry that his face turned ashen and his whole body trembled slightly. Chen Kuwei. Have you no shame, number 2 middle school? You deliberately gathered so many people to gang up on a single student from number 1 middle school. What kind of despicable tactics are these? He suddenly turned to look at Chen Kuwei, his voice filled with barely suppressed anger. So much so that other principals and some passers-by looked over. Ha ha ha. Meng Fan, Principal Meng. You've really hit the nail on the head. Unexpectedly, Chen Kuwei showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he stroked Chen Kuwei's hair and burst into laughter. Which selection rule says teamwork is forbidden? This is called strategy. Understand? Making full use of the rules, integrating team strength, and obtaining the greatest benefit is itself a demonstration of strength. The alliance encourages healthy competition, but it doesn't prohibit teamwork. He then shrugged and retorted in an extremely innocent yet self-righteous tone. But your number 1 high school, TSK, has a traitor in your own school, betraying your own and colluding with outsiders to deal with your own classmates. That's truly shameful. Principal Meng, what's wrong with your ideological and political education? How did you produce such a person? You haven't even cleaned up your own mess, yet you have the nerve to accuse others of using underhanded methods? Chen Kuwei paused, his gaze sweeping over Wang Jia's treacherous behavior on the screen, his tone full of sarcasm. You! Meng Fan was so angry that he suddenly choked, and 2 rough breaths came out of his nostrils. His finger, which was pointing at Chen Kuwei, was trembling, but he was so choked up that he couldn't speak for a moment. Because what Chen Kuwei said was true, if Wang Jia hadn't led the way, Chen Tao and the others wouldn't have been able to find Qin Yu. That's enough. But just then, a very authoritative voice rang out. It was Lin Jin who spoke. The selection trial simulates a brutal real combat environment. When you step onto the real battlefield against alien races in the future, the enemies you will face will be far more than just the ferocious and tyrannical alien races. On the battlefield, the situation changes in an instant, and trust and betrayal, loyalty and treachery are often separated by only a single thought. The Alliance selects elite rocket class members who are geniuses who can truly survive in blood and fire and lead humanity to victory. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms of the battlefield. True strongmen must not only be able to fight against external enemies, but also be able to see through internal crises and resolve hidden dangers around them. Lin Jin's words were measured and seemingly neutral, emphasizing the cruelty and practical significance of the trial. But the feeling is completely different when it comes to different people. Chen Kuwei was overjoyed when he heard this. The vice president personally determined the nature of it. Doesn't this mean that their actions in encircling and suppressing Qin Yu were completely in accordance with the rules, and even a strategy that meets the needs of the future battlefield? Similarly, isn't this just saying that there were traitors within number 1 middle school, that they had problems within their own ranks, and that they deserved their misfortune? Vice President Lin has such foresight. Every word he says is truly insightful. Chen Kuei immediately bowed and cupped his hands towards Lin Jin on the high platform, flattering him in a loud voice. Even though Meng Fan knew that Lin Jin wasn't targeting him, these words, coupled with Chen Kuei's smug smile, still bothered him. It almost made him faint, and he fell asleep immediately. Qin Yu, you have to hang in there. Meng Fan gritted his teeth, staring at Qin Yu's figure on the screen, with only one thought in his mind. Ash Wasteland. You bastard, you're never this polite and courteous to your classmates, but you're quite the gentleman when you're betraying your own people. Upon seeing Wang Jie's double standards, Qin Yu's eyes immediately turned cold, and he couldn't help but curse directly. He didn't care about Wang Jie hiring people to deal with him. In particular, Wang Jie's boasting about his own strength while simultaneously hiring people to deal with him is not only shameful but also a disgrace to Wang Jie himself. Wang Jie's treacherous attitude made him feel like he had lost face for the entire Jiangcheng No. 1 high school. Don't bark at me like a dog. You trash and good for nothing deserve to stay at the bottom of society for the rest of your life. I'm going to show you right now the difference between you and me. Wang Jie turned his head and cursed angrily, then retreated to the outer perimeter, staring at Shen Zhao with a ferocious expression. Did you hear that? Kid, Wang Jie said you have quite a few points. If you know what's good for you, crush your bracelet and get lost, leaving your points as money to save your life, otherwise. Chen Tao also stepped forward, blocking Wang Jie's path and staring at Qin Yu with hostility. Otherwise what? With your few pieces of meat? Qin Yu crossed his arms over his chest again, his brows showing no fear but rather a hint of mockery. Alright. I heard you have pretty tough bones. What a coincidence. I am Chen Tao, an E-level bone armor talent. The hardness of my bones is comparable to fine steel, especially these hands. At this point, Chen Tao lost all patience and slowly walked towards Qin Yu, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. What I do best is crush those who think they're strong. Your fancy physique is no match for me. I can take you down by myself. As he spoke, he clenched his fist suddenly, and a metallic grayish-white hue was faintly visible beneath the skin of the back of his hand and knuckles. Bone armor is a relatively powerful martial arts talent among E-rank talents, even comparable to some D-rank talents. Once activated, its body hardness can be increased by at least 2 minor levels. In other words, a 6th-level martial artist who actively activates his skeletal structure is at least equivalent to an 8th-level martial artist without any martial arts talent. Furthermore, due to the potential for growth in martial arts talent, it is the same even at the level of Martial King or above. No wonder Chen Tao is so arrogant. Whoosh! I only need 10 moves to cripple you. The next moment, Chen Tao suddenly stomped on the ground and rushed to Qin Yu's side in the blink of an eye. He threw a powerful punch at a tricky angle, aiming straight for Qin Yu's neck. 10 moves? Do you guys from number 2 middle school always talk so much nonsense? Faced with this powerful punch, Qin Yu simply raised his hand slowly and caught it. Even though the bone armor is very strong, Qin Yu's lesser Fiery Sun body doesn't even need to activate the Fiery Sun force field. The bonus to his basic attributes is already almost comparable to a minor rank. Naturally, this punch couldn't hurt Qin Yu at all. Chen Tao's pupils contracted slightly at first. He never expected that Qin Yu could withstand his attack so easily. But it doesn't matter, his first move was just a test. You're asking for death. You think you can withstand one of my punches and contend with the bone armor? How naive. He then snorted coldly, and instead of pulling back his fist which Qin Yu had grabbed, he suddenly pressed down with force, his 5 fingers hooking Qin Yu's wrist like iron hooks. It seems that Wang Jie didn't tell you what my martial arts talent is. Looking at Chen Tao's confident demeanor, Qin Yu found it all rather laughable. Bang! Immediately, his right wrist, which was used for blocking, trembled, and a burst of scorching power suddenly erupted. Chapter 8: The Mob. Bang! That scorching power forcefully shook Chen Tao's grip off. Chen Tao himself let out a muffled groan, and was so shocked that he took 3 steps back. The ground beneath Qin Yu's feet was shattered by his exertion, creating a small crater. How is that possible? This counterattack finally caused Chen Tao's mind to waver slightly. Such immense power was clearly completely different from what he had anticipated. Come at me all at once, don't waste my time. However, before Chen Tao could even ask about his martial arts talent, Xinyu had already slowly raised his hand towards everyone and beckoned with his finger in a highly insulting manner. Arrogant. Even if you have considerable talent, you can't possibly be a match for so many of us. Zhao Tai was the first to lose his temper, taking 3 steps at a time and charging towards Xinyu like an elephant. Kid, let me tell you, besides old Chen, my talent is also at the E level of tempering. Today, even if you have a D level talent, you will perish here. Rushing up to Xinyu, Zhao Tai spoke to him with a disdainful expression. While the bone armor and steel tempering martial arts talents seem similar, they are actually quite different. Bone armor enhances a martial artist's strength by altering their inherent characteristics. However, tempering a martial artist enhances their strength by altering their external characteristics. For example, Chen Tao, after his bone armor is activated, is still the same person, but Zhao Tai, after being hardened, is truly a lump of iron, with changes in weight and other aspects. Buzz. At the same time, his fist, which was a size larger than Chen Tao's, arrived in front of Xinyu with a sharp tearing sound. Bang! But the next second, his fist, which seemed to have turned into steel, landed heavily in Xinyu's palm. It stirred up a wave of air, but it didn't even make Xinyu take a single step back. 2 martial masters at the 6th level, with a Miri level talent, dare to spout such nonsense? After firmly catching Chen Tao's attack, Xinyu's lips immediately curled into a mocking smile. How is that possible? Upon seeing this, Zhao Tai was instantly horrified. Activate the solar force field. But before Zhao Tai could speak, Xinyu immediately activated the killing move of the lesser blazing sun body. For an E-level martial arts talent, being able to amplify the strength of a minor rank is already top tier, but for a C-level lesser fiery sun body, it's just a basic requirement. Instantly, a scorching wave of heat exploded from Xinyu's body, directly burning the hardened Zhao Tai until he grimaced in pain. Bang! The next moment, Xinyu delivered a lightning-fast and powerful punch, striking Zhao Tai precisely in the chest. Click! In an instant, the iron filings shattered and melted, and Zhao Tai's chest visibly caved in. Puff! The instant after being knocked away, Zhao Tai coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his steel-like state was immediately cancelled. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tai crashed to the ground and rolled away, finally coming to a stop, having already stopped breathing. 1 punch kills. They were eliminated before they could even crush the bracelet. Zhao Tai. Chen Tao's eyes widened in fury. Although they weren't related, they were good brothers who went to school together. Now he could only watch helplessly as his brother died suddenly, which instantly drove him to lose his mind. Charge! Kill him together! Chen Tao roared and then charged madly towards Xinyu. There were 5 others left. Although they were also filled with fear and shock, they had no choice but to follow Chen Tao's lead due to his authority. Mob! Xinyu's gaze turned cold, and he threw a punch directly at one of them. It's burning me! No! My second son! Instantly, the 2 students from number 2 middle school who were the first to be hit were burned by their clothes and their skin was charred. A faint aroma of grilled sausage wafted through the air. Bang! But before they could groan in pain, Xinyu's fist had already struck their faces. 1 punch, and the person in front died instantly. Click! The person behind him was alright, his bracelet couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered first, and he was teleported away just as he was about to die. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Tao also rushed up behind Xinyu and immediately threw a punch hard at the back of Xinyu's head. With his E-grade bone armor, he withstood the blazing solar field and was about to hit him. Whoosh! But Xinyu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, turning around without any visual prediction and accurately grabbing Chen Tao's fist. It seems that your words don't match your abilities now. Seeing Chen Tao's increasingly horrified face, Xinyu finally couldn't help but smile. No! Chen Tao tried to struggle, but found that Xinyu's hands were like steel shears, holding him tightly and preventing him from moving an inch. Bang! The next moment, Xinyu's other fist, which seemed to be surrounded by flames, struck his chest in the same way. Puff! This punch caused Chen Tao's eyes to bulge out, and blood gushed from his mouth like it was free. However, the blood that was sprayed out was immediately incinerated by the blazing solar force field. Bang! Then, Chen Tao, like a kite with a broken string, crashed heavily to the ground. Sea-level, minor fiery sun body. As he lay dying, Chen Tao finally regained his senses. He struggled to lift his head and look at Xinyu, his eyes filled with despair and disbelief. Quickly crush the bracelet! As for the remaining 3, they were terrified out of their wits. Before Chinyu could turn around, they frantically crushed their bracelets with trembling hands. Buzz! The space distorted, and the 3 of them immediately deserted. However, Chinyu's gaze did not linger on Shen Tao and those little Karami for even a second. He slowly withdrew his fist, and the terrifying golden-red force field around him receded like a tide. Then, his gaze swept over that familiar spot from before. Wang Jie? He immediately frowned. The spot where Wang Jie had just been standing was now completely empty. Clearly, this cunning fellow had already fled when he sensed things were going badly. They run pretty fast. Xinyu picked up the bracelet and saw that the nearest point of light had already traveled a long way. It's possible to catch up, but that would be a huge waste of time and energy. Since Wang Jie already owes him a favor, he can use the system to collect it at any time. Then there's absolutely no need to waste any extra effort. Beep beep. Just then, Xinyu's bracelet rang. His score suddenly skyrocketed, allowing Xinyu to jump 3 places and directly reach first place. Did I add their points to my account because I eliminated them? Xinyu raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, but he wasn't too surprised. Although Lin Jin hadn't mentioned it, this kind of rule was quite common. Besides, Shen Tao and the others just said they wanted to grab points, and any smart person could tell there was a problem with that. Then, Xinyu turned his gaze to the depths of the ash wasteland. There, the sky was a sickly dark purple, thick with an impenetrable layer of ash and dust, as if it might collapse at any moment. Further away, even a distorted and enormous shadow could be vaguely seen slowly writhing in the haze. The bone-eating hounds in this area are too weak. Perhaps I can venture deeper and see if I can find a stronger alien race to practice against. As long as it's not too deep, there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, we have a handheld environmental protection base, so the risk is low. Let's do it! Chapter 9: The Maw of the Abyss. Meanwhile, at the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Alliance Headquarters Plaza. On the huge central light screen, the final scene of Chinyu kicking 7 students from Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School to death, mistaking them for roadside animals, was being replayed. Ha ha ha. Good. Good lad. Well done. Ha ha ha. Meng Fan jumped up from his chair, his face flushed, slapping his thigh hard, and laughing loudly and boisterously. Principal Chen, are you bragging? Have you ever done that? This is called the Little Blazing Sun Body. So what if there are more people? You still can't beat them. At this moment, Meng Fan pointed at the first name on the leaderboard, looked at Chen Kuei, and loudly mocked him without any mercy. The voice was loud and clear, as if afraid that others wouldn't hear it. He laughed so hard he almost fell over, practically ready to put his hands on his hips and point his finger at Chen Kuei's nose and yell at him. The anger he had been holding back from Chen Kuei's sarcastic remarks was now being released in a cathartic way. As for Chen Kuei, his face had turned completely red, almost liver-colored. If he committed murder in real life, he could sue Chinyu. However, in subspace, it is not protected by any laws. Now, not only is he less skilled, but he also has to swallow his pride and suffer in silence. This was a double loss, causing Chen Kuei to grunt in anger, and a drop of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Bastards! Useless! A bunch of useless trash. After a moment of calm, he couldn't help but squeeze the thermos cup harder, and it ended up crushing into a flat shape. On the high platform, Lin Jin's usually serious and rigid face finally showed a rare hint of emotion. His deep gaze was fixed on the figure of the boy in the ash wasteland on the screen. Martial Master, Rank 7, Sea-Level Lesser Blazing Sun Body. Faced with an ambush by multiple enemies, he remained calm and composed, instantly assessed the situation, and preemptively eliminated the enemy's core combat force. His tactical choices were precise and ruthless. This young man may have the potential to become a martial lord. He ignored Chen Kuei and Meng Fan's argument and instead muttered to himself with a mixture of admiration and surprise. Meanwhile, in the middle section of the ash wasteland. Compared to the outside, the environment here is more somber, which is more in line with the name of this subspace. Aside from the densely packed stacks of dead trees and hay, there is only ashes floating everywhere in the air. If a normal person stays here for too long, their lungs will definitely not be able to take it. Fortunately, Xinyu possesses the lesser sun body, which allows him to use the sun force field to isolate himself from environmental influences. Click. Crunchy. Suddenly, from the edge of a relatively open depression ahead, came a sickening chewing sound and a muffled cracking of bones. There's something. Xinyu's tense nerves trembled slightly, and he lowered his body and moved closer to that side. Upon approaching, the sight in the center of the depression sent a chill down Qin Yu's spine, even with his current composure. A gigantic, monstrous beast lay sprawled on the ground, devouring several mangled corpses of bone-eating dogs. The monster was enormous, resembling a combination of a skin toad and a slug. Its entire body is covered with a sticky, grayish-brown thick skin. Its head is a huge mouth with spirals of white, sharp teeth. At this moment, it is swallowing several dead dog carcasses and then crushing them like a shredder. A giant maw of the abyss, but thankfully it's only in its juvenile stage, with only the strength of the first tier, 8th level. This alien race has a tenacious vitality and amazing defense, especially its mouthparts and highly corrosive gastric juice. Once swallowed, most martial artists will die without a doubt. Its stomach is said to be able to corrode bones and turn them into gold, making it indestructible. Looking at the appearance of the gaping maw of the abyss, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. However powerful it may be, the abyss maw is a rare alien race, and its juvenile form is almost impossible to find. If we kill it, its sharp teeth and skin are excellent materials for forging spiritual weapons, and we can definitely make a fortune from them. But then, he muttered to himself with a troubled expression. Although this abyss maw is only at the first rank, 8th stage, its inherent characteristics combined are absolutely comparable to a D-rank martial arts talent. Qin Yu is only at the 7th level of martial arts master, which is clearly a slight disadvantage. Although these alien races are born with strong racial characteristics, they also have very low intelligence. If we push them a little, we might have a chance. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu still did not intend to let go of this opportunity. The abyssal maw, a type of alien race, is usually encountered in the subspace as an adult, with strength at least above that of a martial king. If he misses this juvenile form today, he may never encounter it again. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Let's do it! Not daring to slack off in the slightest, the little blazing sun body was operated to its limit, and the blazing sun field expanded by a whole circle. Roar! However, at the same time, the leak of his aura immediately alerted the giant maw of the abyss to the danger. Its eyeless head turned precisely toward the boulder where Qin Yu was hiding. A violent and destructive aura erupted like a tsunami, instantly locking onto Qin Yu. Such a powerful aura, even a 9th level martial artist would probably be no match for it. Qin Yu's expression hardened, but he did not back down in the slightest. Whoosh! The next moment, he stomped down hard, cracking the ground and sending countless pebbles flying, which were then incinerated by the blazing solar field. To deal with the abyss's maw, you must be wary of its mandibles. Once swallowed, in a situation where the forces are evenly matched, there is almost no way to save yourself. Therefore, Qin Yu chose to aim at the edge of its mouthparts, feigning an attack on the mouthparts while actually attacking its body. Put! As expected, the abyss's maw missed its target, while Qin Yu's punch landed squarely on its body. Instantly, its hard, sticky, thick skin, which had slightly dented, was scorched and sizzled by the intense solar field. Roar! Its grayish-brown color instantly turned red, and the gaping maw of the abyss let out a painful cry. However, it is clear that this blow did not cause serious injury at most. It was equivalent to a human being burned on a piece of skin. But the abyss's maw was also thoroughly enraged, and its enormous body lunged forward once more. This time, instead of devouring, it used its sticky, thick-skinned body to slam into Qin Yu. At the same time, the enormous mouth opened again, spewing out large plumes of highly corrosive, dark green acid mist. The acid mist fell to the ground, corroding large holes even in the rocks. Almost. Qin Yu dodged away, looking at his clothes that had been completely corroded in an instant, still feeling a lingering fear. This acid mist is fast and resilient when it falls together, even the blazing solar force field cannot completely obliterate it. Whoosh! At the same time, Qin Yu did not dare to take the impact head-on. Instead, he moved his feet and took the opportunity to dodge behind the giant mouth of the abyss. Next, it's my turn. Boom! 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 Seizing the moment its attack missed, Qin Yu rushed forward and furiously pounded his fists into the relatively vulnerable side of the giant abyss maw. The terrifying power contained in each of his punches was enough to kill Zhao Tai. Roar! Chapter 10 was deleted. Roar! The massive body of the abyss maw trembled repeatedly as it was struck, letting out painful roars, and dark green blood seeped from the parts that had been hit by the heavy punches. Damn it, this can't go on. Despite this, Qin Yu still frowned. It's simply because its defense is so abnormally powerful. Qin Yu's all-out attack, combined with the terrifying high temperature of the blazing sun force field, could only barely break through the skin. With a single punch, the fist sinks deep into the thick layers of fat and muscle, failing to cause fatal damage. The seeping blood seemed to be extremely corrosive, constantly eroding the blazing solar force field and consuming Qin Yu's power. If this continues, Qin Yu will inevitably be the first to exhaust his energy. When the solar field dissipates, coupled with the influence of the environment, he will be at an even greater disadvantage. Roar! At that moment, the abyssal maw, which had become even more ferocious due to its injury, suddenly twisted its massive body. Its thick tail lashed out instantly, striking Qin Yu, who was right next to it. Not good. At this moment, Qin Yu had just thrown a punch, and due to inertia, he obviously didn't have time to back away. So he can only pull his fist back and then cross his arms in front of his chest to block. Put! Bang! Unexpectedly, the giant maw of the abyss withstood the burning effect of the force field, allowing its tail to slam heavily onto Qin Yu's arms. Because the solar field is more like a layer of flame and does not have a physical form, it cannot provide any specific defensive function. In other words, it cannot block attacks like a shield, it can only force the opponent to cancel their attack or slow down their attack by burning them. But to everyone's surprise, even though the giant abyss's tail was charred, it did not flinch and stubbornly slammed into Qin Yu despite the force field. Puff! The blow made Qin Yu's bones crack, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough. He himself was unable to withstand this terrifying force and was forced back, staggering several steps backward. Unexpectedly, this beast took advantage of the opening, quickly turned around, and turned its mouthparts to swallow Qin Yu. Trying to devour me? Impossible. A hint of madness flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He suddenly channeled all his remaining strength into his legs, attempting to roll to the side. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, the moment he moved, the long tongue of the giant maw of the abyss quickly rolled out and wrapped around Qin Yu's waist. Click! Damn it! This gaping maw of the abyss, was it deliberately forcing me back, giving me room to dodge? Upon seeing this, Qin Yu finally realized that he had fallen into a trap. At this moment, the remaining solar force field was frantically scorching the long tongue, making a sizzling sound. But the tongue was exceptionally resilient, it was charred and smoking but did not break. Immediately afterward, before Qin Yu could even think of how to struggle, boundless darkness completely enveloped him. Martial Arts Alliance Plaza. The square was no longer as noisy as before, instead, it had fallen into a deathly silence. Everyone was looking at the big screen, which was showing a live video of Qin Yu's hand-to-hand combat with the giant maw of the abyss. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the hand-to-hand combat on the screen. After all, they knew very well that the abyss maw was no ordinary alien race, and even they, the top students they had selected, might not be able to deal with it. Even Lin Jin, who had been somewhat relaxed, couldn't help but frown slightly. But in the end, they saw Qin Yu being wrapped around the waist by that disgusting long tongue, and in his struggle, he was mercilessly swallowed by the abyss's gaping maw. In an instant, everyone's breath caught in their throats. On the other side of the screen, Qin Yu's name, and the status indicator that followed it, instantly changed from green, which represented activity, to a cold and glaring gray. A short message also popped up from the name. Signal interrupted. Vital signs abnormal. Suspected fatal attack. Ha ha ha. After a dead silence of about 2 or 3 seconds, a burst of gloating laughter suddenly rang out. I'm dying of laughter, Meng Fan. Did you see that? Ha 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 ha. Genius? Lesser Blazing Sun physique? Martial Master level 7? Number 1 in points? Ha 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 ha. What good is that? Deep into the ash wasteland? He's so arrogant, daring to provoke even the maw of the abyss. That's a monster at the 8th level of the first tier. Even a 9th level martial master would avoid it. How dare he challenge that thing? Ha ha ha. Chen Kuei was acting like a madman. All the frustration, anger, and humiliation he had felt earlier had now turned into a vicious outburst. If he weren't the principal, he would have really wanted to ride on Meng Fan and mock him. Alas, what a pity. He was such a promising talent. That little fiery sun body has unlimited potential. If he could grow up, alas, it was too risky. Yes, the abyss's maw can slowly corrode and digest even alloys, let alone flesh and blood. The little sun body's high temperature might delay it for a moment, but ultimately. A 7th level martial artist confronting an 8th level alien race member head on is commendable in its courage, but it's too foolish. Arrogant and conceited, he's bound to get into trouble sooner or later, even if he doesn't die now. The square was immediately abuzz with discussion. While most expressed regret for Qin Yu, there were also various jealous comments that he deserved it. Meng Fan stood there blankly, his body trembling slightly. The smug smile that had been on his face just moments before had vanished without a trace. He stared intently at the gray name on the screen, his lips trembling, as if all his strength had been drained away in an instant. Qin Yu, the prodigy he had placed so much hope in, just like that, gone? He died in the monster's stomach? Well. On the high platform, Vice President Lin Jin's usually calm face was now shrouded in a deep gloom. His sigh wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Clearly, even Lin Jin felt that Qin Yu had no chance of survival, which was tantamount to sentencing him to death. At this point, Meng Fan was completely heartbroken, his face showing only despair and disbelief. Within the ash wasteland. Damn Qin Yu. What right does he have? What right does he have? That little fiery sun physique must belong to Chunu Onuo. Once we get out of here, no matter what, I'm going to report you. After escaping, Wang Jie found a small pack of ravenous dogs and vented his anger on them. Wah! However, just after he crushed a bone-eating dog to death, a low whimpering sound came from behind him. He turned his head and, sure enough, saw a large, bone-eating dog. If it were a group, Wang Jie would have had to run away, but it was just one. You idiot, who are you baring your teeth at? With nowhere to vent his anger, Wang Jie charged directly at the great bone-eating dog. Glug glug. But at that moment, Wang Jie's eyes widened instantly. A terrifying suction force emanated from his body, instantly weakening him to the extreme, even turning his face pale. It gives you the feeling that, with a few words and a laugh, enemy ships and forts are reduced to ashes. Wait. What is this? Chapter 11, Slaying the Giant Maw of the Abyss. Wait. What is this? Wang Jie's expression instantly turned to one of utter horror. He felt that his current weakness was not due to any restrictions or anything that was being temporarily suppressed. Instead, it vanished completely. His Xian Yu hand, his 6th-level martial arts master, are gone. But the great bone-eating dog had already rushed to his face. Bang! I'm hungry. Instantly, Wang Jie was violently knocked away and crashed to the ground. A drop of blood immediately oozed from the corner of his mouth. No. No. The bracelet. Crush the bracelet. At this moment, Wang Jie had no time to consider what had happened. All that remained in his eyes was boundless fear. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he remembered that crushing the bracelet would teleport him directly back to the plaza. Roar! Unexpectedly, the giant bone-eating dog stepped on Wang Jie's wrists, rendering him unable to move. No! Wang Jie let out a miserable wail, but all he could see was the gaping maw snapping at him. On the other side. Click. Crunchy. After swallowing Qin Yu, the abyssal maw began to chew on the corpse of the bone-eating dog on the ground. Although Qin Yu was swallowed by it, it also suffered serious injuries and must eat a lot to recover as soon as possible. But suddenly, it realized something was wrong. Hiss. Suddenly, the giant maw of the abyss collapsed to the ground, writhing and twisting wildly, emitting painful hissing sounds. It looked like someone clutching their stomach and writhing on the ground in pain. Put. A few seconds later, a burst of intense golden red light suddenly erupted from its abdomen. Its thick skin was torn apart, and foul-smelling blood and flesh fragments splattered everywhere. A pair of arms, seemingly covered with a warm, jade-like luster, emerged from it. Whoosh! As the rift tore open to a certain extent, a figure covered in blood and acid suddenly sprang out from it. Indeed, this person is Qin Yu, who was just swallowed by the giant maw of the abyss. Phew! To be honest, I really have to thank those two ingrates. Looking at his two arms, which seemed to have turned into jade, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile with a smug grin. Ding! Martial arts talent D-level Xian Yu hand detected, forcibly confiscated. Ding! Martial arts cultivation level detected, martial master stage 6. Forcible confiscation. Ding! Recovery complete. At this moment, the system's prompt still seemed to echo in my mind. After capturing Wang Jie, Qin Yu's strength directly broke through to the 8th level of the first rank, and he also captured Wang Jie's Xian Yu hand. However, it seems that although the life-saving grace was great, it was not as great as Qin Yu had imagined, so he only recovered a portion of the strength. He has only broken through a small section. But it doesn't matter, because Wang Jie's most important Xian Yu hand has already been recovered by him. I just don't know where Wang Jie is in the Ash Wasteland right now. If conditions allowed, Qin Yu really wanted to kill Wang Jie. Forget it, once I'm in the rocket class, even if the Wang family is bold enough, they won't dare to lay a hand on me. Xinyu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Having read novels extensively in his previous life, he knew that in a place where strength was paramount, no one would speak up for something that had lost its value. When a certain heavenly emperor had his supreme bone taken away, his entire family simply abandoned him. It is conceivable that, in the face of power, even the closest of relatives seem extremely cheap. He had no connections, but that didn't matter. He believed there were plenty of people willing to protect him. You were pretty ruthless just now it's my turn. Then, Xinyu put aside his distracting thoughts and turned his gaze to the gaping maw of the abyss that was still struggling to survive. This guy is incredibly resilient, even after being gutted. In a human body, it would be like having their abdomen completely ripped out, and they still wouldn't die. If this were an ordinary martial arts master, he would have been dead in no time. But this thing actually kept wriggling and crawling away, seemingly trying to run away. Little Lai Yang body. Xuan Yu hands. The combination of two martial arts talents is definitely not the same as 1 + 3 = 4. If the jade hand is physical damage, then the little blazing sun body is an enchantment applied to it. With the support of the blazing solar field, Xinyu's arms seemed to transform into a mountain-splitting drill. Hot sparks emanated from his skin, a move reminiscent of a powerful attack from an excavator. I think it was called something like Mount Tai Fall. Put. Sizzle. Under this terrifying attack, the sticky, hard, thick skin of the abyssal maw was burned into fragile charcoal, just like ice and snow. Finally, the flesh above its mouthparts was torn apart, revealing a grotesque brain. Put. It's over. Xinyu delivered a powerful punch, ending the man's life. Hissing. The abyss's gaping maw let out a miserable howl filled with endless pain and resentment. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, raising clouds of dust. Phew. Let's do a quick collection first, time's almost up. After confirming that the giant maw of the abyss was not feigning death and waiting for a counterattack, Xinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he killed him with a single punch, simultaneously activating the mysterious jade hand and the lesser blazing sun body was actually a tremendous strain on him. It can be said that killing the abyss maw was already his limit. At this moment, in the square. Since Xinyu was swallowed up, his death was no longer in doubt, so the images on the screen naturally needed to be shown to other trainees with more potential. Beep. But at that moment, the gray, frozen name suddenly reacted again. Lin Jin was slightly taken aback, his pupils contracting almost imperceptibly. Quick, switch the screen. The next moment, he immediately gave an order to the staff controlling the screen below. Yes. Immediately afterwards, the screen entered a loading state. This brief moment felt like an eternity to Lin Jin, as if a week or even half a month had passed. Hiss. The moment the image reappeared, Lin Jin gasped in shock. On the screen, Xinyu stood tall and straight, while in front of him lay the gaping maw of an abyss, devoid of any vital signs. Swoosh. Flames burned in the hole in his skull, sizzling as they burned. This terrifying being, who was enough to crush all the students present, has actually perished. The lesser fiery sun physique. He actually managed to do this? The maw of the abyss is dead? He emerged alive from the jaws of the abyss. And he killed it. Although none of them saw anything to confirm that Xinyu had killed the giant maw of the abyss, the traces of the battle and everything displayed on the screen were enough to prove it. Ha ha ha. Good lad. Well done. Chapter 12, the second middle school was completely wiped out. Meng Fan laughed so hard his teeth fell out. It's awesome, even better than that. All the heartache and regret in his heart vanished, replaced by unparalleled excitement and pride. Xinyu not only survived, but also gave him a huge surprise. Finally, a true genius has emerged from number 1 high school. On the other hand, Chen Kuei's smile froze. Xinyu's back and forth movements made him look like a clown. It's clear that there's no chance of a reversal now, as the selection process is about to end. Principal Chen Yu number 2 middle school. However, at this moment, the staff member in charge of checking the condition of each trainee walked over with a troubled look on his face. What's wrong with our number 2 middle school? There was no time to consider Xinyu's situation. A very bad premonition welled up in Chen Kuei's heart. He immediately stepped forward and pressed his hands firmly against the staff member's shoulders. Apart from the students who were eliminated earlier, the signals of all the students from your second middle school who are still in subspace just now turned gray. The staff member's face turned pale, but he still hesitated before slowly speaking. Buzz. In an instant, Chen Kuwei felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. He staggered back a step, slumped into a chair, and his face turned ashen. Everything has turned gray? This means that Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School's elite selection competition this time was a complete failure. No one made it into the top 18. Moreover, the casualties were heavy. Aside from a few that were destroyed by crushing the bracelets, the rest died instantly. In that instant, Chen Kuei felt a sweet taste in his throat, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forced it back down. Thank you, Vice Principal Chen and your students, for your selfless dedication. We at No. 1 Middle School, especially Qinyu, have received your kind gesture. We will remember this great gift. Seeing this, Meng Fan couldn't help but pretend to congratulate Chen Kuei, but actually looked at him with a sarcastic tone. Although Qinyu killed a giant abyss maw, his score was still not in the lead. The reason why Qinyu was now able to achieve such a dramatic rise to first place is entirely due to the significant points contributed by the 7 students from No. 2 Middle School. Meng Fan. You, humph. Chen Kuei was trembling with anger, pointing at Meng Fan, but he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and snort angrily, then suddenly stood up, even knocking over the chair. Let's go. Now that No. 2 Middle School has been completely wiped out, what happens next is no longer relevant to No. 2 Middle School. Staying would only bring shame upon themselves. Without turning his head, and not even daring to look directly at those mocking or pitying gazes, he could only flee in panic with the few remaining students of No. 2 Middle School. Buzz. At the same time, as the countdown ended, everyone's bracelet entered self-destruct mode. Therefore, all the students who were still there were teleported to the square. The points ranking list was finalized at this moment. First place, Qinyu, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, 7,878 points. Second place, Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School, Jibuchan, 2,363 points. Third place, Jiangcheng No. 7 Middle School, Ma Xiaowan, 2,310 points. Fourth place, Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School, Dusu, 2,135 points. Fifth place, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Li Yunyan, 2,019 points. Hiss. When the scores were finally finalized, everyone gasped in surprise. With over 7,000 points, Qinyu's score is almost equal to the combined score of the next 3 people. He is terrifying. Quiet. Just as everyone was discussing the matter, a voice suddenly rang out, silencing the commotion. The selection trial for the Jiangcheng rocket class has now concluded. The top 18 players on the leaderboard have officially qualified for the rocket class. Lin Jin, who was on the high platform, also stepped down from the platform and came to the square when the selection ended. He then waved his hand, and only 18 names remained on the leaderboard. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School has the most spots, with 3 of them. Congratulations! You are the best of the younger generation in Jiangcheng, but this is just the beginning. The real path to becoming a strong person has only just begun. Especially you, Qinyu, went against the tide, survived a desperate situation, and slew the giant maw of the alien race at the 8th level of the first tier. You have shown strength and courage far beyond your peers. Our Jiangcheng Martial Arts Alliance is proud to have such a talent as you. Then, Lin Jin's gaze fell specifically on Qinyu, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. What? The other trainees who had just come out were so shocked by what they heard that their eyes practically popped out of their sockets. The Abyssal Maw, a first-tier, 8th-stage abyss, would have forced even a 9th-stage martial master to temporarily avoid its sharp edge, yet Qinyu actually killed it. This naturally includes Li Yunyun. The only difference was that after a moment of shock, a barely perceptible glint of light flashed in her eyes. Now, the top 3 on the leaderboard will receive additional rewards for this trial. Staff members carry 3 exquisite jade boxes forward. Third place, Ma Xiaowan, will be awarded 1 Guyuan pill. Second place, Ji Buchan, will be awarded 1 Guyuan pill. Finally, Lin Jin personally picked up the jade box in the very center, which radiated a warm glow, walked up to Qinyu, and solemnly opened it. Inside the box, a smooth-looking pill lay quietly, and a refreshing fragrance instantly filled the air, invigorating anyone who approached. First place, Qinyu, is awarded 1 marrow cleansing pill. This pill can not only help break through bottlenecks, but also deeply temper bones, cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones, greatly enhance physical potential, and has a remarkable effect on martial arts talent. I hope you will make good use of this pill. Your future path in martial arts will be limitless. After Lin Jun finished speaking, he patted Qin Yu's shoulder heavily, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Hiss. It's actually a marrow cleansing pill. Upon hearing this name, another collective gasp of astonishment erupted in the square. Those are pills that can directly change one's martial arts talent. Even money can't guarantee you can buy them. If you don't understand what I'm saying, you can just look at the rank. Long ago, the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance classified martial arts techniques, magical weapons, elixirs, and other related items for martial artists into different ranks. From lowest to highest, they are classified as common, mysterious, earthly, heavenly, and sacred, with each quality further divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. The Qi Strengthening Pill and the Spirit Concentrating Pill are both high-grade ordinary pills, but the Marrow Cleansing Pill is a high-grade profound pill. Thank you, Chairman. Qin Yu was slightly surprised when he saw the Marrow Cleansing Pill. This reward was somewhat unexpected. He quickly bowed slightly and clasped his hands in thanks to Lin Jun. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, the top 18 students of the rocket class will gather here. Seeing this, Lin Jun's eyes showed even more appreciation and satisfaction. After nodding slightly, he loudly gave further instructions. You will then be escorted by special personnel to the rocket class special training camp located deep in the Misty Mountains for a month-long, fully enclosed sprint training. Disband. The crowd began to surge, some cheering and embracing, while others left dejectedly. Just as Qin Yu was about to step down from the stage and go to the number 1 middle school area, a slightly familiar voice rang in his ears. Qin Yu, congratulations. He turned his head and saw Li Yunyun. Chapter 13: The Sick Mother and Her Broken Heart. Li Yunyun was also the school beauty of Jiangcheng number 1 middle school. The title of school beauty is chosen by the students, so unless someone has overwhelming looks and popularity, there will be multiple beauties in one school. Li Yunyun, is there anything I can help you with? Qin Yu knew of Li Yunyun, but he didn't know her personally before this. She was a complete stranger. She stood in front of Qin Yu, her white bodysuit outlining her curvaceous figure. Qin Yu, it's like this, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Li Yunyun pursed her lips, looking somewhat troubled. What's up? Qin Yu sensed something was wrong from her expression, but still asked her what was going on. It's my mother. She has a very rare disease that is almost incurable. The only chance of a cure is for her to become a martial artist from an ordinary person, and only by using the life force of a martial artist can the surgery be performed. Li Yunyun lowered her head slightly, her voice weak and even choked with sobs. Marrow cleansing pill? Qin Yu understood her meaning in an instant, and then hesitated as he looked at the marrow cleansing pill in his hand. I know this is too much, but Qin Yu, I beg you, my mother won't live to see me take the martial arts college entrance exam. You may not believe me, but I swear, I only borrowed this marrow cleansing pill. When the time is right, I will definitely return something of equal value. Otherwise, I am willing to pay any price. Qin Yu watched her performance quietly, his heart filled with cold indifference. He'd seen this kind of trick far too many times. A gambling father, a sick mother, a super strong younger brother, and a broken woman. However, they are all sugar-coated bullets wrapped in greed. If this is false, then no matter how Qin Yu tries to verify it, he will not get the truth. But if it's true, as a classmate, Qin Yu could lend a helping hand out of friendship. After all, his trump card wasn't this little marrow cleansing pill. I know you have unparalleled talent and the lesser fiery sun physique has boundless potential. You may be able to break through quickly even without it for now, but this marrow cleansing pill is a lifeline for my mother. As long as you, if you're willing, I can promise you anything I can do. This last sentence is highly suggestive, and combined with her tearful appearance, it is incredibly alluring. Most men, after just one glance, would probably go from being a type of body part to another type of body part. There's nothing you can do about it, it's a physiological thing that you can't control. Unless you have kidney deficiency or are a eunuch, you won't have any reaction. However, Qin Yu is a special case. Having experienced Chu Nuonyua's betrayal, he now subconsciously thinks of a woman with tears streaming down her face as a whore when he sees her like this. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't give it to him. But, of course, since we are classmates, it's fine to give you the pill. Qin Yu immediately gave him a kind and understanding smile. At the same time, he handed the jade box in his hand to Li Yunyun without hesitation. The decisiveness of her actions even caused her choked-up expression to pause slightly. No? That's all? Thank you, Qin Yu. You are my great benefactor, the savior of my mother. But after calming down, Li Yunyun managed to suppress her wildly beating heart. She carefully reached out her hands, as if holding a priceless treasure, and took the jade box, holding it tightly in her arms. Shinyu, so what if you have the little fiery sun physique? So what if we slay the giant maw of the abyss? So what if you're number one in points? They're still being manipulated by me, aren't they? He has power but is soft-hearted and foolish. This marrow-cleansing pill is mine. Holding the jade box tightly to her chest, and confirming that it contained the marrow-cleansing pill, she was filled with extreme contempt and mockery towards Shinyu. I'm going home now to tell my mother the news. After bowing gratefully once more, Li Yunyun didn't hesitate any longer and turned to leave. Debtor, Li Yunyun. Debt owed, marrow cleansing pill 1. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. Shinyu looked at the extra debtors, and his smile grew even wider. Sigh. Shinyu. After Li Yunyun left, Meng Fan came over and patted Shinyu on the shoulder. He had naturally witnessed what had just happened, but since it involved matters of interest, he couldn't get involved. Principal, there's no need to worry. Even without the marrow cleansing pill, I can still surpass everyone. Seeing Meng Fan's worried expression, Shinyu also spoke up to comfort him. Yes, it's good that you have confidence. Upon hearing this, Meng Fan's expression softened considerably, and he solemnly patted him on the shoulder. After it was over, everyone else left, but Shinyu chose to stay in the martial arts alliance for the time being and met with Linjin. Shinyu? You did very well this time. I hope you can perform well in the top class. Linjin sat down and had someone pour a cup of tea for both Shinyu and himself. Thank you for the compliment, President. However, I would like to ask you a question. Shinyu politely cupped his hands in a fist and palm salute. Oh? What is it? Why don't you tell me? Linjin became interested and immediately raised an eyebrow. This is it. I would like to ask the president to help me determine its authenticity. Shinyu took out the badge he had obtained in the Ash Wasteland and respectfully handed it to Linjin. This is? Linjin was both curious and puzzled when he saw the broken and dirty badge. But as soon as he held it in his hand, Linjin's pupils shrank. He rubbed the fragments repeatedly with his hands, looking at them with a mixture of surprise and doubt. Where did you find this? He suddenly looked at Shinyu, his tone clearly showing shock. His exaggerated reaction was somewhat unexpected for Shinyu. However, after realizing what had happened, Shinyu still truthfully recounted how he obtained the information. Shinyu, this matter ends here. You have never seen this fragment, nor have you ever mentioned it to me, understand? After listening, Linjin paused for a moment before giving Shinyu earnest instructions. This attitude startled Shinyu slightly. President, to be honest, this matter concerns my father. I hope you can reveal some details. After regaining his senses, Shinyu gritted his teeth and asked. Your father? Shin. Linjin was startled upon hearing this, and looked at Shinyu with suspicion and uncertainty. He kept muttering the word Shin, and finally his eyes widened in realization. Do you really want to know? After a moment's hesitation, Linjin looked at Shinyu with a complicated expression. Shinyu nodded emphatically without the slightest hesitation. Sigh. Shinyu, since you insist on asking, I can only reveal a little of what I know. But remember, this is the highest taboo in the Chinese martial arts world. Once it gets out, not only will you get burned, but even I, the president of the Martial Arts Alliance, will be implicated. And after you left, you never saw this fragment, nor did you ever mention it to me, understand? After a slight sigh, Linjin once again gave him extremely solemn instructions. Clear. Linjin's reaction made Shinyu's mood extremely heavy. The material of this badge should be the token of Long Yuan, a special team of the China National Security Bureau. That team is the most elite force in the entire country, and every member is a martial artist who has reached the peak of his strength. But 15 years ago, this team encountered a change of fortune. Shinyu's breath hitched. 15 years ago. It was precisely the point in time after his father left and never returned. Long Yuan suffered an unprecedented betrayal and devastating blow. One of its core members, codenamed Xuanhu, defected from the organization and joined the Shadow Order. This person is rumored to be surnamed Qin. Xuanhu. His surname is Qin. Could it really be his father? The Shadow Order, could they be evil warriors? Shinyu couldn't help but ask anxiously. Just like Shinyu in his previous life, some people who can't make money will resort to all sorts of crooked and unethical methods. The same applies to this world. Some people, unable to obtain power, resort to evil and crooked means. These unorthodox methods include those that can plunder the martial arts talents of others. However, this method is strictly prohibited by the Martial Arts Alliance, and if discovered, the penalty is death. Those who resort to such methods are generally referred to as evil martial artists by normal martial artists. Like alien races, they are the common enemy of all mankind. Yes, the Shadow Order, an extreme evil martial arts organization that believes in destruction, is Rebirth. They act mysteriously and are ruthless. They are a major threat to the security of China and even the world. Their leader is called the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld? Xinyu murmured to himself, softly repeating the name. This person is mysterious and unpredictable, with unfathomable strength. He is a true giant who walks in the darkness. The purge of Longyuan 15 years ago was orchestrated by the Underworld Lord behind the scenes. Xuanhu's defection directly led to the near destruction of Longyuan, the leakage of a large number of secrets, the sacrifice of countless loyal warriors, and made the Shadow Order extremely arrogant in China for a time. But that's all I know. The official files have long been destroyed, and most of those involved have either disappeared or been silenced. The top leadership of China strictly forbids any discussion of this matter, regarding it as a stain that threatens the foundation of the nation. If you investigate further, you will only be seen as a remnant of a traitor, and may even face death. These words plunged Xinyu into an icy abyss. Is your father a heretical martial artist? Traitor? How is that possible? Although my father was away from home most of the year, his teachings to me were always upright and honest. There must have been some injustice or misunderstanding involved. Although Xinyu was a soul transmigrated into this body, he had already absorbed the original owner's memories. So in a sense, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a continuation of the original owner. In terms of feelings and other aspects, apart from being slightly affected by cognition, he was completely unaffected. Xinyu vaguely remembered that his father often cultivated his patriotism and praised the prosperity of China. To put it simply, even if Xinyu was forced to become an evil martial artist by Chu Nuonyuo, his father could never have become one. Young man, I understand your feelings, but a taboo is a taboo precisely because the truth has long been buried by power. Seeing this, Lin Jin shook his head helplessly, stood up and patted Xinyu on the shoulder. Xinyu, you have a bright future in the rocket class. Don't let the past ruin your life. Go, forget all of this. Lin Jin walked towards the door, indicating that the topic should be put to rest. Xinyu squeezed the badge in his hand, and didn't say anything more, but he silently made up his mind. Whether my father is a hero or a traitor, I will find out the truth with my own hands. If necessary, I'll capture the Lord of the Underworld and interrogate him. Xinyu silently put away the badge, bowed, and turned to leave. Chapter 14: A Gathering of Geniuses. The next day. Misty Mountains. Since the ultimate destination of all human warriors is basically to go to the subspace to kill alien races. Therefore, military-style training is a necessary stage for the vast majority of exceptionally talented top martial artists. The rocket class's sprint is precisely through military-style training that they not only improve their own strength, but also enhance their overall physical and mental qualities. The Security Bureau is an institution in China that combines military and political functions. The final destination of the rocket class was the training camp temporarily set up by Security Bureau No. 7. Clang, clang. The bus traversed the rugged mountain road and finally arrived at this makeshift training camp. It really is a temporary setup, but thankfully, it's not as bad as I expected. The members of the rocket class got off the bus one by one, and those who weren't carsick began to look around. The entire training camp was rapidly constructed using high-strength alloy prefabricated panels. The barracks, warehouses, and training grounds appear to be fairly complete. It's worth mentioning that although the training camp didn't have many people, it was extremely large, equivalent to the entire area of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Moreover, some imposing garrison troops can be seen on the outer perimeter walls. Look over there, the training ground is huge. Those machines, they look terrifying. Someone pointed to some oddly shaped machines in the distance and muttered to themselves. Buzz. Buzz. Just as the students from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School were curiously looking around, an even louder engine sound came from afar. Immediately afterwards, 3 more buses painted with different city logos drove into the base gate one after another, kicking up dust. As the car doors opened, 3 groups of equally young but distinctly different trainees poured out, instantly transforming the previously empty assembly area into a bustling and crowded space. Ha! There's more than just our rocket class here? Xinyu discovered that there were exactly 18 of these people, clearly also from the top performing class. But didn't all high schools in Jiangcheng participate in this rocket class selection? Why are there so many people again? But unexpectedly, what was originally an ordinary question became like a fuse, instantly igniting a powder keg. He. It seems that Jiangcheng's rocket class is just like that, any kind of talent can get in. Not far away, a tall, thin young man stepped out, looked in Xinyu's direction, and spoke loudly and sarcastically. Xinyu frowned immediately. Even a fool could tell that the other person was being sarcastic. Xinyu, those are the rocket classes from several other cities. This kind of training camp is not qualified to be carried out by Jiangcheng alone. It is usually carried out by several cities in conjunction with a branch of the security bureau of one of the regions in China. At this moment, Li Yunyun, who was not far from Xinyu, also spoke up in a low voice, somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't that she was worried about Xinyu, but rather that although the person was being sarcastic towards Xinyu, on the surface they were criticizing the entire Jiangcheng. As someone from Jiangcheng, she naturally felt somewhat awkward. As soon as she finished speaking, the tall, thin young man had already walked up to her. You must be Xinyu? You seem quite surprised to see us out-of-town students from the top class here? Do you perhaps think that only the geniuses of Jiangcheng deserve to enjoy the resources of the training camp? He looked at Xinyu, his gaze still filled with disdain and contempt. Xinyu's words were unintentional. A normal person might have some doubts upon hearing them, but wouldn't have paid much attention to them. But the young man's appearance clearly indicated that he was there to cause trouble. Brother Wang Chen is right. People from some small places have a limited perspective. Exactly. Do they really think they're invincible just because they've won first place in Jiangcheng? Don't they even know where they are? Just as Xinyu was wondering, his underlings behind him spoke up. Wang Chen? Xinyu instantly understood, and his gaze turned icy. As the school bully and academic star of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Wang Jie's deeds were naturally widely known. This includes his impressive older brother, who studies at Donghai High School and is said to be among the top students in the entire city. The reason the two brothers didn't attend school in the same place was so that they wouldn't take up special spots in the city during the martial arts college entrance examination. Now it seems that the man named Wang Chen in front of him is most likely Wang Jie's older brother. At the same time, Li Yunyun subtly took a small half-step back, increasing the distance between herself and Xinyu. First, I was just unaware that the training camp was a joint effort by 4 cities. If I have offended you, I apologize. Secondly, you must also apologize for the insults you just inflicted on Jiangcheng and on me. Xinyu looked at the young man, and his gaze instantly turned cold. Apologize? You think you can? Wang Chen curled his lips into a disdainful smile and stepped forward to confront Xinyu head-on. Boom! Instantly, an extremely cold aura burst forth from his body, accompanied by an intense sense of oppression. D rank, not C rank martial arts talent, and also an 8th level martial arts master. In an instant, Xinyu judged the opponent's strength, and his expression became serious. This Wang Chen is actually so much stronger than Wang Jie? Buzz. But at that moment, a heavy, mountain-like pressure suddenly descended, making all the students gasp for breath. The next moment, a man with a towering, iron tower-like physique strode to the front of the group. He has many scars on his face, one of which even runs through his left eye, making his face look quite awkward. Everyone back in formation. His gaze swept over the menacing Wang Chen, then turned to Xinyu, and finally roared angrily. Humph. I'll teach you a lesson another time. Wang Chen snorted coldly, then turned around and went back to their rocket class team without lingering any longer. Newbies, welcome to the front hall of hell. I am Lei Hong, your nightmare for the next month. Seeing that everyone had stood up again, the man spoke in a loud voice. Here, there are no hothouse flowers, only warriors forged in blood and fire. The rules are simple: obey. 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 Absolutely obey. My orders are the highest command. The training content can be summed up in 2 words: brutal. Those who are afraid of death, hardship, and fatigue can get out now. The sky of China does not need cowards to support it. Lei Hong's voice was almost a shout, making their ears ring and their heads spin slightly. This guy must have at least the strength of a military general, right? The group swallowed hard, not daring to make the slightest move. If there are no objections, then starting tomorrow, at 6 a.m. every day, everyone can go to the logistics department to collect their daily resource quota. Just sign in to get it. This includes the resources you need for your cultivation. But now, everyone, do you see those piles of stones over there? Each of you carry one piece of equipment on your back. The target is to walk around the mountain road outside the base, a total of 30 kilometers, within a time limit of 3 hours, with a load of 500 kilograms. This is your warm-up. Wow! Lei Hong didn't waste any time or give a passionate speech, he went straight to the training. However, the moment he finished speaking, everyone erupted in uproar. An ordinary martial artist can control 30 kilograms of force in a short period of time, while a gifted one can control 40 to 50 kilograms. In other words, even a peak 9th level martial artist can only have a maximum strength of 450 kilograms. And this power refers only to instantaneous explosive force. Moreover, the strongest among them is only an 8th Dan martial artist. Running 30 kilometers carrying 500 kilograms of weight is going to kill them. Are you kidding me? How could this possibly be done? Instructor, this is too heavy. Someone will die. We've only just arrived, this is outrageous. Immediately, someone stood up and spoke out. Although they are elites from various high schools in Jiangcheng, they are not the kind of nitpickers who would find fault with something. But how could they possibly carry out such an order that clearly defies common sense and even poses a life-threatening risk? Protests erupted one after another. Lei Hong's face was expressionless, except for a cold mockery that flashed in his intact right eye. Unreasonable? Too heavy? Will people die? Lei Hong's deep voice instantly silenced all the protests. What do you think this place is? A daycare? Or a martial arts hobby class for you to play house in? On his weathered face, the hideous scar running through his left eye seemed to come alive, exuding a chilling aura. This is the Rocket Squad training camp, the first civ on the way to the highest level of the subspace battlefield. Those alien races in the warp won't reason with you, nor will they give you a chance to bargain. They'll only use their claws to show you what true irrationality and death really mean. His gaze swept over the protesting students one by one, and everyone he targeted involuntarily shrank back, feeling a stinging pain on their skin. That kind of intense pain wasn't psychological, it was a real feeling. A truly powerful martial artist can kill with a single glance. But many people were still unconvinced. They came to train and become stronger, not to undergo this kind of meaningless training. Since you think the standards I set are unreasonable, and that I, Lei Hong, am making things difficult for you. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Lei Hong was not surprised. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He took a step forward with such force that the ground trembled. Alright, I'll give you a chance now. Beat me and you'll be exempt from training. Chapter 15 As strong as Lei Hong. Wow! How is this possible? For a moment, everyone erupted in another uproar. Instructor Lei, I think your strength should have reached the 3rd realm of Martial General, right? Given such a disparity in strength, isn't issuing such a challenge to us a bit too much of a bullying tactic? Just then, a blonde-haired guy from a nearby rocket class stood up. The blonde guy was dressed in jeans and a jacket, looking like a spirited young man, but without the air of a thug. Yo, you must be Long Feng, right? B-level martial arts talent, Wind Scythe, Martial Master 8th stage. Lei Hong looked Huang Mao up and down, smiling with interest. Wind Scythe? That's a martial arts talent that can evolve into a quasi-S-rank Wind God Dominator. And he's even an 8th level martial arts master. How could a human possibly reach that level? Isn't that insane? Upon hearing this, everyone around him immediately turned their attention to Long Feng, their faces filled with shock. However, you're wrong about one thing. My strength isn't that of a martial general, but rather a martial commander of the 4th realm, at the 3rd level. On the other side, Lei Hong changed the subject, a smug smile curving his lips. Boom! The next moment, an unparalleled aura spread out, and a visible shockwave forcefully pushed everyone back. Moreover, my martial arts talent is a level rock Vajra. Even if I stand still and let you fight me, you might not be able to beat me. Lei Hong spoke frankly, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat shocked and resentful eyes before him, yet he grew increasingly satisfied. But don't worry, I, Lei Hong, would never stoop to using my cultivation level to suppress a bunch of newbies like you. So for the next 10 minutes, I will temporarily suppress my strength to the peak of the 9th level of Martial Master. If anyone can inflict fatal damage on me and force me to use a higher level of power, then you will win. Buzz. As he finished speaking, a heavy aura, like that of an ancient mountain awakening, suddenly erupted. A dark golden light enveloped his body, making him look as if he were wearing a suit of armor. Rockvajra, one of the strongest defensive talents among a grade martial arts talents, can provide 360-degree defense without any blind spots, and during the duration it has a powerful super armor, immune to all control and silence effects. This is directly equivalent to being invincible for half a period of time. Shinyu sensed an ancient and timeless aura, and his heart skipped a beat. He originally thought that his sea-level talent was outstanding enough, and that he could even rank first in the entire Jiangcheng. But now that I'm out here, I realize what it means to be out of your depth and to be in a world beyond your understanding. The other trainees gasped in shock, their initial anger instantly replaced by immense horror. It should be noted that many of the people here only have D-level martial arts talent. Only a small number are grade C and grade B, and even grade B may be extremely rare. However, their instructor was actually an A-level martial arts talent. Now, the challenge begins. But after Lei Hong finished speaking, no one stepped forward. A challenge? Like banging your head against a rock? Those who came here were no fools. They knew very well that even with their strength suppressed, Lei Hong was still someone they could not contend with. There are so many of us, what are we afraid of? Let's attack together. At that moment, Wang Chen roared and charged forward, condensing ice in his hands. Grade C in cold bone, not bad. Sensing the aura emanating from Wang Chen, Lei Hong immediately recalled his martial arts talent and praised him generously. That's right, there are more of us. If we all attack together, we can kill him with just one punch each. That's right, numbers are our advantage, let's all charge. At the same time, more trainees also realized the most crucial point. Lei Hong didn't say it was a one-on-one fight. In that case, if you can't beat someone in a one-on-one fight, how could you not beat someone in a group fight? As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. They really didn't believe that Lei Hong could defeat them in an instant. Faced with attacks coming from all directions, Lei Hong stood still, motionless. The luster of the diamond quartz flowed slightly. He didn't even make any defensive or retaliatory movements, simply letting the attacks bombard him relentlessly. So arrogant? They're not even defending? Upon seeing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Although Rockvajra is an A-level talent, you have to understand that even tanks against infantry can't just stand there without fighting back. Even if a group of infantrymen only have screwdrivers, as long as there are enough of them, they can still dismantle a tank. If I were to pull out another landmine, wouldn't you explode? Bang! 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 The next moment, a series of muffled explosions rang out. Wang Chen's palm struck Lei Hong's chest, and a chilling aura, powerful enough to freeze blood, surged in. But the chill vanished without a trace the moment it touched that dark golden skin, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. The expected freezing effect did not occur. Instead, a terrifying recoil force surged back up his arm. Click! A clear sound of bones breaking rang out, and Wang Chen's face instantly turned red, his pupils widening. Besides its powerful body, the Rockvajra also has extremely strong counter-attack damage. If you can't overpower it, it's foolish to fight it head-on. Seeing this, Shinyu, who was not far away, muttered a comment. He originally thought Wang Chen was incredibly powerful, but it turns out he couldn't even remember the effects of the Rockvajra's martial arts talent. I learned all of these things in junior and senior high school. Shinyu had never considered pursuing martial arts before, but he was naturally exceptionally talented in the humanities. Bang! The next moment, Wang Chen was sent flying backward and crashed heavily onto the city wall more than 10 meters away. I'm hungry. Thud. 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 Those who joined him in the attack fared no better. Fortunately, they weren't as strong as Wang Chen, so the damage they suffered wasn't too high. They were just knocked away and rolled a few times on the ground. They could at least stand up, while Wang Chen was already being carried away on a stretcher, groaning in pain. Now, no one dares to step forward anymore. Wang Chen, an 8th-level martial arts master with C-level martial arts talent, couldn't even hurt Lei Hong. How should the others play? Brother Long, what do we do now? At this moment, Long Feng's henchman looked at him with a worried expression. TCH. A bunch of cowards. Seeing those guys who had lost all fighting spirit and didn't dare to make any further moves, Long Feng just sneered. Let's go. Melee specialists focus on harassment. Those who can do ranged attacks provide fire support. After giving a brief explanation, Long Feng rushed towards Lei Hong first. Understood, Brother Long. The others gritted their teeth, and the entire rocket class, except for 3 or 4 people, followed Long Feng and charged towards Lei Hong. He has guts. Lei Hong grinned upon seeing this. It's commendable that he dared to step forward and take a gamble after witnessing his strength. However, it was still too foolish. This time, Lei Hong didn't defend himself. Instead, he threw a punch at Long Feng. Chapter 16 Theoretically. However, it was still too foolish. Lei Hong's deep voice carried a hint of mockery as he stomped his left foot heavily on the ground as he faced the onslaught of Long Feng's group. Thump! A visible shockwave exploded outwards, and his figure, covered in the golden light of a rock, was like a cannonball, deliberately crashing into Long Feng, who was charging at the forefront. A dark golden fist, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air, struck Long Feng's face without any fancy moves. Simple, direct, and violent, he wanted to take down this troublemaker in one blow. Brother Long, be careful. The younger brother following closely behind exclaimed in surprise. Good timing. But Long Feng showed no panic. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. Whoosh! The moment he finished speaking, his body twisted suddenly in a way that almost defied the laws of physics during his high-speed sprint. His entire body seemed to transform into an invisible gust of wind, narrowly gliding past Lei Hong's fierce and unparalleled fist wind. This is a wind sickle. The wind sickle not only granted him the ability to control the wind, but also gave him the agility and elusiveness of the wind itself. Whoosh! In the instant they brushed past each other, Long Feng's hands, covered in a pale blue aura, swiftly grabbed at Lei Hong's ribs. He was extremely fast but not very strong, because his goal was only to restrain rather than defeat Lei Hong. Ha! Upon seeing this, Lei Hong couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Long Feng's slippery movements and precise striking points truly exceeded his expectations. With such extensive combat experience, Lei Hong had clearly underestimated Long Feng. Let's do it! Almost simultaneously, Long Feng shouted. Several students who had been waiting behind him unleashed their strongest attack in an instant. The multicolored ranged attacks poured down like a torrential rain, precisely covering the area around Lei Hong's body, which had become slightly unbalanced due to his pursuit of Long Feng. Humph! A mere trick. Lei Hong merely snorted coldly, and the dark golden light flowing across his body intensified. Boom! Boom! The deafening explosions continued, blasting open alloy floors and shattering concrete foundations, filling the air with smoke and dust. Chance! Long Feng's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and his figure moved closer again like a ghost. The power of his wind sickle coiled around his fingertips, transforming into invisible cutting threads that once again harassed Lei Hong's vital joints. Court death! Unexpectedly, amidst the smoke and dust, a huge fist silently approached Long Feng. Not good. Long Feng's pupils contracted, and he had no time to dodge. Boom! But the next moment, scorching flames exploded, and Long Feng and another figure were blasted away. Yes, it is Qin Yu. For him, this weighted running was optional, whether he ran it or not. With the support of the lesser blazing sun body, he was absolutely able to withstand the entire ordeal. However, as everyone knows, those who leave a class generally do not have a good ending. So after a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Yu decided to make his move. Thank you. Long Feng glanced at Qin Yu, and finally uttered two words. You're welcome. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing the unfamiliarity and distance in the other person's words. It seems that Long Feng doesn't really like dealing with strangers. Debtor, Long Feng. Debt owed, favor 1. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. The sudden system notification startled Qin Yu. How could he incur debt? TSK, you little brats, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? But before he could think it through, in the center of the smoke and dust, Lei Hong's figure remained as still as a rock, his clothes undamaged. Although Instructor Lei suppressed his strength, his combat experience and physical abilities are still at the level of a martial commander. With things having come to this point, Long Feng had no choice but to admit that they really had little chance of winning this battle. Instructor Lei's Rockvajra is not absolutely unsolvable. There is at least a theoretical window of opportunity, although it is extremely short and demanding. After regaining his senses, Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Long Feng? What are you saying? The three main effects of Rockvajra are defense, super armor, and damage reflection. In theory, we only need to solve the defense and counterattack to break through Instructor Lei's defense, thus forcing him to use stronger power to defend. Qin Yu ignored Long Feng's question and seemed to be speaking to himself. Upon hearing Qin Yu's reasoned and well-founded arguments, Long Feng subconsciously fell silent, his breath catching in his throat slightly. Although the rock diamond's defense can achieve 360 degrees without blind spots, its defensive effect is dynamic. In other words, when a point is subjected to an extremely strong attack, the rock diamond will automatically strengthen the defense of that point while weakening the defense of other parts. Xinyu analyzed the situation calmly and clearly. The counterattack of the rock Vajra also has a threshold condition, that is, when the force of the attack is lower than a certain value, the counterattack effect will not be activated. Therefore, in theory we can use extremely high-frequency low-damage attacks, which will not only prevent the defensive effect of the rock Vajra from becoming stronger due to excessive damage, but also prevent it from triggering counter-damage. What they learn in junior and senior high school is not just the names of martial arts talents, but also detailed information about each talent, including its strengths and weaknesses. Of course, this teaching method has its drawbacks. For example, it makes one more vulnerable to betrayal when dealing with one's own people. However, risks and rewards often go hand in hand, and it is also more advantageous when one's own people turn out to be traitors or spies from other races. It's worth mentioning that the martial arts talents that can be learned only include a small number of A-level talents. As for those above grade A, they are all classified information, which ordinary people cannot learn or access. Your wind sickle, with its wind blades possessing extremely strong cutting and penetrating power and high-frequency vibration characteristics, is theoretically the best candidate. Xinyu turned his gaze to Long Feng, his expression serious. The window of opportunity is too short, and the requirements for power control are abnormal. In actual combat, Lei Hong will not stand still and let us focus our fire. His combat experience will instantly disrupt our coordination rhythm. After listening, Long Feng suddenly realized what was going on, and his gaze towards Xinyu changed. But he wasn't stupid, he immediately found the flaws in Xinyu's theory. The theory is perfect, but the reality is harsh. That's right, but it's worth the risk. Xinyu wasn't in a hurry when he heard this, but instead grinned. Hey, after discussing this for so long, aren't we done yet? Not far away, Lei Hong picked at his ear, looking quite relaxed. You, provide ranged fire, aim for Lei Hong's lower body, preferably at his knees, you. Long Feng immediately began distributing the tasks to the people behind him. After speaking, he looked at Xinyu, but paused for a moment. Xinyu. Xinyu stretched out one hand. Long Feng. You hold instructor Lei off guard, and I'll handle breaking through his defenses. Long Feng also quickly extended his hand and shook hands with Xinyu. Okay. Time was of the essence. Lei Hong had only given them 10 minutes, and now only 3 minutes remained. Whoosh! Xinyu activated the lesser blazing sun body to its maximum, his figure moving nimbly beside Lei Hong. The scorching wind from the punches constantly assaulted his ribs and lower back, forcing Lei Hong to distract himself and either block or move. That's interesting. Lei Hong, who was at the center of the attack, showed a genuine surprise in his eyes. He did feel a significant increase in defensive pressure, especially the heavy impact on his knees, which caused a slight, almost imperceptible stagnation in the flow of energy. He had to shift his feet slightly to mitigate some of the impact, while simultaneously throwing a punch to force Xinyu back. Chance! Long Feng, like a lurking cheetah, dared not be distracted for a moment. At that very moment, he noticed Lei Hong's weakness. His back defenses had suddenly weakened after being attacked. Now! Chapter 17, whose nuclear bomb went off? Now! Long Feng roared inwardly, and the wind blade he had condensed in his hand vibrated at a high frequency as he fiercely attacked Lei Hong's back. Laugh! The tip of the wind blade successfully touched the undulating light membrane, and in just one breath, the wind blade had already trembled and attacked 100 times. Immediately afterwards, Long Feng felt a tearing sensation as if he were being pierced through an obstacle. It's done? He was immediately overjoyed. If one could defeat Lei Hong, who was at the martial king level, even if the opponent suppressed his strength, it would be something to boast about. Humph. Naive. Lei Hong's fighting instincts far exceeded expectations. He wasn't unaware of Long Feng's intentions, rather, he deliberately revealed a flaw. The moment the wind blade reached his body, Lei Hong had already delivered a backhand elbow strike. Puff! Long Feng was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying backward again, even more disheveled than before. This isn't school, and it's not child's play. When Lei Hong made his move, he showed absolutely no mercy, except for his superior strength. At the same time, Lei Hong swung his right hand forward, delivering a simple and unadorned punch to Xinyu. Its speed is so fast that there is virtually no chance of dodging. Oh no! Xinyu's pupils contracted sharply, and he activated his little blazing sun body with all his might to defend himself, but in such a hurry, he didn't have enough time to completely block the attack. If that punch lands, he will be seriously injured, if not killed. Damage shared. At the critical moment, a tall girl from the rocket class stepped forward. From a distance, she reached out and aimed at Lei Hong, and then, she actually pulled out a knife and slashed at her own thigh. Put. At the same time a huge wound appeared on the girl's thigh. Lei Hong's leg was also inexplicably torn open. This immediately caused Lei Hong to pause in his actions. Whoosh! Xin Yu seized the opportunity to dodge. This is a B-level martial arts talent, Soul Chains? Xin Yu glanced around and was startled. Another B-level? These soul chains are no ordinary soul chains. If Xin Yu remembers correctly, this martial arts talent allows one to form a contract with any target within sight. After the contract is formed, the damage dealt by the user will be shared with the target as a percentage. This 100% means that even if the opponent is 100 levels higher than you, whatever injury you suffer, the opponent will suffer the same injury. For example, if you cut off your own thigh with an ordinary knife, even if the other person's thigh can withstand a nuclear bomb, it will still be cut off. Now's the time. The girl screamed and at the same time stabbed herself hard in the thigh. This made Xin Yu's heart skip a beat. Is this what it means for a person to be ruthless enough to not even spare themselves? However, the girl's interference did indeed greatly disrupt Lei Hong's plans. Long Feng is finished, it's impossible to break through the lower limit threshold. Then, let's break the upper limit. At this moment, Long Feng was lying not far away, and it was difficult for him to recover his fighting strength. However, after this exertion, Lei Hong, a peak 9th level martial artist, was definitely not at his peak. To break through the defense, you either need to avoid counter damage or break through the defense with high frequency attacks below the threshold. Either he suffers the backlash while being killed instantly by Lei Hong's unstoppable damage. Little Lai Young body. Xuan Yu hands. With this in mind, Xin Yu no longer held back. Taking advantage of the moment when Lei Hong was injured and greatly distracted, the two martial arts talents combined once again. Boom! Xin Yu's powerful aura as an 8th level martial artist was revealed, and dense sparks burst forth from his arms like iron flowers being struck. Open it for me! Immediately afterwards, he slammed his fists down on Lei Hong like battering rams. Ha! Foolish! Lei Hong completely dismissed this. I initially thought the two of them had some sense and knew how to use tactics. When one approach failed, they resorted to brute force. So what if I'm disturbed and injured? My rock King Kong isn't. Lei Hong's body began to be covered with all sorts of dense wounds, making it impossible for him to defend against attacks. But in his opinion, even if he stood still and let Xin Yu hit him, he wouldn't be able to break through his defenses. But before he could finish speaking, his words caught in his throat. Because he watched the punch land, and the light membrane immediately cracked. Bang! A deafening roar, far more muffled than any previous impact, exploded out. Xin Yu trembled violently, his face turned deathly pale, and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps, a drop of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was instantly horrified, as if a pause button had been pressed. What just happened? Whose nuclear bomb exploded? Even Long Feng couldn't help but hold his breath, staring incredulously at the central area filled with smoke and dust. As the smoke and dust cleared, a figure slowly emerged. It was Lei Hong. However, at this moment, Lei Hong's skin membrane had already shattered. Furthermore, his aura had already surpassed that of a martial arts master. It worked? Sensing the aura leaked by Lei Hong, everyone was instantly overjoyed. TSK. I was careless, I didn't dodge. Lei Hong shook his head, somewhat helpless. Instructor Lei, shouldn't we consider this a win? At this moment, Long Feng stood up again, looking disheveled, but after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he smiled and slowly spoke. No. You lost. Unexpectedly, Lei Hong shook his head, which made everyone's expression change instantly, thinking that Lei Hong was just being stubborn. I gave you 10 minutes, but now you have 11 minutes. Lei Hong spoke calmly, his gaze falling on Xin Yu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. How could a martial arts master at the 8th level unleash such a terrifying attack? But that doesn't matter anymore, because these little guys have already lost. Alright, everyone, those still here, get back to your positions immediately. Lei Hong said no more, clapped his hands, and slowly walked back to his original position. Xin Yu jogged back to the rocket class, suppressed his surging blood and qi, and turned his gaze to the girl who had intervened just now. The girl stood at the very front of their rocket class, all alone. She was tall and had a very strong presence. Her wounds had just healed, making her look extremely gruesome. If it were anyone else, they would have already started screaming, but she acted as if nothing was wrong. This rocket class is truly full of hidden talents. With another sigh, Shinyu also looked away. It seems he still cannot afford to slack off. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Although you lost, your performance was quite good, so I have decided to postpone the weighted run until the end of this special training session as one of the final assessment items. After everyone rejoined the group, Lei Hong spoke calmly, silencing the still discussing crowd, and spoke frankly. So, according to the original plan, we will now divide into 4 classes from left to right, namely Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4. Jiangqing's rocket class was reorganized into Class 1. In the days to come, you will have your own class instructors to lead your training. Now, please welcome your instructors. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures walked out from the edge of the training field and stood steadily in front of Lei Hong. They wore training uniforms that were the same as Lei Hong's but in a slightly lighter color. They had different auras, but without exception, they all exuded a strong sense of oppression. Class 1, your instructor is Yi Yuan. From the end of the 4-person line, a figure gracefully emerged. Immediately afterwards, a voice that sent shivers down your spine rang out, a voice full of allure and seduction. Hello little ones, the days ahead are going to be very interesting. Chapter 18 Night Kite. Holy crap? Shinyu was immediately dumbfounded. No wonder Yi Yuan said they would meet again. It turns out this woman is an instructor at the training camp. Hiss. Holy crap. No. Let me do it. What the hell are you talking about? At this moment, the boys stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, intently at Yi Yuan's breathtaking curves outlined by her training uniform. Especially the full curves of her body that trembled slightly with her light steps, made me feel a rush of heat to my head and my mind go blank. Even the boys from other classes raised the flag together. Her long, red, wavy hair, especially, made her stand out from the rest of the training camp and from everyone else. The entire class seemed to be paused, followed by an uncontrollable gasp and a slight commotion. Plop. The distinct sound of swallowing stood out starkly in the silence, and more than one boy did it unconsciously, his cheeks burning. Is this how the training camp tests these elite trainees? Whom do you look down on? Who can withstand such a test? This is really the instructor? Or did some supermodel wander onto the wrong set? Oh my god, that voice, it feels like my bones are melting. Ah, it's so beautiful, I love it. Aren't you a woman? Or are you planning to conduct a double-slit interference experiment? Roll. Not only the boys, but even the girls' eyes sparkled with desire, a surge of emotion welling up inside them. There's no way around it, Yi Yuan's tone is just too lethal. It wasn't a clip, it was simply the kind of sound that amplifies one's desires. It sounds a bit like Yamit, but the pitch isn't as high, it's more gentle. Let me introduce myself, Yi Yuan. From today onwards, I'll be in charge of mentoring you rookies, well, polishing you up a bit, so you don't fail too badly in the later projects. Yi Yuan placed a lollipop in front of her mouth and gently licked it with the tip of her tongue. His eyes, brimming with a mischievous smile, slowly swept over the blank, flushed, or curious young faces. Finally, that playful gaze lingered on Shinyu for a moment once more. Are you looking at me? Shinyu remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he felt a sudden tension. This woman does seem to remember him. Wrong. Why is it such a coincidence that Yi Yuan first appeared at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, and now she's at the training camp? Could this woman be after him? Second class instructor, sure you. Meanwhile, instructors for other classes were also being assigned. The student in Class 2 was a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Class 3, Lin Han. The girl in Class 3 was a cool and aloof woman with a high ponytail and sharp eyes. Class 4, Zhao Qiming. The student in Class 4 was a lean man who looked like a cultured person. After the instructors were assigned, although no one from Class 2 and Class 4 protested, there seemed to be a palpable sense of resentment hanging over them. The days to come will be the stage of basic adaptation and potential activation. Your instructors will be responsible for daily training, including but not limited to breaking through physical limits, deepening the control of spiritual power, teamwork simulation, and special training tailored to your individual martial arts talents. If you're tired, this door is always open, so get out. Lei Hong has a very loud voice when he shouts, it seems like his voice echoes throughout the entire training camp. Listen up, Class 1. Here, training is real combat. I have only one goal, to push you to your limits and squeeze out every bit of your potential. After Lei Hong finished speaking, Yi Yuan also spoke, her cherry lips slightly parted, her tone cold but much gentler than Lei Hong's. Squeezing is good, we need to learn how to squeeze. Some trainees couldn't help but think about crickets in their minds. Come with me now, I'll show you around the nest. Yi Yuan crossed her arms over her chest, supporting the mountain-like peaks, and turned to walk into the distance. The group of students suddenly realized what was happening and quickly followed. The group appeared somewhat disorganized, with most students' eyes still uncontrollably fixed on Yi Yuan's back, their steps somewhat unsteady. The group first arrived at a small guard post and received a stack of cards. These are your identification cards. Apart from the resources you can claim this morning by signing in, everything else will be recorded here. This will determine your training ranking a month from now. Yi Yuan distributed the cards to everyone in turn. Now let's familiarize ourselves with the venue. The procession continued forward, first passing through an area separated by a fence. A dull thud and a low growl came from inside, and a faint fishy smell filled the air. This is the combat zone where alien races are imprisoned. The kids inside are a bit temperamental, but they're good targets for practicing combat skills. Of course, that is, if you don't end up as snacks. Yi Yuan turned her head slightly and spoke casually to everyone. As expected of a joint project by several cities, it's of a high standard. Xin Yu turned his gaze to that area, where he could sense several fierce auras, none of which were of low level. But this did not deter Xin Yu. Instead, it filled him with anticipation and excitement. Having power is like having money every time they use it, most martial artists feel intoxicated and obsessed. He was no exception. Therefore, the stronger he is, the more he wants to become stronger. Here, the place to eat. Next, the group arrived at a bungalow, from which came the enticing aroma of meat and oil. Just a whiff of it is enough to make your mouth water. Food is provided in unlimited quantities and is made entirely from meat specially supplied by other ethnic groups. However, waste is not allowed and will be severely punished if discovered. Meat specially supplied to exotic populations? Xin Yu was slightly startled. Although alien races were a great enemy of humanity, some of their flesh and blood contained extremely refined blood and qi. It is edible after processing. That kind of flesh and blood is an extremely luxurious existence, even for martial artists at a low level. Surprisingly, there's no limit to the supply here. The dormitories are in those buildings at the back. Your ID cards have your room numbers. Swipe your cards to enter. It's 2 people per room. You're all adults, so choose your roommates yourselves. Gender doesn't matter, but your daily activities must not interfere with the training camp's requirements, otherwise, humph. Yi Yuan didn't finish her sentence, but the smile on her lips made everyone feel that it definitely wasn't going to be a good thing. They then visited several training facilities, such as the gravity chamber, reaction chamber, and simulated combat platform. Anyway, Xin Yu was also impressed after seeing it, saying it was awesome. Alright, that concludes the tour. You were originally scheduled to do a weighted cross-country run today, but since Lei Hong has decided to postpone it, you may disband. Finally returning to the starting position, Yi Yuan clapped her hands. You, come with me. But just as the crowd was about to disperse, she suddenly reached out and pointed at the crowd. Me? Xin Yu looked left and right and realized that Yi Yuan was pointing straight at him, so he couldn't help but point at himself in surprise. Chapter 19. The instructor is a succubus. If it wasn't you, then it was me? Yi Yuan's red lips curled slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Keep up, Xin Yu. Without saying another word or giving Xin Yu any chance to refuse, she turned and left. Phew. It should be fine. Maybe it's just a simple reunion? Xin Yu shook his head, dismissing other unrealistic ideas, and quickly followed. Yi Yuan led Xin Yu to a small, detached building in a corner of the training camp. The environment was quiet and secluded, quite different from the cold and hard barracks, clearly indicating that it was a dormitory specifically for instructors. She swiped her card to enter and gestured for Xin Yu to come in. Buzz. As Xin Yu stepped inside, the door closed silently behind him, and a warm breeze with a faint fragrance wafted in, making Xin Yu's blood flow faster. The room's layout was also quite unique, with a dark color scheme but fluffy carpets and bedding, making it a very standard girls' room. Sit. Yi Yuan casually took off her hat, tossed her long, wavy, wine-red hair, and leaned lazily against a large, low couch. Her legs were crossed, revealing her stunning curves taught by her training uniform. Don't be shy. There are no instructors or students here, only two people who need to help each other. She patted the spot next to her, her eyes carrying a blatant invitation. These inexplicable words made Chinyu frown slightly. What's the meaning? Chinyu had a bad feeling, so he didn't move and stood at the door. Instructor Yi, what do you need me for? Their current status is different from when they were at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, and he dares not have the slightest thought of getting close to them. TSK, not cute at all. Yi Yuan chuckled softly, and as she spoke, she stuck out her tongue and licked her full lower lip. Her demeanor was extremely alluring. Any other man who saw this would likely lose control. Is this woman deliberately torturing me? Seeing this, Chinyu was also extremely upset and could only speculate and complain in his heart. Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan then stood up and approached Chinyu step by step. With each step she takes, her form gradually changes. A pair of curved horns slowly grew from the top of her head, and jet black, smooth wings unfurled from her back. It also has a heart-shaped tail. You! In an instant, Chinyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically, and he took a step back, staring at Yi Yuan in horror. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Yuan pressed her tightly against the wall with her body. What warmth, what domineering power! Little fiery sun body, truly lives up to its name. The languidness and allure on Yi Yuan's face vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of pure enjoyment. Her icy body was like a block of ice, greedily absorbing the warmth from Chinyu's body. You're a succubus? Chinyu's pupils shrank instantly. Even with the lesser blazing sun body, he couldn't dispel the chill in his heart. It felt like falling into an ice cave. These 4 words perfectly described Chinyu's current mood. In the original owner's memories, succubi were not essentially alien races, but they were similar to alien races and were regarded as alien races by the vast majority of people. These are offspring born from the mating of humans and some type of alien race. However, even though succubi are not alien races, they are still not well liked by humans, only slightly better than alien races. They occasionally engage in transactions and collaborations with each other, but more often they remain wary and cautious of one another. Furthermore, although Yi Yuan never revealed her strength from beginning to end, she was definitely above a Grand Martial Master, and might even be a Martial General. She could kill Chinyu in an instant. But why would Yi Yuan want to find him? More importantly, Yi Yuan had come to find him back when she was at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Could it be a blood feud? Did his father kill Yi Yuan's family? Was the whole point at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School just to tease him and deliberately let him live a little longer? In an instant, Chinyu felt like his mind was racing, with countless outrageous ideas constantly popping into his head. Humans and other races are mortal enemies, mortal foe. When the two sides meet, it's a fight to the death. The fact that Yi Yuan dared to openly reveal her identity here already showed that she was not afraid of Chinyu exposing his identity. In other words, she was absolutely confident that she could get rid of Chinyu quietly. That's right, I am a succubus, but before you step out of this door and call for help, I suggest you take a look at this first. Yi Yuan moved her alluring curves away from Chinyu, answering with a hint of reluctance. As she spoke, she pressed the projector button next to her, and a clip was immediately projected onto the wall. That was a scene from not long ago when Chinyu participated in the selection in the Ash Wasteland and killed the Abyss Maw. His hands were enlarged. Because of the blazing solar field, the Xianyu hand is actually not visible unless you look closely. However, it just so happened that Chinyu threw out both fists at that moment, pouring all the power of the blazing sun force field out, so it was weakened somewhat. With magnification, the abnormality in his hands becomes very obvious. A student who had been unremarkable and unknown at Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School for 2.5 years suddenly made a name for himself in the final diagnostic test of his senior year. In just a few days, 2 powerful martial arts talents have been displayed, both of which happen to have lost their original owners. Is this a coincidence? Or was it premeditated? As Yi Yuan continued to operate the projector with her delicate hands, 2 pieces of information were displayed. It belongs to Chu Nuonyuo and Wang Jia. The document also specifically indicated their conditions. Wang Jia was dead, while Chu Nuonyuo was severely injured by the backlash. In an instant, Xinyu's back was soaked with cold sweat. Sure enough, he knew that Yi Yuan's words at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School that day were not just his wild guesses. This guy really guessed that he had a system. It's ruined. Without even thinking about it, if Chinyu were a local and learned that a transmigrator had a system, he definitely wouldn't let him live. He had just been thinking that he had been called in front of a group of students. If he couldn't get out, Yi Yuan would definitely be suspected, so he wasn't afraid at all. But now it seems that even if his body were found in her dormitory, there would probably be a million ways to explain it. Etc. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qinyu. If Yi Yuan summoned him here to kill him, why bother with all this talk and investigation? So, what exactly do you want? After figuring this out, Qinyu immediately became more resolute, and the despair in his heart dissipated considerably. It's simple, you need to make a deal with me. I need the supreme yang and yang power contained in your little blazing sun body to help me dispel that damned yin and cold energy from the earth veins within my body. Yi Yuan looked at Qinyu, her gaze sweeping over him from head to toe, her expression revealing not only satisfaction but also a hint of peculiar desire. "Heh? You resolve it, then kill me?" Qinyu sneered, unmoved. "Of course not. The shining cold chi in my body won't be so easy to dispel. Even if you help me every day, it will still take at least 30 consecutive days. Besides, I need you to dispel it, so how could I bear to kill you?" Night Kite stuck out her tongue and rolled up the last bit of the lollipop. "Qinyu? What's the meaning?" He didn't understand. Yi Yuan's words were cryptic and incomprehensible. Or perhaps succubi aren't very bright. You must understand that the hatred between different races and humans cannot be resolved by simply helping each other and developing feelings for one another. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you as soon as I get out? After a moment of hesitation, Qinyu still couldn't shake off his unease and continued to probe. But Yi Yuan was not surprised at all upon hearing this. Instead, she smiled slightly. Chapter 20. I choose Gradient Starry Night Purple. About Wang Jia and Shu Nuonuo, and you. Tell me, Qinyu, is this a coincidence? Or did you use some forbidden method to steal the power that rightfully belonged to them? Or, to be more precise, devour their talent? Yi Yuan stared intently at Qinyu, a mocking smile playing on her lips. In an instant, Qinyu suddenly realized something and breathed a deep sigh of relief. No wonder Yi Yuan gave information about these two people earlier. It turns out Yi Yuan mistook him for an evil martial artist. From my memories, I know that certain evil martial artists possess some very forbidden techniques. This method can directly steal a martial artist's talent, making it extremely evil and intolerable to humanity. However, being misunderstood as an evil martial artist is obviously better than being directly known to have a system. Because Night Kite is also a succubus. Your power is the antidote for me, and I can help you keep that secret that could lead to your utter ruin. That's fair, isn't it? Yi Yuan continued speaking in a persuasive tone, her sweet voice making it hard to refuse. However, at this moment, Qinyu began to weigh the pros and cons. Because he is not an evil martial artist at all. Based on the system's appearance, it seems to be no different from the evil warriors in some respects. Therefore, even if no evidence is found against him, he is still very likely to go to jail because of this evidence, or even be used for experiments. It's possible, or it's impossible. It's a matter of probability, so Qinyu is still making a decision. Of course, as long as you promise me, you can choose any of these three things. Seeing Qinyu's hesitant expression, Yi Yuan knew that Qinyu had been persuaded. Now all that's missing is that final push. So she waved her hand, and three illusory objects formed from purple light floated in front of Qinyu. This is. Qinyu's pupil shrank instantly at just one glance. 9 Strikes of Heaven Burning, a low-grade earth-rank martial art, records 9 domineering and unparalleled fist techniques that unleash the power of raging flames burning the heavens. It has an extremely high compatibility with your little blazing sun body. On the far left is a jade slip that exudes an ancient and weathered aura. The Crimson Sun Breakthrough Pill is a low-grade earth-level pill containing the essence of Supreme Yang. It can help martial artists break through bottlenecks and greatly improve their control over fire. After taking it, there is also a chance that your little blazing sun body will evolve. In the center is a pill the size of a longan, with flame and cloud patterns flowing on its surface. Mysterious Scale Gauntlets, a low-grade earth-level spiritual weapon, forged from the essence of mysterious jade refined by earthfire and the scales of a different kind of fire dragon. The one on the far right is a glove as thin as a cicada's wing, with a warm, white jade-like luster. They're all low-grade earth-level items. Hiss. Even Linjin, the vice president of Jiangcheng, couldn't afford such a feat, right? But what Qinyu cared about even more was that all of these things actually suited him perfectly. In other words, this woman was prepared all along and came specifically for him. She probably knows exactly what color underwear Qinyu is wearing right now. Choose one of the three as extra compensation for healing my wounds, and it's also my way of showing my sincerity. At the same time, we will sign a soul blood pact. I guarantee that during and after the contract period, I will never proactively disclose any information about the source of your talent. If you breach the contract or attempt to harm me, the blood pact will backfire and destroy you both body and soul. How about it? Yi Yuan looked at Qinyu, as if she had already got him under her control. I choose the 9 strikes of heaven burning. Finally, Qinyu let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't want to dwell on it anymore, it was too much of a headache. Since Yi Yuan chose to expose herself, she must have considered countless possible outcomes and thought of ways to deal with them. For the time being, Qinyu couldn't think of any way to resist. It's better to go along with it for now and take it one step at a time. The choice of smart people. Yi Yuan's smile deepened. Come on, infuse it with your spiritual power. Then she gently waved her hand, and a mysterious sheepskin scroll appeared in the air. There is no way out. Qinyu took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and carefully imprinted his mental energy onto the contract on the left. The moment the mark was formed, a chilling aura pierced his soul, and the contract scroll transformed into a purple light, disappearing into his brow. At the same time, another contract transformed into a stream of light and merged into Yi Yuan's brow. The moment the contract was completed, Yi Yuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The alluring languor on her face seemed to have shed a bit of pretense, revealing a hint of genuine fatigue. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Qinyu was one of great satisfaction. Very good. She nodded, then made a move that left Qinyu speechless. Sizzle! She actually raised her hand, grabbed the collar of her tight training uniform, and ripped it open. The tough fabric was as fragile as paper in her hands, tearing apart in an instant. What are you doing? Qinyu was startled and unconsciously clenched his fists. He was immediately terrified. Although Yi Yuan wasn't wearing a vacuum underneath, she was wearing a sports vest. But the sudden exposure of large expanses of snow-white skin and the alluring cleavage created an unparalleled visual impact. What's there to be nervous about? Yi Yuan chuckled, her tone playfully teasing, but her movements didn't falter at all. She casually tossed her tattered training top on the ground, revealing her slender, toned waist and flat stomach. Immediately afterwards, she unbuckled her belt and even took off her training pants. A pair of straight and slender jade legs were immediately and completely displayed before Qinyu's eyes. Is it to dispel the cold through massage? Yes, that must be it, which is why you need to take off your clothes. Qinyu's throat was dry, and he dared not speak, only able to comfort himself in his mind. But Qinyu, what do you think you'll rely on to dispel the cold? By casting spells from a distance? Or by your pitiful little bit of spiritual energy? Yi Yuan seemed to have seen something extremely funny, and covered her mouth to giggle, her body trembling with laughter. She slowly rose, and with graceful cat-like steps, walked to an exquisite coat rack in the corner of the room, where several pairs of brand new stockings hung. Pure black and opaque, gradient starry purple, pure white and opaque, black lace mesh, which one do you like? Yi Yuan reached out and took out several pairs of stockings, which she then showed to Qinyu. Choosing stockings? What's the meaning? Do you have to wear stockings for a massage? Qinyu swore to the heavens that he was mortal enemies with gambling and drugs, and that his purpose in coming here was simply to obtain the low-grade earth-level cultivation technique from this damned alien race. He, Qinyu, is a virtuous and upright man. I choose gradient starry purple. Chapter 21. Even the best ceiling needs a false ceiling. I choose gradient starry purple. There was no way around it. My sister said purple had a lot of charm. Qinyu, me too. Instructor Knight, let's begin. Where is the cold energy stagnating? How should I circulate my energy? Should I concentrate my power in contact with my palms, or should I guide the energy within your body? But getting back to the main point, since he had accepted the benefits, Qinyu couldn't be lenient. He immediately began to circulate his lesser blazing sun body to warm up. Giggle. Ha 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 ha. Qinyu, you're really too cute. Seeing Qinyu like this, Yi Yuan smiled so much that tears welled up in her eyes. She smiled and shook her head slightly as she pulled the stockings up her small toes. Do you think dispelling cold is a simple matter? Immediately afterwards, she skillfully hooked her fingers around the edge of the sports vest and gently pulled it down. That final covering, like a butterfly wing that has fallen away, silently slipped to the ground. Boom! Qinyu was instantly furious, his mind went blank, and his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. The origin of the lesser blazing sun body is extremely young and strong, and domineering beyond compare. It's like a red hot key that can melt any ice, but the key needs to be inserted into the correct and deepest keyhole to be fully effective. She walked step by step toward Chinyu, who seemed frozen in place, her eyes becoming increasingly captivating. The only way to resolve it is through the fusion and connection of yin and yang, that is, the ultimate yang energy, which is thoroughly injected into the nest of cold poison. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Yuan gave Chinyu no more chance to think or back down. Her delicate hand instantly climbed onto Chinyu's chest, pulling him forward. Thud. The two of them fell heavily onto the soft bed. Wait, Chinyu's exclamation was completely silenced by two soft, hot, lollipop-sweet red lips. To hell with the consequences, let's do it. Whether in human or succubus form, Yi Yuan's appearance and figure are top tier on Earth. However, even the best ceiling still needs a false ceiling. Oh, of course, Chinyu was referring to home renovation. 20 minutes later. The bed was a complete mess. The stockings were torn to shreds and scattered all over the room. Chinyu lay on his back, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. The power of Xiao Liang body and his vital energy were almost completely depleted, and an unprecedented feeling of exhaustion swept over his entire body. Honestly, he wasn't this tired even when he fought Lei Hong. Yi Yuan lay on her side beside him, her long, wine-red hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders and her equally sweat-dampened, exquisite back. Is that all you've got? 5 minutes to warm up, 15 minutes for the main course? Little brother, your little fiery sun body endurance is a bit of a misnomer. I was just starting to get a feel for it, and your project stalled? She propped her head up with one hand, carefully observing Chinyu's expression, a wistful yet slightly mocking smile playing on her lips. At this moment, even Yi Yuan's way of addressing Chinyu became ambiguous. Chinyu's face instantly turned bright red. He sat up abruptly, wanting to explain, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find anything to say. Don't ask, the answer is that I didn't perform well. As we all know, playing FPS games is all about feel and control. When you're in good form, you can kill a single enemy with a grenade. When you're in bad form, the enemy's grenade can hit you right in the head. But. Alright, stop making excuses, I understand. Seeing Chinyu's embarrassed expression, Yi Yuan laughed again. Didn't sleep well, stressed, the room was too hot, a bit excited, got set up by Capital, haven't taken off in too long, this is just a warm-up. She counted them on her fingers, one by one, as if she were analyzing them carefully. Hey. Okay, it's my problem. But before Yi Yuan could finish speaking, Chinyu quickly interrupted her. If this continues, he'll lose all face. It's okay, you'll get used to it after a few more practice sessions. Yi Yuan wasn't angry. She hugged Chinyu and smiled slightly. Many times? Chinyu felt the amazing elasticity and his body stiffened involuntarily. As expected of a succubus, she really eats people. She drained him dry in one go. If she did it a few more times, even a martial artist would probably not be able to withstand it. For an ordinary person, without exaggeration, one such incident could be fatal. But to be fair, it really is moisturizing. Of course, how could one time completely eradicate the cold poison? At most, it can only suppress it and clear some of the blocked meridians. To completely resolve this issue, we must adhere to the contract and conduct this at least once a week consistently to see results. Yi Yuan nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and stretched lazily, revealing her amazing curves once again without any attempt to hide them. Don't worry, practice makes perfect. I'll teach you properly from now on. Seeing Chinyu's complicated expression, her smile deepened. After saying that, she ignored Chinyu's lament and nimbly got off the bed. She changed back into that black, tight-fitting training outfit, which once again enveloped her breathtakingly sexy figure. Alright, newbie, stop lying around, it's lunchtime. Go recharge your energy, there'll be special training tonight, don't be too weak to be late. Yi Yuan straightened her clothes, picked up the torn starry purple stockings, crumpled them up, and casually threw them into the trash can. Chinyu patted his face to calm himself down and quickly straightened his clothes. Then I'll be going now. After saying goodbye to Yi Yuan, he left Yi Yuan's dormitory alone. Debtor, Night Kite. Debt owed, favor 1. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. I didn't expect this could be recorded as a favor. It seems the system only cares whether I created karma by helping others, and doesn't care whether I gained or lost in this karma. That's not bad, I have more choices now. Chinyu was also greatly shocked when he saw the system notification. After regaining his senses, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Who said this system was old? This system is amazing. Let's go to the cafeteria first. Afterwards, Shinyu calmed down and headed towards the cafeteria. However, he hadn't gone far when he saw his classmates from Class 1 walking towards the cafeteria in 2s and 3s, including Lee Yunyun. Shinyu, what did Instructor Yi call you over to do just now? Upon seeing Shinyu, Lee Yunyun immediately stepped forward and, with a gossipy air, began to ask him questions. Upon hearing this, the other trainees, though not looking directly at the trainees, all slowed down and pricked up their ears. Oh dear, this floor is really slept with me. Shinyu looked at Lee Yunyun's curious eyes and spoke calmly without any expression. Shinyu, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. There's no need to make me so angry. Lee Yunyun frowned and spoke softly with some dissatisfaction. Are you an idiot? How could Instructor Yi possibly be interested in you? Exactly, why don't they take a piss and look in the mirror to see what they look like? Upon hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling a sense of disdain in their hearts. That's just how people are sometimes, telling the truth won't get you believed. I got a scolding, which taught me to be more respectful to Instructor Lei next time. Seeing this, Shinyu spoke with slight impatience, and then walked straight ahead without looking back. Upon hearing this, Lee Yunyun and the other onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions softening considerably. Indeed, although Shinyu defeated Lei Hong in the morning, it might have been somewhat offensive in the eyes of these rigid instructors. It's like when the head of student affairs questions your grades, and you make a bet with him that if you win the exam, this or that will happen, and you actually win. After it's all over, the head of the teaching department might not say anything, and neither might your classmates, but your homeroom teacher will be unhappy. This is a fat beaver. Chapter 22 The pig was slaughtered. As evening approached, students from all classes gathered and stood on the playground. Huge searchlights illuminated the perimeter of the enclosure, giving it a prison-like feel. At this moment, Yi Yuan stood in front of the class. The captivating languor and playfulness she had during the day had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sense of solemnity and majesty. If he hadn't noticed the bright red stain on Yi Yuan's bedsheet as he left, leaving a deep impression, he would have truly felt like he was dreaming. Everyone, maintain the static stance, let your chi and blood sink downwards, and guard your spirit inwards. For the next hour, you only need to do one thing: stand firm. Yi Yuan's clear, cool voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the training ground. Just standing at attention? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, some people couldn't help but scoff and complain inwardly. Buzz. Just as everyone was eager to show their skills, an immense pressure suddenly fell on each and every one of them. I'm hungry. Caught off guard, someone actually fell down. Falling down or moving around will result in 3 extra minutes for the whole class. Yi Yuan's icy gaze and stern tone immediately dampened the spirits of many. When they were first assigned, they thought Yi Yuan would be the gentlest and easiest to talk to among the instructors. Looking back now, I realize how unfortunate my life has been. Those who had fallen or were fidgeting immediately got up and stood up straight upon hearing this, not daring to move at all. This is a gravity simulation system. There is only one in the entire Security Bureau number 7. It was specially transferred here for your use. Feel this pressure. It's not meant to make you collapse, but to teach your bones, muscles, meridians, and even every drop of blood how to find your own balance point under extreme conditions. Night Kite paced around the group, her tone stern. Such strong gravity, at least 3 times the normal level. Even Shinyu felt as if he were carrying 2 small mountains on his shoulders, making each breath extremely difficult. Needless to say, the others were sweating profusely within minutes. Balance, find the natural support nodes of bones and ligaments. Chi and blood are not brute force, but a flowing river. Under the pressure of gravity, your task is to guide it, not to let it become blocked. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, Shinyu was the first to understand. This was mentioned in high school. A martial artist is defined by martial arts, while the physical body is the foundation. For example, the same person can have different punches with different techniques. It's like opening a door. With the same door, you need to apply a little more force near the hinge, while it's much easier to open it further away from the hinge. The same principle applies to martial artists mobilizing their own chi and spiritual energy. After figuring it out, Shinyu calmed down and began to carefully comprehend and understand it. The lower body is weak and unstable, and the chi and blood are scattered. But at that moment, a figure walked into each classroom. It was Lei Hong. As the head instructor, his responsibilities go far beyond simply supervising the 4 instructors training the trainees. He was standing in front of a fat man when he pinched his waist hard. Ah! The fat man suddenly let out an extremely shrill scream, which instantly sent chills down the spines of everyone else. Pain is normal. Remember this feeling. If your blood and energy can't flow, your legs will be useless. Lei Hong gave a long lecture and at the same time let go of her hand. After the excruciating pain subsided, the fat man was astonished to find that he was actually standing more steadily. Although his clothes were soaked with cold sweat, a hint of understanding and gratitude flashed in his eyes. Lei Hong continued forward, and wherever his gaze swept, the trainees all tried their best to straighten their backs, fearing that they would become the next target to be disciplined. Despite this, Lei Hong remained unmoved. Each strike was accompanied by an extremely shrill howl. Outside the mountains. Hey, I don't understand. Tell me, what are you doing slaughtering a pig outside in the middle of the night? An old farmer, carrying a hoe, looked at the screams coming from deep in the mountains and scratched his head in confusion. A short while later, Lei Hong also arrived at Class 1. The one who would be the first to be hit was naturally Qinyu, who was at the very front. However, to his surprise, Qinyu's movements were arguably the best among all 4 classes in the entire training camp. Although it still doesn't meet his standards, at least it doesn't look as annoying. Otherwise, looking at those crooked and awkward students, it's like you teach 1 + 1 = 2, and they tell you it equals 3. Whoosh! Even so, Lei Hong still made a move. With his 2 fingers together, he precisely poked a very tricky spot below Qinyu's right waist. The intense pain shot straight to the top of my head. It felt like I was performing a feat of breaking a boulder on my chest, but there was no boulder. Qinyu almost fell hard to the ground, but fortunately he managed to withstand it, only letting out a muffled groan. Stand firm. Lei Hong didn't criticize Qinyu much. Instead, he showed a hint of appreciation. Kid, where in Jiangcheng are you from? Instead of leaving immediately, he stood beside him and softened his tone. Jiangcheng Nanling. While bracing against the gravity, Qinyu squeezed out a reply through gritted teeth. Good place, lots of mountains, clear water. In the old days, during training exercises, we went through the forests near your place. There were a lot of snakes, and the wild boars were quite fierce. Lei Hong put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. This sudden change startled Qinyu slightly. It's Instructor Lei. Having nothing to answer, Qinyu could only give a simple reply. You performed well today. You have a C-level lesser fiery sun body, an 8th level martial master, and your theoretical knowledge is also very strong. In short, don't waste this talent. Here, every drop of sweat and every bit of pain must be worthwhile. Only by standing firm, surviving, and becoming stronger can we have the right to talk about anything else. Lei Hong continued speaking slowly and meaningfully, gently patting Qinyu's shoulder as he spoke. Clear. Qinyu was stunned by what he was said. He suddenly felt that this head instructor wasn't as cold and ruthless as he appeared on the surface. At least, it's much better than those homeroom teachers in junior and senior high school who just make you bury yourself in your studies and have a gloomy face all day long. What are you looking at? Stand still. You're all trembling. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency or something? Suddenly, he turned his head sharply and swept his gaze over the curious onlookers, giving them a stern reprimand. They were all instantly terrified. That wasn't a loud enough howl just now. Next time, if I have to do it, I'll make sure my howl is more professional. To warn the people behind. Before leaving to find his next target, Lei Hong muttered something under his breath, in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Upon hearing this, Qinyu couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Before he could reply, Lei Hong walked up to the next person and jabbed out a finger. I'm hungry. Chapter 23, was the resource claimed by someone else? All night long, cries of agony rose and fell. Especially later on, most people even started to wonder why they were even alive. Some people may appear to be standing, but in reality, they have already fallen. Because their legs were completely numb, without any sensation whatsoever. The only reason I'm still standing is because I can't control my thighs and can only let them stiffly support me. Fortunately, although that short hour felt like an eternity, it wasn't entirely inhumane. Some people fainted, but they were promptly taken for treatment. Someone had originally planned to be clever and pretend to fall, but Yi Yuan told them that if they fell, they would have to make up for the remaining time doubled later. Well, I guess I'll just have to tough it out. Today is just an appetizer. The training volume every day from now on will not be low, so don't focus your energy on anything else. Before disbanding, Yi Yuan spoke calmly to the remaining half-dead students. Dismissed. As Night Kite announced its disbandment, everyone collapsed to the ground. Even when Qin Yu returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, he felt as if his entire body no longer belonged to him. But this training is indeed effective. The strength and vitality I gained through the system before were too superficial, but now, after just 1 hour of training, I feel that they have become much more solid. Compared to before the training, the total amount of spiritual energy and blood in my body remains the same, but my strength has definitely improved slightly. Lying in bed, Qin Yu didn't forget to review today's training. It seems that the rocket class training camp is indeed not just a name, but a place that can truly improve one's abilities. As he pondered, Qin Yu's eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep without realizing it. The next day. The logistics department was similar to the canteen, with several windows, and everyone in the training camp was queuing up here listlessly. It's just like when I was in high school, I would get up at 6 o'clock to do morning exercises. I heard that today's standard equipment is basic bone tempering pill and meridian condensation powder. Bone tempering pill strengthens bone density and toughness, while meridian condensation powder nourishes the meridians and improves the efficiency of blood circulation. They are both good for building a foundation, and they are extremely expensive on the black market. Early in the morning, Qin Yu went straight to the logistics department to collect his daily resources. 2 whole ordinary grade high-level pills, to be honest. They were a bit bitter, but they were definitely worth it. Qin Yu stepped forward and used his ID card to verify his identity. Already claimed, do not claim again. The staff member distributing the supplies spoke calmly. Huh? What's going on? Qin Yu frowned, puzzled. Hello, I just arrived and haven't received it yet. However, Qin Yu suppressed his doubts and patiently explained to the staff. Look for yourself, sign it. Did you want to sleep in a little longer today, so you asked someone to pick it up for you in advance, but then you forgot about it after you woke up? The staff handed out a booklet, which clearly showed that Qin Yu had taken the resources more than 10 minutes earlier. The signature was very neat and delicate, clearly not Qin Yu's handwriting. Qin Yu's handwriting is terrible. When his parents were still alive, they would scold him, saying that his handwriting looked like a dog's paw print. Okay, thank you, I understand. After a moment's hesitation, a glint of light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, and he immediately had some guesses in his mind. Without saying much, he quickly left the logistics department and headed to the assembly point. It was already dawn, and a few early trainees were scattered across the huge training ground. However, the atmosphere was still somewhat subdued, clearly indicating that the lingering effects of last night's appetizer were still present. Hey Qin Yu, good morning. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Qin Yu turned around and found it was Li Yunyun. Qin Yu, I was just looking for you. I'm sorry, when I went to collect the resources this morning, I saw your name and thought you might have been training too hard last night and hadn't gotten up yet. I was afraid of bothering you. So, I took the liberty of collecting your share as well. As she spoke, Li Yunyun took out the resource that belonged to Qin Yu directly from her hand. As you know, I have a weak constitution. After training last night, I felt like my whole body was falling apart. My blood and qi were unstable, and my meridians were aching. It was really uncomfortable. Qin Yu? When did I find out that you had a weak constitution? Last time it was your mother, this time you're personally involved? Qin Yu, you won't be mad at me, will you? You helped me last time, so I knew you were a helpful person. Can you help me again this time? I promise, once I've recovered, I'll return all my daily quota resources to you, even double it. I, Li Yunyun, mean what I say. Li Yunyun looked pitiful, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Oh. Qin Yu's lips immediately curled into a cold smile. To be honest, he was reluctant to actively exploit others through the system, as that seemed unethical. But if someone insists on joining in, then you can't blame them. Recovery? Just a side job. Of course, you can take all my resources from now on. That way I can sleep a little longer in the morning. As for repayment, there's no need. I don't need those resources. However, Qin Yu quickly adjusted his expression and showed a gentle look. He's like a caring older brother. Upon seeing this, Li Yunyun couldn't help but feel suspicious for a second. Really that generous? Qin Yu wasn't angry at all? This loser must be unable to walk because I'm pretty. It seems that even though he's become stronger, he's still the same as the rumors said, a leopard can't change its spots. However, just a second later, Li Yunyun immediately felt a wave of disdain and mockery towards Qinyu in her heart. Okay, thank you, brother Qin. Seemingly afraid that Qinyu might change his mind, Li Yunyun's way of addressing Qinyu became even more ambiguous. Debtor, Li Yunyun. Debt owed, marrow cleansing pill 1, bone tempering pill 1, meridian condensation powder 1. Given the debtor's malicious fraud and increasingly demanding behavior, the host may initiate mandatory debt collection. What a filthy bitch. Qinyu looked at the panel and felt a chill in his heart, while at the same time he couldn't help but recall Yi Yuan. Although she was a succubus, she was genuinely kind to Qinyu, giving herself to him on their first date without hesitation and cooperating perfectly. They were quite generous and directly gave him a low-grade martial arts technique. On the other hand, Li Yunyun. In her past life, some people were worse than dogs in this life, some people are worse than alien races. Assemble quickly. But just then, the whistle blew. Qinyu was too lazy to play along with this bitch any longer, so he turned around and stood in line. Yi Yuan also stood at attention in front of the first squad. Seeing her stunning figure, Qinyu, who had regained his energy, immediately forgot his earlier unpleasantness and felt a surge of passion within him. Although, for Qinyu's health reasons, he and Yi Yuan agreed to meet once a week. But who is Qinyu? He's a model young man with impeccable political credentials. I naturally enjoy helping others from the bottom of my heart. Instructor Yi is not feeling well, so he definitely needs to pay close attention to him. How can you have any reservations when doing good deeds? Stand at attention. However, just as Qinyu was lost in thought, Lei Hong's whistle suddenly rang out. Chapter 24, 1 against 3, he turned the tide and killed them. Lei Hong's assembly whistle is different from the class instructors. The former represents 4 classes receiving training together, while the latter means that each class trains independently. Good morning, my little rascals. I heard that some of you were a bit unconvinced by my challenge last time, feeling that you didn't prove your strength, is that right? Hearing Lei Hong say this, all the trainees felt a chill run down their spines. Anyone who has been to school knows that when a teacher or drill instructor says something like that, nothing good is going to happen. However, they were also puzzled as to who dared to defy Lei Hong. Qinyu glanced around and spotted Wang Chen beside him. At this moment, Wang Chen's face was extremely gloomy, as if everyone owed him 150. He remembered that a few days ago, during the challenge, Wang Chen had thrown a fierce punch at him, putting him to sleep. I even heard that he lay there until night, and when he got up he continued to stand in the gravity field. No wonder he was so resentful. So today I'm giving you all a chance to spar with each other. The rules are simple, draw lots randomly, 4 people per group for a free-for-all, and only 1 person will be left standing. Lei Hong's gaze swept over everyone, a wicked smile on his face. A group of 4? Upon hearing this news, Qinyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Lei Hong with some interest. A 4-person competition is not a one-on-one contest that relies solely on strength. It also tests the trainee's adaptability, battlefield observation skills, and so on. If you enter the battle too quickly, you're likely to be surrounded and attacked. If you enter too slowly, you give the enemy a chance to breathe, which can easily lead to unexpected events. Glug. Just as he finished speaking, several people pushed a large screen to the front of the venue. Drop. Then, Lei Hong directly operated the screen and started drawing lots randomly. Finally, the first line of names appeared. Qinyu, Wang Chen, Li Hu, Zhao Meng. Ha ha ha. This is truly heaven's help. Before Qinyu could speak, Wang Chen, who was not far from him, couldn't help but let out a low growl that suppressed his excitement, and looked over with a ferocious expression. Qinyu, your good luck has run out. Li Hu and Zhao Meng are both from my class too. He parted the crowd and strode onto the ring. Just as Qinyu was about to step out, he saw the other 2 also walk out from class 2 behind Wang Chen, staring at Qinyu with unfriendly eyes, clearly having already reached a consensus. All 3 are from class 2? Upon seeing this, Qinyu paused slightly. Is this good luck or bad luck? Holy crap, this is clearly targeted. 3 against 1? It's over, Qinyu's luck is too bad, how can he fight like this? TSK, Li Hu, and Zhao Meng are both 7th level martial arts masters, and with Wang Chen at the 8th level, it will be difficult for Qinyu to become stronger. A murmur rippled through the audience, filled with regret for Qinyu. After all, it was Qinyu who defeated Lei Hong a few days ago, which exempted them from the weighted run, so many people still think he's pretty good. What, scared? You gained strength through some crooked methods, and you really think you're someone important? As expected, the 3 people on stage immediately stood together after they went up. Wang Chen looked directly at Qin Yu with an extremely arrogant and provocative expression. If you have evidence, then produce it. Don't bark like a dog and disturb people. Qin Yu remained calm and retorted indifferently before stepping onto the arena. It seems the Wang family knew that Chu Nuonyuo possessed the little blazing sun body. After all, she was Wang Jie's girlfriend, and most people wouldn't have the ability to climb up to the Wang family without some resources. You might think that scions of noble families are carefree and irresponsible, but in reality, these scions prioritize self-interest above all else. And it is probably because the Wang family knew this that they tested Qin Yu in this way. You're sharp-tongued. Today I'll tell you, trash will always be trash. In the ring, fists and kicks have no eyes, so watch out or you'll end up begging for mercy on your knees. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes, wanting to refute but unable to speak. His face immediately darkened, and he angrily rebuked. If he had evidence, he would have reported it to the Alliance and the Security Bureau long ago and had Qin Yu handcuffed. Why is he still making a fuss here? Although evil martial artists or alien races have some means to steal martial arts talent, the process is tedious and complicated. It's not something that can be stolen in an instant. So unless it's really the King of Heaven himself who comes, someone with the power to control everything and arrest Qin Yu without a second thought. Otherwise, no one could convict Qin Yu. I hope your words are as sharp as your abilities. At this moment, Qin Yu stepped onto the stage, and opposite him, Wang Chen, Li Hu, and Zhao Meng had formed a triangle around him. The look in his eyes was unfriendly, and the air was thick with undisguised hostility. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Wang Chen spat, his eyes filled with undisguised resentment. 3 against 1 is quite rare. Lei Hong crossed his arms with great interest and did not stop this temporary alliance. After all, facing alien races in the real subspace is far more dangerous than this. Qin Yu's performance a few days ago had also impressed him, and he wanted to see the young man's overall abilities. Let's do it! Wang Chen gave a low shout and took the initiative to attack. His palms emitted a surge of icy energy, and several sharp icicles instantly solidified, shooting towards Qin Yu with a piercing whistling sound. Ha! Almost simultaneously, Li Hu on the left roared, his skin gleaming like rock. E-level martial arts talent, petrification? As Qin Yu muttered to himself, Li Hu charged towards him, attempting to block his escape route. Whoosh! At the same time, Zhao Meng on the right lowered his body, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and with a sinister force, aimed straight at Qin Yu's lower body. It's over, this feels like Qin Yu isn't given a single second to spare. Who can survive this wave? A gasp rippled through the audience, as if they could already see Qin Yu being instantly defeated. Radiant standpoint. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed, and a scorching aura erupted from his body. Whoosh! Faced with Wang Chen's barrage of ice spikes, he did not meet them head-on. Instead, he used a series of alternating steps and his body made exquisite dodges with extremely small movements, narrowly avoiding vital points. The icicles brushed past me, the chill they brought was slightly dispelled by the scorching heat. Just as Li Hu's reckless charge was about to hit him, Qin Yu advanced instead of retreating. He stomped forward with his left foot, slightly turned his body, and used his right shoulder at a clever angle to deflect Li Hu's impact. At the same time, his left hand struck out with lightning speed, pressing down on the side of Li Hu's charge, using the force against him. Bang! With a muffled thud, Li Hu felt a tricky force deflect his forward momentum, causing him to lose his footing and stumble to the side, where he crashed into Zhao Meng, who was launching a sneak attack close to the ground. Zhao Meng was shocked and couldn't retract his claws in time. He could only awkwardly twist his body to dodge, and the two's combined attack was instantly disrupted. Idiot! Wang Chen cursed angrily, his face growing even darker. He hadn't expected Qin Yu's reaction and skills to be so tricky. He held nothing back, his palms surging with icy energy, and an even thicker, dark blue ice spear instantly materialized, piercing straight into Qin Yu's chest. The coldness was so intense that it seemed to freeze the air itself. Little Li Yang body. In response, Qin Yu's eyes remained calm and composed. He activated the lesser blazing sun body within his body to its limit, instantly concentrating all his power into his right fist. Immediately afterwards, a powerful punch was thrown out. The fist and the tip of the ice spear collided with a deafening roar. Bang! The violent explosion spread outwards, creating a mushroom cloud of white mist from the ice being vaporized by the high temperature, instantly engulfing the figures of the two combatants. Puff! At the same time, the fog was torn apart by a strong gust of wind. A figure was seen flying backward, staggering backward, and almost falling off the stage. It was Wang Chen. His face was ashen, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his clenched right fist trembled slightly. Brother Chen. Li Hu and Zhao Mang were shocked. Don't worry about me. Attack. He took my Xianbing spear head on, he must be injured internally too. Strike while the iron is hot and finish him off. Wang Chen struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with madness as he roared, his left hand swiftly reaching for a jade bottle at his waist. That was a bloodthirst pill given to him by his family to save his life. It could forcibly raise him to a minor rank in a short period of time. Upon hearing this, Li Hu and Zhao Mang gritted their teeth and pounced again. It's powerful, but that's about it. Qin Yu's figure slowly appeared in the white mist. He shook his slightly numb right fist, which had a faint white mark on its surface. Taking drugs? You're really both useless and talkative. Seeing Wang Chen take out the medicine, a cold glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Whoosh! His figure vanished instantly, bypassing Li Hu and Zhao Mang who were rushing towards him, and charged towards Wang Chen, who was preparing to take the medicine. Your opponent is us. Li Hu and Zhao Mang hurriedly turned around to intercept them. Get out of my way. Qin Yu gave a low shout and attacked with both hands. His left fist slammed towards the petrified Li Hu, while his right palm struck towards the attacking Zhao Mang. Thud! Thud! Two muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The intense heat of the solar field scorched Li Hu's rocky skin, producing a sizzling sound, causing him to groan in pain and halt his momentum. I'm hungry. Zhao Mang felt a scorching and domineering energy surge into his body through his arm, his meridians felt as if they had been branded with a hot iron, and he screamed and flew backward. That brief moment of obstruction was enough. Too late. Qin Yu, you just wait. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Chen's face, and the bloodthirsty pill was about to enter his mouth. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp gust of wind traveled a great distance and struck the pressure point on his wrist with precision. I'm hungry. Wang Chen felt a numbness in his wrist, and the jade bottle flew out of his hand. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had already arrived. Whoosh! He didn't even look at the flying pill, but instead delivered a powerful sidekick to Wang Chen's chest. Bang! Click! A clear cracking sound rang out. Puff! Wang Chen's eyeballs bulged out, and blood gushed from his mouth. His body was kicked away and landed heavily, immediately losing consciousness. The bottle of bloodthirst pills clattered and rolled to the corner of the arena, where Lei Hong picked it up. Li Hu! Zhao Mang! Carry him off the bus and take him to the infirmary immediately. When he wakes up, make him stand in a 10 times gravity field until he can't get up anymore. Lei Hong's expression turned slightly gloomy, and his tone became much more serious than before. Yes, instructor. Li Hu and Zhao Mang were ashen-faced, and dared not disobey in the slightest. He could only endure the pain and, under the gaze of various complex emotions, scramble to his feet and carry the unconscious Wang Chen away from the arena in a disheveled state. After dealing with Wang Chen, Lei Hong turned to look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu! You went too far. Lei Hong's voice remained cold and hard. Yes, instructor. I was forced by circumstances to stop. Qin Yu remained calm, meeting Lei Hong's gaze without offering any explanation, only nodding slightly. Lei Hong stared at Qin Yu for a full 3 seconds. Then he suddenly stepped forward and patted Qin Yu's shoulder heavily. Well done. You've got guts, and you hit hard. To deal with this kind of scum who'll stop at nothing, you have to make him remember the pain. Lei Hong lowered his voice and spoke slowly in a tone that only the two of them could hear, his tone clearly showing appreciation. Next time. Remember this. In the arena, especially in a chaotic brawl like this, the goal is to stay standing. Not to be crippled. Controlling your strength is also part of your power. Do you understand? However, the next moment, Lei Hong changed his tone and his voice became loud again, making sure that everyone in the room could hear him. Qin Yu instantly understood Lei Hong's meaning. That statement about controlling one's strength was both a polite remark to everyone and a reminder to him. A true master knows when to unleash devastating force and when to stop. This is teaching him how to fight smarter within the rules and avoid giving others a handle to use against him. Understood, instructor. Qin Yu straightened his chest and responded in a loud voice. This time, his gaze toward Lei Hong held a new sparkle. Return to the team. Lei Hong waved his hand dismissively, no longer looking at him, and turned to the audience. Did you all see that clearly? This is what happens when you break the rules and try to win by cheating. Next group, get ready. Chapter 25. This time, we went to the bathroom. Night. After the morning's practical exercise, the afternoon was back in the familiar gravity field. In the afternoon, Lei Hong even added extra exercises for all 4 classes. Let alone others, even Xinyu would be exhausted after a whole day like this. In the student dormitory area, most of the rooms were dark and silent. The continuous high-intensity gravity training was like torture, draining all the trainees of their last bit of energy. But Xinyu is an exception. He lay on the bed, eyes closed, feeling the depths of his extreme exhaustion, where a more refined and concentrated flow of qi and blood was quietly circulating. I'm exhausted, really exhausted. I felt exhausted, even in the deepest recesses of my bones. But it's worth it, it really is worth it. Call. After catching his breath, Xinyu opened his eyes in the darkness and quietly got up to get dressed. The training camp management focuses more on practical skills and self-discipline, and does not impose many restrictions on the trainees' nighttime activities. Therefore, as long as you do not leave the designated safe area and do not disturb others, the patrolling guards usually will not interfere. So Xinyu easily found his way to Yi Yuan's dormitory. Thump thump thump. There was silence for a few seconds inside the door, then the door silently slid open a crack. Night Kite appeared behind the door. Instead of wearing her daytime training uniform, she changed into a loose silk nightgown, the front slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and snow-white, deep cleavage. When Yi Yuan saw Xinyu outside the door, she was first surprised, then her eyes became playful. Hey, little brother, so much energy? Why are you knocking on your sister's door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Yi Yuan actually knows everything, but she just wants to keep Xinyu out of the door and tease him a bit. Sister, I'm just worried about you. I can't sleep because I'm concerned about the cold poison in your body. Xinyu shrugged, revealing a clear and innocent look in his eyes. TSK. Come in, you brat, you always come up with a good set of excuses. Yi Yuan was amused by Xinyu's appearance, and then stepped aside and walked inside. Xinyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly slipped inside, closing the door behind him as he did so. Sit down. I have something to ask you. You and Li Yunyun don't seem to be related by blood, right? This morning she collected your resources on your behalf, but you didn't ask for them back. What happened? Yi Yuan sat on the bed, pulled up her robe, and suddenly a large expanse of snow-white skin was revealed. Xinyu was slightly taken aback, not expecting Yi Yuan to be so well informed. Is this considered jealousy? It's nothing, I can handle it. After hesitating for a moment, Xinyu still did not intend to explain to Yi Yuan, otherwise, since it involved the system, any explanation would have logical problems. Although he and Yi Yuan were quite close, there were many examples of even one's spouse betraying them, so how could Xinyu dare to hand over his life-saving system? Little brat, you're just being generous because the girl is pretty, aren't you? Yi Yuan reached out and pinched Xinyu's cheek, somewhat displeased. How could that be? How could Li Yunyun be prettier than my sister? Xinyu quickly explained. But it's good that you know what's going on, but without resources, you'll definitely fall behind the others. Seeing Xinyu's thoughts completely written on his face, without a trace of guile, Yi Yuan's lips curled into a lazy smile. Here, take this. Immediately afterwards, Yi Yuan took out the pill, which was the size of a longan. It is the Crimson Sun Barrier Breaking Pill. Xinyu's eyes widened immediately. Give it to him? I know what you're trying to do, but you should know that excessive harmonization can be harmful to your health. I don't want your health to get worse after a month of intensive training, which would ruin your future. Yi Yuan gently rubbed Xinyu's face as if he were a child, and spoke softly. Then, without further ado, he placed it directly into Xinyu's hands. Xinyu felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the pill that had been forcibly stuffed into his hand. From childhood to adulthood, apart from his deceased parents, no one had ever cared for him like this. The two were clearly in a transactional and exploitative relationship. Even though Yi Yuan was indeed worried about his health, she didn't need such a good pill at all. Alright, which attack speed item should we get today? Yi Yuan went to the coat rack and placed a pile of equipment, even more complete than before, in front of Xinyu. Black suspenders. Shall we go to the bathroom today? But. Okay. Yi Yuan chuckled softly and couldn't help but lick her red lips. The night was deep, and nothing was said. Sure enough, when Xinyu went to check the next day, Li Yunyun actually had the audacity to claim his resources. And this time, it seemed that she knew she was doing something wrong and felt guilty, so Li Yunyun didn't greet Xinyu at all. Debtor, Li Yunyun. Det Ode, Marrow Cleansing Pill 1, Bone Tempering Pill 2, Meridian Condensation Powder 2. Given the debtor's malicious fraud and increasingly demanding behavior, the host may initiate mandatory debt collection. Of course, Xinyu would not have any objection to this. On the contrary, he would get even more anxious if Li Yunyun didn't go to get it. After all, the more principal you have, the higher the interest will be. For the next 3 or 4 days, we trained in the gravity field. At first, they all screamed like pigs being slaughtered, but after a few days, they managed to get used to it. On the afternoon of the 5th day, the training content suddenly changed. Gather! Lei Hong's whistle made many people who were still walking hurriedly run back to the line. The past few days were to loosen up your muscles and build your foundation. Through actual combat, we have seen your strength. Today, let's introduce some techniques to whet your appetite. Upon hearing Lei Hong mention practical application, the group's eyes lit up immediately. As long as we don't continue with the gravity field pile driving, everything is fine. Before that, we also prepared some weapons for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, several people pushed over 3 rows of shelves. Lei Hong walked toward the first shelf. Horse-slaying sword. At this moment, Xinyu was standing at the very front of Class 1. Because the 4 classes were clustered together, Class 2 was right next to him. At the very front of Class 2 was Wang Chen. The one who just read out the weapon's name was Wang Chen. Xinyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the guy with some curiosity. The horse-slaying sword is powerful and sweeping, with great force and weight. After a brief introduction, Lei Hong moved on to the next shelf. Tang sword. Wang Chen's gaze followed the second shelf, and he spoke before Lei Hong could. The sound wasn't loud, but it was heard by everyone in the rocket class. The Tang sword combines strength and flexibility, and can be used for both slashing and thrusting. Lei Hong picked up a Tang sword and swung it a few times, the flashing blade shocking and impressing the students. Then, he put down the Tang sword and walked to the last shelf. My favorite. Chapter 26 Demonstration of the Horse-Slaying Sword. My favorite. Wang Chen's lips curled into a smug smile as he looked at the last weapon on the weapon rack. Xinyu? You're quite clever when you meet someone you don't know, you just say it's my favorite. Xinyu couldn't help but directly complain. Put. Immediately, more than half of the students in the 4 classes almost couldn't hold it and they choked a little but didn't dare to move. You. Wang Chen felt his pride had been humiliated, and his expression immediately turned cold. Unfortunately, this wasn't his free time, and no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to make a move. Razor. Stealth assassination, 1-hit kill. Strike fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Extremely stealthy. It was a little slower at this point, and Lei Hong finally picked up the last weapon. Buzz. Buzz. With each swing, the air was torn apart with a loud crackling sound. These 3 weapons, each with its own characteristics, are the 3 mainstream weapons that the Security Bureau currently keeps on hand. Among you all, more than 80% of the trainees will join the Security Bureau in the future. Therefore, all our training and combat exercises related to weapons will revolve around these 3 weapons. After putting the weapon back, Lei Hong put his hands behind his back and sternly scanned the crowd. The first weapon we'll be teaching you is the horse-slaying sword. Anyone want to come up and try it out? Reporting, Instructor Lei. It's me. At this moment, a voice, filled with suppressed anger, rang out. It was Wang Chen. This guy was severely punished and humiliated by Xinyu yesterday, and then he was physically punished by Lei Hong. He really lost face. His gaze swept over Xinyu, his expression filled with resentment. He must regain the face he lost today. All right. Step forward. Lei Hong nodded expressionlessly. Wang Chen immediately walked to the weapon rack, took a deep breath, and, imitating Lei Hong's earlier actions, reached out with one hand towards the dark, heavy horse-slaying sword. Drink! He let out a low growl and strained to lift the knife with one hand. However, he barely managed to lift the heavy blade off the shelf, less than half a foot off the ground. The terrifying weight coming from the hilt of the knife far exceeded his expectations. Bang! His arm suddenly sank, his wrist went limp, and the heavy tip of the knife slammed heavily onto the ground, sparks flying everywhere. The immense inertia nearly caused him to stumble. A flurry of impressive moves, but the player's skill level is a mere 250. But Wang Chen doesn't even need makeup to play a clown, he's just being himself. In an instant, a burst of laughter erupted below. Even the stern-faced class instructors couldn't help but twitch their lips. Damn it, why is this horse-slaying sword so heavy? Wang Chen's face instantly darkened, his teeth clenched even tighter, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He hurriedly used both hands to barely manage to steady the saber again, his posture extremely awkward, as if he were holding a heavy lump of iron. Let's begin. Lei Hong's voice was devoid of emotion, but there was clearly a hint of disappointment in it. Cut! He shouted to bolster his courage, and with all his might, swung the heavy saber high into the air. However, while he gained strength, his movements became completely distorted. His center of gravity was severely unstable, and he swayed as if he were drunk. He tried to sweep the blade again, but instead, he was spun around half a circle by the blade, staggering and almost throwing himself off. Ha ha ha. This time, the laughter could no longer be suppressed. Seeing Wang Chen's comical and clumsy movements, like a bear wielding a broadsword, most of the students from the 4 classes burst out laughing. This is a textbook example of what not to do. Alright, you can go now. Lei Hong remained expressionless upon seeing this. Being arrogant and conceited is one thing, but if he had real talent, there wouldn't be anything to say. However, everyone looks down on him, and he still doesn't live up to expectations. Yes. Wang Chen's face immediately turned from red to green, then from green to white. He almost fell down his saber in shame and indignation and ran back to the group. Lei Hong didn't even glance at Wang Chen, his gaze sweeping across the entire room once more. Finally, his gaze settled on that familiar figure. Qin Yu. On the first day, Qin Yu broke his rock-solid Vajra, so he was very impressed with Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you, come up here. Lei Hong didn't ask any questions, but instead suddenly roared. Yes. Qin Yu snapped out of his daze and immediately shouted in response. He stepped out of the ranks steadily, with calm and composed steps, without the slightest hesitation, and his journey to the platform was exceptionally graceful. I learned how to use a horse-slaying sword in high school. This is the best grip point for exerting power and maintaining balance. Use your left hand to naturally support the middle and rear of the back of the blade for assistance. When Qin Yu walked up to the weapon rack, he didn't rush to show off like Wang Chen did. He first carefully examined the saber with his eyes, and then stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the end of the hilt near the guard. TCH, hesitating for so long, are you scared? Wang Chen's face flushed red, and seeing Qin Yu's actions, he couldn't help but sneer. We don't know how high the ceiling is, but the floor tiles have already appeared, though some people are still unaware of it. At this moment, Long Fengdu couldn't help but speak up and mock Qin Yu. Upon hearing this, the students behind him burst into laughter, leaving Wang Chen clenching his fists, speechless. Qin Yu's standard knife-gripping posture made Lei Hong's eyes flicker slightly. Then, Qin Yu took a deep breath, and his core muscles tightened instantly. Drink! The next moment, Qin Yu exhaled steadily, his arms working together to exert force, his waist and stance becoming one. Buzz! He swiftly and smoothly raised the heavy saber above his head. The entire movement was performed in one smooth motion, without the slightest tremor or strain. The sheer difference between that starting stance, the sense of control over power, and the stability of the center of gravity was like night and day compared to Wang Chen's disheveled state just moments before. The audience fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu began to wield his horse-slaying saber. Unlike Wang Chen, who pursued exaggerated movements and grand gestures, he demonstrated several basic movements he had learned from his high school textbooks. The first move, standing and splitting Mount Hua, is a simple yet powerful movement. The power is transmitted from the soles of the feet to the waist and hips, then flows into the arms, reaching the blade. The second move, sweeping through 1,000 armies, involves a sudden twist of the waist, causing the entire body to rotate, and the heavy blade drawing an incomparably powerful arc as the body rotates. The third move involves stepping forward and raising the blade, transitioning from a sweeping motion to a slashing motion, with the transition being smooth and natural. The fourth move is to turn around and block. The waist twists and the arms cross, and the heavy blade instantly blocks in front of the body. The movement is crisp and clean, without any unnecessary movements. Lei Hong's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared intently at Qin Yu's every move, his disappointment replaced by disbelief and astonishment. This is something no one handling a knife for the first time could do. The precision of this movement even surpassed that of many veterans who had only been handling the horse-slaying sword for a few months. Chapter 27. He's here again. Reporting to Instructor Lei, demonstration complete. Qin Yu sheathed his sword, placed the saber back steadily on the weapon rack, turned to face Lei Hong, and saluted. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Even Long Feng couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. While they might not embarrass themselves like Wang Chen, they certainly couldn't match Qin Yu's smooth and effortless movements. Qin Yu, you used to practice with the horse-slaying saber? Lei Hong stepped forward, looking at Qin Yu as if he were examining some kind of magical creature he had never seen before. Reporting to Instructor Lei, no. Qin Yu shook his head calmly, his tone frank. No? Then your movements, each one looks like you've practiced them hundreds or thousands of times? A hint of emotion appeared on Lei Hong's slightly wrinkled face. Reporting to Instructor Lei, I learned the basic movements of heavy weapons in my second year of high school. The students only tried out the basic slashing and parrying techniques of the Zamadeo, a type of Chinese sword according to the textbook. Qin Yu calmly and quickly began to explain. His eyes were completely calm, showing no sign of lying. Wow! I tried it according to the textbook? Just theory? The first time it's been used in real combat? Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? In an instant, everyone was stunned. They had certainly read the textbook, which did contain theoretical descriptions and simple diagrams. But, who takes that stuff seriously? Isn't it just theoretical knowledge for passing exams? How could someone possibly perfectly recreate the theoretical movements the first time they picked up a real horse-slaying sword? This is no longer a matter of talent. This is a monster. No wonder. At this moment, Long Feng suddenly remembered that the techniques Qin Yu had mentioned when dealing with Lei Hong the day before yesterday were definitely not a coincidence. This guy isn't just proficient in a part of the knowledge, he's proficient in everything. In other words, if someone else gets a perfect score, it's because that's all they can get. Qin Yu got a perfect score because only the paper itself was worth 100 points. Qin Yu. At this moment, the girl with the talent for soul-linking martial arts looked at Qin Yu with a hint of fascination. Good idea to try following the textbook. Lei Hong took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, and his gaze swept over the other two weapon racks. That. What about that? Does the textbook also have an explanation of the basic movements for the Tang sword? Lei Hong pointed sharply at the shelf displaying the long, narrow Tang sword, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Yu. He suddenly realized that he was actually looking forward to Qin Yu's performance. Reporting to Instructor Lei, the basic offensive and defensive techniques for bladed weapons have detailed illustrations and explanations of key points for applying force. Qin Yu followed Lei Hong's finger and nodded calmly without hesitation. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Are you coming again? Is this never going to end? Go up. Lei Hong's voice was resolute and left no room for doubt. Without hesitation, Qin Yu turned around and walked to the Tang sword rack. A nearly straight Tang sword, yet with a subtle waist-cinching design. He examined the blade carefully again before reaching out and firmly gripping the handle wrapped with anti-slip tape. This time, everyone's eyes widened even more, holding their breath, afraid of missing any detail. Qin Yu stood still, his aura deep and focused. The next second, he moved again. With a flick of his wrist, the scabbard popped open, and the Tang sword was in his hand. Draw the sword from its sheath. Lei Hong's eyes narrowed again, and he fully realized the seriousness of the matter. Buzz. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu swiftly slashed straight down, the blade cutting diagonally from the upper right to the lower left, the trajectory perfectly straight, without the slightest deviation. Then, he flipped his wrist, and the blade quickly slashed upwards from the bottom, drawing a reverse arc that remained straight and without the slightest tremor. Finally, sheathed the sword. The entire process proceeded smoothly and effortlessly. You should know that many people who are handling a knife for the first time may spend a long time trying to sheath it by aiming it at the scabbard. However, Qin Yu didn't even look at the location of the scabbard, relying solely on his senses. Hiss. If the reason why the horse-slaying sword could be explained by innate superhuman strength and solid build, then this demonstration of the Tang sword, which reached textbook-level quality on its very first attempt, has completely exceeded the scope of common sense. Edges, spikes will do? Unconsciously, Lei Hong swallowed and his voice softened considerably. Reporting to Instructor Lei, the special techniques of short-range weaponry and deadly piercing, particularly the lancet, are the focus of our instruction. Its concealed grip technique, force trajectory, selection of the fatal puncture point, and key points for a quick escape are all illustrated with detailed diagrams and mechanical analysis. He's here again. It's numb, really numb. The shocked expression was now frozen on everyone else's faces. Superior. After a long silence, Lei Hong finally uttered only one word. Yes. Xinyu put down his tang sword and walked straight to the spiked rack. He picked up a three-edged, barbed short weapon, gripping the handle with his fingers in a very peculiar way. Immediately afterwards, Xinyu moved again. He concealed the dagger behind his arm, then suddenly slid forward and thrust it straight at the throat. His attack was swift, accurate, and ruthless. The other trainees could barely make out the movement. He then twisted his wrist slightly, rotating the spike as if severing the wrist muscles of his imaginary enemy. With a final, fluid spin, the spike shot out at an extremely tricky and bizarre angle, piercing deep into the imaginary enemy's heart. Call. After the demonstration, Xinyu exhaled and gently put the spikes back in place. He even put the spikes back in the blink of an eye. Lei Hong was greatly alarmed, and his palms, which were behind his back, were sweating. This time, there wasn't even a gasp of surprise. The entire room fell silent, and for a moment, I was a little dazed. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? The horse-slaying sword, the tang sword, and the dagger are three distinct and extremely difficult to use cold weapons. Relying solely on theoretical knowledge from high school textbooks, they achieved perfect theoretical standards in their first practical experience. Lei Hong was completely stunned. He looked at Qinyu's young and calm face and was momentarily speechless. Textbooks? Theory? He has trained countless batches of students and has seen both geniuses and prodigies. But to demonstrate such perfect precision and accuracy in the first practical application of a dry theory is simply unheard of. What on earth is going on in this kid's head? Good, very good. After a long while, Lei Hongkai seemed to have found his voice again. He said good 3 times, but couldn't find any suitable words to express the overwhelming emotions he felt at that moment. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his turbulent emotions, and looked at Qinyu again with a complicated expression. In those eyes, besides shock, there was an unprecedented sense of importance and a hint of barely perceptible fervor. Xinyu, you really are a genius. Chapter 28 specifies the recovery and transfer of liabilities. Xinyu, you really are a genius. Lei Hong's gaze lingered on Xinyu for a full 10 seconds, the intense feeling in him no less than that of a fisherman who had caught a fish bigger than himself. Of course, this is just an exaggerated analogy. In reality, anglers are more likely to fail. Did you see that clearly? After a brief pause, Lei Hong turned his attention back to the 4 classes. What does it mean to thoroughly understand the theory? What does it mean to put knowledge into practice? Xinyu is a living example. Lei Hong put his hands behind his back and shouted loudly. From now on, everyone will focus on practicing the horse-slaying saber, under the guidance of Xinyu. Tell these clueless kids the key points of those movements, break them down, and make them clear to them. Anyone who dares to slack off or can't learn them will have to practice 3 times as much in the gravity field this afternoon. He then pointed to Xinyu, who was still next to the weapons rack, and said in a serious tone. Wow! Let Xinyu provide guidance? Exactly. Everyone can memorize theory, but real-world application is a different story. Alright, they really do have the skill. You were given a chance to demonstrate just now, look at how well Wang Qin demonstrated it. Immediately, a murmur rippled through the crowd. As elites selected from various cities, most of them still have pride in their hearts. Therefore, when they look at Xinyu, they either feel jealousy or resentment. However, some of those who did use their brains immediately refuted this. Xinyu was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Lei Hong to directly ask him for guidance. However, he quickly regained his composure, without making any excuses or showing any stage fright. He walked to the center of the field, picked up the heavy saber again, and moved with steady and powerful movements. Quiet. Lei Hong let out a low growl, silencing all other noises, and his sharp eyes swept over the few defiant troublemakers. Got a problem? Fine. If any of you can wield these 3 weapons at a textbook level on your first try like Xinyu, I'll make him the head instructor right away. Can't? Then shut your mouth and learn properly. Overwhelmed by Lei Hong's imposing presence, the commotion below the stage instantly subsided, leaving only heavy breathing and resentful glances. At the signal of the instructors of each class, the crowd dispersed in all directions, and each person took a horse-slaying sword. The horse-slaying sword is a long and heavy weapon. Its core lies in the connection between momentum and force, as well as the balance between weight and skill. Xinyu then slowly spoke after everyone was ready. The grip should not be as tight as possible. The key is to support the end of the handle with the base of the palm, lock the handguard with the web of the thumb, and naturally curl the 5 fingers together. Too tight will cause the wrist to stiffen and the strength to become sluggish, while too loose will cause the knife to slip from the hand and lose all its power. He held the knife with one hand, not to show off, but to demonstrate. As he spoke, he adjusted his grip to ensure everyone could see the details clearly. These 2 short sentences instantly resonated with everyone, prompting them to move along with Chinyu. Next, the chopping motion. The power originates from the feet. Push off the ground, rotate the hips, extend the shoulder, and swing the arm. The power should flow smoothly from one joint to the other. Imagine you are swinging not a knife, but a heavy iron chain. Some people couldn't help but frown upon hearing these somewhat technical terms. But when he heard Chinyu say to imagine it as chains, he suddenly realized what was going on. How amazing! Wow, this is a true academic genius. Not only does he know it himself, but he can also explain it. After trying it out, they immediately found it much easier to chop, and their faces lit up with joy. Then, Chinyu explained techniques such as blocking and dragging the blade according to his own understanding. For a moment, even Wang Chen, whose face was full of disdain and hostility, couldn't help but listen with great interest. Chinyu's explanation only covers the most basic and essential principles and mechanisms. Every key point perfectly corresponds to his smooth and fluent demonstration just now. It's like delivering food. If it were in a textbook, it would include the definition of food delivery, its history, its development, and so on. What Chinyu is teaching you now is to ride a small electric scooter to the store to pick up food and then deliver it to the customer. It's that simple and straightforward. Alright, now, pair up and supervise each other. Practice slashing and blocking 500 times, paying attention to the order and trajectory of your movements. Chinyu, keep an eye on them. If anyone makes a mistake, point it out. Just as Chinyu was about to continue speaking, Lei Hong gave the order at the opportune moment. Chinyu then realized that theory must be combined with practice. Trying to do too much at once will only lead to failure. Bite. But the moment Chinyu finished speaking, a barrage of notification sounds rang out. Debtor, Long Fong. Debt owed, favors 2. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. Debtor, Song Ren 2. Debt owed, favor 1. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. Debtor, Diu Mao. Debt owed, favor 1. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. Is this teaching considered a favor? For a moment, Chinyu couldn't help but be startled. 1, 2, 77. There are 18 people in a class, so there are only 72 people in total. How come there are 5 more? He counted them carefully and found that there were 77 more debtors than expected. Ding! 50 debtors detected on the host's end. Designated debt collection and transfer initiated. Designated collection: when the collection amount is insufficient, collection will no longer proceed in sequence. Instead, all recoverable assets owned by the debtor will be displayed, and collection will be carried out on a designated basis. Debt transfer: debts can be transferred between debtors, but the strength of the transferred debt will vary depending on the strength of the target debtor. Before Chinyu could even carefully check which 5 extra items had appeared, the system notification sounded again. This. For a moment, Chinyu's eyes widened, his expression filled with shock. This feature is absolutely amazing. He had originally thought that it would be a waste to pursue debts from people who didn't need to be pursued or couldn't be pursued. Just when I was feeling sleepy, this was the perfect opportunity. It's awesome, even better than that. Call. However, since teaching was still in progress, Chinyu suppressed his shock and stepped towards the crowd. Insufficient power to push off the ground, and the waist and hips aren't rotating properly. Loosen your wrist. Lock your hand firmly. Retreat to absorb the force. Don't try to withstand it head on. Since guidance could be transformed into a debt of gratitude, Chinyu had no more worries. He immediately began to offer his earnest and unreserved guidance. And for each person who receives guidance, the amount of their debt will increase by 1. As for the person who was corrected, after trying to adjust according to Chinyu's points, they also became more proficient and skilled. In a short time, their initial resentment was gradually replaced by surprise and admiration. Chinyu made a fortune from this. Chapter 29. Please go out with me. Noon. After the intense training ended, the trainees were starving and flocked to the noisy canteen. Chinyu, carrying a plate, found a corner by the window and sat down. But he had only taken a few bites of rice when a figure carrying a tray walked straight to the opposite side of him and sat down without hesitation. GAA. Shinyu was already a hot favorite in the training camp, and this incident made the entire cafeteria even quieter. Countless eyes converged on this direction. This is because the person is none other than the girl whose martial arts talent is linked to her soul, named Zhang Ziyu. Her long, black hair was still a little damp and cascaded down her back. Her appearance was in no way inferior to Yi Yuan's. I've heard these days that quite a few guys have come to regard her as a goddess and are discussing her privately. She had been eating alone for the past few days, so why is she suddenly sitting with Chinyu now? At this moment, her aloof and beautiful face was expressionless, but her dark eyes were staring straight at Chinyu. What's up? Chinyu looked up, somewhat surprised, but still asked politely. Zhang Ziyu did not answer immediately, but put down her plate before looking at Chinyu seriously and sincerely. Chinyu, I like you. Please go out with me. Puff. Cough cough cough. What the heck? Who opened my visual novel? Clang. Students at several nearby tables who were eating and drinking soup suddenly started spitting out their food and coughing. There were even incidents of plates being knocked over and spoons falling to the ground. The entire cafeteria quickly expanded into a strange area centered on Chinyu and Zhang Ziyu, with everyone staring in disbelief, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. What's going on? Long Fenggang and his henchmen sat down, and upon hearing the sound, they looked up abruptly. One of them nearly choked on his soup, his face filled with disbelief. Chinyu's hand holding the chopsticks froze in mid-air. Even with his strong will, he was caught off guard by this sudden confession. His first thought was that someone wanted to play a trick on him because of his performance today. Of course, it's hard to guess who's trying to trick him. However, when Chinyu stared intently into Zhang Ziyu's clear, unadulterated eyes, trying to find any trace of mockery or joking, he ultimately saw only seriousness and sincerity. Little friend, do you have many questions? That's his current state. Why? But not being able to discern the other party's specific situation, Chinyu patiently continued to inquire. Based on observation, you have a strong ability to learn and possess a C-grade little sun body, which is at a superior level in all aspects. Therefore, I believe that your genes have extremely high genetic value. Zhang Ziyu seemed to have prepared her answer long ago, and began to explain it with clear logic. Wow, this reason for confessing is way too hardcore, isn't it? What's genetic value? It's mating. A collective gasp filled the cafeteria. And when I observe you up close, I feel genuinely happy, so if we could develop a deeper relationship, it would make me even happier. Zhang Ziyu completely ignored the noisy crowd around her and continued her analysis. My mother always said that when you look for a boyfriend, you must find one who can make you happy. She paused for a moment, then added a sentence. Clang. Okay, the spoon that didn't fall on the ground before has now fallen on the ground. Chinyu was so shocked by this reason that his eyes twitched slightly. He finally realized that the girl in front of him was truly innocent. I'm sorry, Zhang Ziyu, I refuse. Even so, he took a deep breath, looked into Zhang Ziyu's incredibly serious eyes, and slowly shook his head. Why? The expected disappointment or anger did not appear on Zhang Ziyu's face. She simply tilted her head slightly, her delicate eyebrows furrowing gently, her eyes filled with pure confusion. I am the only daughter of the Zhang family in Donghai City. If you are with me, you will become the head of the Zhang family in the future. Furthermore, I possess a soul link with a B rank, which is an extremely powerful martial arts talent. I believe I am qualified to reproduce with you. She paused, as if she had thought of something, and then added two more sentences very seriously. Let go of that girl, let me handle this. What yen? Is this really a topic I can listen to? A rich woman is keeping you as a sugar daddy? Holy crap, bro, I found the college student employment guide I was looking for you. The others, having heard what Zhang Ziyu had said, were so shocked that they wouldn't be surprised if Zhang Ziyu slept with Chinyu on the spot. Call. In the eyes of others, Chinyu is currently unaware of his good fortune. But for him personally, the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. I'm sorry, Zhang Ziyu. Liking someone requires emotional exchange, mutual understanding and respect, and it takes time and a process to accumulate. Procreation is based on deep affection and is a voluntary and private act between two people. Obviously, we have not yet reached that level of relationship. As a normal man, Chinyu's desires are like a wolf's when faced with a fat sheep delivered to his door, he would definitely want as much as possible. But he has more than just desires, he also has reason. She's currently with Yi Yuan, and their relationship can't be made public. If she finds a girlfriend, it definitely won't be a secret. Moreover, Zhang Ziyu's identity is extraordinary. She is not only from a prominent family but also an only child. Therefore, given his current abilities, being with Zhang Ziyu would be absolutely asking for trouble from any perspective. Therefore, I refuse. At this moment, Qin Yu also finished his lunch in large mouthfuls. He immediately stood up, picked up his plate, and left without lingering. Zhang Ziyu sat alone, watching Qin Yu's departing figure with a somewhat dazed look in her eyes. She looked down at the food on her plate, then looked up at the students around her who looked like they'd seen a ghost, and said nothing more. Night. After training with the gravity field and the horse-slaying sword in the afternoon, Qin Yu was exhausted. Phew, it's about time to take the Crimson Sun barrier-breaking pill. He was lying in bed when he took out the pill that Yi Yuan had given him. Qin Yu initially chose the 9 strikes of Burning Heaven because martial arts techniques are relatively easier to conceal and should not be used unless absolutely necessary. As long as he doesn't use it, no one will be able to tell. The fact that one's strength increases dramatically after consuming elixirs makes it easy to detect, and the same principle applies to spiritual artifacts. Although not everyone will necessarily care about this and ask further questions, it's better to be safe than sorry. As of now, his relationship with Yi Yuan is definitely something that cannot be discussed openly. But now there's no problem, because a week has passed since today, and everyone else has already consumed a lot of the pills distributed by the training camp, while he hasn't taken any. At this point, it wouldn't seem suspicious that taking the Crimson Sun barrier breaking pill would increase one's strength. Chapter 30 Inspector Wang? The Wang family's trouble. However, this stuff definitely can't be taken in the dorm. After all, pills of this grade usually have very noticeable effects after being taken. If we're going to be discreet, then we'll be discreet to the very end. So Qin Yu eventually came to find Yi Yuan. As soon as I opened the door, a warm breeze carrying a special sweet fragrance rushed towards me. Yi Yuan leaned against the bed, her large, wine-red waves cascading down like a waterfall. Little brother, why are you still up so late? Are you missing your sister? A lazy yet knowing smile played on her lips as she watched Qin Yu approach. Whether it's a racial trait or not, Yi Yuan only needs to speak to awaken his most primal impulses. I need to take the Crimson Sun barrier breaking pill. Please protect me so that no one else notices. Fortunately, Qin Yu remained rational and, after suppressing his emotions, got straight to the point. Don't worry, with your older sister here, no one can disturb your breakthrough. But what are you going to do after it's done? Upon hearing this, she gracefully stood up and swayed to Qin Yu, her body almost touching his. Dry. Qin Yu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he answered without hesitation. This answer left Yi Yuan completely stunned. What she asked seems to be something else. Before Yi Yuan could even react after Qin Yu finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the bed and popped the Crimson Sun barrier-breaking pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a violent, scorching torrent exploded within the body in an instant. It was like molten lava flowing into his meridians, causing Qin Yu to groan and his skin to turn bright red instantly. The temperature in the room rose sharply, and the air seemed to distort slightly. After regaining her senses, Yi Yuan became a little more serious. She then gently waved her hand, and a faint dark purple halo quietly unfolded, firmly sealing the sound of Qin Yu's breakthrough within this small area. At this moment, the golden red aura emanating from Qin Yu's body became increasingly dense, eventually forming a hazy golden red cocoon around his body. Time passed second by second. Inside the cocoon of light, Qin Yu's aura fluctuated violently before suddenly rising to a new peak. The bottleneck of the 8th level of martial arts master was broken through in an instant as thin as paper, and an even stronger aura swept out. Martial arts master, 9th Dan. But this is not the end. The power of the Crimson Sun breakthrough pill was not exhausted. Instead, it surged even more fiercely into the blazing sun source hidden within his body. The little sun body immediately began a dramatic transformation and evolution. A scorching aura, far purer and more domineering than before, erupted from his body. Click. The next moment, the cocoon of light shattered and dissipated into specks of sparks. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if 2 miniature suns were burning fiercely in his eyes, dazzling and brilliant. The crimson on his skin faded quickly, and a fiery and powerful aura naturally emanated from his every move. This is a grade B martial arts talent, the Blazing Sun Battle Body. Qin Yu looked down at his burning palms, feeling the powerful pressure, and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It really worked? A hint of surprise also flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes. Although the Crimson Sun breakthrough pill can help his martial arts talent evolve, it's still a matter of probability. Just like someone saying you can win 5 million in the lottery, it only mentions the result, not the process. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu actually evolved in just one attempt, which is enough to show that he has both good luck and talent. 9th level Martial Master, Blazing Sun Battle Body. My dear brother, you're becoming more and more captivating. Immediately afterwards, Yi Yuan moved lightly and instantly got close to Qin Yu, who had just stood up. Her soft body almost completely nestled into his arms, and her slender fingers lightly touched his firm and warm chest. With such a good physique, wouldn't it be a waste not to try out the 9 heavenly strikes that my sister taught you? She tilted her head back, her red lips just inches away from Qin Yu's. Perfect, why don't you give me some pointers, sister? As Qin Yu felt the amazing softness in his arms and the alluring scent that permeated every part of his body, the newly generated power within him began to stir. Wah! The next moment, her red lips, burning hot, forcefully silenced Qin Yu's words. In the dimly lit room, only rapid breathing and the soft rustling of clothes could be heard. The domineering power of the blazing sun and the allure of the succubus mingled and collided intensely in this unknown night. 7 more days passed, and all the trainees had mastered the 3 weapons to a basic level. Unfortunately, Lei Hong did not have Qin Yu provide further guidance on the latter 2 weapons, thus losing the opportunity to further accumulate debt. In addition, Qin Yu occasionally had to deal with Zhang Ziyu's confessions of love every few days. She would come over to have awkward conversations with him. On this day, the sun blazed down, and the sounds of battle echoed across the training ground. The instructors in each class are strictly supervising the trainees in the use of weapons under gravity fields. Suddenly, a slight commotion arose at the entrance to the training ground. An invisible aura of solemnity spread out. Everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing and focused their gaze on that direction. A group of 3 people, dressed in crisp uniforms, walked in with steady steps. The leader was a man of upright stature, like a lone pine tree on a mountain peak. He had a stern face and was about 30 years old. His eyes and brows conveyed the authority of someone who had long held a high position in the vicissitudes of life he had experienced. He didn't exude any oppressive aura, yet everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Upon seeing this person, Lei Hong's brows furrowed instantly, and a subtle hint of seriousness and wariness flashed deep in his eyes. But he immediately strode forward, his body ramrod straight, and gave a standard military salute. Reporting, Inspector Wang. The Rocket Squad training camp is conducting gravity field weapon training. Please give instructions. His voice was loud, but it carried a more formulaic seriousness than usual, lacking the rough and casual manner he used with his students. Inspector Wang? Hiss. An inspector from the General Security Bureau? That's a big shot. Why would he be in the rocket class? Tisk, haven't you heard? This Inspector Wang Tianxiang comes from the Wang family of Baiyun City. Think about it, the Wang family, Wang Chen, the conflict between Qin Yu and Wang Chen last week. Damn it, are they here to avenge their own son? Qin Yu is in trouble. Shu. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. A murmur of curiosity or schadenfreude immediately arose from the audience. Qin Yu, who was standing nearby, naturally heard this as well, and his brows immediately furrowed slightly. Qin Yu, my uncle is here. You're going to die. Not far away, Wang Chen could barely contain the wild joy and resentment on his face, and he grinned maliciously in Qin Yu's direction in a low voice. Qin Yu ignored his barking and focused all his attention on observing Wang Tianxiang. Wang Tianxiang merely raised his chin casually in response to Lei Hong's greeting, his gesture carrying an undisguised arrogance. His gaze didn't linger on Lei Hong for even a second before sweeping across the entire training ground and finally settling on Qin Yu. Although it was only for a moment, it sent a chill down one's spine. Routine inspection. The General Administration has ordered that a live fire assessment will be conducted today to test the recent training results of the rocket class. Wang Tianxiang spoke, his voice completely flat. Instructor Lei, make arrangements so that each person will independently deal with a Tier 1, 9th stage alien race member, and I will personally assess their strength. He paused for a moment, then finally turned his gaze slightly toward Lei Hong. Lei Hong's gaze also turned serious. This Wang Tianxiang clearly had ill intentions. Yes. But given the guy's status and orders, he could only agree for the time being. Therefore, all the trainees in the training camp went to the combat zone where alien races were imprisoned. The assessment will begin in order of student ID number. The trainees stepped forward one by one to fight against the alien races they were assigned to. Wang Tianxiang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone with a cold expression. Occasionally, he would nod slightly to a few outstanding performers, but those nods seemed extremely stingy and perfunctory. Soon, it was Qin Yu's turn. "Qin Yu, step forward." Lei Hong's voice carried a barely perceptible tension. "Call." Qin Yu took a deep breath, strode out of the queue, and came to the center of the field, where he met Wang Tianxiang's cold eyes for a moment. "Start." Wang Tianxiang spoke expressionlessly. "Roar." As the staff opened the gate, a creature resembling a leopard but with no fur and blood-red skin emerged from the other side. Bloodclaw beasts are superior to other alien races of the same level due to their powerful tearing ability, making them a rather troublesome type of alien race. Upon seeing this alien race, Qin Yu immediately began to silently assess it in his mind. Roar. However, just as it stepped toward Qin Yu, it suddenly let out an extremely painful yet excited shriek. Its muscles bulged strangely, veins popped out, and its aura suddenly surged. Advanced? How is that possible? The condition of every imprisoned alien is being monitored in real time. Stop. Something's wrong with this bloodclaw beast. Stop the assessment. Lei Hong's expression changed drastically, and he took a step forward, about to stop him. Stop. In actual combat, the situation changes in an instant. Although it is rare for alien races to evolve or go berserk on the spot, it is not impossible. This is the perfect opportunity to test the trainee's true strength and adaptability. But at that moment, Wang Tianxiang suddenly shouted coldly. Instructor Lei, do you intend to openly interfere with the formal assessment conducted by the General Administration inspectors? Are you trying to protect your trainees and break the rules? That aura, no weaker than Lei Hong's, instantly suppressed Lei Hong. You! Lei Hong's eyes widened in anger, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Although he knew that Wang Tianxiang had tampered with things, now that the battle had begun, Wang Tianxiang's words were not wrong, and he indeed had no right to stop it. Even if we were to investigate, we could only wait until the battle was over. Snort. Wang Tianxiang stopped looking at him and turned his gaze to the field, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Roar. The newly advanced bloodclaw beast paid no attention to the disputes outside the arena. Its eyes were only on the human who exuded an alluring aura of blood and energy. Whoosh. It transformed into a blood-red afterimage, charging towards Qin Yu with speed and power far exceeding any of the previous alien races. Sensing the aura of breaking through to the second stage of the second tier, Qin Yu's heart sank immediately. Not good. Chapter 31 Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw. The bloodclaw beast tore through the air, its figure arriving almost instantly, and immediately extended its sharp claws to kill Qin Yu. The speed was so fast that even most 9th-level martial arts masters would not be able to react in time. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 2 minor ranks between a martial master of the 9th rank and a grand martial master of the 2nd rank, second stage of the 2nd rank. The difference between them is enormous. Especially since the difference between the two is a small level that is actually a major realm, it is an insurmountable chasm that ordinary people cannot cross. So fast. Even the other trainees in the audience could only barely catch a glimpse of it. If it were most of them, they definitely wouldn't last 3 moves, no, they wouldn't even last 1. Not good. Qin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Without having time to think, he immediately activated the Blazing Sun battle body at full power. At the same time, he was forced to cross his arms in front of his body, gathering all of the blazing solar force field in front of him to resist this terrifying blow. Clang! The next moment, a deafening roar, like the clash of metal, exploded. The bloodclaw beast's claws, sharp enough to tear through steel, slammed down on Qin Yu's crossed arms. A tremendous force caused the alloy floor beneath Qin Yu's feet to shatter, with countless cracks instantly spreading several meters away. Cough cough. At the same time, Qin Yu was blasted away by this tremendous force, sliding nearly 10 meters backward before barely managing to regain his balance. Hiss. It blocked it? Wait a minute. Look at his aura. Martial Master level 9? How is that possible? Wasn't he only an 8th Dan martial artist when he first came to the training camp? My god. When did he break through? All the trainees were stunned by this sudden change. However, upon calming down and thinking about it carefully, they were all just shocked and did not question it. After consuming so many pills over the past few days, someone with exceptional talent should be on the verge of a breakthrough. It's worth mentioning that there's not much change in appearance between the lesser sun body and the sun battle body. The main changes are the strengthening of the sun force field and the improvement of talents. and increases in some basic values, including strength and speed. Therefore, the others present did not notice that Qin Yu's lesser sun body had evolved into the sun battle body. How could that be? Li Yunyun, standing in the crowd, felt a sudden cold sweat soak her back. Others might not know, but she was very clear that Qin Yu's resources were being managed by her on his behalf. Furthermore, during the initial assessment test, Qin Yu was only a 7th level martial artist. How long has it been? He's already broken through 2 levels. Is this still a C-level talent? Even Lei Hong, who had always maintained a cold and hard expression, suddenly revealed a terrifying glint in his eyes. This talent, it's simply monstrous. TSK. On the other side, Wang Tianxiang stood with his hands behind his back. His expression remained calm and composed, as if he was not at all surprised by Qin Yu's rapid advancement in cultivation level. But deep within his seemingly indifferent eyes, a chilling shadow flashed by. Qin Yu's growth rate exceeded his expectations, which further strengthened his determination to cripple him today. He will never give this threat any room to grow. In the venue. Damn it, with my current strength, I can only manage a 30-60 split at best. Seeing the bruises immediately appear on his arm, Qin Yu's expression turned completely serious. He saw that Lei Hong and Yi Yuan on the sidelines were very anxious, but they showed no intention of leaving the field, indicating that Wang Tianxiang's presence prevented them from intervening. In other words, he must defeat the Blood Claw Beast today. Besides one's own strength, a martial artist's greatest weapon is their martial arts skills, but I haven't mastered the 9 strikes of heaven yet. The reason why earth-grade items are powerful is not because they are like firearms that you can simply hold in your hand and pull the trigger. To put it simply, martial arts are like mathematics. Each time you use them, you have to solve the most challenging problem on the college entrance exam. The difference is that ordinary martial arts skills are at most equivalent to junior high school math, and most people can learn them if they put in the effort. The Xianpin level is equivalent to high school mathematics. Martial arts skills at this level can eliminate a large number of people. Upon reaching the earthly realm, it became Qin Yu's nightmare from his previous life, advanced mathematics. Therefore, in order to master a powerful martial art in actual combat, one not only needs to repeatedly memorize the concept of the martial art itself, but also needs to train it regularly. Therefore, in terms of martial arts skills, the same martial arts skill can be divided into different levels of proficiency. It is divided into 4 levels from low to high: beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. The difference in proficiency can result in vastly different levels of power. Oh right. The system can now specify which skills to recover, so does that mean we can directly recover martial arts skills? Can we also recover proficiency levels? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Yu, and he came up with a solution. Roar! During the brief moment when the Bloodclaw Beast paused to demonstrate, he quickly opened the system panel. Debtor, Long Feng. Debt owed, favors 2. Items possessed, small amount of spiritual energy recoverable, low-level Shen-grade martial art absorption palm minor completion non-recoverable. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. Debtor, Zhang Ziyu. Debt owed, favors 5. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, strawberry bear underwear recoverable, advanced mystic martial skill, rejuvenation technique minor success non-recoverable. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. Qin Yu also discovered that even for items that were previously impossible to recover, it was now possible to specifically check what the other party possessed by designating a recovery target. This ability is absolutely overpowered. But Qin Yu didn't have time to think too much, and directly found one of the people on the list. Debtor, Wang Chen. Debt owed, favor 1. Items possessed, very little spiritual energy recoverable, low-grade earth-level martial art Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw minor completion not recoverable. Given the debtor's appalling attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. Low-grade earth-level martial skill. Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu was instantly shocked, never expecting that this bastard would have such formidable methods. But why didn't Wang Chen use it in previous actual battles, even when he lost? Roar! After the Bloodclaw Beast finished its demonstration, it slowly walked towards Qin Yu. After testing Qin Yu's strength for the first time, it considered Qin Yu to be its prey. Therefore, these low-intelligence alien races tend to prefer toying with their prey. Especially since it had been imprisoned by humans for so long, its anger made it want to torture Qin Yu to death. Forget it, it's too late. Transfer the debt. Upon hearing the Bloodclaw Beast's roar, Qin Yu immediately stopped thinking and transferred all the debts owed to everyone except Li Yun to Wang Chen. Debtor, Wang Chen. Debt owed, favors 45. Items possessed, massive spiritual energy recoverable, C-grade martial arts talent in cold bone recoverable, Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw beginner level recoverable. Given the debtor's appalling attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. Originally, there were over 100 favors, but after the transfer, they were reduced to only 40-odd. Fortunately, it was still possible to recover the funds. Recover the Earth-grade low-level martial skill, Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw. Chapter 32 Crush. At the same time, Wang Chen, who had been looking ferocious on the sidelines, suddenly felt a tightness in his anus. What happened? He suddenly felt something flowing out of his body. The feeling was like thinking he had farted, but it turned out to be diarrhea, and he even felt a sense of emptiness in his lower abdomen. But after I squeezed it shut, I touched my buttocks and there was nothing there. Who cares? As long as Qin Yu is dead, I'll accept it even if it means pulling down my pants. Immediately afterwards, Wang Chen hardened his heart and ignored everything, once again casting his ferocious gaze into the arena. Inside the venue. An extremely powerful and vast memory instantly flooded Qin Yu's mind, even tearing his head apart with a throbbing pain. Fortunately, his patience was now quite strong, so he only let out a muffled groan. Immediately afterwards, countless images of the Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw's cultivation, its operational routes, and the comprehension of its sinister and vicious claw intent were imprinted firmly in Qin Yu's mind. Even muscles and bones were brutally eroded and transformed by the chilling and domineering true meaning of this martial arts technique. The feeling was as if Qin Yu had learned this martial art hundreds of times and practiced it thousands of times in an instant. Roar! At the same time, the blood claw beast finally approached. It stared at Qin Yu, then slashed at Qin Yu's arm with its claw. Careful! Yi Yuan, standing outside the arena, gasped in shock, her fingernails digging deeply into her palms. Lei Hong, standing to the side, had his muscles taut like iron, and his terrifying aura as a martial king was about to break through Wang Tianxiang's suppression and forcefully attack. But at that very moment, Qin Yu, who had been looking down, suddenly raised his head. Beneath the blazing golden red of the sun deep within his pupils, a cold, profound blue suddenly flashed. You beast, you think you can outmaneuver me? It's clear that the blood claw beast wants to sever his arm and slowly torture him to death. Unfortunately, not finishing off the enemy earlier will be the last wrong decision blood claw beast ever makes. Whoosh! The next instant, Qin Yu activated his blazing sun battle body with all his might, using his force field to block the blood claw beast's claw attack. At the same time, its waist turned at an extremely tricky angle, almost instantly getting close to the blood claw beast's head. Roar! The blood claw beast was immediately enraged. Damn humans, instead of staying away from it, they dare to come towards it? This is blatant provocation. But the next moment, it suddenly felt a wave that made its heart pound. Qin Yu's left hand, which had been hidden beneath him, was now enveloped in a deep blue light. It looked as if Qin Yu had grown sharp fingernails. Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claws. Before the blood claw beast, feeling the icy chill throughout its body, could even react, Qin Yu had already raised his left hand and was heading straight for its head. Tear. The next moment, 5 bluish-gray claw-like beams appeared out of thin air in front of the blood claw beast. They ignored the blood claw beast's tough, alloy-like hide and instantly sank into its massive head. Put. Immediately afterwards, the blood claw beast froze completely, its claws aimed at Qin Yu stopping in mid-air. The Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw not only possesses extremely high penetrability and power, but its own Azure Mirage aura is also highly corrosive. After inflicting damage on the target, it can continue to corrode the target's body and prevent wounds from healing. More importantly, unlike liquids or other substances, it cannot be easily removed. Once this stuff gets on you, it's just as difficult to deal with as the quality stamp on pork. As for those like the blood claw beast, whose heads were pierced directly, their brains were actually corroded into dust by the Azure Mirage in a very short time. So in an instant, the blood claw beast was completely and utterly dead, unable to even utter a cry of pain. Put. Thump. As Qin Yu withdrew his left hand, the blood claw beast's massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Wow! After a brief moment, the other trainees were in an uproar. What kind of martial art was that? Such a terrifying aura. My soul is trembling. This penetrating power is so strong, it's like shoving mud into a blood claw beast's head. He won? He actually won? Is he even human? However, compared to the others, the most eye-catching was Wang Tianxiang. The moment that bluish-gray claw light appeared, his usually indifferent face showed a violent emotional fluctuation for the first time. Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw? His pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, his gaze fixed on Qinyu's left hand, which had just returned to normal, with a trace of bluish-gray still lingering under its fingernails. Others may not recognize him, but how could Wang Tianxiang not recognize him? This is the ancestral martial art of the Wang family. Apart from a few outsiders who had a connection with the Wang family, even members of the Wang family need a certain status or contribution to be able to practice it. As for those outside the Wang family who know this skill, you can count them on your fingers. From any perspective, Qianyu absolutely could not possess it. How did he even get that, and even reach the beginner level? Seeing Qinyu's slightly pale face and trembling left hand, Wang Tianxiang couldn't help but feel a strong killing intent deep in his eyes. Wait a minute. It seems he might not know everything about the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw. But the next moment, his expression of fear and anger suddenly melted away. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. What a brilliant Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw. What a brilliant Qinyu. Unexpectedly, Wang Tianxiang burst into laughter. This guy, is he crazy? Cough cough. Qinyu looked at Wang Tianxiang outside the arena, and his eyes immediately narrowed. He wasn't stupid, he naturally understood that the Bloodclaw Beast's sudden breakthrough was inextricably linked to Wang Tianxiang. Even though this guy had just arrived at the training camp, he was under everyone's watchful eyes the whole time. But if someone of their caliber wanted to cause trouble, they naturally wouldn't be able to find any evidence. The practical assessment is now over. Trainee Qinyu demonstrated exceptional courage and skill by defeating a second-tier alien race member despite being of a higher level. He deserves the highest commendation. Instructor Lei, you are now in charge of handling all subsequent matters. I will report this matter to the general administration as factually as possible. He gave Qinyu, who was still panting in the arena, a deep look, and after speaking, he didn't look at Qinyu again. He turned around and strode away from the combat zone. What's the meaning? This completely baffled Qinyu. Did the plan fail and they ran away feeling guilty? Wang Tianxiang. Stop right there. But Lei Hong was like a powder keg that had been lit, his burly body taking a step forward. This isn't over yet. The Bloodclaw Beast suddenly went berserk and advanced in rank under tight surveillance. Do you think I'm blind? I will submit an anomaly investigation report to the general administration, and if they find even the slightest trace of human intervention. I don't care if your surname is Wang or Li, if you dare to use such underhanded tactics to harm my soldiers right under my nose, in my rocket squad, I'll show you what the fairness of a military court is like. Chapter 33 Backlash? I'll show you, Wang family, what price you'll pay for messing with my people. As the head instructor of the training camp, Lei Hong naturally had the obligation and responsibility to protect these trainees. Because of the battle, his attention was entirely focused on Qinyu, so he had been holding his breath the whole time. Now that it's all over, we naturally can't tolerate it anymore. Ta-da! At this moment, Wang Tianxiang, who had already reached the entrance of the combat zone, finally paused slightly, but only for a moment. He didn't turn around, but merely turned half of his cold, expressionless face to the side. Whatever. After uttering two words indifferently, he didn't even offer any further explanation or rebuttal before disappearing completely through the doorway. Hold! Lei Hong slammed his fist into the sturdy alloy wall beside him, leaving a clear fist mark, his anger still burning. He knew that the other party was fearless and that the Wang family's influence within the Security Bureau was deeply entrenched, making it extremely difficult to find any real leverage against them. But the frustration of being completely ignored still fueled his anger. Qinyu. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly turned his head to look at Qinyu. Follow me. After he finished speaking, he ignored the other trainees and lifted Qinyu up from the center of the field with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! In a few long strides, the two disappeared into the passageway leading to the private instructor's office, moving so fast that the other trainees couldn't even see where they went. Bang! Lei Hong slammed the alloy door shut, and Qinyu was placed in front of his desk. Explain. That claw attack just now. Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw. Where the hell did you learn that? Lei Hong suddenly turned around, his rugged eyes fixed on Qinyu. Instructor Lei, this is what I did before. Qinyu felt a tightness in his chest as Lei Hong pressed him, and subconsciously took a half step back. It's definitely something I can't say. Even if he dies, Qinyu would never reveal anything about the system. Because revealing it would not only fail to save his life under any circumstances, but would definitely make him die even faster. Shut up. Stop making up stories for me. But seeing the slight pause in Qin Yu's words, Lei Hong realized he was lying, so he interrupted him directly. You little brat. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Do you think that bastard Wang Tianxiang laughed in the end? It's because he thinks you're dead and he doesn't need to dirty his hands anymore. He grabbed Qin Yu's left wrist, his voice suddenly rising to almost a roar. The Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw is a forbidden technique of the Wang family. It's a bone-deep wound, a death warrant. Its power is immense, but the price is a powerful backlash. Every time it is used, the Azure Mirage will burrow into your meridians, bones, and flesh like a venomous snake. You can't shake it off. Lei Hong almost gritted his teeth as he growled, each word uttered in a low, deliberate voice. Look at your own hands, feel them carefully. Is there still a lingering cold and stinging sensation deep within the meridians? Is there a feeling of stagnation when the qi and blood flow to your fingertips? Lei Hong pointed at Qin Yu's left hand and spoke slowly, his tone quite urgent. This. Qin Yu's pupils shrank instantly, and he even stopped breathing. No wonder his hands were shaking so badly, and he felt a stinging pain after using it. He originally thought that since it was a low-level Earth-grade martial skill, it would be a great burden for a mere martial artist like him to use it. Just like someone who can lift 100 kilograms will definitely get injured if they try to lift 500 kilograms. Unexpectedly, this stinging pain was actually a backlash from the martial arts technique. No wonder he said this was different from the load situation described in the textbook. No wonder Wang Tianxiang just left. Once you successfully cultivate this thing and use it once, the Azure Mirage Qi will take root in your body like a parasite. Even if you stop using it in the future, it will still freeze your blood and energy, and corrode your vitality. 9 out of 10 members of the Wang family who practice this technique die a horrible death. Some even reach mastery and enjoy immense glory, only to have their meridians and bones freeze and shatter inch by inch after a great battle, turning into a pool of pus and blood amidst screams of agony. Lei Hong gritted his teeth, filled with hatred, as if it was he, not Qin Yu, who was cultivating the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw. Call. As for Qin Yu, after thinking for a while, he took a deep breath and calmed down. He knew that now that things had come to this, regret was useless. The system cannot withdraw the recovery, just like bloodclaw beasts cannot be resurrected. Instructor Lei, I understand the consequences of this claw technique better than you do. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu met Lei Guang's gaze directly and cupped his hands in a fist salute. I believe that bearing power inevitably comes at a price. If I didn't have the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw, I would already be a dead soul under the claws of the bloodclaw beast. So even if there are side effects, I still made a profit. He stared intently at Lei Hong, his gaze devoid of any pretense or fear. Lei Hong's roar came to an abrupt halt. He was taken aback by the sudden calm and the implication in his words. You'll be as good as a turtle's brain. But after regaining his senses, he still slapped Qin Yu hard on the head. This attack was almost entirely unrestrained, leaving Qin Yu dizzy and nearly killing him instantly. Qin Yu rubbed his head and smiled wryly, but a warmth welled up in his heart. Although Lei Hong's words are indeed very blunt, they can subtly make people uncomfortable. But he also knew that Lei Hong genuinely cared about him. If it were anyone else, who would care what Qin Yu had cultivated, or how many years he had left to live? Instructor Lei, you must have forgotten that my martial arts talent is the lesser blazing sun body, right? However, after calming down, Qin Yu still spoke slowly with a serious expression. Lei Hong was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Look. Qin Yu didn't say much, but instantly pushed the blazing sun battle body to its limit. Boom! In an instant, a golden red wave of energy exploded out and surrounded him. The chill that had been lingering in Qin Yu's palms and fingertips vanished instantly. Lei Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the change. I learned in high school that all cold and yang energies can cancel each other out. I know this martial art is wicked, and the Wang family is waiting to see me make a fool of myself, but my life, Qin Yu's life, is not so easy to take. In the end, I will make the Wang family pay the price for what they have done. But I have a secret about how I got this thing, please believe me this once. Qin Yu's gaze remained focused, unwavering. Did you learn this in high school? Lei Hong frowned, pondering with some hesitation. He remembered all the things about the horse-slaying sword from before. But he really had no recollection of this. However, it might be some obscure knowledge points? At this point, Lei Hong's stern gaze softened somewhat, and his brows relaxed. Never mind, it's good that nothing happened. Finally, Lei Hong's expression suddenly turned serious, and he reached out and patted Qin Yu's shoulder heavily. Fine. You've got guts. I'll believe you this time. But you listen to me, kid, you absolutely must live. Use your life to slap those bastards from the Wang family in the face. Understand? Yes. Chapter 34 Overload Compressor. Soon, several more days passed, and Qin Yu found the hellish training intensity of the rocket class somewhat strenuous. This intensity was 100 times more exaggerated than when he was preparing for his senior year of high school in his previous life. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it at all. Meanwhile, half of the month-long training period had passed, and the trainees in the camp were making rapid progress. When we first arrived, there were still people at the 6th Dan level of martial arts, but now more than 90% of them have reached the 8th Dan level. Long Feng, Wang Chen, and the others even reached the 9th level of martial arts master. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was stuck at the peak of the 9th level of martial master. The barriers to a martial artist's realm have indeed become more solid as their talent improves. Qin Yu stood at the very front of Class 1, pondering his next move. I now possess a B grade and an E grade martial arts talent, so breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of martial master is at least 4 or 5 times more difficult than for others. But it doesn't matter. The stronger the barrier, the stronger you will be after breaking through. Top martial artists rely on their early accumulation. Qin Yu secretly made plans in his mind. Because his daily resources were still being stored with Li Yunyun, he had been relying mainly on natural cultivation this week, so his level hadn't increased much. However, his spiritual energy has become much more solidified, so his overall strength has still improved. Just like pressing a wooden stick into a bamboo whip, the power becomes more concentrated. Gather! Lei Hong's whistle suddenly rang out, interrupting everyone's cultivation. The gravitational field was removed, and the instructors of each class immediately led their teams to assemble. Qin Yu quickly calmed himself and looked at Lei Hong, who was striding towards him. At the same time, he was followed by 2 staff members. They carefully pushed a strange cabin-like device. Bang! After Lei Hong stood still, he slammed his large hand on one corner of the device, and the loud noise instantly silenced the entire audience. Listen up, everyone. Given that this year's training camp is the best I've ever led, I requested an extra compressor from headquarters a few days ago, and it's arrived today. Lei Hong's voice was like rolling thunder, and his stern gaze swept over everyone present. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned strange. Shouldn't Lei Hong say that you are the worst class I've ever taught? That's actually a bit strange. Overloaded compressor? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had seen the name in his textbooks. It was a strategic resource developed by the Security Bureau. It is said that each of its machines requires at least one military officer to manage it. It can compress spiritual energy to create an ultimate spiritual energy environment. Cultivating in this environment not only allows one to rapidly increase their martial arts cultivation level, but also helps them break through realm barriers. There is even an extremely low chance that a martial artist's martial arts talent can be evolved. And it works even on generals and kings. To put it simply, if the Security Bureau were to put one of these up for auction, those powerful families would fight tooth and nail over it. It is called a man-made celestial artifact, a groundbreaking product created by technology. However, there's only one spot available, and you'll need to use this machine to compete for it. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu suddenly saw Lei Hong's lips curl into a wicked smile. The simulation test machine can link to your consciousness, allowing you to enter a simulated space to face a continuous barrage of alien attacks. You can score points by killing aliens. When you enter, you can choose a difficulty level from 1 to 5 stars. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the alien races that appear in each wave, and the more points you will get for killing the alien races with higher difficulty. Qin Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. He had learned about this in books before, but not much. After all, he didn't have access to these things back then, so his explanations were very basic. But you all better listen to this carefully. Proceed with caution. Each star you advance represents a significant leap in difficulty. 5-star difficulty is beyond your reach right now. Listening to Lei Hong's explanation, Qin Yu suddenly realized that although this was a simulation testing machine, it was actually linked to the spirit of a martial artist. In other words, dying in a simulator can truly cause severe mental trauma and even turn someone into an idiot. Instead of being an idiot and choosing a high-star monster, only to be torn to pieces in 3 seconds and come out with nothing, it's better to choose a low-star monster, play it safe, survive a few more waves, kill more monsters, and points are the key. You are all promising talents from the elite class, the hope for the future. I don't want to see anyone ruin themselves on this machine just to show off a little bit of courage, understand? Qin Yu's eardrums vibrated from Lei Han's roar, but fortunately, he had gotten used to it over the past few days and it didn't bother him much. Clear. Then, he and the other students shouted in unison. So many people are vying for just one spot. In short, it's incredibly difficult. But this did not deter Qin Yu in the slightest. Instead, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Good. There's only one machine, so come one at a time. Registration starts now. Who wants to go first? While Qin Yu was pondering, Lei Hong officially announced the start of the test. Reporting, instructor. Trainee Long Feng requests to take the test. After a brief silence, a figure stepped forward. First it was Long Feng. As Qin Yu watched Long Feng walk toward the testing machine, he couldn't help but scrutinize him closely. At this moment, Long Feng's aura was restrained, like a well-sheathed knife, making him even more unfathomable than when he first entered the camp. Immediately afterwards, Long Feng lay down inside the cabin and selected the 4-star difficulty level. The machine was running, but the battle was not visible from the outside. Only the waves displayed on the screen next to it could be seen. The first wave. Click. In just 3 minutes, the first wave of text shattered and jumped to the second wave. Wow, that's fast. It's only been less than 3 minutes, and they've already taken care of the first wave. I feel that Long Feng is definitely capable of competing for this spot. Sigh, it's definitely not our turn. I wonder who will have the ability to secure this spot in the end. Without a doubt, only martial arts masters like Qin Yu and Zhang Ziyu, who are at the 9th level, have a chance to fight. A murmur of discussion immediately arose among the crowd. Long Feng cleared it so easily on 4-star difficulty. If I had also chosen 4-star, I might not have gotten this spot. As for Qin Yu, he stared at the constantly pulsating waves and muttered to himself. Ultimately, it's about balancing risk and reward. Lower star ratings mean greater safety and more stable scores, but they won't be too high. Higher star ratings mean greater danger and less stable scores, but they could potentially be even higher. There is only one spot available. If we follow the usual path and choose the low-risk option, we might not get enough points and the spot could be taken by someone weaker. Qin Yu kept weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After all, this is a simulation test, not a 1v1, so it doesn't entirely depend on individual skill. Therefore, Qin Yu did not step forward first, just to be on the safe side and see how others reacted. Xuanhu, the Shadow Order. But he forcefully suppressed the worry that had just begun to surface. He thought of his father, and of Xuanhu and the Shadow Order. Those mysteries and threats require absolute power to address. Therefore, he must seize every opportunity to become stronger. Whether it's using the system to recover the funds or seizing opportunities like this, he can't let them slip by. After a moment of contemplation, a ruthless glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, and he made a decision. An overcapacity compressor. We can't let this opportunity slip by. We must become stronger, at any cost. Chapter 35, 5-star difficulty. More than 10 minutes later, Long Feng finally passed the 10th wave and came out looking a little pale. Buzz. After a while, the simulation test machine calculated Long Feng's score. 10,000 points. Wow. 10,000 points. Is that high or low? Anyone know anything about this? Let me put it this way, those who can get more than 10,000 points on this machine are almost all famous big shots, top-level experts who roam a certain subspace. What? So, a score of 10,000 is already considered top-tier genius in the entire Chinese pyramid? Yes, but the highest score for a 4-star difficulty level is 10,000. If you want to score above 10,000, you can only challenge a 5-star level. How are we supposed to fight a 5-star enemy? Could there be second or even third-tier alien races among them? How is that possible? The difficulty in the simulation test machine is measured based on a martial artist's potential. In other words, whether a martial arts master or a martial arts general goes in, the dangers they encounter are exactly the same under the same star-level difficulty. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, Long Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the score. Clearly, he was not very satisfied with the score. This score is close to the top, but only close. China has a large population, and what it has in abundance is so-called geniuses. A 4-star rating is up to 10,000 points. Qin Yu watched as Long Feng walked back to the group, and his expression became slightly serious. A score of 10,000 indicates that Long Feng has definitely broken through the 4-star level. Who's next? At this moment, Lei Hong turned his gaze to the crowd. Subsequently, more people joined in. However, most people wisely chose the 3-star difficulty level. Of course, the main reason for this was that one of the students, who was an 8th level martial arts master, was too arrogant and thought that if Long Feng could get 10,000, he couldn't be much worse. As a result, he only lasted until the 5th wave on 4-star difficulty. In the end, he only scored a little over 4,000 points, and he even vomited blood on the spot and had to be carried away, leaving everyone dumbfounded and no longer daring to make any rash moves. The highest is currently 10,000 for Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu, and some others are around 8,000 or 9,000. At this moment, Wang Chen was also conducting his test and entered the 7th wave of the 4-star difficulty level. Faced with the alien race that resembled a swarm of insects, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Fine, let's go for it. What does it matter if there's a backlash? As long as I can get the right to use the super compressor, even if it's just for 1 hour, it's definitely a win. After only a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind and immediately raised both palms. But as soon as he lifted his head, he froze, his expression instantly becoming static. Wait a minute, why, I don't remember how to use the Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw. Immediately afterwards, Wang Chen muttered to himself in disbelief. Roar! But he stopped. The alien race wouldn't stop. No. Ah. Put. And so, to Wang Chen's horrified gaze, he was instantly torn to pieces by the alien race. Puff. Inside the simulation test machine, Wang Chen was suddenly ejected from the cabin, and upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other trainees were all taken aback by what they saw. Oh no. Why doesn't this kid back down voluntarily? Lin Han, the instructor of Class 2, changed his expression and quickly stepped forward to help Wang Chen up. Overestimating yourself, you're asking for trouble. Take him away. Lei Hong merely glanced at it indifferently. Next. At this point, more than half of the people in the entire training camp had already perished. The rest are those who have been worn down by daily training and have no energy left, are unwilling to torture themselves any further, and are also aware of their own limitations. Reporting, Instructor. Trainee Qin Yu requests to take the test. Then, under Lei Hong's watchful gaze, Qin Yu took a firm step forward and spoke loudly. Superior. Lei Hong's eyes held a hint of expectation. He didn't say much, only uttering a single word. Qin Yu didn't say much and went straight to lie down in the machine. As the hatch slowly closed, darkness enveloped his vision. Linking. Link complete, please select your difficulty level. As the cold, mechanical voice rang out, Qin Yu felt as if he had entered a magical space. It was pitch black all around, but Qin Yu seemed to be able to see himself and a screen of light in front of him. Is this the simulated space? Qin Yu was amazed. He had only ever seen such technology in textbooks before. Call. At this moment, after regaining his senses, Qin Yu took a deep breath. His gaze also fell upon the 5 difficulty levels arranged from top to bottom in front of him. There was only one spot available, but 2 people scored as high as 10,000 points. So his options are practically locked down. So he skipped directly to 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star, and didn't even stop at 4-star, which represents a challenge. Finally, it stopped on those 5 blood-red 5-pointed stars. 5-star difficulty. Vital signs detected, peak 9th level martial master. Difficulty assessment exceeds the current limits of the life form, survival probability 31%, it is recommended to change to 4-star difficulty. Just as Qin Yu was about to make his selection, neat rows of red exclamation marks appeared in the surrounding environment, accompanied by a piercing notification sound. 31%? Faced with the prompt, Qin Yu merely gave a faint sneer. This broken machine is only good for testing basic cultivation levels. What he possesses is far more than the mere 9th level martial arts master. In addition to his 2 great martial arts talents, he also possesses a combat awareness and skill that surpasses ordinary people's understanding. How could the system's algorithm possibly calculate his true strength? Retreat? Or find peace? That's not the path Qin Yu wants to take. His father's fate is unknown, and he faces powerful enemies and unsolved mysteries. He needs power, he needs to climb to the top as quickly as possible, and this super compressor is the ladder he must climb. A 31% survival rate? To me, that's 100%. Enough talk, 5-star difficulty. In the end, Qin Yu didn't hesitate any longer. With absolute confidence, he pressed the 5-star difficulty button. Meanwhile, outside. Wow! 5-star difficulty? Has he gone mad? Is he crazy? Absolutely crazy. Although Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu got 10,000, you can tell from their expressions that it wasn't easy, they might have barely made it. And Qin Yu actually dared to choose a 5-star item? Tisk, as expected, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Qin Yu's strength is alright, but unfortunately he has a problem with his brain. He's doomed now. At this moment, the other trainees, seeing the 5-star rating appear for the first time, immediately erupted in an uproar. Chapter 36 Luck? First Wave, Corpse Commander Peak of Level 9, Tier 1 x1. As soon as Qin Yu finished confirming, a cold notification sound rang out. Then the surrounding scenery finally began to change. After a blur, he appeared in a mountain range that looked like a mass grave. Peak of the 9th stage of the first rank? And a corpse commander at that. Upon hearing the prompt, Qin Yu felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Among different races, there are also certain distinctions based on differences in intelligence and bloodline. For example, the bone-eating hounds we encountered in the Ash Wasteland were the worst alien races, the kind that were just cannon fodder. The Abyss Maw, on the other hand, possesses intelligence, a fully formed race and civilization, making it an elite monster. Similarly, the corpse commander that Qin Yu is currently encountering belongs to the category of Abyss Maw. This kind of alien race is the most troublesome. However, for Qin Yu at this point, a challenge of this level obviously poses no threat to him. Buzz! The corpse leader raised the huge bone blade in its hand and slashed diagonally at Qin Yu, but the latter caught it directly. That's it? Qin Yu raised his eyes slightly, then shook his head, unleashing his blazing sun battle body and mysterious jade hand in full force. Boom! With a double punch, he not only pierced through the corpse leader's bone blade, but also shattered its body into pieces. He passed it. 5-star difficulty. He really passed the first wave. What's the point of getting through the first wave? Just watch, if he can hold out through 3 waves, I'll take him down. At this moment, there was much discussion outside, but more of it was mockery. After all, they were all geniuses selected from various cities, and they all had some pride in their hearts. But one of them froze instantly before he could finish speaking. Click. Not long after entering the second wave, those 3 words shattered instantly and jumped to the next wave. Click. Before they could react and continue their discussion, the third wave of fields also shattered. 5th wave, Giant Mouth Swamp Monster Tier 2, Stage 2 Peak X1. As he continued, Qin Yu discovered the pattern within it. Every 2 waves, a new alien race will appear, and its strength will increase by a level. When they appear repeatedly, their numbers will double. So, if we count 10 waves, the strongest one to appear will be a 2nd tier, 5th stage alien. Roar! Just as Qin Yu was startled, the roar of the giant mouthed swamp monster rang out. The giant mouthed swamp monster has extremely poor defense and attack power, but it can spew highly corrosive acid that can cause great damage to monsters of higher levels. The machine just gave him a 31% probability of success, which is based on his peak 9th level martial arts master strength, but it did not take into account his other strengths. Just like skilled players in Souls-like games, when the same character challenges the same boss, the system will warn of potential risks. However, the results will likely differ depending on who performs the operation. This is because in Soul Journey, when the difference in strength is not significant, skillful maneuvering can completely reverse the situation. Conversely, if one's skills are poor, even with a level advantage, one may end up in a sorry state. Unless the opponent is as evenly matched and overwhelmingly superior as in the case of the Bloodclaw Beast, any slight weakness in the opponent can become a key opportunity to turn the tide of battle. Gurgle. At this moment, the giant-mouthed swamp monster finished charging its acid and spat it out at Qin Yu without hesitation. The acid flew through the air, even corroding the air to create a vacuum area. Hiss. The giant-mouthed swamp monster let out a triumphant hiss, as if it could already see Qin Yu being melted into bones. After all, Qin Yu's current strength is only at the 9th level of martial arts master on the surface. This strength is comparable to a child challenging an adult when facing a 2nd tier, 2nd stage opponent. No normal person would think the child would win. Whoosh! However, just before the acid hit his body, Qin Yu's figure swayed slightly like a ghost, dodging the attack perfectly. Put! The deadly column of acid grazed his clothes and mist, corroding a huge hole in a boulder behind him, from which billowing white smoke rose. They're making it so obvious they're afraid people won't know to dodge? Qin Yu's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, suddenly appeared behind the giant-mouthed swamp monster. Hiss? The giant-mouthed swamp monster was startled. It couldn't understand how this human could move so fast. Its massive body twisted violently involuntarily, and its thick tail swept fiercely towards Chinyu's waist. The air was buzzing from the impact. If an ordinary ninth dan martial artist were to encounter this, the result would definitely be fragmented and disjointed. Chinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and this time he did not take the hit head-on. He slammed his toes on the ground and retreated rapidly. Boom! The giant tail slammed down, creating a large crater where Chinyu had just been standing. Roar! Having missed its first attack, the giant-mouthed swamp monster became even more frenzied. Its enormous mouth opened again, but instead of spraying, it generated a powerful suction force, trying to pull Chinyu over and devour him directly. Troublesome, but that's about all the tricks you have up your sleeve. Chinyu was not surprised at all by the giant-mouthed swamp monster's move. After all, what we learn most about in high school is all sorts of different races. He seized the moment when the creature was fully focused on devouring the food, but its movements were relatively stiff, and then he moved. Whoosh! Chinyu dodged the core of the giant-mouthed suction force head-on, his entire body almost touching the ground as he darted out like a cheetah. The giant swamp monster's enormous body now became an obstacle to its vision. Roar! The giant-mouthed swamp monster sensed the danger and tried to close its maw to shake off Chinyu. However, its suction had not completely stopped, and the aftershock of the attack caused its movements to slow down for a moment. Right now, with the blazing sun battle body and jade hand fully activated, they directly locked onto the relatively vulnerable neck of the giant-mouthed swamp monster. Put! The moment he inserted it, Chinyu felt a tremendous resistance coming from his fingertips. The giant-mouthed swamp monster was, after all, a second-tier, second-stage alien race. Without using martial arts techniques, even a peak 9th stage martial artist would find it somewhat ineffective. Break for me! But with a low shot from Chinyu, a large number of blazing sparks burst forth, finally breaking through that layer of defense completely. The scorching palms instantly pierced through the flesh of the giant-mouthed swamp monster, tearing deep inside. Hiss! Instantly, the giant-mouthed swamp monster let out an unprecedentedly painful scream. Its massive body twisted and struggled wildly, trying to throw Chinyu away. But once Chinyu succeeds, will he let his guard down? He grabbed a piece of flesh with his left hand to steady himself, then used his right hand to tear it apart to the side. Sizzle! Instantly, the sound of flesh tearing rang out, and a large piece of flesh covered with mucus and hardened skin was forcibly ripped off, revealing the tissue and bones inside. Green, foul-smelling blood gushed out like a spring, most of it being evaporated by the intense solar field, emitting thick white smoke and a stench. Having suffered such a severe blow, the giant-mouthed swamp monster's struggles instantly became powerless, and its screams gradually subsided. Finally, its massive body crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. 7th wave, passed. Call! Chinyu breathed slightly and shook his slightly numb right hand. It really takes some effort to deal with this tough guy with area of effect attacks without using martial arts techniques. Chapter 37, A Change of Personnel? Zhou Tiantong? However, unexpectedly, as the giant swamp monster's massive body turned into specks of light and dissipated, the scenery around Chinyu began to change. He felt as if a mosaic had been applied to his vision, making everything blurry and distorted. When things returned to normal, he found himself on a mountaintop. Furthermore, the mountaintop is not natural, it is a huge man-made platform that looks like a fighting ring. What's going on? Chinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Instead of relaxing, he became even more vigilant. The 8th wave, Zhou Tiantong. Just then, a cold notification sound rang out, which made Chinyu pause slightly. Why does this name feel somewhat familiar to him? But then, before he could figure it out, the sea of clouds in front of him suddenly surged to both sides, and a figure came riding on the clouds. He was a handsome young man, who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. His eyes were gentle and peaceful, and a blue longsword hung at his waist, making him seem like an ordinary person. A person? Zhou Tiantong. Chinyu frowned, unable to help but ponder what exactly this test was about. Could they be a different race capable of shapeshifting and deception? According to previous practice, the 8th wave should be called by the name of the alien race, so why is it called by a human name? Wait a minute. Zhou Tiantong. Just as he was pondering this, Chinyu suddenly looked up in realization. When he looked at the handsome young man in front of him again, he felt his back suddenly soaked with cold sweat. Zhou Tiantong is the current president of the China Martial Arts Alliance and one of the most powerful figures in China. He had only seen the other person a few times on television, but the person was already over 100 years old. Now, looking closely at the guy in front of him, he does indeed resemble Zhou Tiantong from the TV show. Could it be Zhou Tiantong in his youth? To have reached this point, it is evident that your talent, combat prowess, and temperament are all of the highest caliber. You are a truly formidable young man. At the same time, Zhou Tiantong stopped 10 feet in front of Qinyu. His gaze fell on Qinyu, and he nodded slightly. It can talk? This startled Qinyu again, but he quickly calmed down. He remembered learning in his textbook that China was conducting research on memory. So, perhaps Zhou Tiantong was able to be here because he himself had his memories recorded? You flatter me, senior. May I ask what the purpose of this test is? While thinking to himself, he politely asked aloud. Clearly, this wave is no longer a simple slaughter of alien races. Simple, as long as it satisfies me, that's fine. Zhou Tiantong simply smiled, but the air about his young face made him seem like an old man. Or rather, he's more like Zhou Tiantong from the TV show. The blazing sun battle body, and the traces of the mysterious jade hand? Interesting, Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw, are you surnamed Wang? At the same time, his gaze swept over Qinyu, and a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. No, my surname is Qin and my given name is Yu. Qinyu was dumbfounded again. Is this really not the real person going online? If it weren't for respect for the other party, he really wanted to ask the Zhou Tiantong in front of him if it was really Zhou Tiantong on the other side, connected to the simulation test machine and fighting against him. But thinking about it carefully, it's impossible. After all, how could such important figures have time to care about them? Oh? Qinyu? How did you obtain the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw? As far as I know, this martial art is a family heirloom of the Wang family and is rarely passed on to outsiders. Could it be that your father was an old acquaintance of the Wang family? Qin, I don't seem to remember any important figures with the surname Qin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tiantong became even more interested and couldn't help but ponder it. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Qinyu, clearly asking a question. Replying to Senior, I am Qinyu. My father, Qinhu, has never had any dealings with the Wang family. When Qinyu mentioned that name, he paused for a moment before calling it out again. Qinhu? Unexpectedly, the moment Zhou Tiantong heard this, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Could it be that old case from 15 years ago, the Southern Heavenly Gate project? Qinhu, so you're his son. The next moment, his words struck Qinyu's mind like a thunderbolt. The Southern Heavenly Gate project? 15 years ago? Senior, you know about this? Qinyu suddenly looked up, his heart pounding. He didn't expect that Zhou Tiantong actually knew about this. Zhou Tiantong did not answer immediately, but instead looked up at the simulated sky. Alas, this matter shouldn't be mentioned, but alas, I am but a virtual consciousness. He sighed softly, his gaze becoming distant and complex. Senior. Qinyu raised his hand, wanting to ask a question, but didn't know where to begin. You must be very curious as to why I'm here, and how I know so much, right? Then, he turned to Qinyu again and slowly spoke. Actually, I am just a virtual person simulated by a supercomputer based on the memories left by Zhou Tiantong 3 years ago and a personality that was written in advance. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't be talking about these things with you here, but according to the pre-written personality, I should be enthusiastic and talkative. Perhaps when I first designed it, the designer thought that very few people would be able to reach this level, so I made a lot of loopholes, and this is one of them. He paused, looking at the shock and longing surging in Qinyu's eyes, and continued speaking. Qinyu only needed to think about it briefly before he completely understood. The subsequent waves, besides being tests, were actually more for guidance. That's why Zhou Tiantong's memories are needed to create a virtual person who is almost exactly the same as him. After all, a big shot like Zhou Tiantong couldn't possibly mentor every genius, much less serve as an instructor at the training camp. Now, after the trainees arrive here, they can not only undergo Zhou Tiantong's tests, but also receive guidance from this highly similar simulated human. Kill two birds with one stone. However, this also leads to many logical errors. Ultimately, humans are not machines. Machines only follow logic, but humans have both emotions and rationality. If Qinyu were facing Zhou Tiantong in person, he might not have said these things to Qinyu. But now, by sheer coincidence, Qinyu has encountered Zhou Tiantong's virtual person. So you must understand one thing, you can get something from me, but my knowledge is not complete and my memories are fragmented, which may lead you in an uncertain or even dangerous direction. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Tiantong turned to Qin Yu with a serious expression and asked a question. Please tell me, senior. No matter what the truth is, no matter how dangerous the road ahead, as a son, I must know. My father, is he a traitor? Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu cupped his hands in a fist salute and looked intently at Zhou Tiantong. Lin Shen didn't tell him back then, and he didn't press him for details, not because he was afraid. Rather, he knew that pressing the matter further would not yield good results for someone whose strength was not yet fully developed. But now, this is a virtual space, and no one outside knows what's happening here. Then he must find out everything. Chapter 38. A Rank Talent, Sword Heart Clarity. Zhou Tiantong remained silent for a moment, seemingly retrieving or recalling those data fragments. Based on the fragments of information I have in my memory, there is a great deal of controversy and doubt as to whether your father was a traitor. After a moment, Zhou Tiantong finally spoke slowly and calmly. Qin Yu's heart clenched, and he held his breath. 15 years ago, the China Security Bureau launched Project Nantianmen, which was located at a research outpost in Antarctica. Some of its core projects were highly classified, and even at the time, I could only find out a few details. Zhou Tiantong lowered his voice slightly without realizing it. And your father, Qin Hu, had tried several times through informal channels to pass on some unusual reports to higher authorities before the incident broke out, but they were all intercepted or ignored. Anomaly report? Qin Yu pressed for an answer. Yes, but there is no record of these abnormal reports in my database, or rather, Zhou Tiantong is not aware of them either. Zhou Tiantong shook his head. But subsequent events suggest that he may have come across the truth about a core project, and that this truth must have crossed his bottom line. What truth? Qin Yu felt a chill rise up his spine. I don't know, but it's definitely not going to be anything good. And at that time, a violent conflict broke out inside the outpost. Official records state that Qin Hu, under the instructions of the Shadow Cult, attempted to forcibly seize the research results. After failing, he detonated the energy core, causing numerous casualties and data destruction. He eventually escaped during the encirclement and suppression. Really? Qin Yu's eyes instantly turned red. Any normal person could tell there was definitely something wrong with that. Antarctica, Outpost, Project Nantianmen. Very good, at least we have a clear clue pointing to it. Phew. Thank you, senior. Although he knew that the person in front of him was just a virtual person, Qin Yu still gave him the respect and courtesy he deserved. You're welcome. Now, let's begin your challenge. Zhou Tiantong smiled slightly, and then decisively drew the long sword from his waist. Please enlighten me, senior. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions surging within him because of the truth about his father. Regardless, his primary goal is still to improve his own strength. He clearly wasn't qualified to investigate these things thoroughly before he had sufficient strength. On the other side, Zhou Tiantong, holding a long sword, did not immediately launch an attack, but simply stood there casually. But he seemed to be one with the sword in his hand, the mountain beneath his feet, and the surrounding world, making him invincible. An extremely condensed sword intent spread out. Although it had no killing intent, it carried a suffocating sense of oppression, making Qin Yu feel a faint stinging sensation on his skin. Could this be an high-level martial arts talent, Sword Heart Clarity? At this moment, Qin Yu was finally able to recall the martial arts talent possessed by this great man. Be careful. The next moment, Zhou Tiantong flicked his wrist slightly. Buzz. A streak of cyan sword energy suddenly shot straight at Qin Yu's face. Its speed was so fast that it could not be detected by the naked eye, and he could only dodge it by relying on his subconscious reaction. So fast. Qin Yu's pupils contracted, his blazing sun battle body erupted, and his figure rapidly shifted to the side. At the same time, he used the Xian Yu hand to strike horizontally, attempting to deflect the sword energy. Snap. In an instant, a sharp and unparalleled force struck, directly shattering his Xian Yu hand and tearing crisscrossing sword marks into his palm. Fortunately, the sword energy was indeed deflected, and in the end it only severed a few strands of hair. Such strong penetrating power. The first exchange of blows immediately shocked Qin Yu. He could sense that Zhou Tiantong's cultivation level was the same as his own, at the peak of the 9th level of martial master. However, their application and understanding of power are on completely different levels. The reaction is acceptable, but the concentration of power and focus on defense are still far from sufficient. After Zhou Tiantong finished his commentary, his figure blurred, and as he closed in, he moved his long sword, unleashing countless sword lights that enveloped Qin Yu. Buzz. The sword light appeared chaotic, but in reality, it contained countless variations, sealing off all of Qin Yu's escape routes. What a terrifying consciousness! Qin Yu was under immense pressure and could only push his movement technique to its limit, his palms flying. Jingle bells! Even though he activated his blazing sun battle body and jade hand with all his might, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly, completely powerless to fight back. Zhou Tiantong's swordsmanship was exquisite. Often, just as he thought of a way to counter, his swordsmanship would change, always able to anticipate the enemy's moves and strike the weak points in his power circulation. Put. As the fight continued, countless wounds appeared all over Qin Yu's arms. No, a level martial arts talent is terrifying, and combat experience is far superior to mine. If this continues, we will surely lose if we hold out for too long. So, we can only rely on martial arts techniques. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed, and seizing an opportunity, a burst of intense power erupted from within him. 9 strikes to burn the heavens? First strike, burn the sea. Qin Yu let out a low roar and slammed his right fist forward. In an instant, the spiritual energy within his body surged out like a dam releasing floodwaters, instantly transforming into a raging sea of fire that covered the entire platform and completely engulfed Zhou Tiantong. This terrifying blow even created a vacuum in the surrounding area. What a powerful fire-based martial art! Faced with this unreasonable attack, Zhou Tiantong's eyes lit up slightly, and he gave a thumbs up. He dared not be negligent. The long sword in his hand suddenly shone with a blue light, and his body spun rapidly. The sword light swirled around him, transforming into a huge blue tornado that protected him within it. Boom! The scorching waves of fire relentlessly crashed against the storm of azure sword blades, producing a deafening roar as the flames and sword energy frantically cancelled each other out. Although the flames of the burning sea were fierce, the storm of azure sword blades defended it flawlessly, managing to withstand the violent impact. Second strike, piercing the sun. But Qin Yu's attack was not over yet. The moment his words fell, he was already in mid-air, his right arm raised high. Countless flames appeared out of thin air and coalesced on his right fist. Give me! The next moment, he descended from the sky and slammed his fist into the center of the storm of blue sword blades. Open! Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar exploded on the mountaintop. The crimson gold fist energy collided fiercely with the azure storm. The violent explosion rippled outwards, but the stalemate between the two forces lasted only a moment. Click! The next moment, a faint but clear cracking sound rang out. Immediately, a crack appeared on the long sword in Zhou Tiantong's hand. Before the two could react, the cracks quickly spread across the entire blade. Bang! The next moment, the longsword shattered completely, turning into countless points of light. Qin Yu's sun piercing, which had gathered all his power, was greatly weakened after shattering the long sword, but it still carried an indomitable momentum and slammed into Zhou Tiantong's chest. Bang! Zhou Tiantong's body jolted violently, and the powerful force caused a shockwave to ripple outwards from his body. 9 strikes to burn the heavens? What a brilliant move! He looked down at the burning fist mark on his chest, then looked up at Qin Yu, who was lying on the ground, panting heavily. Instead of being angry, he showed a smile of satisfaction and appreciation. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. As his voice faded, Zhou Tiantong's figure began to flicker like a candle in the wind, eventually disappearing completely, turning into countless points of light and returning to this simulated world. 8th wave, cleared. Chapter 39. The Wan family ancestor? A narrow escape? The 8th wave. At this point, the other trainees were completely numb, truly numb. The initial mockery and disdain were quickly suppressed, and even the instructors were now staring intently at that wave. The scoring for 5-star and 4-star is different, so this should be over 10,000 already, right? Breaking 10,000? Upon hearing these two words, many people involuntarily swallowed hard. Breaking the 10,000 mark means that it possesses the ability to truly reach the pinnacle of Chinese civilization. And now, they are about to witness such a person emerge? 9th wave, Wang Yunting. As the cold notification sound faded, Qin Yu's breathing, which had just calmed down slightly due to meditation, tightened again. It's another person's name, and the surname is Wang. To be honest, it's hard for him not to suspect the king when he sees him now. But the Wang family, it can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? He stared intently ahead, and ripples spread through the space before him, slowly coalescing into a tall, slender figure. It was a woman, dressed in a simple and neat black training uniform, with her long hair tied in a high ponytail and a cold expression. His eyes and brows carried an air of aloofness and arrogance that seemed to come naturally. She held no weapon, yet simply stood there, exuding an aura no less imposing than Zhou Tiantong's. Junior Qin Yu. He had never heard of the name Wang Yunting online or anywhere else, but the fact that it was recorded must mean it was someone special. Therefore, proper etiquette and manners should not be neglected. Wang Yunting. However, when Wang Yunting's cold gaze fell on Qin Yu, she only uttered two words indifferently. You are not a member of the Wang family, yet you wield the secret technique I keep secret, the Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw? It seems plausible, but you only grasp its form. Who taught you this technique? But to his surprise, before Qin Yu could speak again, Wang Yunting pressed him with questions. Depend on. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. Is your luck really that bad? They met someone surnamed Wang, who happened to be from the Wang family. Moreover, she claimed it was her closely guarded secret. The Wang family patriarch? So young? Replying to senior. I did not learn it by stealing, rather, I was taught by Wang Shen himself after we became sworn brothers. When you're out in the world, you give yourself your own identity. According to Zhou Tiantong, his memories were recorded 3 years ago. So Qin Yu decided to take a gamble. Wang Yunting's memories should also be from 3 years ago. Even if it wasn't, it certainly couldn't have been entered today. In this way, as long as there is a time interval, the virtual person in front of you will never know whether what he says is true or false. Oh? Is that so? In that case, that's quite an achievement, but... Wang Yunting raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze somewhat questioning, but she did not press the matter further. But the next moment, before she could finish speaking, her figure suddenly blurred. Let me see if you can gain my approval. The moment Wang Yunting disappeared, Qin Yu suddenly felt a weight around him, as if countless cold, sticky shadows were coiling around him from all directions. The shadows dragged his body frantically, restricted his movements, and even tried to penetrate his mind. This is an A-level martial arts talent, shadow binding. Qin Yu was surprised again. It was another A-level. Despite his shock, he immediately activated his blazing sun battle body, using scorching flames to try and burn away the invisible shadows, but with little effect. These shadowy forces are not physical entities, and flames can hardly cause them any significant damage directly. The solar field, in particular, is completely useless. Whoosh! In the instant his movements faltered, Wang Yunting suddenly appeared in front of him and delivered a palm strike straight to his neck. Damn it! Unable to dodge, Qin Yu could only grit his teeth and raise his arms to block. Bang! The palm strike landed on his arm with a dull thud. Qin Yu felt a sharp pain in his arm, and was knocked backward by the force. My strength is still decent, but when I'm in trouble, I can't use even 70% of my strength. So when facing control-type talents, the first thing to do is not to fight them with brute force, but to understand their source, or to avoid their sharpness with a faster speed, or to break the restraints with special techniques. Wang Yunting's cool voice rang out. She did not continue to pursue the matter, but stood still and gave her comments and advice in a calm manner. To understand its origins. Qin Yu muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. But Wang Yunting didn't give him much time to think. She simply stepped back and disappeared into the shadows once more. Whoosh! In the ensuing battle, Qin Yu found himself in a very passive position. Wang Yunting's movements, enhanced by the shadow binding technique, became unpredictable and elusive. Qin Yu devoted most of his energy to fighting against the omnipresent shadow binding him, which made him slow and full of openings. Although Wang Yunting, like Zhou Tiantong, also maintained the peak of the 9th dan of martial arts, the pressure was still too strong. Both the attack methods and the angles were so tricky that they made people question their existence. Thud. Thud. Fortunately, under immense pressure and guidance, Qin Yu began to stop acting blindly and started to analyze things carefully. No. This is the Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw? Qin Yu suddenly realized the truth through continuous analysis. No wonder this attack method gave him a faint sense of familiarity. It turned out to be the Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw. And their proficiency is higher. After just a few glances, his proficiency skyrocketed. So that's how it is. It feels like you've solved a really difficult problem, and then a top-notch teacher is there to solve it completely for you. With a certain foundation, one will naturally become more proficient at solving the most challenging problems. And gradually, he was able to predict Wang Yunting's attack trajectory and dodge accordingly. Now. Finally, in the instant he dodged an attack, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Everything I had just learned was stored in my mind, and then I found the most tricky angle. Green Mirage, Moon Eclipse Claw. This time, the azure mirage energy between Qin Yu's palms was even stronger, and his left arm began to tremble the moment he made his move. But those shadows were also directly corroded and torn apart by the blue mirage. Oh. It seems you do have a good understanding. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Wang Yunting's eyes, but she quickly shook her head. Unfortunately, martial arts are ultimately about skill. You haven't truly understood how to control power. Before she finished speaking, she gently raised her hand. The next moment, the torn shadows coalesced again, instantly and swiftly binding Qin Yu tightly. Not good. Qin Yu's pupils contracted, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He still wanted to use all his strength to break through. But the next moment, Wang Yunting's figure teleported in front of him, and she gently touched his dantian with a finger. An irresistible force penetrated his body, instantly causing his stiff and tense body to go limp. Qin Yu's body stiffened, and he could no longer move. Defeat was inevitable. His skills and comprehension are acceptable, but he lacks awareness of his talent and his adaptability is still immature. His use of the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw is merely a formality, without grasping the true essence of the word erosion. He should think more about the essence instead of blindly burying himself in hard work. Wang Yunting withdrew her finger and looked at Qin Yu to give her final comments. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished along with the surrounding shadows. Ninth wave, challenge failed. Chapter 40, so, he's dead. Buzz. As the notification sound rang out, everything around them began to crumble. Such strong martial arts talent. As he exited the simulation space, Qin Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, still feeling a lingering sense of unease. Starting from rank A, martial arts talent becomes a watershed moment, completely defining the boundary between the top of the pyramid and those below it. It should be noted that neither Zhou Tiantong nor Wang Yunting used any martial arts techniques just now. Simply by using his martial arts talent and his own level of power, he was able to contend with him even when he had used all his methods. This alone is enough to demonstrate his strength. Fortunately, this is how Zhou Tiantong's strength was reduced by nearly half. Because the A-level martial arts talent, Sword Heart Clarity, is essentially a support-type talent, its function is to make the user more efficient when learning anything related to swords. For example, sword-related martial arts, sword intent, sword techniques, and so on. But these methods seem to be disabled or prohibited by regulations, which allowed Qin Yu to defeat Zhou Tiantong. Otherwise, the outcome is really hard to say. But this time, choosing the 5-star difficulty was the right decision. Although he lost on the 9th wave, he didn't lose out even without the overcapacity compressor. The information obtained from Zhou Tiantong's virtual persona is priceless to him. He shook his head, trying to dispel the discomfort, but suddenly realized that the outside world was eerily quiet. The entire training camp was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the trainees stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed on him. Or rather, focus on the huge points display screen behind him. Qin Yu subconsciously turned around and looked at the huge screen. Final score, 16,700. Difficulty, 5 stars. Rank, 1. A few ordinary numbers suddenly stung the trainees' eyes, causing them to instinctively rub them. 116,007? Finally, the deathly silence was broken by a murmur, and even the instructors came to their senses. Wow! Are you kidding me? Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu only have 10,000 points, this is more than half again as high. A monster, this is the real monster. Sigh, people like that are from a completely different world than us. At this moment, even if someone felt jealous or hateful towards Qin Yu, such emotions were immediately replaced by a deep sense of powerlessness. It's like how you can be dissatisfied with a classmate who scores 3 or 4 points higher than you, but you can't be dissatisfied with a classmate who scores 700 points. Of course, this excludes fools who overestimate their abilities. Zhang Ziyu's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the slightly tired but still upright young man, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Qin Yu, what a Qin Yu! Long Feng crossed his arms, his usually cold face now filled with solemnity. But unlike the others, his gaze towards Qin Yu was filled with intense fighting spirit. At this moment, a shadow also enveloped Qin Yu. It's Lei Hong. Thud. Thud. Good lad. You've got guts. 5-star difficulty, 16,700 men, you're the first one I've ever led in all my classes. He raised his trembling hand and, without hesitation, slapped Qin Yu's shoulder twice. His tone carried an undisguised, rough admiration, and he even uttered a swear word. Thank you, Instructor CLA. Trainee Qin Yu has not failed in his mission. Xinyu could feel the heavy weight on his shoulders, as well as the genuine pride and protectiveness in Lei Hong's words. He took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and spoke sincerely and loudly. Ha ha ha! What a glorious mission accomplished! Upon hearing this, Lei Hong couldn't help but pull his hand back, put his hands on his hips, and burst into laughter. Did you all see that? That's real power. Want resources? Want respect? Then show me the skills that match. Stop gossiping all day long, it's all useless. Then, his gaze swept across the entire room, and his voice suddenly became stern. All the trainees instinctively straightened their backs, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Alright, you did well today, so I'm giving you a half day off. Training will start tomorrow. Lei Hong was overjoyed and waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the other trainees. Yes. As for the others, most of them thought about it and then felt relieved. Xinyu. After the group disbanded, Xinyu planned to go back and regroup, since everything in the simulation space would still have a certain degree of overlap with the physical and mental aspects. He is very tired right now and it is not suitable for him to use the overload compressor directly. Unexpectedly, a figure rushed directly towards him. I turned my head and saw Li Yunyun. In an instant, Xinyu frowned. This girl, the moment she bent over, Xinyu knew what color poop she was going to poop. Brother Xinyu, you are amazing. 16,000 7,000. With this score, you will definitely be able to get into the capital Martial God University, right? Li Yunyun spoke in a low voice, smoothing her hair as she did so, and at the same time, she deliberately squeezed her chest to reveal her snow-white cleavage and even her lace-eye mask. Xinyu was startled. So many details in one action. This guy could easily win an Oscar. What's up? To be honest, compared to Yi Yuan, Li Yunyun was too ordinary and didn't interest him at all. Brother Xinyu, I know you've obtained the right to use the overcapacity compressor. Congratulations, but I... Seeing that Xinyu was not tempted, Li Yunyun immediately changed tactics and became pitiful. My mother's condition has worsened again. She's been depressed all day because she sees that my skills are improving too slowly. The doctor said that if she doesn't adjust her mindset soon, she might sob. As she spoke, she actually dropped 2 small pearls, making her look truly pitiful. Feeling down? Xinyu raised an eyebrow. 666, and this time they're not even going to act anymore. Brother Xinyu, I know this request is unreasonable, but could you give me this opportunity? If I had an overcapacity compressor, I could quickly improve my strength and make my mother happy. When I was very young, my mother said that my father had gone to a very far place. Li Yunyun's eyes grew redder and redder as she spoke, and tears streamed down her face. Went to a very far place? That means they're dead. Unexpectedly, this time, Xinyu didn't give her a chance to waste words and interrupted her directly. Li Yunyun's crying stopped abruptly, and the expression on her face froze instantly, as if she had been choked by something. The tears were still clinging to his eyelashes, threatening to fall but not quite, making him look exceptionally comical. She never expected Xinyu to so directly shatter the tragic atmosphere she had carefully created. You. She opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to respond, her face turning pale and then flushed. Xinyu ignored her embarrassment and continued to speak frankly. The extra compressor is also very important to me, and I can't give it to anyone else. I'm sorry about your mother's illness, but you should go to the instructor or obtain resources through legitimate means, instead of repeatedly placing your hopes on me. Chapter 41 Martial Master 10th Level? It wasn't that Xinyu was unwilling to pay, but rather that Li Yunyun wasn't worth the price. There are definitely no more than 100 of these supercharged compressors in the entire country of China. After all, the title of a top-grade spiritual weapon is definitely not given lightly. If it were given to Li Yunyun, the amount of stuff she had would be more than 3 or 4 times the value of what she had. This is a losing proposition. Otherwise, if Wang Yunting came to him, he would have gladly handed her over without hesitation. At this moment, Li Yunyun bit her lower lip hard, her nails almost digging into her palm. The immense humiliation and disappointment nearly drove her to the brink of losing control, but her remaining rationality told her that she absolutely could not afford to turn against Xinyu now. Putting aside the fact that Xinyu has just displayed extraordinary talent and is highly regarded by Lei Hong, his future is limitless. Besides, she still owes Xinyu pills. If things fall apart, not only will we lose the resources for the remaining half-month, but we'll also have to pay back the resources from the first half-month, including that marrow cleansing pill. She absolutely cannot repay it. I understand, I'm sorry, Brother Chinyu, I was too hasty and impulsive. You're right, I should have thought of another way myself. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Yunyun forcibly suppressed her anger and resentment, and could only manage to force out a smile that was more like a grimace. After she finished speaking, she dared not look Chinyu in the eye again, hurriedly lowered her head, turned around and left quickly, her back view showing a bit of dishevelment and panic. He. Don't worry, there's no such thing as a free lunch. As Li Yunyun left, Chinyu's gaze turned completely cold. By evening, after several hours of recovery, the mental and physical fatigue from the simulation test had completely disappeared. Chinyu went straight to Yi Yuan's dormitory. Yi Yuan seemed to have anticipated his arrival, and was leaning lazily against the door, playing with a strand of hair between her fingers. Good little brother, you've rested so quickly? And you're in such a hurry to claim your reward? Upon seeing Chinyu, she gave a charming smile. Ahem. Yes, sister, I would like to request the use of the overcapacity compressor. Chinyu suppressed his impulse, coughed lightly, and returned to the main topic. The succubus lived up to her name. Her every word and action was alluring, especially after one taste. That taste is even more unforgettable. He. Come with me. Seeing Chinyu's stiff body, Yi Yuan smiled smugly, but didn't linger any longer. She can clearly distinguish between important matters and personal matters. After saying that, she swayed her hips as she stood up and turned to lead the way. 3 minutes later, the two arrived at a heavy metal door. The door was covered with intricate energy patterns, clearly indicating that it was protected by a very strong restriction. Yi Yuan took out her ID card and swiped it, and then the door slid open to both sides. The room behind the door was spacious and simple, with only a half-person high base in the center. Above the base, a dark silver cube, roughly the size of a basketball, floats, its structure appearing incredibly intricate and complex. It slowly rotated, like a giant and mysterious Rubik's Cube, with strands of highly refined spiritual energy emanating from it, making the air in the entire room heavy and viscous. Overload compressor. Call. Upon seeing this thing, Chinyu's breathing became rapid. Yi Yuan walked to the side and pressed the switch. Buzz. Immediately, the supercharger started running, forming a small vortex. A thin stream of clear, transparent liquid immediately seeped from its cut surface and diffused into the room. Just opened? Chinyu was immediately startled. It turns out that this thing was actually turned off just now. Seeing how rich the spiritual energy was in the room, he assumed it was open. Look at your ignorant attitude. Every second, this overload compressor burns at least 30,000 to 40,000 units of electricity. How could it possibly be running all the time? Upon seeing this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but smile teasingly. But remember, you only have 3 hours of usage time. Once the time is up, you must exit regardless of the results. Excessive compression is harmful and may even damage the foundation, understand? She paused for a moment, then looked at Chinyu with a more serious expression. Understood. Thank you, sister. Instructor Yi. Chinyu nodded slightly, but changed his mind halfway through his sentence. This is a public place, not a dormitory. Alright, go in now, good luck. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder, turned and left the room, the heavy metal door closing silently once again. Only Chinyu and the slowly rotating overload compressor remained in the room. Chinyu took a deep breath, strode to the base, and sat down cross-legged. Buzz. Chinyu had just opened his body to absorb spiritual energy when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian. The liquid spiritual energy, like a flood bursting its banks, surged uncontrollably and wildly into his entire body. The feeling was as if Chinyu had sunk thousands of meters into the ocean, enduring extremely terrifying water pressure. I'm hungry. Even with Chinyu's willpower, he couldn't help but let out a suppressed growl. His body surface instantly turned bright red, and many capillaries ruptured, oozing blood beads. Pain. Extreme pain. But amidst this extreme pain, Chinyu could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within his body was surging wildly at an unbelievable speed. The meridians were forcibly widened, and the dantian energy center became more resilient through cycles of compression and expansion. After an unknown amount of time, Chinyu's consciousness was exhausted to the extreme during this repeated training. Boom! Suddenly, it was as if an invisible barrier within him was being swept away by the raging torrent. A surge of power, several times stronger than before, instantly coursed through his entire body. A breakthrough has been achieved. A look of joy couldn't help but appear on Chinyu's tired face. Wait, this? peak 9th level martial master? However, to his surprise, he did not reach the Grand Martial Master realm as he had expected. His skill level remained at the peak of the 9th rank of Martial Master. However, his actual power, the degree of spiritual energy condensation, the strength of his body, and so on, far exceed those of an ordinary 9th Dan martial artist. He even felt that he might not be inferior to some people who had just entered the Grand Martial Master level. What's going on? Qin Yu was immediately stunned. He checked himself repeatedly but found nothing wrong. There were no aftereffects or injuries. Could it be a 10th level martial arts master? Immediately afterwards, he made a bold guess. Although I haven't studied it, when I was in school, some people would joke that martial arts practitioners have 10 or 11 levels of cultivation. Never mind, it doesn't seem like a bad thing anyway. Maybe I can wait until I take the entrance exam for the Imperial Capital Martial God University before I figure it out. After thinking it over for a while, Qin Yu decided to put it aside for the time being. In situations like this, especially since he has a system attached to him and he's unsure of what's going on, it's best not to ask others and try to figure it out himself. Besides this, the Blazing Sun battle body and the Jade Hand are also more solid and active. Even without evolution, they should be 30 to 40% stronger than before. The overcapacity compressor truly lives up to its reputation. Qin Yu was shocked and forcibly suppressed the urge to roar due to the surge of power. At this rate, I'll be able to unravel those clues and mysteries by the time I graduate from university. Chapter 42 The Last Day. 2 weeks later. Outside the misty mountains. A figure walked disheveled among the mountains. If Qin Yu were here, he would definitely recognize this person as Chunuonyuo, who had abandoned him without any mercy before. Chunua, you're such a fool. She pushed aside the bushes in front of her with difficulty, letting out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. Wang Jia, the Wang family, what a prestigious and powerful family. They've lost all value, they don't even want to look at me anymore, they just throw me away like trash. She was panting heavily, leaning against a cold rock to rest for a while, staring blankly at the gray sky. What do you take me for? A rag I use and then throw away? She muttered to herself, her voice filled with deep-seated hatred and despair. She recalled that when she woke up, no one was with her in the hospital, and she was kicked out because she couldn't afford the medical bills. After seeking refuge at the Wang family's residence, they were only given the 3 words "get lost" in return. It was at that moment that she truly realized the truth. All that talk of deep affection and loyalty, of a future matriarch, it's all a lie. What the Wang family valued was only the dragon blood bodhi that she could steal from Qin Yu and the little blazing sun body she possessed. Qin Yu, Qin Yu. She kept chewing on the name, her heart aching so much she could hardly breathe. Only you were truly sincere to me. I was foolish, I was blinded by love, I'm so sorry. A wave of immense regret washed over me. Now she has lost everything. Talent, cultivation, and reliance. All that's left is this worthless life and an incredibly strong thought, to find Qin Yu and beg for his forgiveness. Almost entirely by instinct, she begged and hid along the way, inquiring about the direction of the Zhengqing training camp. With her last bit of willpower, she managed to reach this dangerous mountain range. She didn't know how Qin Yu would treat her after she found him, but she had no other choice. This was the only way out she could think of. He must still hate me. It doesn't matter, I deserve it. Chunuonyuo wiped away the tears that had unknowingly streamed down her face and spoke in a self-comforting manner. But he has such a soft heart, and he used to be so good to me. I sincerely repent, and he will definitely forgive me, he definitely will. She even began to fantasize that Qin Yu might initially be cold-faced, but would eventually soften and accept her back. She could stay by his side, even if it was just as a maid serving him tea and water, as long as he could forgive her. He must be training hard at the training camp right now, right? He's working so hard, he's bound to be the strongest one. Chunuonyuo imagined Qin Yu's focused and serious demeanor on the training field, and a bittersweet feeling, along with a strange sense of pride, welled up in her heart. After catching her breath, she took a deep breath of the cold air, forced herself to stand up, and continued walking deeper into the mountains. Inside the training camp. Night Kite Dormitory. Yi Yuan suddenly hugged Qin Yu tightly, greedily absorbing the warmth from his body. Today was the last day of training, so he came to relieve Yi Yuan's cold poison once again. Of course, he was just being kind-hearted and grateful. After all, he had received a lot of benefits from Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would feel guilty and wouldn't be able to get over it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You brat, you're getting more and more rude. Yi Yuan gave Qin Yu a resentful punch to the chest. Qin Yu simply shrugged in response, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Women, they say one thing but mean another, those who know, know. He said no, but in the end he hugged her tighter than anyone else. They just use it and throw it away, they don't know how to be considerate of others at all. Seeing Qin Yu's appearance, Yi Yuan lazily got up and gave him a charmingly disdainful look. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I'm so damn crazy. Who is using whom? Fortunately, the little sun body had already evolved into the sun battle body, otherwise he would have been drained dry by now. Today is the final weighted run test. After the test, the training camp will be disbanded, right? However, he didn't argue with Yi Yuan too much, but instead asked her questions. What's wrong? You're so reluctant to part with your older sister? Yi Yuan finished dressing and turned to look at him. Alright, if you want to find me in the future, take this token to any branch of Yunk Palace, and you will know the answer then. However, seeing his honest appearance, Yi Yuan stopped teasing him and instead took out a small, round token from her bosom. Oh? In the future? Which future? Qin Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Okay. Of course, this is just something he thinks to himself, he certainly wouldn't dare say it out loud. After accepting the token, the two tidied their clothes and left the house one after the other. All the trainees had already assembled in the training camp square. After a month of intensive training, everyone exuded a more capable and sharper aura, and their eyes were much more piercing than when they first arrived. As the saying goes, one summer camp experience leads to a lifetime of military service. Cough cough, wrong movie. At this moment, Lei Hong stood at the very front of everyone, his serious gaze sweeping over everyone below. You little rascals, your month of running away in terror is over. Today's final hurdle, 500 kilograms of weight, 30 kilometers of mountain road, 3 hours. If you can't finish, you don't need to take the martial arts college entrance exam. I'll give you a direct expulsion notice. Understand? Lei Hong's reprimand was as rough and direct as ever, but the trainees were already used to it and even detected a different meaning in it. No one made a sound, only straighter spines and clenched fists. Clear. Everyone roared in unison, their voices shaking the entire training camp. Now, get the hell out of here. Lei Hong stopped wasting words and simply waved his hand. Upon receiving the order, all the trainees immediately sprang into action, each shouldering the giant stones they had seen a month earlier, and then ran step by step toward the outside. Soon, the bustling square became empty, leaving only Lei Hong and a few instructors. As the students left, the ruggedness on his face subsided, replaced by a serious and solemn expression. Has the news been confirmed? Will they make their move today? Immediately afterwards, Zhao Qiming, the instructor of Class 4, walked up to Lei Hong and spoke with a solemn expression. There is at least an 80% chance that they will take action. After all, the results of this training camp were quite good, especially Qin Yu, who definitely attracted their attention. In accordance with their usual modus operandi, they take action at the end of the assessment when we and the trainees are at our lowest level of vigilance, and the probability of success is naturally the highest. Lei Hong spoke slowly and calmly. A bunch of rats that can't stand the light of day. Zhao Qiming clenched his fist slightly, his knuckles turning white, and a hint of violence flashed in his eyes. But don't worry, I applied to the security bureau in advance to dispatch an inspector, so that they'll all die if they come. Chapter 43: The Shadow Order Attacks. In the last half month, almost everyone reached the peak of the 9th level of martial arts master. Of course, top geniuses like Qin Yu and Long Feng are capable of breaking through to the great martial master level at any time, but they have been suppressing their cultivation level in order to lay a solid foundation. Naturally, what was an impossible weighted run for them at the beginning has now become incredibly easy. Qin Yu and Long Feng walked at the front of the group without any pressure, putting a small distance between themselves and the others. Drizzle. However, just as they were halfway there, the sky turned gloomy and a fine drizzle began to fall. Gradually, the leaden gray clouds pressed down low, and large raindrops began to fall. The mountain wind howled through the forest, bringing with it unsettling sobs, and the air was filled with the earthy smell and a faint chill. TSK, it really knows how to pick its time to rain. Long Feng was soaked to the bone, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Splat. Qin Yu, standing to the side, stopped walking after stepping into a large puddle. What's wrong? Long Feng hesitated for a moment, and then stopped in his tracks. There's someone there. Qin Yu looked past Long Feng and stared intently at the blurry rain curtain in the distance. People? Long Feng didn't react immediately, wondering if Lei Hong was playing a prank on them. But then, several figures emerged from the surrounding rain, their faces completely obscured by black robes. Only a blood-red thorn badge on their chest seemed to prove their identity. The Shadow Order? What are they doing here? Upon seeing the badge, Long Feng's pupils instantly contracted, and his entire body tensed up. Almost simultaneously, from different directions in the distance, the sounds of violent energy explosions and shouts could be faintly heard, indicating that student teams in other areas had also been attacked. The entire Misty Mountains instantly transformed into a massive ambush site. Whoosh! 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 Without wasting words, the figures charged straight at the two. The Shadow Order? They really are choosing the path to hell when there's a way to heaven. Xinyu snorted coldly and without hesitation threw the heavy boulder on his back onto the ground with a thud, creating a mud pit. He was still worried because he didn't have a single piece of information about the Shadow Order. Although he didn't believe his father would join the Shadow Order, the organization must know some of the truth about things that the Security Bureau was hiding. Boom! Immediately afterwards, his blazing sun battle body exploded, and a powerful shockwave spread out, directly causing Long Feng to lose his balance. What the heck? This is a peak 9th level martial master? Because there was very little actual combat training in the training camp, Long Feng didn't see Qinyu display his strength for the latter half of the month. He originally thought he had caught up with Qinyu and had reached the peak of the 9th level of martial arts master. But the power that Qinyu is now unleashing is in no way weaker than the pressure he faces from a Grand Martial Master. Even some Grand Martial Masters at the first level aren't this strong. Buzz! But at that moment, a cold glint struck his face, leaving him no time to think. Watch out! These guys are definitely coming for us, you. So, while fighting off the black-robed men who were attacking him, Long Feng turned to Qinyu and gave him a warning. But before he could finish speaking, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Click! On the other side, Qinyu violently struck out with both palms, breaking the large swords of the two black-robed men, and then slammed them into their chests. Bang! Instantly, the two second-stage Grand Martial Masters were sent flying as if hit by a truck. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from their mouths, and they died instantly. I'm special? This scene left the usually composed Long Feng completely dumbfounded. Please, you're just a peak 9th level martial artist. The person in front of you is a Grand Martial Master level 2, not a Martial Master level 2. That would probably require an S-level martial arts talent to achieve. Court death. While Long Feng was still in shock, Qinyu crushed another Grand Martial Master, Stage 2, who had rushed up to him. These guys have no talent in martial arts. Their cultivation level was achieved through brute force, so naturally they're incredibly weak. However, at that moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly locked onto Qinyu. This caught Qinyu's attention, and he immediately turned his head to look. Not far away, a taller man in black robes could be seen, over 2 meters tall and twice the width of a normal person. At first glance, it gives people a sense of oppression, like Mount Tai pressing down on them. That's interesting, but it's over here. The man in black robes suddenly released the aura of a third-stage Grand Martial Master within him, along with a faint surge of power. This force caused the surrounding rainwater to stir and solidify into countless water needles. F-rank martial arts talent, water condensation? Upon seeing this, Qinyu's expression also turned serious. Perfect timing. Someone at your level should know quite a lot, right? However, there was no fear in his eyes, but rather a fierce fighting spirit. Meanwhile, above the clouds in the high sky, the raindrops couldn't reach this place, but the atmosphere was even more terrifyingly heavy than below. Two figures stood in the air without any support. One of them was wearing a silver robe and rested his hands on a cane in front of him. His face was old, and his hair was also somewhat gray. The other person was wearing a black robe that completely covered their face. However, unlike the other men in black robes, he wore a mask with horns and had many ghost faces carved on his black robe. Smiling Ghost, this time, your Shadow Order's reach has gone a bit too far. Daring to attack the Security Bureau's training camp, do you want to be uprooted? The old man in the silver robe spoke in a low voice, with a barely perceptible hint of anger in his tone. Uprooted? He. Fu Shiding, you old bastard, you scared me to death. Ha 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 ha. The laughing ghost's voice came from behind the mask, sometimes shrill and sometimes hoarse, extremely unstable. With those corrupt and idiotic fools in your security bureau? Or with you, an old codger with 1 foot in the grave? Madman. You're spouting nonsense. It seems I must capture you today and eradicate your evil ways. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhiting's eyes instantly turned even colder, and a terrifying pressure emanated from his body, causing the surrounding space to distort and deform. Come and fight. Come and fight. The laughing ghost laughed maniacally, and the black mist around him instantly transformed into countless hideous ghost faces, emitting silent shrieks as they met the surging, oppressive aura. Bang! Below, the enormous water sphere was incinerated into steam by the blazing solar force field, but a considerable portion still passed through and struck Qin Yu's arms. Although the attack did not harm him, it still knocked him back 3 or 4 steps. Damn it, why is this kid so weird? The black-robed man's arms trembled, and his palms were already charred. He was a Grand Martial Master at the 3rd level, and also had F-level martial arts talent. He actually managed to fight a Grand Martial Master at the peak of the 9th level to a draw. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where your Shadow Order's strongholds are, and I'll spare your life. Qin Yu shook his hands, suppressing the excruciating pain from being hit by the water balloon, and stared coldly at the guy. Brother Qin Yu. Help! However, before the man in black could sneer and speak, a familiar voice instantly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Chapter 44 Shifting the Blame East. Qin Yu turned his head and saw Li Yunyun running towards him in the rain, her face filled with fear. Behind her, 3 imposing men in black robes were chasing after her. Judging from the aura emanating from them, they had all clearly reached the 3rd stage of the Great Martial Master realm. Damn it! How did she attract the enemy here? Upon seeing this, Long Feng's expression changed drastically. Brother Qin Yu. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. There were too many of them, so I had to run towards you. You're so strong, you can definitely hold them off, right? Li Yunyun seemed to see a savior, and a cunning and vicious glint flashed in her eyes. She used all her strength to rush towards Qin Yu's battle circle, crying out mournfully. Before she could finish speaking, she had already slipped past the edge of the battle between Qin Yu and the tall man in black robes like an eel. The 3 newly arrived Grand Martial Masters, level 3, dressed in black robes, instantly locked their gazes on Qin Yu and Long Feng, who were engaged in fierce combat. Qin Yu? Target confirmed. Highest priority. Kill. One of them gave the cold order, and the 3 of them, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful attack that enveloped Qin Yu and Long Feng. In an instant, the situation reversed. Qin Yu not only had to face the troublesome black-robed man, but also had to endure the combined attacks of 2 other powerful individuals of the same level. Long Feng's pressure also increased sharply. An opponent who was a Grand Martial Master of the 3rd level and had martial arts talent directly caused him to be in a state of continuous defeat. Li Yunyun. I'll fuck your grandpa. Enraged, Long Feng cursed loudly, narrowly avoiding a fatal attack, and instantly covered in several bloody marks. Bang! Qin Yu barely dodged the heavy punch from the black-robed man with the water condensation talent, but was struck in the back by a sidekick from another black-robed man. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Given this difference in power levels, the blazing solar field offers little defensive capability. It's like a sunburst cloak. It burns 40 drops of blood per second, but the pain is much greater for those who burn less blood, while it's negligible for those who burn more. You bitch. You've really delivered yourself to me. Qin Yu's gaze immediately turned icy cold, and an overwhelming killing intent surged from his eyes. Normally, he wouldn't want to directly pursue Li Yunyun. The previous pursuit of Chu Nuonyuo and Wang Jia easily attracted attention, but it could be explained to some extent. However, it would be very dangerous to directly pursue and seize Li Yunyun at this point. But since this bastard insisted on running into him, he didn't care about any of that anymore. Debtor, Li Yunyun. Debts owed, favors 2, marrow cleansing pill 1, bone tempering pill 45, meridian condensation powder 45. Possessing items, all spiritual energy recoverable, E-grade martial arts talent spiritual eye recoverable. Given the debtor's malicious fraud and increasingly demanding behavior, the host may initiate mandatory debt collection. Recover it. Compared to his own death, suspicion was a minor matter, so he opened the system panel without hesitation and began the recovery process. On the other side, Li Yunyun thought she had successfully shifted the blame and was about to escape. He hadn't even had time to hide the slyness and glee on his face. But in an instant, her body froze, and an indescribable feeling tore through her body. The pain was excruciating, as if my internal organs were being crushed and then pulled out of my body in fragments. Put. Before she could react, a hand had already pierced through her chest. It was a man in black robes. With the addition of 3 Grand Martial Masters, the black-robed men who were originally besieging Longfeng naturally came to chase after Li Yunyun. But this made the eyes under the black robe reveal a hint of bewilderment and absurdity. What's going on? Is this a staged accident? A self-destruction? I haven't even used any force, how come you've already fallen? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield. At the very moment that Li Yunyun was forcibly confiscated and her life force completely dissipated. Boom! A terrifying aura, far more powerful and domineering than before, suddenly erupted from Qin Yu's body, who was surrounded by enemies. The crimson flames spread out, instantly forcibly pushing back several steps the 3 black-robed Grand Martial Masters who were attacking him. Sizzle! The rainwater evaporated completely into nothingness within 3 feet of his body. The muddy ground beneath our feet had been pressed into a large crater. The great martial arts master. With the immense energy of the system forcibly recovering all of Li Yunyun's debts, Qin Yu's already solidified barrier was naturally broken through, and he officially entered the realm of Grand Martial Master. This is not just an improvement in one's level of understanding. At the very moment of his breakthrough, Qin Yu felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and then the world appeared completely different in his vision. The trajectory of the falling raindrops, the subtle signs of the enemy's muscles straining, the faint fluctuations in the flow of spiritual energy, everything became crystal clear. It's even a bit slow. This is the spirit eye? Qin Yu was startled. Although this martial arts talent was only grade E, its effect was merely auxiliary. However, the enhanced insight he gains in actual combat is far more than just 1 + 3 = 4. If you think about it simply, the original spiritual eye only has extremely high observational ability, which is why Li Yunyun was able to temporarily escape from the 3 men in black robes. However, it is not aggressive in any way. This is a common problem for most people with low-level martial arts talent. They have advantages, but also disadvantages. But when it came to Qin Yu, his extreme observation skills, combined with the blazing sun battle body and the mysterious jade hand, made him a formidable opponent. This increase in combat power would probably have to be calculated using multiplication. A breakthrough in the midst of battle? Damn it! The black-robed man's pupils shrank instantly, staring at Qin Yu in disbelief. The other 2 men in black robes also sensed the suddenly dangerous aura emanating from Qin Yu, and their attack movements faltered. You had a lot of fun just now, didn't you? Qin Yu slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men in black robes around him. With his spiritual eye activated, the movements of the 3 men in black robes were full of flaws in his eyes. Now, it's my turn. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! The extraordinary insight granted by his spiritual eye allowed him to anticipate all attack gaps and landing points, making his movements unpredictable and elusive. So fast. Left. The 3 men in black robes reacted hastily, but all their attacks missed. 9 strikes to burn the heavens, first strike, burn the sea. When Qin Yu reappeared, he was already behind them, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. Boom! In an instant, the 3 men in black robes were engulfed by the terrifying explosion. The surrounding air was compressed into a vacuum, and the temperature suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees, which was originally thought to be a damp and cold environment due to rain. The rainwater couldn't even get close. 3 Grandmasters, 3rd rank, died. Although Qin Yu could kill them slowly without using martial arts techniques, it would definitely not be as fast as using martial arts techniques directly. No. No. How could this be? As for the Grand Martial Master who was still besieging Longfeng at the end, he was so scared that he wet himself. Is this guy even human? A first stage Grand Martial Master instantly defeated 3 third stage Grand Martial Masters? The difference between this and seeing a ghost is that ghosts don't exist at all. Second strike, piercing the sun. 1 punch landed, and the last man couldn't withstand it for even a second. Hiss. At this moment, Longfeng was leaning on his knees, breathing heavily. He stared at Qin Yu, who stood like a war god amidst the rain and corpses, feeling the suffocating aura of a Grand Martial Master and the chilling killing intent emanating from him. He was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Mob. Qin Yu simply commented on this. Good riddance. These stinking rats from the sewers were definitely trying to take advantage of us when we were most relaxed. However, Longfeng quickly came to his senses. There wasn't much negative emotion in his eyes towards Qin Yu. All he saw was a strong fighting spirit. What people fear most is having no goals, but now that he has Qin Yu as his goal and role model, he will only be more excited. But the problem is, why choose to attack us when our cultivation level is only slightly higher than ours? Isn't that just suicide? Upon hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but frown. Maybe they don't have enough manpower. Besides, who has your skill to take down 3 Grand Martial Masters at the 3rd stage in one move? Long Feng thought Xinyu was just showing off, so he waved his hand and explained with a wry smile. No, unless their target isn't us. Chapter 45 The Skinner. Unless their target isn't us. Xinyu's expression suddenly changed, and a terrible thought arose in his mind. The strongest of these Shadow Order members in black robes is only at the F-rank martial arts talent level. This level of martial arts talent is neither particularly strong nor particularly weak. It can only be said that having martial arts talent is the threshold for climbing the pyramid, and the boundary that separates one from ordinary people. But there are even more geniuses above geniuses, and the top of the pyramid is already overflowing with people. Therefore, if there are enough benefits, losing some F-level martial arts talents doesn't seem so bad. A diversionary tactic? Their target is the training camp headquarters? Instructor Lei and his team. Long Feng wasn't stupid with careful thought, he could understand some things. They are all young geniuses, and under normal circumstances they would naturally be targets of the Shadow Order, so they would definitely be protected. In comparison, instructors and others who also possess formidable talent and some skill would be overlooked. Thinking of this, the two of them no longer cared about resting. The spiritual energy in their bodies, which had just broken through or had not yet calmed down, suddenly erupted, pushing their speed to the limit. Swish! Swish! The two of them shot off like arrows, rushing madly toward the training camp. The rain was shattered by their fast-moving bodies, and the mountain road rushed past beneath their feet. The closer one gets to the training camp, the stronger the stench of blood and the chaotic feeling of lingering spiritual energy become. The training camp, which should have been brightly lit in the distance, was now eerily silent, with only a few scattered lights flickering in the rain, illuminating the broken walls and ruins. Damn it! Am I too late? Xinyu gritted his teeth, his heart sinking to the bottom. But he quickly regained his senses and used his spiritual eye to peer into the distance through the rain. Immediately afterwards, his breathing suddenly stopped. Because through his spiritual eye, he saw figures lying haphazardly in the training camp square. Those were staff members and guards he had seen in the training camp, and their situation was clearly extremely bad. As they approached the entrance, they finally saw the dire state of the training camp. The square was no longer what it used to be, it was now riddled with huge craters, tear marks, and lingering aftershocks. The 4 instructors lay in pools of blood, their breaths weak, some even unconscious. And in the center of the square, a tall, black-robed man was holding Lei Hong by the neck with one hand, lifting him into the air like a chick. His black robe was also decorated with ghost faces, and he wore a dark gold, twisted ghost face mask. Lei Hong was covered in blood, one arm was twisted at a bizarre angle, there was a terrible dent in his chest, and his breath was extremely weak. Cough, you skinning demon, you really didn't die. Lei Hong struggled to open his swollen eyes, looked at the cold pupils behind the mask, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Of course, I haven't even tasted your rock diamond yet, how could I die? The Skinner laughed hoarsely. At the same time, in the palm of his other hand, a ball of earthy yellow light was slowly rotating and shrinking, eventually being absorbed into his body. It's such a nostalgic feeling of power. Too bad you're too weak. He sighed comfortably, his gaze towards Lei Hong filled with mockery. Bah, those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. Lei Hong was almost unable to move and could only spit out a mouthful of blood onto the mask. Don't worry, your good friends will be coming down to see you soon. But the skinning demon showed no reaction to this insult, and didn't even seem to care. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 instructors, including Yi Yuan, were lifted up like Jesus by the black-robed men behind him. Damn it! Stop it right now! Xinyu's eyes widened in fury, and he roared as he charged forward. Don't be impulsive. He can beat Instructor Lei, so he's at least a martial arts master. As Long Feng's heart sank, he grabbed Xinyu, his expression more solemn than ever before. They had already reported to the security bureau on their way here. 10 minutes, at most 10 minutes, and new reinforcements will arrive. All they need to do now is stall for time. Oh? The skinning demon stopped and slowly turned around, its demonic mask facing Xinyu and Long Feng. Where did these 2 little flies come from? They're chattering away so noisily. His tone was full of impatience and a condescending, mocking attitude. But when his gaze fell on the 2 of them, especially Xinyu, he suddenly stopped. Ha! Twin, no, triple martial arts talent? It smells so good. Such delicious food in the training camp? He sniffed dramatically, like a child who had discovered a new and exciting toy. It's decided, the two of you will be my dessert. Beneath the mask, a mocking smile seemed to curve at the corners of the skin-peeling demon's mouth. You're dreaming. Xinyu gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush forward and kill that guy. But Long Feng stopped him in time. Xinyu. Don't be impulsive. Hold off the others for a second. I have a way to deal with them. Long Feng suddenly roared at Xinyu, and at the same time, without hesitation, he tore off an ancient dragon-shaped jade pendant that he always wore around his neck. Click. Without hesitation, he crushed the jade pendant. Buzz. In an instant, a desolate and vast pressure suddenly descended. A blinding blue light burst forth from the broken jade pendant, and a blurry yet incomparably majestic blue figure instantly materialized. Although it was illusory, it exuded a terrifying pressure that made people's hearts tremble, directly forcing back the rain in the entire training camp and blurring the space. Ha! An ancestral spirit amulet? The skinning demon paused, and for the first time, surprise and a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes beneath the mask. Ha! You think I'm on the same level as Lei Hong? You think a mere remnant soul can stop me? The skinning demon's eyes narrowed, and an extremely powerful aura immediately erupted from his body. That's King Wu? Xinyu felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on his shoulders just by the pressure he felt, making him unable to stop himself from kneeling. Go, don't look back. Lei Hong lay on the ground, looking in the direction of Xinyu and the other person, and let out an extremely faint murmur. Although he couldn't hear it, Xinyu still saw Lei Hong's slightly trembling lips and could roughly understand what he was saying. Are you kidding me? In an instant, the anger in Xinyu's heart erupted like a volcano. A beautiful place, with many mountains and clear water. In short, don't waste this talent. Only by surviving and becoming stronger can we talk about anything else. Xinyu, you really are a genius. But you listen to me, kid, you absolutely must live. Use your life to slap those bastards from the Wang family in the face. Understand? Lei Hong's words still echoed in his ears, yet Xinyu couldn't help but dig his fingernails into his palms. You bastard. Die. The next moment, he stood up, trembling, despite the terrifying pressure. A dense aura of blue mirage gathered on his left arm, not only causing the air to hiss as it eroded, but also causing emerald green lines to appear on Xinyu's left arm. With Wang Yunting's guidance, his Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw has now reached the minor completion stage. However, he had lied to Lei Hong before. The Blazing Sun battle body was completely unable to suppress or neutralize the Azure Mirage. Otherwise, the instructor for Class 1 wouldn't be Yi Yuan, but someone from the Wang family. Or rather, the moment he was told he possessed the lesser Fiery Sun physique, he was either recruited into the Wang family or captured and taken there. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he is still reluctant to use this martial art. But at this moment, he had no other choice. Green Mirage, Moon Eclipse Claw. Chapter 46. Get out of my way. Green Mirage, Moon Eclipse Claw. Xinyu roared, enduring the terrifying pressure from the skin-peeling demon, and suddenly grabbed at the skin-peeling demon, who was gathering power to deal with the ancestral spirit's phantom. This attack almost drained all the power he had just gained from breaking through to the first level of the Great Martial Master realm. Furthermore, Xiao Cheng's Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw triggered a violent backlash from the Azure Mirage Qi, causing a needle-like stinging pain in the meridians of his left arm. You little fly. You're asking for it. Seeing that Xinyu hadn't run away and even dared to attack him, the skin-peeling demon was enraged. This is like an adult seeing a fierce-looking cat hissing at them. Most people would probably find it hard to resist kicking him. But the remnant soul was also gathering, so his target was still that remnant soul, and dealing with Xinyu was just a side effect. Although he wasn't afraid of the remnant soul's gathering, as the saying goes, delay can lead to unforeseen changes. He still had so many people he hadn't absorbed yet, and he couldn't waste his time on this. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful, dark palm strike that tore everything around him apart. Laugh. The turquoise claws slammed into the dark palm wind, producing a piercing corrosive sound. The dense black aura had indeed dissipated considerably. Unfortunately, that's all there is to it. Despite it being a hasty attack from the skinning demon, it was still not something Xinyu could completely break through in his current state. Bang! The next moment, the claw shadow shattered, and the aftershock of the dark palm wind struck Xinyu hard. Puff! The immense force of the recoil sent Qinyu flying backward, coughing up blood, and crashing heavily to the ground. However, this attack also bought an extremely brief moment, allowing the remnant soul to completely coalesce. Buzz! The azure figure of the Dragon Clan ancestor finally took complete shape. You beast, you're asking for death. Instantly, a desolate yet majestic aura of terror spread out. The enormous figure's hand transformed into a dragon claw, carrying a terrifying aura capable of crushing mountains and rivers, and fiercely pounced towards the skinning demon. Boom! To the horror of the black-robed men, the claw struck the skinning demon with deadly force. The terrifying explosion nearly shattered everyone's eardrums, and the terrifying energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami, scraping the ground of the square down another layer. Several black-robed figures who were nearby were even blasted away. In the very center, a massive mushroom cloud rose up, engulfing the skin-peeling demon within it. It's done? Long Feng was overjoyed. That last strike from the remnant soul was a concentrated burst of power, aimed at a swift and decisive kill. Its power is absolutely enough to instantly kill most martial kings. Bang! How is that possible? But the next instant, a violent, earthy yellow wave of energy rippled out, instantly extinguishing Long Feng's hope. At the very center of the explosion, a faint, earthy yellow glow emanated from the skin-peeling demon's body. Under this radiance, the Skinner was completely unharmed. Rock-solid Vajra? Long Feng and Qinyu immediately recognized that this was clearly Lei Hong's martial arts talent, the Rock Vajra. At this moment, however, it became a weapon used by the skinning demons to deal with them. He. Little brat, I've already told you, your remnant soul can't stop me. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask of the skinning demon. Even without the Rock Vajra, he could have blocked that attack, but he definitely couldn't have survived it unscathed. Therefore, he really liked this powerful defense. Now, obediently become my nourishment. The next moment, the skinning demon attacked again, heading straight for Long Feng and Qinyu. Rock solid. Instructor Lei. At this moment, Qinyu, who had just been half dead from the blow from the skinning demon, stared even more blankly at the earthy yellow light. The entire training camp had collapsed, filled with dust, and he could no longer see Lei Hong and the others. But the image of Lei Hong's lips moving just now was still replaying in his mind. The next instant, a hysterical roar filled with endless rage rang out from the side. Qinyu, who had already collapsed from severe injuries, somehow mustered his last bit of strength, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he stood up once again. On his right fist, the golden flames of the blazing sun battle body and the azure mirage energy eroding from his left arm intertwined strangely, and in the shadows, a magnificent lotus flower bloomed. This time, however, the azure mirage even reached his shoulders and spread to his neck, demonstrating its terrifyingly high concentration. Get out of my way. He burned with the last of his life force, desperately pushing the eerie lotus in his hand towards the skinning demon. Court death. The skinning demon, however, paid no attention. No matter how fiercely a cat hisses, it's still just a cat at heart. Even without using weapons, a human can kick a cat more than 10 meters away. In his eyes, Qinyu posed no threat whatsoever. Then I'll first cripple your cultivation, and then absorb all your martial arts talent. The skinning demon's face was cruel as it viciously lashed out at Qinyu with its claws. Boom! But the moment the two collided, the eerie lotus flower exploded, and the explosion, filled with a burning and corrosive aura, spread outwards. The skinning demon was actually forced back half a step by the shock, and his attack was directly broken. What? This immediately caused a hint of surprise to appear in the eyes beneath the skin-peeling demon's mask. A Grandmaster level 1 actually broke through his attack? Are you kidding me? Even a casual strike from the King of Wu would be impossible for someone of this level to break through. Bang! On the other side, Qinyu was sent flying again like a kite with a broken string. His chest was covered in a mixture of charred black and green, and his injuries were extremely horrific. He had completely lost consciousness. Good, very good. Although the Skinner was unharmed after regaining his senses, his anger had been ignited to the extreme. Buzz! Just as he was about to make his move, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from his chest. His movements suddenly froze, and his face beneath the mask instantly turned extremely ugly. Damn it! That useless smiling ghost. He muttered a curse under his breath, then looked into the distance. After seemingly confirming something, he glanced at the unconscious Qinyu and Long Feng on the ground with extreme resentment. Kid, I'll remember your taste. Next time, I'll peel you apart from head to toe and eat you clean. Finally, his gaze settled on Qinyu, whose fate was unknown. Let's go. Having uttered those harsh words, he no longer hesitated and suddenly waved his hand. The black mist surged, and the remaining black-robed figures quickly gathered, following the figure of the skinning demon, retreating into the shadows like a tide, disappearing without a trace in an instant. At this moment, only the devastated ruins of the training camp, littered with dead and wounded, remain as proof that a battle had taken place here. Hey classmate! Hey classmate! Before losing consciousness, Qinyu saw a large number of people rushing towards him. Chapter 47: The Emperor of the Night. Misty mountains, in the intricate forests. Several figures in black robes fled in a somewhat disheveled manner. They were members of the Shadow Order. Cough. Damn old man. A trace of blood clung to the mask of the smiling ghost, clearly indicating that he had suffered a considerable loss in his battle with Fu Zitan high in the sky. His manic smile vanished, replaced by a suppressed rage. Smiling devil. How the hell did you manage to hold them back? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 minutes? I almost managed to strip those two top-tier desserts of their talents too. The skinning ghost standing to the side questioned the smiling ghost without any politeness. His tone was full of dissatisfaction and greed, still coveting Qinyu and Longfeng's martial arts talents. Of course, the most important one is Qinyu's. You son of a bitch, who knew he was hiding a replica of the sky-splitting mirror. I'm already being generous by keeping him out of your way of skinning Lei Laohu. If you're so capable, go and try that old bastard's mirror light yourself and see how it feels. The smiling ghost suddenly turned its head and retorted in a sharp voice. Damn it! If that mirror light hadn't almost pierced my heart at the last moment, would I have even given the retreat signal early? And you're not even satisfied with picking up Lei Hong's rock diamond. He became increasingly angry as he spoke, and his voice became distorted. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense, with a faint aura of blackness and blood emanating from them. The other men in black robes remained silent, heads bowed, not daring to participate in the argument between the two powerful figures. Click. Just then, the sound of a dead branch snapping suddenly came from ahead, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Who? The skinning ghost and the smiling ghost shouted almost simultaneously, locking onto the source of the sound. A girl, soaking wet and dressed in rags, crawled out of the jungle. Upon seeing their attire, the girl's face instantly turned terrified, and her body trembled. If Qinyu were here, he would definitely recognize the girl as Chunu Onyuo. Oh? A lost little mouse? When the smiling ghost saw Chunu Onyuo's beautiful face, a hint of cat and mouse playfulness flashed in his eyes, and a wisp of black energy began to condense at his fingertips. Wait, this smell. But the skin-peeling demon suddenly raised his hand and stopped the smiling demon. His greedy eyes instantly fixed on Chunu Onyuo, who was trembling like a leaf, and he sniffed hard. Such an evil aura. This is the power that belongs to us shadows. His eyes grew brighter and more fervent. Ah! No! He suddenly moved closer to Chunu Onyuo, who was almost fainting from fright, causing her to let out a short scream. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. The skinning demon was so excited that his body trembled slightly. He stared intently at Chunu Onyuo as if he were looking at a rare treasure. This is the King of the Night. Qinyu didn't know how much time had passed until the pungent smell of disinfectant entered his nostrils, at which point he gradually began to perceive his surroundings. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and what came into view was a white ceiling and a monotonous chandelier. This is a hospital ward? Cough, cough, cough. The excruciating pain throughout his body made him cough uncontrollably, which aggravated the injury in his chest, sending a wave of heart-wrenching agony through him. Qinyu. You're awake? A voice filled with surprise and worry rang out from the side. Qinyu turned his head with difficulty and saw a familiar yet somewhat dignified face. Principal Meng. Indeed, right next to the hospital bed is Meng Fan, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Great. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. Seeing Qinyu wake up, Meng Fan breathed a sigh of relief. How long, am I unconscious? Qinyu struggled to sit up, but Meng Fan gently pressed him down. Don't move. You're badly injured. 3 whole days. The martial arts college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. If you don't wake up soon, I might have to ask the doctor to find a way to wake you up. Meng Fan's tone was serious, but his eyes were full of lingering fear. 3 days. Qinyu murmured something, his expression somewhat blank and indifferent. He looked around. It was a private hospital room. Besides Meng Fan, there was a tall, thin young man standing by the window. He recognized this person. Back then, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School had 3 spots available, and besides him and Li Yunyun, it was him. His name was Sun Hao. He was usually quiet, and his martial arts talent was only at the E level. It's good that you're awake. You should rest well first. I'll go call the doctor to come and check you out again, and also let them know that you've woken up. Sun Hao, you two know each other, you two chat. Meng Fan sighed and gently patted Qin Yu's uninjured shoulder. Okay, Principal Meng. Sun Hao nodded in agreement. Meng Fan then hurriedly left the ward. Sun Hao, what happened at the training camp? Head instructor Lei Hong, he. Qin Yu's gaze gradually darkened as the horrific scene before he lost consciousness kept replaying in his mind. He took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Towards the end, his voice even trembled slightly. Although he saw Lei Hong being severely injured and knocked to the ground by the skinning demon who stripped him of his talent, he still held onto a sliver of hope. The training camp was destroyed, and the staff and guards suffered heavy losses. Some of the trainees also died in the Shadow Order. Sun Hao's body stiffened visibly. He murmured a few times before slowly speaking with great difficulty. Chief Instructor Lei, his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't be saved that night. He paused halfway through his sentence, and his voice became even lower. Despite having a premonition, when Qin Yu heard the news with his own ears, his brain went blank, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. It felt like my heart was being gripped tightly by a cold hand, the pain making it hard to breathe. That loud-voiced, hot-tempered, yet genuinely caring man, is he really gone? Having been here for so long, putting aside Chu Nuonyuo who has always been hypocritical towards him, the only person who has ever been kind to him is Lei Hong. Despite Meng Fan's apparent concern for him, Meng Fan is actually just worried about Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's academic performance. Of the 3 students who made it into the rocket class this time, Li Yunyun is already dead. If he misses the martial arts college entrance exam as well, the expected results of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School will definitely plummet. Even his relationship with Yi Yuan is currently just one of mutual exploitation. Perhaps they might turn against you if faced with sufficiently large interests. Only Lei Hong would show concern for him immediately after he killed the Blood Claw beast, informing him of the danger of the backlash from the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw. Only Lei Hong would tell him to run instead of saving him in a life-or-death situation. Call. The ward fell into a deathly silence, with only Qin Yu's heavy, suppressed breathing remaining. You were unconscious before, so I'm giving you this points card. It's a reward for achieving the highest overall score in the training camp. You can use it if you join the security bureau in the future. At this moment, Sun Hao took out another card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yu. He took it somewhat blankly and held it in his hand. After a long while, he slowly closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the tears that were about to spill over. When he opened his eyes again, all that remained was a cold hatred and unwavering resolve. The Shadow Order, the Skinners, if this grudge is not avenged. I, Qin Yu, swear I will not be human. Chapter 48 Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. 2 days later, at dawn. In the heart of Jiangcheng, the atmosphere in the huge plaza in front of the Jiangcheng branch building of the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance was solemn and tense. A long yellow cordon separated the entire square area from the outside world, with a security guard standing guard every few meters, exuding a focused aura and a serious expression. Look. That's my son. He just broke through to the 7th level of martial arts today. He'll definitely get good grades this time. What's so special about a 7th level martial master? See that tall guy over there? He's supposedly a transfer student from the provincial capital, and he's already broken through to the 1st level of a Grand Martial Master. My God! A Grand Martial Master? How old is he? It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. It seems like there are quite a few promising young talents in Jiangcheng this year, with many martial arts masters at the 6th or 7th Dan level. TSK, times have changed. Back in our day, a martial arts master at the 3rd or 4th level was considered pretty good. I heard the exam questions were quite difficult this year. The simulated alien races in the warp were more realistic than in previous years, and it seems like a few more alien races were added. That's right, the country is paying more and more attention to actual combat. Outside the square, crowds gathered to see the examinees off, observe, or simply enjoy the spectacle. Parents eagerly awaited the arrival of the children, their faces a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, while other citizens discussed the scene and pointed at the square. Although the martial arts college entrance examination is an annual grand event in China, it serves as a watershed moment that divides the vast majority of martial artists. If you get into a top martial arts university, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you'll definitely soar to great heights. The exam format is also very simple, still involving subspace simulation. After their identities are verified, candidates will enter a subspace that has been prepared in advance by the Martial Arts Alliance. Different alien races will be placed in specific areas within these subspaces. Some alien races are relatively common and weak, so test takers can use their weaknesses to fight against them. However, some alien races are relatively uncommon and powerful, and they are often the most troublesome test takers. Of course, no matter how obscure a topic may be, it is generally something that has been taught in textbooks and is not beyond the scope of the curriculum. In addition, the entire exam is broadcast live, which makes it convenient for invigilators to observe the candidates' behavior and score them, and also ensures that the process is open and free of any shady dealings. You can report any problems on the spot. Have you heard? Something went wrong at this training camp. 3 of our students went, and Li Yunyun died. Only Qin Yu and Sun Ning came back. Even Qin Yu was unconscious for 3 days. Hiss. What happened? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, do you guys know what Qin Yu's strength is? I do know that Sun Ming has actually reached the 9th level of martial arts master. Getting into a 985 university this year will definitely not be a problem, or at the very least, a 211 university. I don't know, but it's probably close. Qin Yu had a C-level martial arts talent, and when he went there, he was either a 7th or 8th level martial artist? TCH, your information is too outdated. My friend from the rocket class said that Qin Yu is one of the most advanced students in the training camp and has definitely reached the peak of the 9th level of martial master. Hiss. This is terrifying. In the waiting area, people were whispering among themselves. Their gazes kept turning to the boy at the front, filled with surprise, doubt, mockery, and all sorts of expressions. It's hard to imagine that just 2 months ago, Qin Yu was a boy who was considered a good-for-nothing. You should know that the average level of Zhengcheng No. 1 high school is only around the 5th dan of martial arts. But now, in less than 2 months, he has reached the peak of the 9th level of martial arts. It's simply monstrous. No, even perverts aren't this perverted. In that case, our school might produce a genius from Imperial Capital Martial God University this year. It's really hard to say. Sizzle. However, just as all the candidates were discussing among themselves, the examiner's authoritative voice came through the loudspeaker. Attention all candidates, the Martial Arts College entrance examination is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves and proceed to the designated teleportation arrays in turn. Exam content: extermination of alien races in the warp. Points will be awarded based on performance in killing alien races. The entire exam will be broadcast live. Best of luck to all candidates. As the loudspeaker's voice faded, several enormous teleportation arrays in the center of the plaza lit up with dazzling light, and space began to distort slightly. The moment that will determine the fate of countless martial artists has arrived. As Qin Yu stepped into the teleportation array, a familiar feeling of dizziness washed over him. Is this the examination venue this year? Qin Yu calmly scanned his surroundings, sensing the stability of this subspace. Whoosh! The moment he landed, the sand to his side suddenly exploded open. A gray figure lunged at him with lightning speed, its mouth full of fangs opening wide as it aimed straight for his throat. First tier, 4th stage alien race, bone-eating hound. I encountered it before in the Ash Wasteland, and now it serves as a hurdle for test takers. After all, if you can't even beat this thing, you might as well go to college. Qin Yu simply raised his right hand and precisely grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the bone-eating dog as it bit down. Click! With its neck twisted to the right, the bone-eating dog immediately stopped breathing. Too weak. Qin Yu made a nonchalant comment, then discarded the corpse and continued walking forward expressionlessly. In the journey that followed, he encountered a variety of different first-tier alien races. Their strength ranges from 4th to 7th stage of the first tier, but most of them are relatively weak. Wherever he went, it was a silent massacre. No alien race could make him stop for more than a second. Often, they would be instantly killed in a single glance, or even before they could see his movements clearly. Soon, he entered a simulated forest of dead trees. The environment became even more gloomy, and the light dimmed. Hiss! A chilling screech rang out, carrying a powerful psychological deterrent. On the withered tree ahead, a giant, jet-black python was coiled, its body radiating a chilling aura that would send shivers down the spines of even the most skilled martial artists. It's a shadow-horned python. This is going to be interesting. This thing is not easy to deal with. It has thick skin and can also launch mental attacks. Even a 9th-level martial arts master would be stunned. This young man was pretty fierce just now, but when faced with a challenging question like this, he still needs to think it over carefully. Upon seeing the shadow-horned python, many people watching the livestream outside the examination hall gasped in surprise. Shadow-horned python, level 1, stage 8, solitary, prefers cold and gloomy places. Its weakness is the reverse scale 3 inches below its jaw. However, one should be wary of the mental impact of its single horn, which can cause hallucinations and slowed reactions. Shinyu stopped in his tracks, staring at the shadow-horned python poised to pounce, and unconsciously murmured to himself. "Oh. You've got some skills, but just memorizing the knowledge in the textbooks definitely isn't enough. I wonder how he plans to deal with this big guy." His muttering was caught on the microphone, bringing a knowing smile to the faces of onlookers. He's quite the academic achiever, after all. At this moment, the shadow-horned python in the arena seemed to be enraged by Chinyu's disregard, and a ghostly light flashed on its horn. Buzz! Instantly, an invisible mental wave surged towards Chinyu. However, Chinyu only frowned almost imperceptibly before his eyes instantly regained their clarity. Leaving aside the fact that the E-grade spirit eye greatly enhances mental strength, most martial arts talents also provide bonuses to basic stats such as strength, speed, and mental strength. Chinyu has 3 of them, 1 B grade and 2 E grade, which shows how terrifying these basic bonuses are. Whoosh! In that instant, Chinyu moved. Chapter 49 Full of Dusk. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chinyu simply took a step forward and pulled his right fist back into a bow drawing posture. Then, he threw a straight punch at the giant snake head that was biting at him. Bang! The next moment, a loud explosion occurred. No one saw how the punch was thrown. By the time they realized what was happening, the shadow serpent's enormous body had already come to a sudden stop. Its head, however, shattered violently, like a watermelon struck by a half-hanger. Put! In an instant, black scales and flesh flew everywhere. The headless snake body fell heavily onto the sand, twitched twice, and then remained motionless. Sold out instantly. It's still a one-punch kill. There's no need to even attack weaknesses, it's pure brute force. Inside and outside the examination hall, a deathly silence fell instantly. Holy crap! What did I just see? He punched the shadow-horned python's head off? This guy has definitely reached the 9th level of martial master, and he's at the peak. What terrifying strength! It's too monstrous. Everyone else would turn and run away when they saw the shadow-horned python, but he killed it with one punch? Those outside the examination hall who witnessed this scene through the live broadcast all stared wide-eyed and began to discuss it animatedly. Inside the examination room, Shinyu slowly withdrew his fist and shook the blood off his hands. He didn't even glance at the dissipating snake body, but instead cast his gaze into the deeper depths. Warm-up complete. He muttered something to himself, then sped off in that direction. Although the subspace was temporarily constructed and arranged for the martial arts college entrance examination, the exam questions remained unchanged. Just like the college entrance exam before Chinyu's time travel, the questions might change, but generally speaking, the last 2 major questions, excluding electives, are usually about conic sections and derivatives. Therefore, Chinyu found the final alien race in the examination hall with ease. Is he heading towards the core area? Nonsense, those first-tier alien races on the outskirts are no match for him, and he doesn't even have enough points. But the core area has the final alien race, which in previous years has been at least a powerful second-tier, first-stage alien race, and occasionally even a second-tier, second-stage alien race. Second order, second stage? That's outrageous. That's why it's the grand finale. Those you can handle are naturally monsters, and those you can't, you can just avoid them. It won't deduct points, it'll just mean you get a few less points. Just as everyone was discussing this, Chinyu burst out of a twisted, dead forest in the live broadcast. Suddenly, the view opened up, revealing a vast basin. In the center of the basin, a colossal creature lay sprawled out. It was a giant beast that was over 4 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall. Its body is covered with rough, dark red scales, and it has a short, thick, dark red horn on its head. A row of sharp bone spurs grows along its spine on its back. Call. Even the breath it exhaled from its enormous nostrils was sparking. A lava dragon? Are you kidding me? Holy crap! Tier 2, Stage 1? And a sub-dragon species at that. This defense and strength are definitely far superior to others of the same tier. This test is way beyond the curriculum. It's over, how are we supposed to fight this? Martial Master level cultivators can't even break through his defenses. This young man will probably have to take a detour. This thing is beyond the capabilities of a martial arts master. A collective gasp of surprise erupted outside the examination hall. However, Qinyu's expression remained calm under the live broadcast camera. There was even a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Roar! At the same time, the lava dragon had obviously also discovered the little guy who had trespassed into its territory. Enraged, the lava dragon suddenly stood up and charged towards Qinyu. Thump! Thump! Even the earth trembled as it ran, its momentum was terrifying. Blazing Sun Battle Body. Disappointing as it may be, it is, after all, a sub-dragon species, a race on par with the Abyssal Maw. Therefore, Qinyu will not be complacent just because the opponent is too weak. If people outside the examination hall knew about Qinyu's thoughts at this moment, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Too weak? WTF, man? Do you know what you're talking about? Buzz. Instantly, the moment the blazing solar force field burst open, the already scorching air was raised by another degree. Roar! The charging lava dragon was clearly taken aback for a moment. No, there's a problem. But its charge has not stopped. However, just as the lava dragon was about to slam its enormous claws down on Qinyu, it moved once again. Bang! Another punch so fast it was almost blurry. Their fists and claws clashed, producing a deafening explosion. A terrifying shockwave exploded in a ring, whipping up sand and gravel everywhere. The scene that Qinyu was imagined to be smashed into mincemeat did not occur. On the contrary, the lava dragon was like someone who had crashed into a semi-trailer tricycle, its speed instantly dropping to zero. Its massive body folded forward due to inertia. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the lava dragon let out a painful roar and abruptly retracted its claws, leaving a clear dent. Is that all the strength you have? Qinyu shook his fist, his tone calm, and launched another attack. He moved swiftly, appearing almost instantly on the side of the lava dragon, and slammed his palm down. Bang! Sizzle! This palm strike not only created a shockwave, but also scorched his body into charcoal. Roar! The lava dragon, in pain, angrily lashed out with its tail, but Qinyu nimbly ducked to dodge. Click! He then delivered a backhand elbow strike to the base of the tail, folding it into a folded shape. Roar! The ensuing battle turned into a complete one-sided rout. All of the lava dragon's attacks were either dodged by Qinyu at an even faster speed, or forcibly withstood by the blazing sun battle body and were counter-injured. Each of Qinyu's attacks either shattered scales or charred flesh. The lava dragon roared, charged, and bit in vain, but it couldn't even touch Qinyu's clothes. Finally, as Qinyu's fist pierced through the thick neck of the lava dragon, its massive body suddenly froze, and the fierce light in its eyes quickly dimmed. Boom! When it collapses, powerless, it signifies the end of the battle. This. Not to mention the ordinary parents and onlookers outside the exam hall, even the proctors were completely dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. The fact that Qinyu could fight to this extent means that he is at least a grand martial master. What does this mean? Most high school teachers are only at the level of a grandmaster. Furthermore, Qinyu is also very smart. In the college entrance examination, one's own strength accounts for the highest proportion. Although martial arts skills can be used, they are considered a kind of trick. Therefore, if you win by using martial arts skills, your score will be slightly lower compared to other situations. Then look at Qinyu, who fought entirely with his bare hands, perfectly embodying the essence of martial arts, crushing in violence. And candidates like him. Full of dust. Full of dust. One of the proctors couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly stood up, his hands trembling with excitement. Chapter 50 Lin Zhen's Invitation. He's not just a first-stage Grand Martial Master, his overall strength is at least second-stage Grand Martial Master, or even stronger. At this moment, as Lin Zhen looked at Qinyu on the screen, who wasn't breathing at all, his evaluation of Qinyu kept rising. This young man has the bearing of a martial lord. Others who appeared to be of high status also offered their praise. Even those with exceptional talent at that age who reach this level and can be defeated would never be as beautiful as Qinyu. If they hadn't been here to witness it firsthand, they would never have believed that a student could beat a lava dragon like a dog. At this time, some students who had withdrawn earlier also came out. Most of them had already figured out the strength of all the alien races, and left after knowing they were no match for them. After all, this isn't a test paper from my past life where you could just fill in any two formulas and still get points. If you overestimate your abilities and try to fight those alien races, you'll be swallowed whole before you even get close to them. Alas, what a pity. That shadow-horned python was too overpowered. If it weren't for the mental attack, I could have still put up a fight. Don't you guys really think there are way too many alien races this year? Besides a few common ones, look at those. Haha, I don't care anymore. With the scores I got earlier, I'm definitely good enough to get into a regular university. I'm satisfied. The trainees who withdrew early were discussing the matter extensively, with some happy and others worried. Wait a minute, what's that? Suddenly, someone noticed something was wrong. Holy crap! That's a lava dragon? The final alien race of the year? The other trainees followed the man's gaze and immediately saw the image magnified on the screen. The boy's footsteps led him to a figure that looked extremely familiar to them. Who is that? They actually made the lava dragon into red bean paste? I recognize him. That person looks like Chinyu from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, who was in the advanced class. Damn it, he dominated the whole time? Who the hell said he was a peak 9th level martial arts master? At this moment, all the trainees were dumbfounded, and looking at the replay on the side, they almost knelt down. We're all human, so why is there such a big difference? Debtor, Zhang San. Debt owed, favor 1. Project owned, massive amount of spiritual energy unrecoverable. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. At the same time, Chinyu, who was just about to leave, suddenly received a notification from the system. The constant stream of debt warnings felt like a chat group with friends, popping up almost every second. This sudden turn of events even made him wonder if there was some kind of bug in the system. Oh, I see. It's probably because my video of fighting the lava dragon was watched and studied by others, so I owe them a favor. But then, after a moment's thought, he understood what was going on. This favor is clearly similar to the ones that others owed back in the training camp. Last time it was guidance, so this time it should be similar. The only difference is that one is proactive and the other is passive. From this perspective, if we want to pursue more recovery efforts in the future, it will be necessary to increase exposure and public awareness. This large-scale debt suddenly gave Chinyu a good idea and plan. Forget it, let's go out first. This subspace is too oppressive to stay in. Shaking his head, Chinyu stopped thinking about it for the time being and stepped out of the subspace. As the familiar dizziness returned, he opened his eyes again and found himself back in the somewhat familiar square. Congratulations, Chinyu, you performed exceptionally well in this martial arts college entrance examination. As soon as he came out, several figures surrounded him. One of them was Linjin. Based on your performance this time, even if it's not a perfect score, it's not far off, and you're very likely to be the top scorer in the province. Linjin looked at Chinyu, and compared to his previous conservative attitude, this time his appreciation was no longer concealed. President Lin, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Once Chinyu came to his senses, he quickly clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd and smiled slightly. Click. These words almost made some people throw up their backs. Lucky? If this weren't a public place, with a large crowd gathered around, some people would have been forced to reveal Lu Haiju's true martial spirit form. IU. Although Chinyu was clearly being modest, in other people's eyes, this was blatant showing off. Not bad, but I don't know if you'd be interested in joining the Chinese Martial Arts Alliance. Linjin didn't care about any of that. On the contrary, he liked Chinyu even more for his humility. Upon hearing the invitation, Chinyu couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The Martial Arts Alliance is arguably the ultimate dream destination for the vast majority of martial artists, where the resources and power can almost allow a martial artist from an ordinary family to rise to prominence overnight. Especially since it was an invitation from someone like Linjin, if Chinyu accepted, he would definitely stand at the pinnacle of China for the rest of his life. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation. But now, he hesitated. Because he remembered Lei Hong and Lei Hong's words. He said that the vast majority of those in the training camp would join the security bureau in the future. That's why the training camp goes to such lengths to support them, even going so far as to bring in an excessive number of compressors. The biggest difference between the Security Bureau and the Martial Arts Alliance is that one is a national organization and the other is an international organization. This is why the Martial Arts Alliance adds the prefix China, while the Security Bureau is assigned a number. While the former also upholds international security, it leans more towards self-interest, which is why the Martial Arts College entrance examination is held in the Martial Arts Alliance. Because they have money to acquire these high-tech teleportation portals, these devices, and alien races. The National Security Bureau, on the other hand, exists solely to protect national security. After waking up in the hospital that day, Xinyu made up his mind to fight the Shadow Order to the bitter end. Not only for his father, but also for Lei Hong, and for every hero who sacrifices himself to protect others. Therefore, by comparison, the National Security Bureau would be his final destination. Phew. I'm really sorry, Chairman Lin, I don't plan to consider these things right now. Perhaps I'll give you an answer after I finish university. But Xinyu was much more composed at this moment. He had previously rashly told Lin Jin about his father's situation. Although Lin Jin did not make things difficult for him at the time, and even showed him goodwill. But as the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart. After all, it was a weakness, and no one knew what Lin Jin was really thinking. Therefore, he did not refuse outright. It's all right. It's a very prudent choice. Not making decisions lightly is good. Lin Jin seemed to have anticipated this, and simply laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 51 Imperial Capital Martial God University. Lin Jin didn't say anything more after that, just exchanged a few casual pleasantries and then went to patrol. Xinyu waited until the time was up and all the examinees were released before leaving the Martial Arts Alliance with the flow of people. Call. Back home, Xinyu, relieved of all his burdens, lay down on the bed. Don't be fooled by his seemingly nonchalant demeanor. In reality, he experiences immense pressure both during training camp and in his daily studies. It is also a double burden of physical and mental stress. This kind of pressure cannot be eliminated simply by increasing a martial artist's strength. Dad, don't worry, if you are really wronged, I will definitely clear your name. After calming down for a while, he took out the broken metal fragment of the tiger head and rubbed it repeatedly in his hand. And the Shadow Order, the Lord of the Underworld. Gradually, his eyes narrowed, and he unconsciously tightened his grip. Buzz. Buzz. But at that moment, Xinyu's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He quickly gathered up the shards, stood up, and took out his phone. The number above is unfamiliar. Hello? After answering the call, Xinyu greeted him politely. Xinyu, your college entrance examination score is 732. A gentle, but somewhat stiff, female voice came from the other end. He was taken aback after hearing this, and subconsciously put his phone away to examine the phone number carefully. Scam call? How could the exam be over in the morning and the results be out in the afternoon? That's ridiculous. However, this number doesn't look like an international call, and the voice sounds familiar? Hello? Hello? It seemed that someone was talking on the other end, while Xinyu remained silent, so they shouted a couple of times, pulling Xinyu back to reality. Zhang Ziyu? Finally, it was these two sounds that reminded him of the owner of the voice. He was speechless for a moment. No wonder he sounded like a dead man. That's just right. I'm here, Zhang. What do you want? Xinyu pursed his lips, but still didn't hang up the phone. Instead, he asked helplessly. You think I'm lying to you? I'm not lying to you. College entrance exam scores are usually released on the same day. The reason for waiting half a month is because of a series of important procedures such as verification. But for top students, their grades are directly guaranteed and controlled by the universities, so the verification step is skipped, and they are directly recruited by the universities. Wait a few more minutes, and you should receive a call from the admissions office. So, I'd like to ask you, which university do you want to apply to? With your grades, you can choose any university in China. After hearing Qinyu's voice again, Zhang Ziyu quickly responded. It has to be said that this little girl is quite clever and quick-witted, but in some aspects, she seems a bit lacking in natural talent. On the other end of the phone, Xinyu fell silent. Given Zhang Ziyu's personality, it's neither necessary nor likely that she would lie to him. Furthermore, it is reasonable for the other party, given their status, position, and strength, to know these things. Imperial Capital Martial God University. After a moment of contemplation, Xinyu finally gave his answer. Zhang Ziyu wasn't a bothersome person, so he had no need to deceive her. Okay, I understand. Someone will come to pick you up later. Huh? Xin Yu was taken aback. Pick him up? What the hell? But before he could even voice his doubts, the call was already disconnected. And sure enough, what followed was a barrage of phone calls. Universities bombarded his number with calls, to the point that security personnel called to verify whether he had been scammed. After more than 10 calls, that call finally came in. Hello. On the other end of the phone came a strong, clear male voice. Hello, Xin Yu. I am Zhao Gang, the director of the admissions office at Imperial Capital Martial God University. Without any pleasantries or small talk, they got straight to the point. Director Zhao, hello. Upon hearing this identity, Xin Yu's spirits lifted, and he unconsciously straightened his back a little. We have completed a detailed review and evaluation of your college entrance examination scores and practice videos. On behalf of Imperial Capital Martial God University, I formally extend an invitation to you to enroll. Would you be willing to become a freshman in our class this year? There were no superfluous praises, no extravagant boasts, only the most direct notifications and inquiries. I do, Director Zhao. Xin Yu responded in a deep voice without the slightest hesitation. Very good, thank you for your choice. Your student information will be entered into today and sent to you via email. However, since you are a specially admitted student of this school, you need to arrive within a week to access some school resources and undergo adaptation training. A hint of satisfaction crept into Zhao Gang's tone. Arriving early? Xin Yu's heart stirred instead of dissatisfaction, he felt anticipation. He needs to become stronger faster right now, and naturally he needs the platform and resources of the Imperial Capital Martial God University even more. Yes, Imperial Capital Martial God University is different from other universities. It gathers the nation's top geniuses, and the competition is far more intense than you can imagine. At the same time, it also means that there are the most opportunities and resources. I hope you are mentally prepared and don't waste your talent. Zhao Gang patiently explained, but his tone became a bit more serious. Don't waste your talent. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu's heart clenched. I understand, thank you Director Zhao, I will not let the school down. And I will certainly not let down Instructor Lei's expectations. After a moment of silence, Xin Yu gave a heavy reply, but the last sentence was only spoken in his heart. Okay, that's settled then. Keep communication open, and I look forward to seeing you at Diwu. Zhao Gang didn't seem to notice the change in Xin Yu's tone, nor did he ask any further questions. Clear. After replying, the call ended. Xin Yu held his phone, not putting it down for a long time. A huge weight was lifted from my heart, and the direction ahead became clear. Imperial Capital Martial God University, the highest institution of martial arts in China, a sacred place that countless martial artists dream of. That place will be the first platform for him to crush all evil and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Thump! Thump! Just as I was pondering this, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who are you? Xin Yu was slightly taken aback. He got up and opened the door, only to see several men in black standing at the door. Student Xin Yu, we were sent by Miss Zhang to pick you up. Please join us to meet Miss Zhang and then we will head to Emperor Martial together. Chapter 52 The Smiling Tiger Zhou Tong. The next day, Imperial Capital Martial God University. Given the enthusiastic invitation from the men in black, Xin Yu finally got into Zhang Ziyu's car. In the end, it took a whole day to get to Diwu. Call. After getting out of the car, Xin Yu let out a long breath. Come on, I'll show you around the campus. On the other side, Zhang Ziyu also got out of the car and walked over, as if they were old acquaintances, and tried to take Xin Yu's arm. Well, I can go by myself. Xin Yu was startled and quickly took a step back to avoid it. Although it was still early, many students had already arrived at this sacred place that countless people dream of visiting. Don't be fooled by the fact that only 1 or 2 people from a city can pass the imperial examinations. In reality, if you look at the whole of China, there are many. If not tens of thousands, there are definitely several thousand. Ha! Isn't that Miss Zhang from Donghai City, Nanjing Province? Why is she walking with another man? What's going on? Who are these 2 people? You don't know? I heard that Zhou Tong, that senior in the 2nd year, declared he was going to pursue Zhang Ziyu. This guy's getting so close to Goddess Zhang, he's probably in for trouble. Hiss. Zhou Tong? That monstrous senior with twin martial arts talents? Yes, he's no pushover. He comes from a powerful family and is one of the top students in his class. It's said that he's only a little bit away from becoming a military general. Qin Yu and Zhang Ziyu's lavish entrance, accompanied by several luxury cars, attracted considerable attention. Zhang Ziyu herself was from high society and naturally had a good reputation, so the people present immediately recognized her. However, none of them knew Qin Yu. Both of them heard the comments. These comments immediately made Zhang Ziyu frown. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. How come he's already in trouble before even entering school? Russell. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the crowd not far ahead stirred slightly, and then automatically dispersed. A handsome young man with a somewhat effeminate face was seen walking slowly toward the school gate, surrounded by a group of followers. His gaze immediately locked onto Zhang Ziyu, then seemingly casually swept over Qin Yu beside her. His smile remained unchanged, but a faint hint of coldness flashed deep in his eyes. Damn, it really is true that you can just say the devil and he appears. That's Zhou Tong? Oh, this is going to be interesting. A small gasp of surprise rippled through the surrounding crowd. Junior sister Ziyu, you finally arrived. I've been keeping track of the days and am waiting for you here so I can show you around the Imperial Martial Arts Academy and prevent you from taking any detours since you're new here. Zhou Tong seemed oblivious to the surrounding chatter and walked straight up to Zhang Ziyu with a warm smile. I am very familiar with Diwu, I don't need you to lead the way. But to my surprise, Zhang Ziyu's attitude was extremely cold, and she even subconsciously leaned closer to Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu was speechless inside, he showed no fear on the surface. He had already thought it through on his way here. If he wanted to improve his skills quickly, he knew that simply spending his 4 years of university life peacefully was not an option. The only way is to fight. As a martial artist, the best way to compete is to demonstrate one's strength and potential. The best way to showcase this is through comparison with the universally acclaimed genius, and comparison with the renowned genius. In this way, as long as he receives enough attention, he will have enough opportunities to shorten his growth time. Therefore, after only a moment's hesitation, he reached out and embraced Zhang Ziyu. This action startled Zhang Ziyu slightly. Qin Yu? She had prepared herself for Qin Yu to back down, but things took an unexpected turn. Feeling Qin Yu's burning body temperature through her clothes made her cheeks flush slightly, and she couldn't help but move a little closer. Oh? And who is this? Now, Zhou Tong's gaze had to fall on Qin Yu, and the smile on his face faded a bit. The fact that he didn't immediately go berserk was somewhat unexpected for Qin Yu. Qin Yu. But Qin Yu remained calm and spoke decisively. Qin Yu. Oh, I remember now, he's the top scorer in martial arts college entrance exams in Nanjiang province this year, right? I vaguely recall him, I heard he scored 732 points. Not bad, not bad. To be able to fight your way out of a small place like Zhangcheng, you must have some skill. Zhou Tong pretended to be thinking, then suddenly realized. His words sounded like a compliment, but his tone was actually a little sharp. It makes people feel uncomfortable no matter what they hear, but you can't find fault with it on the surface. You flatter me, Senior Zhou. I know how to act appropriately. Qin Yu seemed oblivious to the meaning behind his words and responded calmly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers were instantly stunned, forgetting to breathe for a moment. Those who reacted quickly had already taken out their phones and started recording. He. Is that so? Then welcome to Diwu, junior brother Qin Yu. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. I can still help you out. Zhou Tong's eyes instantly darkened, but his smile deepened. As he spoke, he extended a hand to Qin Yu in a seemingly friendly manner. You're too kind, senior. I'm just used to walking my own path and I'm not used to, nor do I need, anyone else's help. However, Qin Yu only glanced at Zhou Tong's hand and did not reach out to shake it. Everyone could tell that Qin Yu was showing Zhou Tong absolutely no respect, he was being far too arrogant. However, this is also true. Zhou Tong had a hidden message. If Qin Yu admitted it, it would mean that he had given in to Zhou Tong. This is not something that any genius would easily accept. Hoof. Is that so? But I still have a word of advice, junior brother Qin Yu. You're new here, so it's best to be humble. The Imperial Martial Arts Academy is full of hidden talents, unlike your old little place. If you're too sharp, you'll easily get hurt. Zhou Tong's smile froze for a moment. He was caught in an awkward situation, unsure whether to retract his outstretched hand or not. The anger in his eyes was almost uncontrollable, and his voice turned cold. This is already a blatant threat. Thank you for the reminder, senior. But I always walk steadily and have good eyesight. I can see small potholes or stones blocking my way clearly and kick them away. Shinyu simply smiled calmly upon hearing this, his imposing aura remaining undiminished. You. The smile on Joton's face vanished completely, and his expression darkened. He didn't expect this freshman to be so sharp-tongued and dare to confront him in public. Fine, a country bumpkin from a remote town got lucky and became the top scholar. Does he really think he's all that? What do you think Imperial Martial Arts Academy is? You dare to be so arrogant with your pathetic skills? Believe me, I'll make sure you can't move an inch in Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Joton laughed in anger, his tone becoming sharp. I'm laying my cards on the table, I'm not pretending anymore. Whether I can continue in Imperial Martial Arts depends on my strength, not on your words, senior. I've been enrolled for a year and I'm still not even a martial general. This year of training has really been a waste. Faced with his threat, Chinyu's eyes turned completely cold, and he met his gaze without fear. Zhang Ziyu blinked in Chinyu's arms, and looking at the domineering Chinyu, she couldn't help but smile. Court death. However, Chinyu's words completely enraged Joton. With a roar, the latter unleashed the powerful aura of a peak 9th level great martial master, raising his hand to grab Chinyu. Chapter 53 Extreme Realm. So strong. It's said that Joton has a B level and a D level martial arts talent, which would put him in the top 10 in his sophomore year. Hiss, this aura, even ordinary military generals would have to temporarily avoid its edge, right? Damn it, this Chinyu is really arrogant and ignorant. He can be arrogant all he wants, but he should at least wait until he has the strength to be arrogant after entering the school. Seeing this, the onlookers were even more shocked. They were all pushed back by the shockwave, but they couldn't help but keep talking about it. Stop. But just then, a clear and cold shout came. Just as the shout rang out, a sharp finger strike accurately hit Joton's wrist, forcing him to pull back in pain. Several students in uniform quickly walked over, led by a girl with a ponytail. She wore a badge with the words Student Union engraved on her chest, and her gaze swept seriously over Joton and Chinyu. Joton, you attacked a freshman at the school gate. Do you want to get a demerit? Then, she looked at Joton with an icy voice. President Liu Yan, it's a misunderstanding. I was just joking with my junior and having a friendly spar. When Joton saw the person who came, his expression changed constantly, but in the end he could only force out an ugly smile to deal with it. That would be for the best. What are you all doing gathered here? Disperse if there's nothing else to do. New students, go and complete your enrollment procedures as soon as possible. The student council president, known as Liu Yan, snorted coldly and then dispersed the crowd of onlookers. You wait. Joton glared at Chinyu with a sinister look before reluctantly leaving with his followers. You're Chinyu? I roughly understand the situation. Imperial martial arts encourages competition, but malicious fighting in private is not allowed. Any conflicts should be resolved in the arena, understand? Liu Yan's gaze fell on Chinyu, she sized him up, and spoke in a businesslike manner. Understood, thank you for helping me out, senior. Chinyu nodded in acknowledgement. He wasn't too surprised by Liu Yan's arrival. Because he knew perfectly well that no university allowed private fights, so whether it was the student union or the professors, someone would definitely come to stop it. All he wanted was to attract the attention of people at a higher level. Liu Yan didn't say anything more and left with her people. Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu, who was in Chinyu's arms, smiled and held onto him tightly, refusing to let him break free. Chinyu was troubled by this, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had just taken advantage of Zhang Ziyu, and he had taken the initiative to hug her. If he were to forcibly break free now, it would be a bit too scummy. After leaving in anger, Joton did not go directly back to his dormitory. Instead, he went out through another door and walked into an inconspicuous alley in the capital. At the end of the alley, a man in black robes stood with his back to Joton, seemingly having been waiting there for some time. Useless. You can't even control a freshman. The resources the cult has invested in you have been wasted. The man in black robes seemed to sense Joton's arrival and spoke disdainfully without turning his head. Joton's expression changed. His previous arrogance towards Liu Yan and Chinyu vanished, replaced by a trace of fear and respect. Please calm down, Your Excellency. It was my carelessness. I didn't expect the student council members to arrive so quickly. He immediately bowed, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent in his attitude. That's not a reason. The cult needs results. This person is very important to the cult. The higher-ups specifically requested him, especially his father Qin Hua's name, which has been on the cult's watch list for a long time. But before Zhou could finish speaking, the man in black coldly interrupted him. Qin Hu? Zhou Tong was taken aback, clearly unaware of the significance of the name. That's not something you need to worry about. The man in black robes was getting impatient and didn't bother to explain further to Zhou Tong. All you need to know is that the order does not want to see Qin Yu grow up smoothly. The freshman assessment is your chance to make amends. We will send someone to assist you to make sure that he is eliminated unexpectedly in the assessment, or force him to reveal his hidden secret. He then turned slightly to the side and coldly gave Zhou Tong his instructions. Yes. Rest assured, Your Excellency. I will make him pay this time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong stopped dwelling on it, and a ruthless glint immediately flashed in his eyes. Remember, do it cleanly, don't be as stupid as you were today. Before the man in black could finish speaking, his figure had already vanished into the shadows like a ghost. Zhou Tong was left alone, clenching his fists and revealing a ferocious smile on his face. Over the next day, Zhang Ziyu showed Qin Yu around the campus. This wealthy young woman even spent money to buy Qin Yu bags and bags of clothes and all sorts of other things, which made passers-by look on with envy. Alright, that's all for today, but there's something I have to tell you. That evening, at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Zhang Ziyu's happy smile suddenly turned serious. What's up? According to the tradition of Imperial Martial Arts Academy, there will most likely be a new student assessment the day after tomorrow. This is to screen out new students who enter through irregular procedures, to allocate resources for the next 4 years, and to select mentors. However, more importantly, the assessment takes place in a specific subspace, requiring traversal of the subspace. In addition to being blocked by alien races, the school will also arrange for senior students with certain strength to block them. It's unlikely that Zhou Tong will personally intervene, and the school wouldn't allow it, but he will definitely find some other senior students to help him, and they will target you. If someone performs poorly in the assessment, even if they have good potential, they can easily be asked to leave. Zhang Ziyu looked serious, indicating that she really took this matter very seriously. Okay, I understand. Thanks for reminding me. Upon hearing Zhang Ziyu's serious reminder, Qin Yu's expression also turned serious. New student assessments, resource allocation, mentor selection, and even deliberate targeting by senior students, the entrance ceremony at Emperor Martial Arts University is indeed extraordinary. Are you confident? Looking at Qin Yu's calm face, Zhang Ziyu couldn't help but ask. She knew Qin Yu was very strong, but the senior members of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, especially those who could be commanded by Zhou Tong, were no ordinary people. They were at least at the mid-stage of the Great Martial Master level. Even if it's just a 4th level Grand Martial Master, it would absolutely crush the freshmen. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. They'll have to have the ability to stop us. Qin Yu's answer remained concise, and as he spoke, a mocking smile crept onto his lips. Okay. I believe you. Then you should get some rest and recharge. I'll head back now. Looking into Qin Yu's confident eyes, Zhang Ziyu's worries inexplicably dissipated. After seeing Zhang Ziyu off, Qin Yu carried his bags and returned to his assigned single dormitory room. The accommodations at Diwu are excellent. Each student has a private room and a training room. However, the training room requires payment to activate, otherwise, it is just an ordinary empty room. Let's first find out what's going on with my situation. After taking care of everything, he finally sat down in front of the computer. After logging in his student information, he immediately connected to the library. With today's technology, apart from a few truly important documents that are physically preserved, most information can actually be accessed online. Of course, Diwu's information can only be found on Diwu's internal computers. Outsiders generally cannot access it. Martial Master level 9 and above. What he was going to investigate this time was the situation where he had used the overload compressor before, and he had broken through to the 9th level of Martial Master but had not broken through to the Great Martial Master. He entered keywords such as Martial Arts Master level 9 or above, Abnormal Realm Barrier, and Abnormal Breakthrough to filter. As expected of Emperor Wu, he possessed more than 10 times the amount of relevant papers and materials available to the outside world. After searching for a while, he finally found one of the documents. The document is titled A Preliminary Study and Summary of Scattered Cases on the Hypothesis of the Implicit Limits of Martial Master Realms. Invisible Extreme? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately opened the document. In the current martial arts system, it is generally accepted that the peak of the 9th level of martial arts master is the great perfection. After touching the barrier, one can draw upon spiritual energy and break through to the great martial master realm. However, according to our school's observations over the years and some top secret records, there are a very small number of individuals who, at the peak of the 9th level of martial arts, did not break through directly. Their internal barriers are exceptionally strong, requiring them to accumulate energy far exceeding that of ordinary people by several times or even tens of times in order to break through. During this process, their physical body, spiritual energy, and spirit will undergo an extraordinary internal refinement and compression, making their actual combat power far exceed that of their peers before their formal breakthrough, and even comparable to those who have just entered the great martial master realm. This phenomenon is tentatively defined as the martial master's ultimate realm. Because the conditions for its occurrence are unclear, cases are extremely rare, and the breakthrough process is fraught with difficulties and obstacles, with a very high failure rate. It has not yet been included in the general martial arts system and is only a theoretical hypothesis and a study of individual phenomena. After casually flipping through the pages, Shinyu felt his breath catch in his throat. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. That wasn't all. When he flipped down to the list of cases, Shinyu's pupils suddenly contracted. The latest case comes from Long Yuan. Chapter 54 offended Zhou Tong and still wanted to run away? Originating from a member of the Dragon Abyss faction, suspected of having triggered the Extreme Realm, possessed exceptional combat prowess at the 9th level of Martial Master, and once. That's it? Shinyu unconsciously tightened his grip on the mouse, refreshing the page. Yes, that's it. It's simply gone. The second half and the beginning of this case study have been cut. The story continued, but abruptly ended here. Father. Shinyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing became rapid. Father. The person whose information has been erased in the document is very likely his father, Shin Hu. Did my father also trigger a similar extreme situation back then? What is the connection between this and his later experiences? Damn it! Then, a sense of irritation arose in Shinyu's heart, and his brows furrowed. If this area hadn't been eliminated, perhaps some useful clues could still be found. But the result was that apart from the two characters Long Yuan, there was nothing else. By the way, who wrote this article? But the next moment, he suddenly realized what was happening and immediately climbed to the top. Even though the data has been edited, we can't erase the memory of the person who wrote it, can we? Why doesn't he just go directly to find out who wrote it? Finally, at the very top of the document, Shinyu found a name. Luo Jiangwen. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the day of the new student assessment arrived. All new students, assemble at Teleportation Plaza number 1 immediately. Early that morning, Shinyu received a brief notification from the school on his communicator. When Shinyu arrived at Teleportation Plaza number 1, it was already bustling with activity. Several thousand new students gathered here, their auras varying in strength. But those who can stand here are all top geniuses from various provinces and cities. Almost everyone wore a confident, eager expression, their eyes gleaming with sharpness. On the high platform in front of the square, several figures stood, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Quiet. It seemed the time had come, and one of them stepped forward, his loud voice instantly drowning out the noise of the entire room. A powerful pressure, accompanied by a sound, spread out, causing all the new students to instinctively quiet down and focus their attention on that direction. My name is Zhao Gang, the director of the admissions office of Imperial Capital Martial God University, and also the person in charge of this year's freshman assessment. Zhao Gang's sharp gaze swept across the entire room, his tone extremely calm. Welcome to Emperor Martial Arts Academy, but the real initiation ceremony has only just begun. Next, you will undergo the new student assessment. Zhao Gang didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. The location for this assessment is the subspace battlefield. The goal of the assessment is to reach the teleportation array from the starting point to the destination within 24 hours. Those who exceed the time limit will be deemed to have failed. In addition, we have deployed a large number of simulated alien races in the wilderness. You can earn points by killing them. Besides that, you will also need to face the interception team composed of senior students. Successfully defeating or getting rid of them will also earn you a lot of points. The final score will directly determine your initial resource allocation, tutor selection priority, and class assignment after enrollment. His gaze swept back and forth, ensuring that his voice reached everyone clearly without the need for a megaphone. Remember, competition is allowed in the assessment, and even encouraged. But it is strictly forbidden to harm your classmates. He paused here, his tone becoming more serious, carrying a hint of warning. And there's the space bracelet, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. It not only records your scores and location, but more importantly, when it detects that you've suffered a potentially fatal attack, it will automatically generate a shield and teleport you out of the subspace. But that also means your assessment is over. At the same time, the wristband must not be maliciously damaged or removed, otherwise, the eligibility will be immediately revoked. As he spoke, he held up a black, wristwatch-shaped object made of a special material. Do you understand everything? Finally, Zhao Gang roared. Clear. A chorus of responses, though varied, rang out from the audience, each one powerful and resounding. All right. Now, come forward one by one and receive your wristbands. The assessment will begin immediately. Staff quickly began distributing the special wristbands. After receiving and wearing the wristbands, the new students were guided toward the several enormous teleportation arrays in the center of the plaza. Xinyu fastened the bracelet to his wrist, his expression turning serious. A flash of light, and the new students quickly disappeared from the square. As Xinyu stepped into the teleportation array, the familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast and boundless Gobi desert. Roar! But as soon as he landed, before he even had a chance to properly observe his surroundings, a dark shadow pounced on him. Sand-blade leopard. Xinyu quickly turned around and immediately recognized what it was. The alien race at the 8th level of the first tier is extremely fast, and its claws are also extremely sharp. If this were an ordinary martial artist, they would probably be severely injured upon landing. However, the moment the sand-blade leopard pounced, Xinyu delivered a backhand elbow strike. This seemingly casual strike carried immense force, slamming into the side of the sand-blade leopard's neck. Bang! A dull thud suddenly rang out. Oh whoa! The next moment, the sand-blade leopard let out a painful howl as its massive body was slammed into another rock. After struggling for a moment, it turned into specks of light and dissipated, leaving only a faint trace of light that merged into Xinyu's bracelet. Having easily resolved the initial minor trouble, Xinyu remained calm and dusted off his sleeves. This level of sneak attack posed no threat to him. TSK, not bad for a freshman. Just as he was about to lock onto a direction, a mocking and lazy voice followed closely behind. Xinyu paused, his gaze sweeping coldly over them. Just a dozen meters ahead, 3 figures were lounging lazily against several weathered boulders, blocking a narrow passage in his path. They were wearing Imperial martial arts uniforms, clearly indicating that they were the senior students who had intercepted the new students during this assessment. The scarred, burly man in the center grinned maliciously, watching Xinyu with the mocking smirk of a cat playing with a mouse. The other two, however, were expressionless, their eyes appearing somewhat vacant. Furthermore, their aura was somewhat eerie. Even though they were standing in the sunlight, they seemed to be surrounded by a faint black mist. Xinyu frowned, looking somewhat puzzled. It wasn't because the 3 people who suddenly appeared blocked his way, but because he suddenly had a faint sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity is like having met someone before, but not being familiar enough to remember them, and only having that feeling when you meet them again. But he seemed to know none of the 3 people in front of him? Senior Zhou Tong is right, you are indeed a tough opponent, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It's a pity. Newcomers should know the rules. You've offended Senior Zhou, so your assessment journey ends here. The scarred, burly man cracked his neck and walked forward step by step, his powerful aura pressing down on Xinyu without reservation. The other 2 also dispersed, forming a de facto encirclement, cutting off Xinyu's retreat and other routes. Oh. Xinyu merely gave a cold laugh in response. They're blocking the spawn point directly. It seems they've completely broken off relations and aren't even bothering to pretend anymore. Occasionally, other freshmen would teleport down nearby, and upon seeing the tense atmosphere, especially sensing the powerful aura emanating from the 3 senior students, their expressions would change. They all wisely chose to take a detour and dared not get involved. Kid, are you going to crush the bracelet and get out of here yourself, or are you going to let us brothers help you stretch your muscles before sending you out? Chapter 55. Let's go together, I'm in a hurry. Imperial Martial Arts Square. On the huge circular light screen, countless small images were divided, displaying in real time the battles, chases, and ambushes taking place in various parts of the 100 Battles wilderness. At the very top of the light screen, a constantly updating points leaderboard was particularly eye-catching, attracting the attention of all the mentors in the hall. Zhao Gang, the director of the admissions office, stood calmly in front of the control panel with his arms crossed. TSK, there are indeed many promising talents this year. Look at Xian Yuanjing, who is ranked first. He is a second-level Grand Martial Master and his points have already exceeded 500, leaving the rest far behind. And that guy named Long Feng, his fighting style is very fierce, he's also a first-level Grand Martial Master. It seems that this year's geniuses from various aristocratic families and local areas have not been hiding their talents. Nearby, several professors with profound presences were also conversing in hushed tones, commenting on the performance of this year's freshmen. I remember there should be 9 freshmen who have clearly broken through to the Great Martial Master realm, but there are only 8 at the top of this list so far, and their scores are very close. At this moment, a male mentor wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his glasses and looked at the list with a puzzled expression. There's another one, it seems to have fallen behind? Could it be that it's all show and no substance, just relying on resources to get ahead? As he spoke, there was a clear hint of disdain for counterfeit goods in his voice. The Imperial Martial Arts Academy places the greatest emphasis on practical combat. No matter how high one's cultivation level is, if one's performance in the assessment is poor, one will be looked down upon. The other mentors nodded slightly in agreement. Points don't lie, especially in the early stages of the assessment. True geniuses never remain silent. Professor Li, don't rush to conclusions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang, who had been silent all along, smiled mysteriously and slowly spoke. Oh? The instructor, Mr. Li, immediately raised an eyebrow and cast a curious glance at Zhao Gang. Director Zhao, what do you mean? Another female mentor couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Don't forget the assessment rules. The points you get for defeating the senior students who are blocking you are much higher than those for killing ordinary aliens. Some people may not like piecemeal attacks and prefer a one-shot deal. Within the desolate wilderness of 100 battles. I'm in a hurry, let's go together. Unexpectedly, in the face of the scarred, burly man's sinister grin, Xinyu slowly raised his hand and then beckoned with his finger. The voice was not loud, and the movements were very slight, but the insult was extremely strong. Looks like you're going to have to suffer the consequences. Do it. Cripple him. The scarred, burly man's face instantly darkened, and he pointed at Xinyu and roared angrily. Buzz. Before the words were even finished, the 3 of them suddenly sprang into action, unleashing the aura of a 4th-level Grand Martial Master. Whoosh! The scarred, burly man was the first to attack. His body was covered by a thick layer of rocks, and he charged forward like a human tank, leaving shallow craters in the ground. The tall, thin youth also moved at high speed, so fast that only a blur remained in place, while his main body suddenly thrust towards Xinyu. The last person waved his hands, creating icy, bone-chilling currents in an attempt to slow down and freeze Xinyu's movements. Class D Heavy Rock, Class D Wind Breath, Class D Cold Current. Xinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately judged the 3 people's martial arts talent based on their performance. A 4th-level Grand Martial Master with all D-level martial arts talents, this lineup is truly luxurious. Blazing Sun Battle Body. Xinyu's eyes narrowed immediately, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. He instantly activated his Blazing Sun Battle Body to its limit, and the Blazing Sun force field enveloped his entire body to resist the erosion of the cold current. Bang! At the same time, Xianyu quickly covered both palms, accurately deflecting the tall, thin youth's thrust. Whoosh! At the same time, he shifted his feet and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the scarred strongman's impact. Thud! Thud! Sizzle! But the 3 senior students were not to be trifled with. After their first attack missed, they immediately surrounded the enemy again. Even if Xinyu is strong, he is still only a Grand Martial Master at the very end. Facing a Grand Martial Master of the 4th stage, he was 3 minor stages behind. Even the double boost from the Extreme Realm cannot make up for this gap. It was thanks to his spiritual eye that he was able to accurately predict the attacks of the 3 men each time and find their weaknesses to exploit. Otherwise, any other Grand Martial Master would have been defeated. Damn it! How can this bastard be so agile? Upon seeing this, the scarred, burly man's expression instantly turned ugly. Despite their fierce fighting, each of their punches created a booming sound in the air. In reality, they are like catching loaches. They think they've caught one, but the loach slips and falls back into the water. This made the scarred, muscular man even redder, with veins bulging on his forehead. After all, not everyone is Xinyu, and they couldn't see that Xinyu also had the martial arts talent of the Spirit Eye. Bang! Even so, facing 3 formidable opponents at the 4th level of the Grand Martial Master level, he began to fall into a disadvantageous position during the long tug of war. Although he skillfully thwarted most of the attacks, there were always some that managed to slip through his defenses and strike him. Each collision sent his blood surging. The scarred strongman's rock armor has amazing defensive capabilities, making it difficult for him to gain an advantage in a head-on confrontation. The tall, thin young man's attacks were unpredictable and difficult to defend against. The last person's cold current was constantly draining his spiritual energy and trying to slow down his speed and reaction. Emperor Martial Arts Academy is not a place for a country bumpkin like you. Get the hell out of here. Seeing that Qin Yu was on the verge of defeat, the scarred, burly man couldn't help but launch a frenzied attack while hurling insults at him. 3 senior students ganging up on 1 freshman, how shameless. There's nothing we can do. Who told this guy to offend Zhou Tong at the school gate on the first day of school? Hurry up, it'll be our turn after they're done. I don't want to be eliminated so early. The freshmen watching from afar shook their heads and sighed, believing that Qin Yu's defeat was inevitable. No, the difference in cultivation level is too great. If it were a one-on-one fight, each of them would only be slightly stronger than me, and I would have a good chance of winning. But with 3 against 1, I can't hold back anymore. At that moment, Qin Yu, who had been on the defensive, suddenly flashed a cold, fierce glint in his eyes. 9 strikes to burn the heavens. With a low growl, scorching flames suddenly erupted from his body in the form of a shockwave. First strike, ignite the sea. Immediately afterwards, he no longer held back, his right fist first retreating and then pushing out horizontally. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual power within Qin Yu's body transformed into a raging sea of fire, which, with overwhelming force, instantly engulfed everything in front of him. Scorching. Frenzied. Destructive. The high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort violently, and the sand and gravel on the ground melted and crystallized instantly. That D-level frost flow martial arts talent was utterly insignificant in the face of this attack. Countless ice crystals and frost currents were instantly vaporized into high-temperature steam. What? At this moment, the scarred, muscular man finally felt fear. Chapter 56 1 against 3, Instant Counterattack. The value of a low-grade martial arts technique is quite high. This is something you can't necessarily learn just by owning or buying it. This is similar to Qin Yu's previous life, where some people used their knowledge to build missiles, while others ended up repairing them. Then some people might ask, is it because he doesn't like building missiles? Obviously not. No. At this moment, the scarred strongman frantically activated his martial arts talent, and layers of thick, solid rock covered and overlapped in front of him, directly forming a thick layer of rock armor. Click. However, faced with the raging flames that scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, his rock armor only held out for a moment before cracking under the unbearable pressure. The next moment, he was slammed into by a terrifying wave of fire. Put! Before he could react at all, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The injury spread rapidly, triggering the bracelet on his body. I'm hungry. He only had time to let out a short scream before he was forcibly teleported out of the subspace. Whoosh! At the same time, the tall, thin young man tried to retreat quickly using his speed. But the area covered by the fire was too large. No matter how fast it goes, it can't outpace the explosive spread of flames. In an instant, he was struck directly by the flames at the edge, and not only was he hit hard, but his whole body burst into flames. I'm hungry. The next moment, he was teleported away amidst a shrill scream. The last one goes without saying. His D-rank cold current martial arts talent is simply a firefly trying to rival the bright moon. In just a moment, he was severely injured and teleported away. At this moment, the entire Gobi Desert fell into a deathly silence. There were still some daring onlookers in the distance who hadn't left, all dumbfounded, as if their throats had been choked, unable to utter a sound. 1 against 3, and a swift counterattack. Is this really a power that a new student can possess? What kind of martial art is that? Its power is terrifying. It must be at least at the earth rank, right? TCH, it's just a martial arts technique. If I had a low-grade martial arts technique, I could do it too. Heh, what are you talking about? Even if you learned this level of martial arts, could you, with your 9th level martial arts master strength, actually use it? The other freshmen, having regained their senses, all cast different glances at Qin Yu. Some people even argued about it. Without exception, no one dared to go up and cause trouble for Qin Yu. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Yu glanced around and spotted the other freshmen arguing and discussing in the distance. In an instant, everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. Fortunately, he quickly looked away and then walked away into the distance as if nothing had happened. Friendly reminder, you can breathe. Suddenly, someone in the crowd muttered something under their breath, and they realized that Chinyu had already gone far away. Bang! Somewhere in the wasteland, a figure was suddenly sent flying backward. His figure was disheveled and his clothes were tattered, but it was still possible to vaguely discern that the clothes he was wearing belonged to an older student. Cough cough. The senior student, who should have been a king in this subspace, was now in a sorry state. Remember this well, the person who hit you is named Xianyuan Jing, the Jing of pacifying the country and securing peace. At this moment, a figure walked against the light to the old man, bent down and looked at him. The older student was blinded by the sunlight, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of the person's mouth. Bang! The next moment, a kick came, directly triggering the bracelet's protection mechanism. A flash of light appeared, and the senior student was kicked out of the subspace. Buzz! At this moment, his bracelet received a large number of points and began to vibrate slightly. Oh! Someone has surpassed me? Xianyuan Jing raised his bracelet and looked at it, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. The content shown above was clearly somewhat unexpected. Interesting, Chinyu? I knew it. The man I set my sights on will never disappoint me. Zhang Ziyu stood with her hands on her hips in the wasteland, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the leaderboard of points. The biggest response came from the faculty and staff members in the square. Bang! Bang! They couldn't help but be shocked as they watched the senior students being thrown out one by one. Although there have been quite a few previous contestants who defeated the senior students' strength was deliberately arranged by them. The goal is to enable one or two new students to challenge the seniors, while other newcomers can team up to eliminate them. But unexpectedly, this time, two prodigies, Chinyu and Xianyuan Jing, have emerged. This is no longer just a matter of challenging some abilities, it's completely treating senior students like a football. It seems I seriously underestimated this freshman. Professor Lee looked at the enlarged screen, which was still replaying the scene of Chinyu instantly killing 3 senior students. No, the file clearly only lists 1 C-level lesser sun body, but it seems like he has 2? Hey, right, I noticed that too. His technique seems to be F-level martial arts talent, and his lesser fiery sun body feels like the fire is too intense, more like a B-level fiery sun battle body than a lesser fiery sun body. Hiss. He was hiding this well, he's too monstrous. As expected, Director Zhao has excellent judgment. A group of mentors then began to analyze the situation carefully while looking at the large screen. The more they analyzed, the more alarmed they became. The strength Chinyu displayed was so great that it would be hard to believe if it hadn't happened right before our eyes. But the last 3 will be the real test for them. Zhao Gang didn't say much, just smiled faintly, but his thoughts drifted to the distance. Chinyu was naturally unaware of the commotion that had occurred in the wasteland and the square. After eliminating 3 returning students, he immediately locked onto the exit and sprinted towards it. After all, he didn't have a map and didn't know where the exit was. If you manage to collect enough points but end up being eliminated due to timeout because you can't find an outlet, then you've really lost out. Whoosh! Just as he was traversing a rocky area, a figure suddenly appeared ahead of him. The man noticed Chinyu's arrival, stopped, and turned to look at him. When he recognized Chinyu as the newcomer, an undisguised arrogance immediately appeared on his face. Hey! Isn't this Chinyu, who's number 1 on the leaderboard? Running so fast, are you in a hurry to get to the finish line? Chinyu originally didn't want to pay much attention to this guy, but he didn't expect that the other party would start speaking like an old yin-yang master. Could it be that there's something fishy about the score they got, and they're afraid of being eliminated by someone else? The young man spoke one sentence after another, his eyes full of provocation. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Chinyu's sudden surge to first place. Lin Hao. Subconsciously, Chinyu glanced at the bracelet and immediately found this guy in the top 10 of the list. Ranked 7th, their strength must be considerable. He simply couldn't be bothered with such pointless provocations. Whoosh! Therefore, he did not stop and plan to pass right by Lin Hao. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You just got lucky and somehow managed to snag a few points. You really think you're something special? The Imperial Martial World isn't for people like you. Seeing that Chinyu ignored him, Lin Hao felt embarrassed and immediately snorted coldly. But before he could finish speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Roar! Chapter 57 Amethyst Scorpion. Roar! A violent, bloodthirsty roar suddenly erupted from the stone forest to the side, interrupting Lin Hao's words. The next moment, as the ground shook, a colossal creature smashed through several stone pillars and burst forth. It resembles a giant scorpion, with a body size exceeding 3 meters, and its entire body is covered with dark purple crystal armor that shimmers with an eerie light. But what's most terrifying is that pair of scorpion pincers, like guillotines. Its tail is raised high, and venom drips from its hook, sizzling as it falls to the ground. Amethyst Scorpion, a second-tier, 4th-stage alien race. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized the big guy. Clearly, the Amethyst Scorpion was attracted by the commotion here, and its cold compound eyes instantly locked onto Lin Hao, who was closest to it. Damn it! Lin Hao's expression changed drastically. He could no longer care about mocking Qin Yu and quickly retreated. Whoosh! Hiss! However, the Amethyst Scorpion let out a hiss and raised its pincers, bringing them down hard on Lin Hao. Its speed was astonishing, and its body rushed forward like a heavy tank. Damn it! Why did you hit me first? Lin Hao cursed angrily, but dared not take the blow head-on and could only hurriedly use his movement technique to dodge. Boom! The scorpion pincers slammed to the ground, sending shards of rock flying and creating a large crater. Although Lin Hao dodged the direct damage of the attack, he was shaken by the powerful shockwave, causing his blood and qi to churn in him to stagger backward. At least second tier, 3rd stage, I'm definitely no match for this thing. Lin Hao steadied himself and stared at the Amethyst Scorpion in front of him with a gloomy gaze. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qin Yu, who was standing not far away with a calm expression. I've got it. Immediately, a wicked thought arose in his mind. Qin Yu. I'm sorry I was reckless just now. This beast is really powerful, so I'll let you have it. He immediately put on a fairly warm smile and bowed slightly to Qin Yu. As he spoke, he moved swiftly and quickly, arriving at a short distance from Qin Yu's side and then retreating. Oh! Looking at Lin Hao's hypocritical face, Qin Yu couldn't help but curl a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. How could he not see through Lin Hao's little scheme? If he can't beat them, he'll shift the blame elsewhere. And seeing that Lin Hao has no intention of leaving, he's obviously thinking of waiting for Qin Yu to wear him down before taking advantage of the situation. Since you are not as skilled as me, then I will accept your offer. Although he is in a hurry to get on his way, there is no need for him to be in such a rush. Points like those from the Amethyst Poison Scorpion are incredibly valuable, why not take them? It's much better than spending time searching the wasteland for Tier 1 alien races to earn a pitiful amount of points. You. The phrase, I am not as skilled as you, completely broke Lin Hao's defenses, and his face turned extremely red. Roar! But the Amethyst Scorpion's roar forced him to swallow the rest of his words. Damn it, when you're out of energy, I'll eliminate you too. Forced by the terrifying pressure of the Amethyst Scorpion, Lin Hao finally chose to follow his heart, retreating several meters to a relatively safe location, staring at it with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! The next moment, Qin Yu transformed into a blur and took the initiative to meet the Amethyst Scorpion that was charging wildly. This result surprised even Lin Hao. He hadn't expected Qin Yu to be so stubborn, actually daring to go up alone like that. He had originally thought that Qin Yu's first reaction would be to turn around and run away, and he had even prepared to trick Qin Yu when he ran ahead of him. Given the difference in their cultivation levels, it's highly unlikely that the two Grand Martial Masters could outrun the Purple Crystal Scorpion. That's good, it saves even more time. But he quickly came to his senses and looked at Qin Yu's back with even greater satisfaction. However, what happened next completely shattered his illusions. Whoosh! Facing the powerful and heavy pincers of the Amethyst Scorpion, Qin Yu neither dodged nor avoided. He activated his Blazing Sun battle body and met the attack head-on with his right fist, which was covered by the Xian Jade hand. Bang! After a muffled thud, the incredibly hard scorpion pincers were knocked open by Qin Yu's punch, and tiny cracks appeared on their surface. Hiss! The Amethyst Scorpion, in pain, let out a slightly pitiful hiss. However, the damage was not fatal. Instead, it enraged the creature further, and its poisonous hook instantly pierced Qin Yu's left chest. Whoosh! However, Qin Yu easily dodged this extremely fast attack by sidestepping it. What? This scene terrified Lin Hao so much that he almost lost his mind. At such a speed, even if he were to attack, he wouldn't be able to see it clearly once locked on, he would definitely be hit. But Qin Yu just dodged away so gracefully? Boom! While Lin Hao was still stunned, Qin Yu slammed the massive Amethyst Scorpion to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Before the amethyst scorpion could struggle, Qin Yu's right foot was already covered in blazing flames, and then he stomped down hard. Click! Bang! A cracking sound suddenly rang out, and its hard shell was shattered like glass by Qin Yu's kick. Hiss! Severely injured, the amethyst scorpion became increasingly frenzied. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone this big guy who is seriously injured. His dying counterattack may be even more threatening than when he is at his peak. Whoosh! However, Qin Yu was not panicked at all. He could hold out for a while even when facing 3 opponents, let alone now when facing 1 opponent. The amethyst scorpion is merely a martial artist with a martial arts talent equivalent to F-level hardening. With the blessing of the spiritual eye, it couldn't even touch Qin Yu's hair. Instead, under the repeated punches, its body was covered with fine cracks in a short time. Hiss! The whole process was extremely fast and efficient. The second tier, 4th stage alien race that had just put Lin Hao in grave danger was easily crushed like a toy by Qin Yu. Lin Hao's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly popped out, and his face burned as if he had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. He considered all sorts of possibilities, even the possibility that Qin Yu might be pretending to be weak but actually have some real strength and could win. But I never expected it to be such a crushing victory. At that moment, his mind was buzzing, and he felt his nose was red and his hair had turned colorful. I'll accept your points. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he was about to end the life of the amethyst scorpion. Although he is in a hurry to get on his way, there is no need for him to be in such a rush. Points like those from the amethyst poison scorpion are incredibly valuable, why not take them? It's much better than spending time searching the wasteland for tier 1 alien races to earn a pitiful amount of points. Impressive skills. This prey is mine. But at this crucial moment, a voice filled with excitement and fighting spirit suddenly rang out. A fierce and incomparable golden fist aura slammed towards them. Unsure of the enemy's target, Qin Yu had no choice but to retreat. As a result, the amethyst scorpion's head was blown apart. Such a powerful aura. Feeling the powerful aura of that punch, Qin Yu's heart tightened, and he looked up at the person who had come. Qin Yu, is that right? Come and fight me. Chapter 5800 Refined Divine Bones Xian Yuanjing. Qin Yu frowned and looked toward the source of the sound. A tall young man with an air of wildness and unruliness between his brows stood with his fists clenched, staring intently at him. Grand Martial Master Level 2? Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from him, Qin Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. At this moment, the intense fighting attracted many freshmen who were on their way to come and watch the spectacle. For a moment, many people looked at the young man with shocked expressions. Xian Yuanjing? My God, he's actually here. Xian Yuanjing? That prodigy from the Xian Yuan family who possesses the A-level talent, the 100 Refined Divine Bone? Who's that guy opposite him? Is this a prelude to a fight? At this moment, many people recognized the young man and were shocked and amazed. A level talent? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's gaze towards Xian Yuanjing changed. Just how strong is an A-level talent? Just look at Lei Hong before to find out. When faced with a group of people ganging up on him, he could defeat them all without even moving, thanks to the counter-attack damage from his martial arts talent. It can be said that the difference between martial arts talent at or above a level and below a level is like heaven and earth. Not to mention, this guy has reached the 2nd stage of the Great Martial Master realm. His true strength is unfathomable. You're number 1 on the leaderboard? You're quite capable. I'll take this scorpion from you, sorry. But if you can fight me and win, all my points are yours. Xian Yuanjing completely ignored everyone else, his eyes only on Qin Yu. He grinned, his fighting spirit boiling. It was only when he mentioned the points leaderboard that Qin Yu realized what was happening and subconsciously raised his watch to check. Sure enough, he had previously defeated 3 senior students, and his score soared to 1st place. The 2nd place went to Xian Yuanjing, and his score was quite high, leaving a significant gap between him and the 3rd place. It seems that at least 1 senior student has been defeated by him. Not interested. Therefore, after a moment's hesitation, he calmly declined. He was still unsure whether Zhou Tong had any backup plans, such as having senior students watching him from the shadows. Fighting Xian Yuanjing now, regardless of winning or losing, would be too risky for him. Seeing that he was directly rejected, Xian Yuanjing was also stunned. It seemed that he had never met someone who did not give him face before. Seeing that Qin Yu had backed down, and that Xian Yuanjing didn't seem to be causing him any trouble, Lin Hao grew bolder again. I think some people are just all talk and no action, afraid of being exposed in front of brother Xianyuan, huh? Where's the bravado they showed when they were fighting the scorpion? He tried to stir up trouble, curry favor with Xianyuan Jing, and at the same time put Qin down. However, he had barely finished speaking. So noisy. Xianyuan Jing frowned, didn't even look, and casually waved his hand. Buzz. A powerful wave of air rippled outwards, much like the sonic attack emitted by Tian Can and Di Can in the Kung Fu movies, vaguely condensing into an enormous fist. Bang! Lin Hao had no time to dodge and was struck hard in the blink of an eye. Put! He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing heavily into a rock. This attack caused the spatial bracelet on his wrist to light up slightly, almost triggering it directly. A casual strike, almost an instant kill. Hungry. He collapsed to the ground, vomited blood, and turned deathly pale. He dared not utter another word. Seeing this, Xianyuan Jing glanced at Lin Hao indifferently before withdrawing his hand. You have character, I like that. Then add another 10 million Chinese yuan. Fight me, and I'll give it to you regardless of the outcome. He then looked at Qin again, and instead of being angry at the rejection, his eyes showed even more appreciation. 10 million? Holy crap, you wouldn't even need that much to hire a martial king. Let go of Qin, let me handle this. These words instantly caused the onlookers who were about to leave to stop in their tracks, each one gasping in shock. Even Qin paused, looking at Xianyuan Jing with some surprise. 10 million is no small sum. For a student martial artist like him, 10 million is enough to keep him eating as many pills as he wants for 4 years of university. However, he ultimately suppressed the excitement in his heart. 10 million is tempting, but I don't know if it's true or not. Even if he knew it was true, he couldn't take the risk. Because he had to secure first place in the assessment to gain priority in choosing a mentor, and then select the mentor named Luo Jiangwen to inquire about his father. It is said that some professors in universities are difficult to deal with. Some don't take on a single student in a year, or they have very few openings, with only one available. Therefore, he must avoid unnecessary unexpected situations and must win over his mentor, Luo Jiangwen. Not interested. Therefore, after only a moment's hesitation, Qin gave his answer and continued on his way. Hey, don't go. If we don't fight today, how about we fight tomorrow? Or the day after? Xianyuan Jing immediately became anxious upon seeing this, and like a salesman, he kept talking to Qin. I'm busy. Qin was getting a headache from his noise, but he kept walking and spoke calmly. How could I not have time? Once the assessment is over, I'll be free, right? How about this, you promise me that after the assessment, you can call me whenever you want. I can pay a deposit first. 5 million. How about that? Xianyuan Jing was still unwilling to give up and even began to try to make advance payments. The onlookers who hadn't yet dispersed were so engrossed in the conversation that their eyes turned red and their breathing became rapid. They wished they could agree on Qin behalf. A 5 million deposit? You'll get another 5 million after a fight? This is like a windfall. However, Qin remained unmoved and simply quickened his pace. Alright, we won't fight then. So you're heading to the exit, right? Perfect, I'll go too, let's go together? We can look out for each other on the way. Seeing Qin stubbornness, Xianyuan Jing scratched his head. Far from being angry, his interest only grew stronger. Qin neither agreed nor explicitly refused, but simply continued on his way in silence. Let's get to know each other formally. I'm Xianyuan Jing, from Shanghai. Xianyuan Jing took this as a tacit agreement and happily followed beside him, starting to introduce himself in a very familiar manner. Brother, your name is Qin, right? Top scorer in Nanjiang province, awesome. I admire people like you who have real skills. He was like a chatterbox, very outgoing, and just kept talking without caring whether Qin was listening or not. Qin was speechless and didn't reply. And so the two of them walked all the way to the final exit. This place is located in a narrow canyon, almost impassable from above, and you can only pass through the middle. At the entrance to the canyon, 3 young men in different poses were waiting. This is the peak of a grand martial master? Chapter 59 Pingyi's close relationship. This is the peak of a grand martial master? Sensing the opponent's powerful aura, Qin stopped in his tracks, slightly startled. Due to the vast difference in their cultivation levels, he could only sense that the other party was at the peak of the great martial master realm, which was around the 8th or 9th level. This level of strength is absolutely overwhelming for them. Could it be that Zhou Tong sent them to intercept him? Hey, you didn't know? In previous years, in order to give the freshmen a hard time and temper their arrogance, they would send a few senior students with enough strength to overwhelm them to block the exit and pick some unlucky ones to make an example of. At this moment, Xian Yuanjing hugged Qin Yu and explained to him with a smile. Is this even possible? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart tightened instantly. Let alone the peak of the great martial master, he couldn't possibly defeat even a 6th level great martial master. If it were a grand martial master at the 5th level, they might be able to put up a fight and try to escape from his grasp. But that's impossible. I planted this tree, I paved this road. One of the older students saw the newcomers and immediately stepped forward aggressively. Call out. Before he could finish speaking, 3 small porcelain bottles flew out and accurately hit the 3 of them. The 3 were completely bewildered. Throwing porcelain bottles? What kind of new martial art is this? Pop. However, when one of the older students opened the porcelain bottle, he was completely stunned. This, a mid-grade Shin level pill. Spirit blood bone tempering pill. 10 of them. He was completely dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the pill in the bottle that emitted a faint smell of blood. A single mid-grade Xian level pill has an average market price of around 50,000. 10 of them would be worth 500,000. The 3 bottles should be exactly the same, with a total value of 1.5 million. They were just thrown away like that? The older students felt the immense power of the medicine, their faces instantly filled with shock, ecstasy, and struggle. They didn't need to think to know what Shen Yuanjing's intention was in giving them the pills. It was simply to make them eliminate themselves and admit defeat. But since they were stationed here on the orders of the school, representing the senior students, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to accept it? I only need my brother and me to go, is that okay? Immediately afterwards, Shen Yuanjing crossed his arms and looked at the 3 of them with a cold expression, speaking calmly. Oh, young Master Shen Yuan, you're too kind. Geniuses like you should be allowed to pass directly. The cold-faced senior student at the head of the group reacted the fastest, bowing almost at a 90-degree angle and respectfully clasping his hands in a fist salute. Face? Can saving face put food on the table? This scene made Qin Yu's lips twitch. Is this what it means for Pingy to be approachable? Oh, right, we were blind and have wasted your time. Please come in quickly. Meanwhile, the other 2 hurriedly made way for him, bowing and scraping, their faces full of awe and flattery, showing no trace of their former seniority. Brother Qin, let's go. Shen Yuanjing then gave a satisfied hum and left with Qin Yu in his arms. This guy. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu's tense nerves relaxed a little, but when he looked at Shen Yuanjing, his eyes still held a hint of seriousness. Ultimately, the assessment ended very quickly. The massive leaderboard gleamed, and the final rankings were set. First place, Qin Yu, with 1888 points. Second place, Shen Yuanjing, with 1785 points. Qin Yu won first place in this year's freshman assessment with a score advantage of 103 points. Before settling the accounts, Shen Yuanjing exchanged contact information with Qin Yu again before leaving somewhat reluctantly. Even as he left, he was still shouting that he should remember to spar with him once. Meanwhile, on the high platform in the square, most of the mentors' eyes were focused on Qin Yu, with expressions of admiration and a desire to recruit him. The assessment is over, and the scores are finalized. Next, we will select our mentors. Those ranked higher will have priority in choosing their mentors. First place goes to Qin Yu. Seeing that everyone had arrived, some freshmen sighed and some stood tall and proud. Zhao Gang stepped forward and spoke in a loud voice. As Zhao Gang called out the name, everyone's eyes turned to him. Qin Yu, come under my name, and all future point transactions within the school will be discounted by 90%. Humph, what's the use of a 10% discount on points? My most outstanding students have all reached the martial lord level. Come to me, and I guarantee you'll be the next martial lord. TCH, what business is it of yours if the students are doing well? Come on, me. Immediately, many senior mentors spoke up, offering various generous conditions and resources, which immediately aroused envy, jealousy, and resentment among most of the freshmen. Of course, many mentors are also observing, perhaps turning their attention to other new students. As for Qin Yu, he remained silent for a long time. Because he didn't see the name he wanted to see. Thank you all for your kind words, but I already have a preferred advisor in mind. May I ask, is Professor Luo Jiangwen available today? Therefore, Xinyu simply clasped his hands in greeting to the generous gifts from the other mentors. Luo Jiangwen? Professor Luo? He hasn't taught any new students for several years. Yes, although Professor Luo is an authority on ancient martial arts and special physiques and realms, he has an eccentric personality and doesn't have many outstanding students. Why don't you consider me again? The mentors were taken aback by what they heard, exchanged glances, and looked somewhat embarrassed. The mentors' reactions made Xinyu's heart sink. He considered all sorts of possibilities, such as his advisor not wanting him. But to my surprise, I couldn't even see the other person. Xinyu, do you really have to ask Professor Luo Jiangwen to be your mentor? Just then, a slightly nervous female voice rang out from the side. Xinyu looked over upon hearing the sound and saw a rather young-looking female instructor standing not far away. She was wearing a dark-colored instructor's uniform that seemed ill-fitting, with the top button of her shirt taut, outlining her overly voluptuous curves. Her long, black-stockinged legs stood together beneath her skirt, her fingers unconsciously twirling the hem of her dress. She had a pretty face, wore black-rimmed glasses, and had her hair neatly styled in a bun. This outfit clearly makes her look like a hot teacher who'd whip you with a stick. But this mentor seemed very nervous, and even a little inexperienced. It gives off the feeling of a child pretending to be an adult. Hello, I'm the new tutor, Du Meng. Professor Luo, he was my previous tutor. She noticed Xinyu's gaze, and quickly and subconsciously pushed up her glasses and cleared her throat. Professor Luo has stopped taking on students in recent years, and because of the special nature of his research, it is generally very difficult for ordinary people to find him. Du Meng took a deep breath and walked up to Xinyu, trying her best to remain calm. But her swaying body and shifty eyes betrayed her. But I can find a teacher, and our research areas are similar. I'm currently a 9th Dan martial artist, so I'm not bad either. Seemingly afraid that Xinyu would turn around and leave, she quickly increased her speaking speed and continued to add. But as she talked about it, she became a little insecure. After all, most of the mentors present were martial arts generals, and there were even 1 or 2 martial arts kings. It's hard to believe that a military officer like her could say something like not much different. Chapter 60 is quite mature and composed. Really? Although I'm new here, I know everything. Maybe I can take a look for you first? Or I can help you make an appointment with Professor Luo? Compared to the seasoned maturity of other mentors, to be honest, if she weren't standing on the mentor's platform, others might have mistaken her for a student. Professor Du, can you really help me get in touch with Professor Luo, or help me access relevant research materials? Xinyu didn't care about these things, and after a moment's thought, he asked. It's common for students to specifically seek out professors. Some come because of their reputation, while others are drawn by their academic background. Therefore, he was not afraid of asking questions in public and people discovering something. Sure, although I can't guarantee I'll see him in person right away, I can make an appointment, and there won't be any problems later. Besides, I have access to most of his information. Seeing that Xinyu was seriously considering it, Du Meng's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but clutch the hem of her skirt, her eyes filled with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty as she looked at Xinyu expectantly. As a new mentor, especially in a place like Imperial Martial Arts Academy, mentors also have to consider performance. If she could mentor a student with exceptional talent like Xinyu, it would be crucial for her future prospects. She had originally planned to just pick 2 of the remaining ones, but she didn't expect Xinyu to have such a special need, so she was definitely going to take a gamble. The mentors around him remained silent, waiting for Xinyu to make his choice. This is, after all, an Imperial martial arts realm. No matter how outstanding Xinyu's talent is, can he be more outstanding than some of the legendary figures in the history of Imperial martial arts realms? To put it bluntly, what kind of geniuses haven't they seen at the Imperial Martial Academy? Taking them on as mentors would only be icing on the cake for these veteran teachers. Not taking them on wouldn't result in any loss. There's no need to fight with a junior. Student Xinyu is willing to become a disciple of Instructor Du. I will be relying on Instructor Du from now on. Without further hesitation, Xinyu took a step back and solemnly clasped his hands in a salute. Finding clues to the truth about the father is currently the top priority. Du Meng is the only bridge that can directly contact Luo Jiangwen. As for other educational resources, he can strive for them himself. Ha! Upon hearing this answer, Du Meng was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Xinyu to actually choose her. Very good. Immediately, a smile of immense surprise and joy bloomed on his face, and he almost jumped for joy. But realizing the solemnity of the occasion, she quickly composed herself, pushed up her glasses, and tried to adopt the demeanor of a serious mentor. Okay. Welcome, Xin Yu. Don't worry, teacher. I will do my best to help you. Come on, I'll take you to complete the formalities. After saying that, she led the way in a bit of a panic, almost stumbling over her own feet. Looking at Du Mengming's appearance, Xin Yu's expression was both amusing and strange. However, he didn't say much and followed them. After choosing their advisors, the two naturally left the square first and headed towards the academic affairs office. Du Mengming seemed very happy, skipping and hopping with light steps. Ahem, Teacher Du, your outfit is quite unique. In an attempt to extract more information from Du Mengming, Xin Yu coughed and took the initiative to start a conversation. Upon hearing this, Du Mengming's body stiffened slightly. Really? How do you look? Do you seem more mature and composed? I heard that mentors need to look reliable. However, she quickly turned around, adjusted her glasses, and asked with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Mature and steady. These words also made Xin Yu's gaze unconsciously return to Du Mengming once again. Du Mengming's figure is indeed outstanding. The uniform not only failed to conceal her curves, but also made them appear more exaggerated due to its tightness. When she walks, her full breasts sway slightly with each step. Her slender waist and voluptuous figure, in particular, are worthy of being described as something out of a short video. To reach Du Mengming's level online, one would probably need to be extremely slim and use full beauty filters. Ahem. He's quite big. Oh no, he's quite mature and steady, he looks very knowledgeable. Xin Yu was, after all, a hot-blooded young man, and he hadn't felt it clearly because he was far away. Now that we're closer, it's not only obvious, but there's also a faint body fragrance in the air, which almost made him dizzy. Yeah? Seemingly sensing Xin Yu's gaze, Du Mengming's ears turned slightly red, and she subconsciously slowed down and moved closer together. Such praise made him a little happy. By the way, Professor Du, regarding Professor Luo Jiangwen, you just said that it might take some time to schedule an appointment with him? Is he very busy lately? Afterwards, Xin Yu decided to stop dwelling on this topic and get to the point. Yes, Professor Luo is actually an advisor to Security Bureau number 3, so he is often not on campus and goes off campus, especially into the subspace, to handle some matters. Even last year, I only saw him once during the Chinese New Year. He is usually extremely busy. When it came to serious matters, Du Mengming became earnest, but the topic made her look somewhat helpless. But don't worry, I'll mention it to him tomorrow. No, I'll mention it later. Even if we don't get to meet, I can pass on any problems you have and let him help you solve them. In Du Mengming's opinion, Xin Yu probably encountered some professional problems in cultivation, which is why he was in a hurry to find Luo Jiangwen. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu's heart tightened. Security Bureau Advisor number 3? Is Luo Jiangwen still with the State Security Bureau? Could this matter be directly related to Luo Jiangwen? If he were to go directly to Luo Jiangwen, wouldn't that be like a lamb being led to the slaughter? Thank you, Teacher Du. But he quickly calmed down and thanked Du Mengming first. His expression was a little more serious than before. You're welcome. It's nothing, it's just what I should do. Oh right, we've arrived. Let me help you set it up and transfer it to my name. You just need to enter some important information. Du Mengming quickly waved her hand, and a smile appeared on her face again. As the two were talking, they arrived at an office in the Academic Affairs Office. The process of confirming the selection of a supervisor was quick, taking less than 10 minutes. Let's exchange contact information. I'll let you know as soon as I get news about the appointment. After completing the formalities, Du Mengming took out her mobile phone. The two then exchanged contact information. So, that's all for today? You must be tired after the assessment, go back to your dorm and rest. Du Mengming looked at Xin Yu, seemingly unsure of what to do next, and could only offer to see him off. Okay, goodbye, Teacher Du. Xin Yu didn't say much, nodded and took his leave. Goodbye. Wait for my news. Du Mengming stood at the office door, waving vigorously in the direction Xin Yu had left. Only after Xin Yu's figure disappeared from sight did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yay! We got first place. Then, unable to contain his excitement, he clenched his fist slightly and whispered a joyful cheer. Xin Yu had just left the Academic Affairs Office when his phone rang. Huh? So fast? He thought Du Mengming was just being efficient and would have news soon. When he answered the phone, it was Zhang Ziyu. He made a note of her name after she called to report her score last time. Hey Chinyu, can you come to my dorm tonight? Chapter 61 Victory Celebration Banquet or a Trap? Chinyu raised an eyebrow as he looked at Zhang Ziyu's name on his phone. Judging by the time, she'd probably just finished choosing her advisor and completing the formalities. Hello? After thinking about it, he answered the call anyway. Hey Chinyu, could you come to my dorm tonight? To celebrate getting first place in the assessment. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Ziyu's voice rang out, but her tone sounded a little nervous. Celebrate? Isn't that a bit too much trouble? Chinyu was stunned for a moment and subconsciously wanted to refuse. It was at night, in the girls' dormitory. Was this something I could say? No trouble at all. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ziyu quickly interrupted him. I'm all ready. It's a deal, 7 p.m. tonight, see you there. Don't stand me up. Compared to her previous confession at the training camp, Zhang Ziyu was clearly much smarter this time. After saying that, she didn't give Chinyu a chance to refuse and hung up immediately. Beep, beep. The busy signal came through, and Chinyu looked at the darkened screen, shaking his head helplessly. He wasn't stupid. He naturally understood that this was no different from a trap. But the reason he didn't go was actually more for Zhang Ziyu's sake. Chinyu was very clear about his current situation. His parents' whereabouts were unknown, and now that he had a clue about his father, he was suspected of treason. If the investigation continues, there is a high possibility that there will be a life-threatening situation. Being with Zhang Ziyu might indeed bring him trouble, but for the Zhang family, and especially for Zhang Ziyu herself, it would be an even bigger problem. Moreover, he didn't consider himself a pure love warrior, but he had a moral bottom line and didn't want to mess with Zhang Ziyu, a naive girl with zero dating experience. I have to make things clear with her tonight, otherwise the misunderstanding will only get worse. After taking a breath, Chinyu went back to his dormitory. At 7 p.m. that evening, Chinyu knocked on Zhang Ziyu's door right on time. Top universities like Imperial University of Technology rely on self-discipline, so there are no strict rules like not allowing students to visit each other's dorms. Click. The door opened quickly, and the aroma of food immediately wafted out. Zhang Ziyu opened the door. She had clearly dressed up carefully, wearing a slightly thin silk nightgown with an apron loosely tied over it, revealing a pair of straight, fair legs beneath the hem. She even had light makeup on her face, and her hair was slightly damp, as if she had just taken a shower. Upon seeing Chinyu, she couldn't help but blush slightly, her eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. After all, it was the first time in her life that she had dressed like this. She had heard online that it was a great way to attract men, so she decided to give it a try. You're here. Come in quickly. She stepped aside, her voice much softer than usual. Chinyu entered the room, where several carefully prepared dishes were already laid out on the living room table, along with a bottle of expensive red wine. Come on, let's drink. She pulled Chinyu to sit down, opened the red wine, and quickly poured it for him. Cheers. Chinyu didn't say much, planning to explain to Zhang Ziyu after finishing his meal, so he picked up his drink and took a small sip. Several tens of minutes later, the two had almost finished eating and had both drunk several glasses of red wine. However, Chinyu's blazing sun battle body helped him dissipate the alcohol, so he appeared to be perfectly fine. In contrast, Zhang Ziyu's cheeks flushed, and her eyes began to glaze over. Chinyu, do you know how handsome you look when you're seriously eating? She rested her chin on one hand, while the other hand restlessly draped over Chinyu's arm. Her nightgown strap slipped down slightly with her movements, revealing her smooth, rounded shoulders and an alluring curve. You've had too much to drink, Zhang. Feeling the softness and warmth of her body, Chinyu suddenly felt a headache coming on. How can someone who's been getting others drunk end up getting themselves drunk too? I'm not drunk, you just don't like me, right? I've already done this. But she seemed completely unaware of her situation, and instead, fueled by the alcohol, she moved even closer, almost snuggling into Chinyu's arms. Zhang Ziyu, you are very good, but some things are not as simple as you think. Looking at her beautiful face so close to his, especially feeling the heat through her nightgown, Chinyu felt a surge of heat himself and could only force himself to explain. But Zhang Ziyu, drunk, couldn't listen to anything. I don't care. From the moment I saw you, I knew you were different from everyone else. There are so many people in the training camp, but you're the only one in my eyes. She only felt that Chinyu's rejection made her even more upset and aggrieved, and the alcohol amplified all her emotions. After saying that, she hugged him tightly, covering almost 100% of his body. The soft breasts and the delicate fragrance between her hair made Chinyu tense up instantly. Who can withstand the test? Calm down and listen to me. Fortunately, Chinyu's spiritual power was also amplified after gaining the spirit eye, and he managed to suppress the impulse in his heart after taking a deep breath. I won't listen, I won't listen. I want you to stay with me, just for one night. Zhang Ziyu squirmed gently in his arms, holding him even tighter. But before she could finish speaking, her voice grew softer and softer, and her breathing became steady. Asleep? This sudden change left Chinyu both amused and exasperated. Well. He looked down at the warm body in his arms and realized that Zhang Ziyu had been crying and there were tear stains on her face. But all he could do was sigh. Well, I guess I'll just have to explain next time when she's sober. Chinyu then picked her up and carried her into the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. Wah! Zhang Ziyu let out a soft moan unconsciously in her sleep, then turned over and curled up on her side. Her nightgown wrinkled from the movement, immediately revealing her snow-white, delicate, and rounded breasts. Holy crap! It's vacuum-packed. This revealing appearance almost made Chinyu lose control. My apologies, my apologies. Chinyu quickly closed his eyes, pulled the blanket over her, and carefully covered her up. He had already endured this much, hoping that Zhang Ziyu wouldn't label him as worse than a beast the next day. Finally, he stood by the bed, quietly watched her for a while, and after confirming that she was just sleeping soundly and was not uncomfortable, he turned and left. Meanwhile, in a dark room in the capital city. At this moment, a figure knelt on the ground, trembling all over. If Chinyu were here, he would definitely recognize him as Zhou Tong. And at this moment, there was a clear handprint on his face, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. Useless. You couldn't even handle a mere Grand Martial Master level 1? Zhou Tong, is this how you do your job? A blurry black figure stood in front of him, his voice filled with murderous intent. Sir, please spare my life. That kid is really strange. He's not just an ordinary first-level Grand Martial Master. He's definitely hiding his true strength. Zhou Tong was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly, his voice trembling with sobs. Shut up. I don't want to hear excuses. Failure is failure. The organization's resources are not for you to waste and embarrass yourself with. But before Zhou could finish speaking, the dark figure interrupted him sharply. Bang! I'm hungry. The next moment, an invisible force lashed out at Zhou Tong, causing him to scream and tumble backward, crashing into the wall. I'll give you this last chance. Next time, either you'll come to me with his corpse, or you'll come to me with your own corpse. The shadowy figure suppressed his killing intent and stared coldly at Zhou Tong. Yes. Yes. Rest assured, sir. There will never be a next time. I already have a plan. Next time I will make sure he dies a horrible death. I will personally orchestrate the plan and use all available resources. I will not fail again. Despite the excruciating pain, Zhou Tong desperately made his promise. At this moment, his eyes were filled with resentment and fear, and his hatred for Chinyu had reached its peak. That's for the best. The shadowy figure merely snorted in response before disappearing into the darkness. Zhou Tong was left alone, collapsed on the cold ground, clutching his wound, panting heavily, his eyes flashing with a mad and cruel light. Chinyu, you just wait. I'll make you wish you were dead. Chapter 62 Spirit Spring, heading to the Black Wind Mountains. The next day, early morning. Ding ding ding. Chinyu's phone rang early in the morning. He opened his eyes, swiped the screen, and saw that it was a message from Du Mengmeng, which immediately put him at ease. However, after carefully reviewing the message, I couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Chinyu, good news. We just received a notification that a small spiritual spring has appeared in the Black Wind Mountains outside the capital. Although the quality may not be high, it should be very beneficial for consolidating and improving your Grand Martial Master stage. Furthermore, the school's task system has already released reconnaissance and preliminary clearing missions with decent reward points. Many freshmen will likely participate, so this is an opportunity you can give it a try. Be careful. He thought there was news about Luo Jiangwen, but it turned out to be just a simple notification. But the Spirit Spring, the Black Wind Mountains. After regaining his senses, he carefully examined the messages. As the source of the purest spiritual essence, even small spiritual springs have irreplaceable body tempering effects. The Spirit Spring can eliminate the side effects of 90% of the pills. Therefore, it is definitely not to be missed. Bite. Just as he was pondering this, his phone received another message from a friend, whose contact name was Long Phone. After adding him with some doubt, his message popped up. Black Wind Mountains, Spirit Spring, team up? Concise and to the point. Okay. He hesitated for only a moment before replying. After all, that was off campus, and he would have to face martial artists from the community, greatly increasing the risk. Having one more person means having one more person to look after you. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang again. It was a message from Zhang Ziyu. Xinyu, you received the mentor's notification too, right? Black Wind Mountains, shall we go together? I thought she was going to ask about what happened last night, but I didn't expect her to be there to form a team too. Xinyu replied with an okay and said that Long Phone would also come, and the three-person team was temporarily formed. The Black Wind Mountains are located in the far suburbs of the capital, with steep terrain and lush forests. This is precisely why many alien races that escaped from the warp would hide in the mountains to avoid being hunted down by humans. Some very strong alien races are hunted down by the Security Bureau. However, the security agency doesn't have the resources to deal with some of the weaker ones, so the dangers here come from all directions. The three of them had set off from the school together. When they saw Zhang Ziyu, her expression had returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the astonishing arc he saw last night, Xinyu would have thought he was dreaming. To be honest, he didn't expect that Zhang Ziyu's petite body would actually possess great energy that was no less than that of Yi Yuan. According to the information, the spiritual spring may be deep in the Black Wind Mountains. Let's go straight in and skip searching the outer and middle areas. Long Phone, unaware of the ambiguous relationship between the two, was instead seriously analyzing the situation. Ahem. Alright, let's go then. Xinyu shifted his gaze from Zhang Ziyu and looked ahead. Having identified their objective, the three of them ventured deeper into the area. Help! Is anyone there? But not long after they went inside, a cry for help attracted the attention of the three of them. Someone's calling for help? Should we go check it out? Long Phone was taken aback, but after regaining his senses, he spoke first. Okay, let's go take a look. Xinyu did not refuse and nodded. Although he wasn't exactly a helpful guy, in the current climate, humanity's common enemy was the alien races in the warp. Therefore, even if the other party is a foreigner, he has to help them, let alone a fellow Chinese. When they followed the sound, they immediately discovered a huge purple hemisphere. This hemisphere covered the Earth's surface, trapping 5 people inside. 4 of them were clearly senior students, and their aura should have reached the 4th level of the Great Martial Master. But at this moment they all looked quite disheveled, desperately attacking the light barrier, but with little effect. And the last person turned out to be an old acquaintance. Lin Hao. The moment Lin Hao saw Xinyu, his eyes immediately turned sinister. He turned to the older student and said something, then gestured for one of the older students to look at them. My name is Zhu Yuan Hang, and I am a second-year student at Imperial Martial Arts University. I accidentally triggered this ancient formation just now. Please lend me your help by attacking the trap nodes from the outside. I will reward you handsomely. The older student politely cupped his hands in a fist and palm salute to Xinyu. We know the exact location of the Spirit Spring. It's deep within this valley. Rescue us, and we'll share the information. We'll only need priority access, and the rest will split equally. Seemingly worried that Xinyu would refuse, another senior student quickly added. Zhang Ziyu and Long Phone then turned their attention to Xinyu, clearly waiting for him to make a decision. Okay. Xinyu pondered for only a moment before giving his answer. Anyway, it's not difficult to break the trap. He had seen it in his textbook. It's similar to a hunting trap, except that it's used by alien races against humans. Its internal defenses are formidable, but its external defenses are extremely weak, meaning it is only effective against the prey inside. Therefore, it was an extremely easy task for him. This way, you can get the location of the Spirit Spring. It couldn't be more worthwhile. However, since Lin Hao is involved, their words may not be entirely trustworthy. But, he naturally has a backup plan. Bang! After saying that, Xinyu stepped forward and slammed his fist into the purple hemisphere. Click! In an instant, the hemisphere shattered completely like glass, saving 5 people. Debtor, Lin Hao. Debt owed, life-saving grace 1. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, C-grade martial arts talent Xingmu Shi non-recoverable. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. Debtor, Zhu Yuan Hang. Debt owed, life-saving grace 1. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, D-grade martial arts talent boiling blood non-recoverable. The debtor currently has good credit and cannot be subject to forced collection. As expected, the system notification sounded immediately afterwards. However, this life-saving grace doesn't seem to be as great as I expected. After a moment of smug satisfaction, Xinyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Previously, Wang Jie's life-saving grace could be directly used to revoke his martial arts talent. But perhaps this is related to the fact that Xianyusho was E-level while the people in front of him are all D-level. This also shows that the debt of gratitude for saving a life cannot be pursued indefinitely. However, this may also be related to the scene. For example, if no one comes to this trap, they will really be trapped to death, but as long as there are people, even martial arts masters can break through it. Perhaps for this reason, the debt of saving a life seems somewhat cheap. But it doesn't matter, the last thing he lacks now is debt repayment. After all, he accumulated a lot of goodwill during the martial arts college entrance examination. Chapter 63, A Traitorous Guy. Thank you. The trap broke, and the 5 people were overjoyed, immediately filing out one after another. The spiritual spring is over there. Hurry! Don't let others get there first. After Zhu Yuanhang came out, he immediately pointed in a direction deep in the valley. As he spoke, he took the lead and sped off in that direction. Lin Hao and the other 3 immediately followed, as if afraid of being a step too late. Seeing this, Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu also prepared to follow. Wait, keep your distance, be careful, it might be a trap. Xinyu stopped them, his eyes cold as he watched the 5 people's retreating figures. The 3 of them kept a distance, hanging behind each other at a moderate distance. Damn, they're pretty cautious? Upon seeing this, Zhu Yuanhang's face immediately darkened. Sharing the sacred spring? Ha, I'd rather enjoy this good stuff all to myself than share it. The reason for bringing 3 people alone was simply to prevent being trapped in the same snare again. I originally wanted the 3 of them to go ahead and scout the way, but they refused, so there was nothing I could do. Forcing them would have made it easy for them to notice. Following them like this is also an option. If they get caught again, they can get out using the same method, which serves as a form of insurance. Soon, the group of 8 finally crossed the forest and arrived deep in the Black Wind Mountains. Before long, a small pool of water appeared in front of them, shrouded in mist and surrounded by extremely rich spiritual energy. It was the very spiritual spring. Zhu Yuanhang and the other 4 were already standing by the spring. Xinyu and his 2 companions quickened their pace and moved forward. However, as they approached, Zhu Yuanhang suddenly turned around, his previous anxious and grateful expression vanishing, replaced by coldness and arrogance. Lin Hao stood behind him, his face filled with undisguised smugness and mockery. Halt! This area is now under our control. Thank you for your help, juniors. Please leave immediately. One of the older students grinned so wide his mouth stretched to the back of his ears, looking at the 3 of them as if they were clowns. What do you mean? Are you planning to abandon me after I've served my purpose? Upon hearing this, Long Feng, with his fiery temper, instantly flew into a rage, revealing his aura as a grand martial master. What promises did you just make? Have you no shame? Zhang Ziyu's face also darkened at this situation. Promise? What promise? Who heard that? Do you have any proof? We only asked you to help break the formation, we didn't promise to share any spiritual spring with you. If you know what's good for you, get lost and don't force us to take action. Lin Hao also chuckled at the opportune moment and spoke in a sarcastic tone. The other senior students laughed heartily upon hearing this, clearly quite satisfied with Lin Hao's explanation. He. It's true what they say, birds of a feather flock together. Xinyu's expression instantly turned cold, and he stared at the 5 people with hostility. Although he had only suspected it just now, he still thought that Zhu Yuanhang might be different from Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, he was the one with the best conscience. But this is for the best. Debtor, Lin Hao. Debt owed, life-saving grace 1. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, C-grade martial arts talent Xingmu Shi non-recoverable. Given the debtor's breach of trust and host-like attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. Debtor, Zhu Yuanhang. Debt owed, life-saving grace 1. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, D-grade martial arts talent boiling blood non-recoverable. Given the debtor's breach of trust and host-like attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. Sure enough, with just a small change in attitude, things started to change. Considering we're from the same school, we've already been more than generous by not holding you accountable for disturbing our collection of spiritual spring water. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. Zhu Yuanhang also lost patience and took a step forward. After all, if this drags on for too long, other students or martial artists might come over. They arrived here based on prior information, but that doesn't mean this thing is actually theirs. Boom! Instantly, the aura emanating from the 4 senior students was revealed. Grand Martial Master Level 5? In an instant, Long Feng's expression changed several times, and even Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. That's right, he misjudged just now. The 4 senior students in front of him were not 4th level Grand Martial Masters, but 5th level Grand Martial Masters. Furthermore, his martial arts talent is surprisingly high, with 1 C level and 4 D level talents. This lineup, if placed in the real world, would be an absolutely luxurious squad. You! Shameless! Zhang Ziyu's face turned even whiter and purple, and her chest heaved with anger. Ha! You're welcome. I'd like to see just how you intend to be impolite. Qin Yu slowly raised his head, a cold smile curving his lips. Although the system can now recover the funds, the right time has not yet come. If he directly seizes the money, everyone present will notice something amiss, and it could easily become a handle used against him in the future. Unless he could kill everyone present, but obviously that's impossible. Aoki Breath, an extremely strong healing martial arts talent, allows the user to quickly recover from injuries simply by breathing. Furthermore, it has a strong purification ability. While others can consume at most 1 pill a day, the owner of the Azurewood Breath can consume 3 times that amount without any side effects. At the same time, Qin Yu is also mentally assessing the martial arts talent of the people in front of him. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Lin Hao, scrutinizing him as if he were buying groceries. Seeing Qin Yu's tough stance, Long Feng couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. If you want to fight, I'm ready. After regaining his senses, he spat out a curse and looked at Zhu Yuanhang without backing down. Snort! Zhang Ziyu also snorted coldly. Although she was still stuck at the peak of the 9th level of martial arts, her aura was not weak at all. Ha ha ha! Upon seeing this, Zhu Yuanhang burst into laughter, as if he had witnessed something extremely funny. After all, on the surface, Qin Yu and his group had no advantage whatsoever in terms of cultivation level or numbers. This behavior may seem tough, but it's actually like throwing an egg against a rock, only to bring shame upon oneself. You! Buzz! Unexpectedly, Zhu Yuanhang's smiling gesture of leaning against a nearby tree triggered something unexpected. As a result, a large area around the spirit spring was suddenly filled with the same kind of trap that had trapped Zhu Yuanhang and the others, but the area was much larger, almost reaching 100 meters, and enveloping the entire spirit spring. He. Sure enough, I knew food would come here. A sinister voice also rang out from behind the spirit spring after the trap was completely covered. It is not human, but a mantis-like alien creature that stands upright and has a humanoid form. It is about 2 meters tall, and its skin is a deathly grayish-white color, covered with strange black patterns. Even more deadly is that its aura has reached the 6th stage of the 2nd tier. Damn it, shadow lurkers? I should have realized it sooner. Only this alien race would set up such a trap. The others were instantly horrified upon seeing this. Compared to the panic of the others, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. A confined environment, and alien races too? This is truly a stroke of luck. Chapter 64. I only realized when I grew up that normal people are few and far between. This is truly divine intervention. Qin Yu remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Normally, if someone's martial arts talent is confiscated, then they definitely cannot be allowed to live. The problem was that he didn't expect to run into Zhu Yuanhang and his group when he arrived, so he teamed up with Zhang Ziyu. This means that even if he manages to kill the 5 people in front of him, it's easy for Zhang Ziyu and the other person to leave him with leverage. But now, not only is the environment sealed off, isolating us from external interference, but there is also a powerful alien race here, which could easily be used to kill someone. He. Fresh blood food, and quite a lot of it. The shadow lurker's gaze swept across the entire area, emitting a chilling hiss. It stuck out a long, forked tongue and immediately locked its gaze on the 3 people closest to it, including Zhu Yuanhang. Although the shadow lurker was only at the 2nd tier, 6th stage, and everyone present was a student of Emperor martial arts, considered the best of the younger generation. However, the shadow lurker is also a leader among the alien races. The traps it sets alone can greatly weaken the humans inside. Furthermore, it is related to the realm. The higher the realm, the more severe the weakening, and it ignores the difference in realm. In other words, once you fall into the trap, even if a martial king comes, the degree of weakening will be more severe than that of a grand martial master. However, if it were truly a martial king among them, even if weakened, he would still be beyond the capabilities of this second tier, 6th stage individual. But it's more than enough to deal with Zhu Yuanhang and his group. Damn it! I've been suppressed to the 3rd level of the great martial master. Zhu Yuanhang and several other senior students turned deathly pale. Their previous arrogance had vanished, leaving only boundless fear. At this moment, the alien race at the 2nd tier, 6th stage is deaf to them. Damn it! How could I have run into something like this? An older student's voice trembled, and his legs began to shake. They all knew that in the current situation, it seemed there was no other way but to die. Xinyu, you three, if you don't want to die right now, go up and hold it off, create an opportunity for us to break the trap. Otherwise, I'll kill you all first. Zhu Yuanhang seemed to want to struggle a bit more, turning around to glare fiercely at Xinyu and the other two, and directly threatening them. Zhu Yuanhang! Are you even human? Upon hearing this, Long Feng was so angry that he started cursing and his eyes were spitting fire. What time is it? Shouldn't we join forces to deal with this alien race? As it turns out, that beast Zhu Yuanhang clearly wanted them to go up and weaken the alien race first, and then he would find a way to escape. Despicable and shameless. Zhang Ziyu was also trembling with anger, never expecting the other party to be so shameless. Idiot. Xinyu's cold gaze swept over Zhu Yuanhang's face, which was contorted with fear, and then he looked at the shadow lurker that was slowly approaching. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This trap has internal defenses comparable to Lei Hong's Rockvajra back then. Although it doesn't have a counter-damage effect, no one can escape it by any means unless their cultivation level is absolutely suppressed. In other words, the trap set by a 2nd tier, 6th stage shadow lurker can only be broken from the inside by a general at the very least. Originally, the best approach for Zhu Yuanhang and his group would have been to join forces with Xinyu and the other two to outnumber the enemy and perhaps have a chance to turn the tables. Even after things have come to this point, this fool is still thinking about saving his own life, even at the cost of sacrificing the lives of his compatriots. That's truly the epitome of a beast. But that's alright. If they don't put in the effort, Xinyu will naturally find ways to get them to. Alright, we'll go, but you'd better find a way to break through the trap. He then deliberately showed a hint of struggle and fear on his face, gritted his teeth, as if forced to make a difficult decision. Stop talking nonsense. Get in there. Seeing Xinyu back down, Zhu Yuanhang urged him on, while he and the other four slowly retreated, trying to find a weak point in the trap or a place to hide. Xinyu. You. Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu both looked at Xinyu in disbelief. Trust me, follow along, act according to the situation, and protect yourself. Xinyu gave them a very subtle look and spoke in a low voice. After saying that, he let out a low roar and pretended to unleash his full power as he charged toward the shadow lurker, but his speed was not fast, clearly a feint. The blazing sun battle body flickered only faintly, as if it were being severely suppressed by the trap. Although Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu did not understand Xinyu's intentions, they gritted their teeth and followed him from both sides out of trust. He. The struggle of ants. I love seeing you humans struggle like this in your death throes. The shadow lurker wasn't in a hurry and just waited for the three to attack. After all, they were not strong enough to overwhelm the trap, so in its eyes, all 8 of them were already its prey. Swish. Swish. The next moment, its 2-bladed arms, like sides of death, slashed towards Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu respectively, leaving after images. Its speed was so fast that it far exceeded the reaction limits of the 2 people who were under suppression. Careful! Xinyu immediately shouted, wanting to go to the rescue, but it was too late. Thud! Thud! 2 muffled thuds sounded simultaneously, and Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu were unable to put up any effective resistance. They felt an irresistible force strike them, their vision went black, and they were sent flying, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Ha 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 ha. Trash. You really are trash. You can all just wait to die here. Upon seeing this, Lin Hao immediately let out a hearty and malicious laugh, completely disregarding whether he could escape or not. Zhu Yuanhang and the other senior students breathed a sigh of relief, revealing cruel smiles on their faces. Although he was instantly killed, he at least attracted the attention of the shadow lurker. What a pity about Zhang Ziyu, she's quite pretty. An older student smacked his lips lewdly, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Ziyu, who was lying on the ground. Hurry up, stop looking. Find a chance to escape before Qinyu dies. Zhu Yuanhang quickly turned around and continued trying to find a way to escape the trap. As for the life or death of Qinyu and the other two, they didn't care about it at all. Ha! Sure enough, I used to think there weren't many beasts in this world, but now I realize there aren't many normal people. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of the three people at the edge of the trap, Qinyu's last trace of guilt disappeared. As a human, he was instinctively reluctant to slaughter his own kind. Unfortunately, there are always some people who like to walk right into his line of fire. Now, Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu are unconscious, and there are no witnesses. A sealed environment, perfect. System, transfer my debts. He immediately brought up the system interface. Debtor, Lin Hao. Debt owed, life-saving grace 1, favor 109. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, C-grade martial arts talent Qingmu Shi recoverable. Given the debtor's breach of trust and host-like attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. Debtor, Zhu Yuanhang. Debt owed, life-saving grace 1, favor 91. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, D-grade martial arts talent boiling blood recoverable. Given the debtor's breach of trust and host-like attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. Perhaps because most of the people who watched Qinyu's exam livestream during the previous college entrance examination were ordinary people, the efficiency of this debt transfer was extremely low. He glanced at it and found that nearly 90% of the original favors, amounting to over 1,000, had been used up in the process of recovering martial arts talent. Unfortunately, we originally planned to pursue and recover the funds from all 5 individuals, but now we can only pursue and recover funds from Zhu Yuanhang and Lin Hao. Fear it, you ants. But just as Qinyu was transferring his debts, the shadow lurker had already silently crept up to Qinyu like a ghost, raising its blade and slashing down fiercely. Chapter 65. In the next life, first learn to be a human being. You deserve to die. Lin Hao had been watching this side, and his face immediately turned ferocious, as if he could see Qinyu about to be cut in two with a single blow. But then, he couldn't laugh anymore. A strong suction sensation suddenly erupted from his body, instantly drawing away most of his spiritual energy and martial arts talent. I'm hungry. Zhu Yuanhang couldn't help but scream and fall to the ground. Buzz. At the same time, 2 incredibly pure forces surged into Qinyu's body. Boom. In an instant, the pure spiritual energy caused his strength to increase explosively. The pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master level. Grand Martial Master, Level 2. Peak of the second stage of Grand Martial Master. Grand Martial Master, Level 3. Breaking through 2 realms in succession. Bang! Without turning his head, he suddenly raised his right arm, which was wielding the mysterious jade hand, and accurately blocked the shadow lurker's attack. He didn't even take a step back, blocking the attack with exceptional ease. What? This startled even the shadow lurker, whose eyes revealed a look of surprise and uncertainty for the first time. It simply couldn't understand how a human at the first level of a Grand Martial Master could achieve such a rapid breakthrough in such a short time. Even if he broke through, Qinyu was only at the 3rd level of the Great Martial Master. How could he possibly withstand his attack? Your cheap tricks won't work on me. But Qinyu was too lazy to explain to him he now possessed a total of 5 martial arts talents. Moreover, perhaps because of his exceptional martial arts talent, or perhaps because of his extreme level of skill, he discovered that he was completely unaffected by the traps. In other words, his strength is still at 100%. That's why he dared to agree to Zhu Yuanhang's request to take the initiative to deal with the shadow lurkers. If he succeeds in his pursuit without being weakened, he will become the boss here. Now, it's my turn. Qinyu slowly raised his head, the light in his spiritual eye flashing and disappearing in an instant. Buzz. The next moment, a red light, different from the blazing sun battle body, burst forth around him and was like red steam swirling around him. Indeed, this is Zhu Yuanhang's martial arts talent, boiling blood. It can burn the blood in the body to enhance the strength of the flesh, and this strength includes speed, strength, and defense. This martial arts talent differs from traditional berserk. It has a duration and side effects after it is dispelled. Its duration depends entirely on the amount of blood in the body. As long as you can keep burning blood, you can keep strengthening yourself, and there are no side effects after it is removed. The only possible side effect is that excessive blood loss may cause coma. More importantly, the intensity of the increase is determined by the amount of blood burned. The difference in intensity between burning 10 cubic centimeters per minute and burning 100 cubic centimeters per second is absolutely 2 different concepts. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Shin Yu disappeared. That's right, it simply vanished without leaving a trace. 9 strikes to burn the heavens? The next moment, he appeared directly above the shadow lurker's head, his right fist raised high like a burning battle axe, carrying a terrifying power that could incinerate the entire world. Bombard it fiercely. Piercing the sun. No! The shadow lurker let out a sharp screech. Sensing a deadly threat, it quickly crossed its 2-bladed arms to parry, while a purplish black mist surged around it in an attempt to defend itself. But this attack was an explosive strike with multiple effects superimposed, so how could it be blocked by a mere second-tier 6th stage weapon? Boom! The moment it hit, a terrifying shockwave spread out like a mushroom cloud. The sturdy blade arm couldn't withstand the attack even for a moment and was blasted into countless fragments. Put! In an instant, its head exploded like a watermelon, bursting open without any suspense. One-hit kill. Thump! The massive headless corpse swayed before crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining 3 senior students were so scared they were practically wetting themselves, huddled together and trembling. They hadn't seen anything clearly yet. They were still looking for flaws in the trap when they saw Zhu Yuanhang and Lin Hao fall to the ground one after the other. Immediately following was a loud bang, and countless plumes of smoke and dust instantly filled the air, obscuring their vision. Now they are filled with regret, regretting why they had to come to such a dangerous place to look for the spiritual spring. Buzz. At that moment, the dust in front of them churned up. No! Don't kill us! We can lure other martial artists here. We can make sure you have a bigger meal. Yes, yes, yes. We are students from the Imperial Capital Martial God University. The students there are all very powerful. If you let us go, we will lure the geniuses there to you so you can kill them. Without even looking, the 3 knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly, trembling uncontrollably. You'd trade the lives of your fellow teachers and students for your own survival? The familiar voice rang out, startling the 3 of them. They looked up abruptly and realized that the person who had come was Qin Yu, not the shadow lurker. How did you survive? One of the older students stared wide-eyed, his mind seemingly unable to process what was happening. You possess a magical artifact? Did you kill the shadow lurker? But soon, an older student realized what was going on. Some magical artifacts are one-time use items with very low barriers to entry, but they are extremely powerful. Based on the terrifying explosion just now, that must be it. You little beast, what kind of look is that? After the 3 senior students realized what had happened, they immediately felt embarrassed. The way they acted just now, and the words they said if they were to get out, they would be condemned by everyone, even if they didn't die. Therefore, Shin Yu absolutely cannot survive. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the same look in each other's eyes, and confirmed their thoughts. However, Zhu Yuanhang, who was half dead from the earlier commotion, stared wide-eyed. He looked at Qin Yu with a sob in his throat, wanting to speak, but couldn't utter a single word. He recognized him. The red light surrounding Qin Yu was boiling blood. It's his boiling blood. Boss, don't worry, I'll kill him right now. One of the older students clearly failed to see the extreme despair and terror in Zhu Yuanhang's eyes. Instead, he looked cruel. Whoosh! However, as soon as he stood up, he felt something flash past his eyes. He was about to speak when he realized that his chest was hot and wet. Before he could even speak and figure out what was going on, his vision shot up high and then tumbled to the ground. Before his vision completely disappeared into darkness, he saw 3 headless corpses standing side by side. Scoundrel! Qin Yu merely offered a curt comment, showing no pity whatsoever. He initially thought these people were disgusting, that they were bullying others by taking advantage of their power. But I never expected that they would do such a shameless and unscrupulous thing just to survive. Even killing him 100 times wouldn't be enough to vent my anger. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and he had to absorb all the spiritual spring water before the trap was broken, so he didn't have time to waste on these 3 scoundrels. In my next life, I'll learn how to be a good person first. Finally, he turned his gaze to the 2 speechless people on the ground, and slowly raised his head amidst their terrified stares. Put. Chapter 66. Today, I want you. Back at the spiritual spring, although it is called a spiritual spring, it is not a small open-air pool of water, but rather located beneath a cave. The individual caves are somewhat intricate, resembling small cubicles. Since Zhang Ziyu and Long Feng chose to team up with him, he wouldn't keep everything to himself. This stuff doesn't need to be drunk. You can slowly temper your body by simply soaking in it. Call. After carefully placing the two unconscious people into the spiritual spring to ensure they wouldn't fall in and drown, Xinyu walked to a small cave and took off his clothes. Wearing clothes is fine, but it's less efficient and it's sticky and uncomfortable. So he simply found a place where the two of them couldn't see him, stripped naked, and ran away. Of course, Zhang Ziyu and Long Feng were wearing clothes. Hiss. That feels so good. The pure spiritual energy instantly flowed through his pores into his limbs and bones, relieving the fatigue from the battle. He relaxed, closed his eyes, and immersed himself completely in the tempering of the spiritual spring. Just a few minutes later, Zhang Ziyu, who was by the spiritual spring, trembled and was the first to wake up. She blinked slightly, then opened her eyes somewhat blankly and looked around. Nourished by the spiritual spring, her injuries healed quickly, and she woke up just as soon as possible. This is a spirit spring? Where are the others? The shadow lurkers? But then, she felt a sudden tightness in her chest as she remembered what had happened before she lost consciousness. Long Feng? As soon as she turned her head, she saw Long Feng, who was still unconscious, beside her. The dust from the battle had dissipated, revealing the surrounding environment outside the spiritual spring. They're all dead? The next moment, she saw the corpse of the shadow lurker, as well as 5 other corpses near the edge of the trap not far away. She quickly went forward to check on Long Feng and, after confirming that he was just recovering from exhaustion, breathed a sigh of relief. Where is Qinyu? Immediately afterwards, she couldn't help but start searching again, feeling anxious. She was worried that Qinyu might have taken the alien race and those 5 people down with him. However, at that moment, she caught a glimpse of Qinyu's clothes on the stone platform not far away. Her heart skipped a beat. Qinyu, he took off his clothes? Where is he? The tension and worry vanished instantly, replaced by an uncontrollable thought that immediately made her cheeks flush. She bit her lower lip, her mind in turmoil. Reason told her she should refrain from looking and wait quietly. But an even more impulsive emotion instantly spread through her heart. In some ways, men and women are actually the same. Just like most boys who are obsessed before sex but become saintly afterward. For a naive young lady like Zhang Ziyu, Qinyu's repeated rejections only fueled her growing desires. To this day, she simply cannot control herself. Splash! The next moment, intense desire overwhelmed her shyness and reason. Zhang Ziyu carefully paddled in the spiritual spring and walked towards the cave. As she rounded the stone pillar, the sight before her took her breath away. At this moment, Qinyu was facing her, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed at the smaller spring. The water level only reached above his waist, revealing his muscular upper body. Those well-defined arm and abdominal muscles are just as impactful as a guy seeing a 30-60 bust. Zhang Ziyu felt her cheeks burning and her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest. She stopped and hid behind a stone pillar, neither daring to go forward nor able to look away. Qinyu, who was already on high alert, couldn't help but twitch his brows and slowly open his eyes. It's me. Zhang Ziyu's voice was barely audible. Knowing she had been discovered, she had no choice but to slowly emerge from behind the stone pillar. Why did you come here? Qinyu looked over upon hearing the sound, and upon seeing it was her, immediately raised an eyebrow, then subconsciously sank a little deeper into the water. He's still unconscious. Qinyu, Zhang Ziyu took a few steps closer, stopped by the spring, and stared intently at Qinyu in the water. Let me get dressed first before we talk. Qinyu grimaced from a headache. It is true that no matter how much you guard against it, it is hard to guard against a thief within your own family. He was constantly worried that if the trap was broken, others would come, which is why he remained vigilant. But they inadvertently forgot about Zhang Ziyu. No. Now. Zhang Ziyu, however, was very stubborn. She took another small step forward, and water droplets slid down her soaked clothes, outlining her youthful and charming curves. You said before that liking someone requires emotional exchange, mutual understanding, and respect, and it takes time and a process to accumulate. I feel I've accumulated enough now. I like you. Compared to her calm demeanor at the training camp, Zhang Ziyu's voice trembled considerably this time. Sigh, the problem isn't with us at all, it's that I can't. Qinyu froze as he reached for the clothes, and could only withdraw his hand and sigh softly. It seems that this time, I must make things clear. Can't what? Can't you accept me? Or do you simply hate me? But Zhang Ziyu interrupted him directly, her eyes reddening as she spoke. It's not that I hate you, but because you're so good, I can't drag you into my mess. My enemies are far more numerous than you can imagine, and the burdens I carry will only bring you disaster. You deserve a more stable life. Xinyu didn't delay any longer and explained everything he wanted to say in one go. Hopefully, she will back down. However, to Zhang Ziyu at this moment, these words of consideration for her sounded more like an excuse to refuse. I don't care about any disaster. I just want to know, are you even slightly attracted to me? She shook her head violently, clenched her fists, and spoke in a muffled voice, as if she was about to cry at any moment. As she spoke, she stopped caring about anything else and even started unbuttoning her clothes. What are you doing? Stop. Xinyu's expression changed, and he wanted to step forward to stop them, but he froze when he realized that he was completely naked, which was even more inappropriate. Reason told him that he had to refuse, he couldn't hurt her. But faced with Zhang Ziyu's tearful, passionate love and temptation, he was a man full of vigor and vitality. Martial artists, in particular, have naturally vigorous blood and energy, and under the warm spiritual spring, they are even more unable to control themselves. Thump! Just then, Zhang Ziyu suddenly lunged forward, her soft body, carrying the warm spring water, unexpectedly crashing into Qinyu's arms. Her fair arms, like water snakes, immediately wrapped around him. I don't care, I won't listen to anything, today, I want you. Without giving Qinyu any chance to react, her alluring cherry lips silenced all his explanations. In an instant, the softness pressing against his chest completely robbed Qinyu of his ability to think. Chapter 67 Lu Xingyuan's Suspicion. Well. Looking at Zhang Ziyu, who was completely satisfied in his arms, Xinyu could only sigh helplessly. Cough, 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 vomit. But just then, a violent coughing and choking sound suddenly rang out. Xinyu and Zhang Ziyu suddenly separated at the same time, the latter's face still flushed with infatuation. You get dressed, I'll go take a look. Xinyu whispered a message to Zhang Ziyu, then grabbed the clothes beside him and put them on as he walked outside. Damn it! I'm choking to death. Long Feng climbed out of the spiritual spring and spat out a mouthful of spiritual spring water. He was originally positioned so that he wouldn't fall in, but the surface of the spiritual spring was rippling, and he slowly slid down. Fortunately, he had recovered enough to wake up in time, otherwise, even a martial artist would drown if they couldn't breathe. What happened? What about the alien race? What about Zhu Yu and Han's grandsons? After catching his breath, he looked around blankly and immediately saw the headless corpse of the shadow lurker not far away. He was so frightened that he snapped back to reality. Then, seeing Zhu Yuanhang and the other four lying on the ground in the distance, they were even more dumbfounded. Qin Yu? Zhang Ziyu? Are you all right? He then hurriedly searched for his teammates. We're fine. Just then, Xinyu finished dressing and came over from the side. To avoid suspicion, he took a slight detour and did not come out of the small cave of the spirit spring. Check yourself first. Zhu Yuanhang and the others were killed by the shadow lurkers. I was lucky enough to escape. Xinyu explained to Long Feng without changing his expression. Yes, I'm fine too. I just woke up not long ago. Zhang Ziyu had just finished dressing in the cave, her face still slightly flushed, and spoke softly. You kid, you broke through? You broke through 2 levels in a row? But clearly, Qin Yu and his companions' worries were somewhat unnecessary. Ever since Qin Yu came out, Long Feng's gaze has been fixed on him. Now that they were closer, Long Feng could clearly sense the change in Qin Yu's strength and was greatly shocked. Well, I had some insights during the battle just now, and with the good effects of this spiritual spring, I managed to break through 2 levels in a row. Qin Yu simply offered a casual explanation. Now that we've absorbed everything, let's pack up and get ready to leave. It should be about time someone arrives. Qin Yu calculated that it had been about an hour since they found the spiritual spring. If no one else has any clues to guide them, they should have already found their way here. Click. Sure enough, before Long Feng could even agree, the trap shattered. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man with a sharp and capable appearance walked in with 2 team members. I am Lu Xingjun, a security officer from Security Bureau Number 6. I am here to oversee the matter of the Spirit Spring in the Black Wind Mountains. What has happened here? The man in the lead showed his identification to the 3 men and then scanned the surroundings. 5-second tier, 6th stage shadow lurkers are dead. He immediately spotted the 6 corpses in 2 locations and his eyes narrowed. Who can tell us what happened? Although the deaths of martial artists are common in this era, the Security Bureau still needs to record the cause of death of each martial artist in order to prevent any potential disaster clues or traces of criminals from being overlooked. Just now, my companion and I encountered. Xinyu spoke first, recounting everything that had happened, especially his grudges with Zhu Yuanhang and others. However, the subsequent content has been changed. After Long Feng and Zhang Ziyu fell into a coma, he knew he was no match for them, so he deliberately led the Shadow Lurkers toward Zhu Yuanhang and the others. After the Shadow Lurker was exhausted, he took the opportunity to absorb some spiritual spring water and broke through to the second stage of Great Martial Master. Only then did he manage to defeat the exhausted Shadow Lurker with great difficulty. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Single-handedly killing a Tier 2, Stage 6 Shadow Lurker? As Lu Xingjun listened, his brows furrowed slightly. You three are quite lucky. Alright, you must be students of Emperor Martial Arts, right? Now that you've obtained the Spirit Spring, go back as soon as possible. He then glanced at the corpses of Zhu Yuanhang and the others out of the corner of his eye, stared at Xinyu for a few seconds, and finally nodded without asking any further questions. Yes, thank you for your help. Xinyu breathed a slight sigh of relief, and then he and Zhang Ziyu headed out of the Black Wind Mountain range. Once the three had disappeared from sight, a security guard behind Lu Xingjun stepped forward. Brother Lu, why did you let them go? Isn't that obviously lying? Putting aside the fact that he broke through 2 levels, even if that second-tier 6th level Shadow Lurker was weakened, how could he, a 3rd-level Grand Martial Master, possibly handle it? The safety officer frowned as he watched the 3 people leave. That's normal. You have to understand that the students of Imperial Martial Arts School are all extraordinary. You can't judge them by conventional standards, but they do have problems. Lu Xingjun took 2 steps forward without changing his expression and squatted down next to Zhu Yuanhang's body to examine it carefully. Huh? What do you mean? The safety officer was immediately stunned. How can you say someone is normal on one hand, but then say they have a problem on the other? The wounds on these 5 people are too deliberate, all of them are fatal blows. Although they fit the attack characteristics of the Shadow Lurkers, this alien race has one characteristic: they like to play with their prey. But these 5 people died too quickly. 2 of them didn't seem to resist at all, and they didn't even try to escape. Their bodies were all together. Lu Xingjun scanned the corpses back and forth, then glanced back at the location of the Shadow Lurkers, and couldn't help but cast his deep gaze once again in the direction where Qinyu and the other 2 had left. Back at school, after parting ways with Zhang Ziyu, Qinyu immediately went to Du Mengmeng's office to report for duty. Teacher, I'm back. Qinyu knocked on the door and spoke. You're back so soon? Du Mengmeng opened the door immediately and looked at Qinyu with some surprise. Yes, it's the teacher. After Qinyu entered, he nodded slightly and repeated the series of events that had occurred in the Black Wind Mountains. So I'm worried that I might have led the Shadow Lurkers there, and I might be convicted of that? After he finished speaking, he showed a very worried and fearful expression. They are absolutely despicable. After hearing this, Du Mengmeng immediately expressed her deep disgust for Zhu Yuanhang and the others' behavior. Don't worry, although you led the Shadow Lurkers there, Zhu Yuanhang and the others had their own reasons for it, so you don't need to feel guilty. No one will cause you any trouble. Then Du Mengmeng reached out her little hand and patted Qinyu's shoulder with a serious expression. Okay, I understand. Thank you, teacher. Qinyu immediately looked relieved and thanked Du Mengmeng. By the way, you asked me to contact Professor Luo. I've tried many times, but he's conducting an important closed-off field study, and all communication has been cut off. His return date is also uncertain, so I'm afraid it will be impossible to contact him in the short term. Suddenly, Du Mengmeng remembered something, and her expression turned somewhat awkward. When she recruited Qinyu, she said she could help him meet Luo Jiangwen. Although there was no complete guarantee at the time, Qinyu still agreed. But now, the repeated delays have made her feel like she has broken her promise. Is that so? Qinyu was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but it was also within his expectations. After all, Luo Jiangwen was able to come into contact with Long Yuan and even his father's level, so he couldn't be an ordinary person, and naturally, it wasn't so easy for him to meet them. However, I have a good idea. Chapter 68 Clues pointing to Wang Haoying. However, I have a good idea. Seeing that Qinyu seemed a little disappointed, Du Mengmeng felt guilty and quickly spoke up. Although Professor Luo is no longer here, he used to have an old research room at the university. After he moved to the new laboratory, he rarely used it anymore, but it still contains a lot of his early research materials, as well as some unpublished drafts and notes. You're looking for Professor Luo, probably to solve some problems in your cultivation, right? Perhaps his previous materials can be helpful to you. Du Mengmeng didn't dare to ask why Qin Yu didn't seek her advice. As the saying goes, silence is golden. She's the top scorer in the assessment, and she might even be a little bit more capable than her, the martial arts instructor. If she asks and she doesn't know the answer, that would be really awkward. Okay, thank you, teacher. I'd like to go take a look. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly bowed to Du Mengmeng with a joyful expression. However, he almost bumped into the big ball, causing his smile to falter slightly. He got up in time to avoid an embarrassing situation. I thought I wouldn't encounter it, but I didn't expect it to be so big. Qin Yu couldn't help but mutter in shock at his misjudgment of Du Mengmeng's strength. Okay, then come with me. Du Mengmeng didn't hear it instead, she was delighted that she had helped. After saying that, she immediately picked up the key and led Qin Yu through the complicated corridors of the teaching building to a slightly old annex building. This is it. Creak. Upon opening the door, a faint musty smell wafted out. Immediately, visible dust began to rise in the air, forcing both of them to fan their eyes in front of them. After turning on the lights, I saw that the room was filled with all kinds of books, folders, and scattered manuscripts, and even some discarded experimental equipment, leaving almost no room to step. It seems a bit messier than I imagined. Professor Luo has always been like this, not very particular about tidying up. Du Mengmeng scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. It's okay, finding even a little bit is good. Looking at the dusty pile of books, Qin Yu showed no disgust instead, his eyes were filled with anticipation. If there are only a few, they are still neatly arranged. However, even if there are some, they might be deleted or damaged like they are online. But its appearance alone is enough to show that it is extremely old and may never have been damaged. For the next few days, Qin Yu spent all his time in this old research lab, as long as there were no required courses or training sessions. Searching directly won't work, it's easy to get more and more confused. So, we need to categorize and organize first. This old research lab is so big that even Qin Yu couldn't finish it in a short time. Fortunately, Du Mengmeng often comes over to help tidy up. Fortunately, hard work pays off. On the evening of the third day, while tidying up a box full of discarded drafts, Qin Yu discovered a notebook with a severely worn leather cover. He had only flipped through it subconsciously, not expecting to find anything useful so quickly, since there were just too many similar notebooks here. As expected, it mostly contained hasty formula derivations and records of failed experiments. But just as he was feeling slightly disappointed and was about to close the box and put it back, a piece of paper that looked like it had been torn from somewhere floated out. The paper that fell down was noticeably different in texture from the other pages of the notebook. It was thicker and had irregular torn marks on its edges. It felt like someone had hurriedly torn it from a report or notebook and hastily stuffed it into this seemingly unrelated notebook. Qin Yu's heart stirred, and he bent down to pick it up. The paper had yellowed, and Luo Zhangwen's handwriting was on it. Unlike the formula derivations in the notebook, the records here are more like a summary of a private investigation, clearly organized. This is. The content at first glance made Qin Yu's breath catch in his throat. Summary of clues for the investigation into the data link break at the Nanshanmen outpost. Through repeated verification of the fragmented logs at the bottom level, it was confirmed that a top-level emergency order was triggered during the critical period of the incident, which deleted all log records at the outpost. According to the personnel screening at the outpost at the time, only 3 people were authorized to issue this order: Zheng Dongming, the person in charge Wang Haoding, the chief special inspector of Huaxia No. 6 security team, and Qin Hu, the captain of the Long Yuan squad. Zheng Dongming, the person in charge, has died in the line of duty, and his past behavior logic has no motive to trigger this order. Captain Qin Hu was trapped in the core danger zone at the time. The report stated that his behavior was out of control and caused the accident to escalate. However, based on the scattered testimonies of his team members, it is highly unlikely that he issued the order, and such an action would have been detrimental to him in every way. The only person who could possibly, and has the potential motive to, issue the order. The paper contained very little content, and it was even incomplete. It looked like Luo Zhangwen's deductions written down in his daily life. But in the end, he may have encountered some accident, or felt it was inappropriate, so he tore it up and then tucked it separately into this book. Snap! Qin Yu loosened his grip, and the paper containing the earth-shattering secret fluttered back onto the table. Wang Haoding. Even if he didn't finish writing, he could guess what the rest of the text would be. It's the Wang family again. The Wang family. The next moment, he came to his senses and clenched his fists, growling in a low voice, word by word. This person is very likely to have used his highest authority to erase all the original data with a single command at the critical moment of the accident, thus covering up the truth. And they shifted all the blame onto Qin Hu. Alright, what a small world. Recalling his encounters with Wang Jie in high school and Wang Chen in the training camp, Qin Yu's heart grew colder and colder. Although he didn't know this Wang Haoding, seeing the surname Wang, he felt that he was almost certainly related to the Wang family. Phew, let's finish tidying up first. After letting out a long breath, Qin Yu suppressed his emotions and looked back at the remaining messy corner. Since we're here, we can't just leave after finding what we want. It's better to help tidy up. 3 hours later. All done, now I'll go find Teacher Du. Finally, as evening approached, Qin Yu had completely tidied up the entire old research room and even gave it a thorough cleaning. He locked the door and headed toward Du Mingming's office. But to his surprise, as soon as he arrived at the office door, he heard a lewd and smug male voice coming from inside, along with Du Mingming's clearly panicked and weak rebuke. Junior sister Du, stop struggling, it's useless. The effects of the muscle softening powder are not something your martial arts cultivation can easily neutralize. Besides, you wouldn't want Professor Luo to know that you secretly brought students in to access private materials without permission, would you? If this gets out, it'll be questionable whether you can still be a professor. Chapter 69 Duong. Ho Shihai. You are shameless. Get out of here. Du Mingming's voice was hurried, and she seemed very anxious. Get lost? Hee, I finally found this opportunity. TSK, you usually pretend to be so innocent, but you really have a great figure. Obediently submit to your senior brother, otherwise, I'll rape you and post you online. Bang! No sooner had Ho Shihai finished speaking than the door was kicked open with tremendous force. Qin Yu stood at the door with a stern face and an extremely cold gaze. He immediately noticed the situation in front of the desk. Du Mingming slumped in the chair, her cheeks flushed and her hands hanging limply. Her eyes were glazed over, yet filled with terror. She had clearly been drugged. What's even more outrageous is that her outer garment had been pulled down, revealing her underwear, and several of the bra buttons had been undone. A small patch of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone were exposed. At the desk, a tall, thin man was lewdly trying to grope Du Mingming. Damn it! Where did this brat come from? How dare he ruin my good time? Get out! Ho Shihai was startled by the sudden loud noise. He turned around abruptly and saw Qin Yu. He was first surprised, then his face turned red with anger and embarrassment. Since he knew Du Mingming, he naturally knew that she had recently accepted Qin Yu, who ranked first among the new students, as her student. But what does it matter if he only ranked first in the freshman assessment? With his strength as a 7th-level Grand Martial Master and his status as a disciple of Professor Luo Zhangwen, he is many times stronger than Qin Yu. Therefore, he completely disregarded Qin Yu. Snort! Qin Yu was too lazy to waste words. He was just looking for an outlet for his anger. Whoosh! With a swift movement, he arrived in front of Ho Shihai almost instantly. You're asking for it, kid. When Ho Shihai saw that Qin Yu dared to take the initiative, he immediately grinned maliciously, channeled his spiritual power, and threw a punch, creating a faint gust of wind. Immediately afterwards, a burst of blazing red light erupted from Qin Yu's body, and his entire right arm shone with a warm, jade-like luster. 9 strikes to burn the heavens. Burn the seas. Almost the instant Qin Yu roared out, his face turned deathly pale. That's right, it's the effect of boiling blood. Over the past few days, while organizing the data, Qin Yu also discovered through experimentation that the maximum effect of boiling blood could increase his physical strength by about 10 times within 3 seconds. The reason it's 3 seconds instead of 1 second is because if enough blood is burned in 1 second, it could cause Qin Yu to die instantly. 3 seconds was the limit he had found after many attempts. And you should know that he now has a C-rank Aoki Isamu helping him recover from his injuries. This injury naturally includes blood regeneration and maintaining bodily functions. In other words, if it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even 3 seconds. And now, Qin Yu has activated his 3-second True Man mode. Blazing Sun Battle Body plus Jade Hand plus Ultimate Boiling Blood plus Earth Grade Martial Skill. This blow will hurt a lot. Boom! Click! The moment it hit, a sound of bones shattering rang out. I'm hungry. Ho Shihai screamed instantly, his face contorting into a liver-colored hue. This blow shook his internal organs, making him feel like his whole body was falling apart, and he could no longer muster any strength. Bang! Immediately afterwards, he was sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily onto the table piled with books next to him. The wooden table shattered instantly, with various parts scattered all over the ground. Ho Shihai was thrown around, completely disoriented, and screamed repeatedly. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Even though he was sweating profusely from the pain, Ho Shihai still seemed to be confused and continued to shout threateningly at Xinyu with an extremely distorted expression. Bang! Xinyu stepped forward, not giving him a chance to say anything, and kicked him hard in the stomach. Vomit! Ho Shihai's eyes bulged, his stomach churned, and he curled up like a shrimp, retching painfully. For a moment, he couldn't utter any threatening words. I don't care who you are. If I see you touch Teacher Du again, or dare to use today's incident as an excuse, I'll cripple your cultivation and make you suffer 100 times more than you are now. If you understand, then get out. Xinyu squatted down, grabbed his hair, and forced him to raise his head, his cold gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. After the first blow, he was already half crippled, so Xinyu had long since deactivated boiling blood. Even so, the 1 second long extreme boiling blood left Xinyu's face deathly pale. But this pallor, in his eyes, was like a vengeful ghost demanding his life, making him even more terrified. I. Ho Shihai trembled with fright, and his crotch was instantly soaked. His mind went completely blank. He could only nod hastily before scrambling out of the research lab in a disheveled state, not daring to look back. Xinyu ignored him and immediately went to Du Mengming's side. She seemed to be seriously poisoned, her whole body was limp, and although she was conscious, she had difficulty even raising her arm. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing was rapid, and her eyes were watery from the effects of the drug and the fright she had just experienced, making her look exceptionally vulnerable and alluring. Teacher Du, how are you? Xinyu tried his best to keep his voice calm and looked away from her alluring, disheveled appearance. I'm okay, I just don't have the strength, thank you, Xinyu. Du Mengming's voice was as soft as a whisper, and her tone, though no longer terrified, sounded quite shy. After all, her current appearance is quite embarrassing. Teacher, let me help you tidy up your clothes first. Xinyu took a deep breath, suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, and carefully reached out to fasten the buttons that had been torn open, and pulled her coat back up. Duong. However, the problem is that Du Mengming's clothes all seem to be a size too small, and they look particularly tight on her. Therefore, you can't put them on normally, you need to press them down a little to get them on. Wah! This action immediately made Du Mengming close her eyes shyly, her red lips involuntarily parting slightly, letting out a soft moan. Her slightly trembling eyelashes and delicate body, along with her cheeks that were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, were enough to tell of the turmoil in her heart. This process felt like an eternity to both parties. Fortunately, the clothes were put on without any major incidents in the end. Teacher, do you need me to find an antidote for you? Xinyu felt more tired than when fighting alien races, and soon he was covered in sweat. When I raised my hand to wipe away the sweat, I smelled the milky scent on my hand, which made me even more embarrassed. No need, you go ahead and do your work, I'll just sit for a while. Du Mengming pursed her red lips, not daring to look directly at Xinyu. Okay, and then, teacher, I've organized all the materials in the research lab, so I won't be coming tomorrow. Okay, sure. After receiving Du Mengming's affirmative reply, Xinyu hurriedly left the office, his steps unsteady. Xinyu. Watching Xinyu's departing figure, a strange emotion flashed in Du Mengming's eyes. She lowered her eyes, and her pursed lips unconsciously tightened. Tick-tock. Perhaps because she was too flustered just now, she was so sweaty that she soaked the seat. Chapter 70 Zhou Tong's Plan. Phew. Although boiling blood itself has no side effects, the reduction in blood volume is a huge burden on the human body. In the future, we should use extreme boiling blood less often, as it may cause after effects if used too much. Inside the dormitory, Xinyu sat cross-legged on the bed, trying to calm himself down. Although he now has King Muxi's assistance in recovery, the effects of almost every martial arts talent are largely limited by one's own cultivation level. Therefore, the energy expenditure from a single second of limitless blood boiling is not something he can recover from in a short period of time. The investigation into my father seemed to have reached a stalemate before Professor Luo Zhangwen returned. If we continued to stay on campus, it would be difficult to make any substantial progress. At the same time, Xinyu, whose eyes were tightly closed, couldn't help but frown slightly. although he has now discovered that his father's affairs are related to Wang Haoding. But someone of Wang Haoding's caliber, a security bureau inspector, is definitely not someone he can easily extort money from now. If the other party finds out, they might try to silence him. Thump! 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 But just as he was pondering this, there was a knock on his dormitory door. Call! Xin Yu opened his eyes, got up and opened the door. Ha! Ziyu? What brings you here? After seeing who it was, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, the person outside the door was Zhang Ziyu. She had dressed up specially for today. A light purple dress accentuated her graceful figure and made her look radiant and beautiful. Let's go inside and talk. Upon hearing Xin Yu's address, her pretty face flushed slightly. She stepped inside and pulled Xin Yu along with her. Xin Yu, there's a party tonight, can you come with me? After sitting on the bed, she held Xin Yu's arm tightly, nestled in his arms, and asked with a hint of expectation. Reunion? Xin Yu was puzzled upon hearing this. Is it a family gathering? Are you meeting your future in-laws? Yes, it's a small-scale exchange meeting privately organized by the younger generation of several prominent families in the capital. It's quite high level. Although it is nominally an exchange of ideas and resources, it is actually an occasion for each family's children to expand their network and demonstrate their strength. Zhang Ziyu nodded and quickly explained. Because these kinds of gatherings often provide opportunities to meet key figures in top-tier circles, which is. Seemingly worried that Xin Yu would refuse, she quickly added another sentence. However, he suddenly realized something was wrong halfway through his speech and quickly stopped. Although she didn't finish speaking, Xin Yu already understood what she meant. It is likely that Zhang Ziyu learned about his situation, knowing that he came from a common background, so she wanted to help him and let him meet some powerful people. This kind of gathering is clearly a great opportunity. In fact, in order to take care of Xin Yu, she initially offered to accompany him rather than help him. But I didn't expect that I would almost let it slip when I spoke too fast. Alright, silly, I'll go with you. Xin Yu smiled indulgently, ruffled Zhang Ziyu's hair, and said nothing more. Although he had no desire for such a gathering, Zhang Ziyu had gone to such lengths, so it would be impolite of him not to go. Moreover, such gatherings might involve some shady dealings. His presence can also provide some protection for her. Okay. Thank you. Zhang Ziyu was overjoyed and gratefully snuggled into Xin Yu's arms. Fool, why are you thanking me between us? Seeing her like this, Xin Yu couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and lifted Zhang Ziyu's delicate chin, their eyes meeting. Wah! Night. A presidential suite in a high-end private club in the capital. The private room was dimly lit, and the music was very soothing. Young members of several prominent families in the capital gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing in hushed tones, exchanging information and resources within their respective circles. In a slightly secluded booth within the private room, Zhou Tong swirled the wine in his glass, a fake smile plastered on his face, as he listened to a subordinate's whispered report. Young Master Zhou, everything is arranged. Once Zhang Ziyu is alone, we will make sure it's done cleanly, like an accidental disappearance. The younger brother made a binding gesture, a lewd look on his face. Young Master Zhou, kidnapping Zhang Ziyu, if the Zhang family investigates, it might cause some trouble. Is it worth it to force Xin Yu out? Another younger brother asked in a low voice, somewhat worried. Trouble? What trouble could there be? I've investigated thoroughly. I don't know how Zhang Ziyu got bewitched by that peasant surnamed Qin. Their relationship is far from ordinary. As long as we have her under our control, we're not afraid that Qin Yu won't obediently submit and come to us on his own. Zhou Tong chuckled, took a sip of wine, and his eyes were extremely sinister. Besides, we only invited Miss Zhang as a guest. We won't actually hurt her in the slightest. Once we've used her to deal with Qin Yu, we'll naturally send her back unharmed. Even if the Zhang family has some suspicions, they have no evidence, so what can they do to me? Are they really going to completely break ties with the Zhou family for the sake of a commoner boy who may already be dead? He paused, then a wicked smile crept onto his lips. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with his plan. However, at that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open again. Zhou Tong glanced at it casually, his smile instantly froze, and he gripped the wineglass in his hand tightly. Zhang Ziyu did indeed arrive, dressed in a purple dress, radiant and beautiful. But beside her was a figure he hated to the core. Xin Yu. Zhang Ziyu affectionately linked arms with Qin Yu, and the two walked in together in a close manner. Why is he here too? Zhou Tong's henchmen were also dumbfounded. This was not what they had planned. That bitch. Zhou Tong's face instantly turned so gloomy it could drip water. Although he noticed that Zhang Ziyu and Qin Yu were getting very close, he didn't pay much attention to it, considering that Qin Yu was about to die. Who would have thought these two would become this intimate? He originally thought they were just good friends at most. But judging from the current situation, it's clear that we've taken another step forward. After all, this isn't the kind of circle where young women with questionable tastes come to party. No woman would bring her male best friend, who's considered shady, to such a gathering. He had openly pursued Zhang Ziyu back then. Upon looking at it this way, he suddenly felt a green sensation on his head, and a red balloon appeared on his nose. Very well. You've got the road to heaven, but you're choosing the path to hell. But the next second, a twisted joy flashed in his eyes, and the wine glass in his hand was crushed. Since Zhang Ziyu has betrayed him, he doesn't mind dealing with her together. Of course, in reality, Zhou Tong never even held Zhang Ziyu's hand. It was all just his own wishful thinking. That's even better. It saves us the steps and risks of kidnapping Zhang Ziyu. Even if the Zhang family investigates afterward, they won't blame me. After all, Qin Yu came to the party on his own and caused trouble. As he thought about it, his face became increasingly distorted and ferocious. He then turned around, quickly gave a wink to one of his henchmen, and whispered a few instructions. The underling nodded, a knowing sly smile spreading across his face. He picked up a glass of wine and swayed as he walked toward the table where Qin Yu and Zhang Ziyu had just sat down. Chapter 71: The Debt of Reputation. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu was quietly introducing several prominent figures present to Qin Yu when she suddenly felt the light around her dim. Snap! A young man reeking of alcohol plopped down next to her, almost touching her body. His lewd eyes scanned her face and chest without any attempt to conceal their lewdness. Oh, isn't this Miss Jian? You look beautiful today. Come, have a drink with your brother. As he spoke, he brought the wine in his hand to Zhang Ziyu's lips, and even tried to put his other hand around her waist. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Zhang Ziyu's expression changed. She abruptly pushed his hand away, and leaned towards Qin Yu. Wow. It's pretty spicy. I like it. The young man persisted, becoming even more audacious, and reached out to touch Zhang Ziyu's face. Click. But before his groping hand could even touch its target, his wrist was firmly gripped by a hand as strong as an iron clamp. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. The young man immediately let out a pig-like scream, feeling as if the bones in his wrist were about to be crushed. This time it wasn't an act, it really hurt. He was even sweating from the pain on his forehead, and his eyes suddenly became much clearer. She said, "Get out of here, didn't you hear me?" Qin Yu had already stood up at some point, looking at him with an icy expression. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling aura that instantly drew the attention of many people around him. Damn it! Who do you think you are, kid? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you even know who I am? But remembering Zhou Tong's orders, the young man, despite wincing in pain, continued to shout, emboldened by the alcohol. I don't care who you are, now, right now, get out. Qin Yu stared at him with icy eyes, and at the same time suddenly exerted force on his hand. Click. In an instant, a crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, causing him excruciating pain. Ah! The young man couldn't help but let out a shrill scream, curling up in pain. Stop! Qin Yu! How dare you! You openly commit violence at the exchange meeting and injure one of Zhou Tong's men? Just then, Zhou Tong seized the opportunity, suddenly stood up, and strode over with a face full of righteous indignation. It was just a few jokes after a few drinks, and you attack me so viciously. Do you really think I, Zhou Tong, don't exist? He first glanced with concern at the underling who was clutching his wrist and screaming in pain, then glared angrily at Qin Yu. It has to be said, with that expression and that acting, it's a shame he didn't get an Oscar. Zhou Tong's sudden appearance surprised Qin Yu for a moment. Then he recalled how this kid had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, harassed Zhang Ziyu without warning, and then used the opportunity to provoke him. Even after being subdued, he refused to back down and continued to provoke them, which made him immediately understand what was going on. Who is that guy? How dare he offend Zhou Tong? I don't know, I've never seen him before. I think he's Zhang Ziyu's boyfriend? His name is Qin Yu. I know him. He's the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanjing province. TSK, they really don't know their own limitations. They dare to make a move in a place like this. It seems they really don't know what death means. At this moment, the people around also looked over, whispering among themselves, their eyes scanning back and forth between Qin and Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong sneered inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. On the other hand, Qin remained silent. Debtor, Zhou Tong. Debt amount, reputation 1. Items possessed, small amount of spiritual energy recoverable, C-grade martial arts talent thunder prison tribulation non-recoverable. Given the debtor's malicious slander, which has caused significant reputational damage to the host may initiate mandatory debt collection. Qin was stunned when he saw the system notification that suddenly popped up. This works? But thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. His words immediately made the people around him look at him differently. This is not a simple insult or mockery, but a blatant distortion of the truth in front of the public. This is like someone urinating on a hot pot restaurant in public. The loss of reputation is a huge loss. Furthermore, Zhou Tong did not pay him any compensation equivalent to the damage to his reputation, so he was recorded as a debtor. It seems the damage to reputation is too minor. Only a small amount of spiritual energy can be recovered. Qin Yu. You injured my brother without cause. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, I, Zhou Tong, will never let this go. At the same time, Zhou Tong spoke again, his tone aggressive. Laugh. This made Qin Yu burst out laughing with disdain. If you want to cause him trouble, go ahead and do it. Why resort to such petty tricks? Zhou Tong. He clearly harassed me first. Don't you have any sense of reason? Zhang Ziyu's pretty face turned red with anger. She suddenly stood up, pointed at the young man who was still screaming in pain, and angrily rebuked Zhou Tong. Sister Ziyu, my brother was just drunk and made a few harmless jokes. His behavior might have been a little inappropriate, but it's not a reason for his hand to be broken, is it? We all came to this gathering to relax and have fun. Qin Yu's violent and ruthless actions have ruined our mood and show that he doesn't respect us at all. Zhou Tong merely glanced at her, his feigned righteousness undiminished. Yeah, they went way too far. Young Master Zhou is right, it's just a small matter. Several people who were on good terms with Zhou Tong, or who wanted to curry favor with the Zhou family, chimed in with their opinions. Qin Yu gently pulled Zhang Ziyu, who was still trying to argue, and shielded her behind him. Since you're being so reasonable, how about we try to resolve this in a different way? Looking at Zhou Tong's hypocritical face, his disdain deepened. A different approach? Sure. Just kneel down right now, kowtow to my brother, admit your mistake, and cut off your own arm, and I'll be magnanimous and forgive your rudeness. Either we fight, and if I win, I admit my mistake. If I lose, you admit your mistake. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong's face immediately revealed a cruel smile, and he pressed his advantage, speaking righteously and sternly. Don't be impulsive. Zhou Tong is already a Grand Martial Master, 8th stage. You're a full 5 minor stages behind him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyu's expression changed instantly, and she quickly pulled Qin Yu aside to advise him. A Grand Martial Master, 8th rank. Qin Yu raised his eyes, his gaze completely unwavering. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Yu slightly raised his hand and pressed down on Zhang Ziyu's small hand that was tightly holding his arm. Of course, but not today. You said it yourself, everyone comes to this party to relax and have fun. You're not going to deliberately make things unpleasant for everyone, are you? Or, are you deliberately provoking me? Are you trying to force me to fight you? Then Qin Yu slowly raised his head and looked at Zhou Tong without any fear. Okay. You set the time. Qin Yu's words completely shut down anything Zhou Tong wanted to say. They originally planned to take this opportunity to kill Qin Yu, but now they have to postpone it. Anyway, he's a Grand Martial Master of the 8th rank, so even if Qin Yu tries any means to cover his tracks, he can't possibly defeat him. Seeing Zhou Tong fall for the trap, Qin Yu couldn't help but slowly curl a smile at the corner of his mouth. No problem. Chapter 72 Su Qingwan, Mother-in-Law. After Zhou Tong's outburst, neither Qin Yu nor Zhang Ziyu had any desire to attend the subsequent gatherings. Qin Yu had initially thought he might actually be able to find out some clues about Wang Haoding, but then he thought, how high class could a gathering be if someone like Zhou Tong was in it? It's even possible that the entire gathering was a setup by Zhou Tong for him. Therefore, the two left without any hesitation. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. On the way back, Zhang Ziyu kept her head down, looking somewhat downcast. Fool, it has nothing to do with you. It's that mad dog Zhou Tong who's deliberately causing trouble. Even if it weren't for today, he would have found another opportunity. This is good, so I don't have to worry about when he will make a move in the future. Xinyu smiled, reached out and gently put his arm around her shoulder, letting her lean against him. Zhang Ziyu didn't say anything more, and simply hugged him even tighter. After returning to school, Xinyu first escorted Zhang Ziyu downstairs before returning to his dormitory. What Ziyu said earlier was right, there is a difference of 5 minor grades between me and Zhou Tong. Sitting on the bed, Xinyu silently pondered a solution. If it were an ordinary person, I might be able to compete with the limit boiling blood technique. But Zhou Tong is from a prominent family. Even if he can't learn a low-grade martial art, he might still have a high-grade martial art. This gives me a huge advantage. If other factors are taken into account, the chances of winning in a direct confrontation are very small. Xinyu carefully reviewed everything he might have overlooked, weighing the pros and cons of this battle. The fight starts the day after tomorrow, so most people won't have much chance to improve their strength, but for me. A thought flashed through Qinyu's mind. Giving gifts. He's different from ordinary people, he has a system that can absolutely turn the tide of this battle. However, Zhou Tong obviously couldn't accept his gift directly, so he could only try to transfer the debt to someone else. Perfect timing. I can send a gift to Ziyu, and then transfer it to Zhou Tong through Ziyu. Let's do it this way. The next day, Xinyu got up, tidied himself up quickly, and went out. In addition to the reward of priority in choosing a mentor, the first place winner in the last freshman assessment can use all the points earned in the assessment directly within the school. It has to be said that Diwu is different from ordinary schools. With the 1888 points I earned last time, I directly bought a high-grade Shin-level concentration jade pendant. A high-grade Shin-level spiritual artifact like this would definitely fetch no less than 500,000 on the market. And an auxiliary spiritual artifact like the concentration jade pendant would be even more valuable, typically reaching 700,000 to 800,000. Xinyu held the carefully packaged gift box, thought for a moment, and decided to call Zhang Ziyu to ask where she was, wanting to give her a surprise. Hello, Xinyu? The call was quickly connected, and Zhang Ziyu's voice came from the other end. Ziyu, where are you? Are you free? I'm in the cafeteria on the west side of the school, eating right now. Zhang Ziyu's voice clearly carried a hint of nervousness, causing Xinyu to frown slightly. Ziyu, who are you talking to on the phone? If you're going to eat, then eat properly and have some manners. However, at that moment, a slightly authoritative female voice could be faintly heard from the other end of the phone. Just by hearing her voice, one could tell that the other person was probably a woman in her 40s or 50s. It was obvious that the voice didn't belong to Zhang Ziyu's usual friends. Xinyu's heart stirred slightly, and he began to guess. Okay, you eat first. Xinyu tactfully gave a word of advice and then hung up the phone. Who could it be? Ziyu's mother? Looking at the gift box in his hand, Xinyu began to ponder. You could tell from Zhang Ziyu's voice that she was nervous, which meant she didn't want her dinner date to know about Xinyu's presence. In this situation, it seems that there is basically no other possibility except for Zhang Ziyu's mother coming. Should he go there now? Despite being a student of Diwu, he was the top freshman in his class. But such achievements may not be taken seriously by others. Especially for someone like him, who has no background or power and is all alone, it is easier for him to be harassed. Forget it, we'll meet sooner or later anyway, what's there to worry about? However, Xinyu immediately shook his head. He and Zhang Ziyu are really together now, so sooner or later he will meet her parents. If we were to run away now and leave Zhang Ziyu to bear the burden alone, it would be somewhat unmanly of us. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and headed towards the restaurant. Inside a private room at Jingzuanyuan restaurant, Zhang Ziyu put down the phone and looked somewhat uneasily at the elegant and beautiful woman opposite her. Just as Xinyu had guessed, the person having dinner with her was her mother, Su Qingwan. Mom! I have a classmate who said he's coming over later. Zhang Ziyu spoke with some concern. If it were the older, she probably wouldn't have been so worried. But now she's much more mature, and naturally she understands that many things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Especially for people from large families like hers, she was even more worried that Su Qingwan would make things difficult for Xinyu. Classmate? You mean Xinyu? The top scorer in the college entrance exam in Nanjing province, from a humble background, who's been making quite a splash at the imperial capital Martial God University lately, and the one you've been getting close to. Su Qingwan ate her meal slowly and deliberately, and spoke softly after finishing. Mom, are you investigating him? These words immediately made Zhang Ziyu's heart tighten. Do I need to investigate? Someone will naturally tell me about your affairs. Ziyu, don't forget your identity. Your future husband must be a prodigy who can help the family, not a commoner with talent but no background. He is only approaching you for the Zhang family's resources and connections. Su Qingwan put down her chopsticks, picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth, and finally looked at her daughter with an undeniable air of authority. He's not that kind of person. And didn't you tell me that I have to find a boyfriend who can make me happy? Why are you changing your mind now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyu immediately became anxious. My worst fears came true. We'll know what kind of person he is when he arrives. Su Qingwan simply ignored Zhang Ziyu's question and paid no attention to it. Thump! 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 Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Please come in. As Su Qingwan finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and Qingyu, carrying a gift box, walked in. Upon seeing the gift box, both of them were somewhat surprised. Zhang Ziyu was overjoyed. Who could refuse a gift from their boyfriend? Girls, especially those in the throes of new love, are particularly vulnerable to such temptations. Hello, Auntie. Qingyu first looked at Su Qingwan, who was standing to the side, and greeted her politely. Su Qingwan nodded slightly in response. This is for you. Then Qingyu handed the gift box to Zhang Ziyu. Yes, thank you. Ignoring Su Qingwan's gaze, she immediately took it with a secret thrill in her heart. Qingyu, this is my mother, Su Qingwan. After putting away the gift box, she introduced Su Qingwan to Qingyu. Alright, have a seat. Let's skip the formalities. I'm asking you, are you currently dating my daughter? Chapter 73, A Little Test. Qinyu's heart tightened. It had indeed come. Yes, Auntie. However, he quickly regained his composure and calmly admitted it. This blunt admission startled Zhang Ziyu, who was standing to the side. Yes, it's perfectly understandable for young people to date and experience their youth. Su Qingwan nodded slightly, her calm tone revealing no emotion. But Ziyu is young and immature, and easily impulsive. We need to be more realistic about some things. What makes you think you can give my daughter happiness? Is it your title as the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Or your current cultivation level as a Grand Martial Master? But as soon as she finished speaking, she changed her tone and became sharp. Zhang Ziyu was about to speak when Su Qingwan stopped her with a look. I may not be able to give Ziyu a life of luxury right now, but I can give her sincerity, respect, and companionship. As for the future, I believe that with my hard work and talent, I will never let Ziyu suffer any injustice. Qinyu's expression remained unchanged. Without even hesitating or taking a deep breath, he spoke almost immediately afterward. Effort? Talent? Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan let out a light laugh, her tone laced with undisguised sarcasm. The world is full of hardworking and talented people, but without a background or resources, even the best talent may be cut short. Do you really think you alone can rival an entire family? She stared at Qinyu, her eyes filled with disdain, though she didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. Alright, no need to say more. Here is 10 million. Away from my daughter, this money is enough for you to buy resources and cultivate steadily to the martial king level, or even higher. Before Qinyu could answer, she waved her hand, interrupting him as he hesitated to speak. As she spoke, she took out a black card from her bag, placed it directly on the table, and pushed it in front of Qinyu. Mom! Upon seeing this, Zhang Ziyu's expression turned extremely ugly. She wanted to retort, but Su Qingwan glared at her again. Auntie, feelings are not a transaction. I'm with Ziyu not because of the Zhang family's power, and I won't leave her because of money. Su Qingwan's behavior was within Qinyu's expectations, so he didn't even look at the card, and his tone remained unwavering. Not enough? 20 million, plus the previous 10 million, that's 30 million. This amount of money is not insignificant even for some small and medium-sized families. With it, you can live a life of luxury, or even establish another Qin family. Why be so fixated on a relationship that could bring you utter destruction? Su Qingwan raised an eyebrow, seemingly having anticipated this, and took out a second card, placing it side by side with the first. The amount doubled instantly. Zhang Ziyu's palms were sweating. 30 million. The temptation is too great. Even she herself couldn't help but waver slightly. Qinyu, could he not? No. But the next moment, Qinyu gave his answer. Oh. A cold glint flashed in Su Qingwan's eyes, as if she thought Qin Yu was insatiable. Good. You've got guts. I'll raise the stakes. She narrowed her eyes slightly, then took a document from her bag and placed it on top of the two cards. These are the property transfer agreements for 5 top-tier luxury homes within the 3rd ring road of Beijing. Each home is worth over 20 million yuan. Adding this 30 million yuan in cash, the total is 130 million yuan. 130 million, to return the daughter who left me. This wealth is something you could never achieve even if you worked your whole life. Hiss. Even Zhang Ziyu couldn't help but turn pale at the amount, her gaze instinctively turning to Qin Yu. 130 million, let alone an ordinary person like Qin Yu, even some slightly larger families would probably be willing to bend their knees for this amount of money. This is especially true for martial artists. Later stage martial artists find it difficult to make progress through daily training alone, thus requiring the assistance of various rare and precious materials and elixirs. Therefore, some people compare the profession of martial arts to a money pit. It is said that not long ago, several top martial arts geniuses who had just graduated from top universities in China were poached by the United States for hundreds of millions of dollars. It's easy to imagine that this sum of money could even lead some geniuses to betray their country, let alone something as trivial as love. She was terrified that she would see Qin Yu reach for those things the next moment. Auntie, you seem to have made a mistake. However, Qin Yu only glanced at those things before calmly looking up at Su Qingwan again. To me, Ziyu is priceless. Even if you offer 10 billion or even 100 billion, you cannot buy back the feelings I had for her, let alone my dignity and principles. Please keep your money in-house safe. If the Zhang family thinks that my relationship with Ziyu is a problem, then I, Qin Yu, will take full responsibility for all the trouble. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed everything back. Zhang Ziyu, who was originally very worried, froze instantly, staring at him blankly, and then her eyes quickly reddened. Su Qingwan stared intently at Qin Yu, her face expressionless. But suddenly, Su Qingwan laughed. This sudden change made Qin Yu frown. What kind of move is this now? Silly girl, do you really think your mother is the kind of old-fashioned person who only cares about social status? Su Qingwan smiled and looked at Zhang Ziyu, who looked pitiful from the oppressive atmosphere earlier, and slowly spoke. Both of them were stunned when they heard this. Everything that just happened was a small test. If you had been greedy for money and hesitated even for a moment, I would have taken Ziyu away immediately and never let her have anything to do with you again. How can I expect a man who can't even resist the most basic material temptations to protect my daughter when facing bigger storms in the future? Then Su Qingwan turned to look at Qin Yu, her tone softening considerably, no longer displaying the oppressive, expressionless demeanor she had just exuded. Now, you have passed my test. I admit that you are much better than I imagined. You are not only talented, but also have integrity, responsibility, and sincerity. At this moment, she looked at Qin Yu with admiration and satisfaction in her eyes. As a mother, I only hope that my daughter can be happy. Since she chose you, and you have proven that you are worthy, I will naturally not forcibly stop her. Mom! Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyu immediately frowned and threw herself into Su Qingwan's arms in a coquettish manner. Who would have thought that Su Qingwan had kept her completely in the dark, causing her to worry terribly? This. For a moment, Qin Yu was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just now, when the situation was tense, he even considered whether to forcibly take Zhang Ziyu away. If he can't take her with him, and the Zhang family arranges a marriage for her later, should he try to steal her away and puncture her car tires? Then suddenly they said, this is just a test? After all, Su Qingwan's expression was spot on. The disdain and mockery she showed towards the lower classes made it hard to doubt her. If it were someone with a shorter temper, they might have lost patience long ago. Thank you, Auntie. However, this also showed Su Qingwan's approval, and he still clasped his hands in thanks. Aren't you going to change your tune yet? Unexpectedly, Su Qingwan rolled her eyes at him. Mom! Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and immediately smiled sincerely and called out. But Qin Yu, don't be too happy yet. Chapter 74 Restaurant Play. Don't be too happy yet. Su Qingwan, who was smiling, suddenly changed the subject and became a little more serious. You've passed my test. But Ziyu's father, who is also my husband, Zhang Qinghe, the head of the Zhang family, is not as easy to talk to as I am. When Zhang Qinghe was mentioned, Su Qingwan's expression became noticeably more serious. What he values is absolute strength, potential, and actual value to the family. If you want to truly gain the Zheng family's approval, the road ahead is long and there will be no shortage of difficulties. What I can do is try my best to buy you some time and space without violating the interests of the family. The rest depends on your own performance. I hope you can improve your strength as soon as possible and show everyone the power to shut them up. She stared intently at Qingyu, her tone extremely serious. Yes, Mom, I understand. I will prove with my own strength that Ziyu's choice was not wrong. Upon hearing this, Qingyu immediately nodded and made a confident promise to Su Qingwan. Alright, I've finished my meal. I need to get back home as soon as possible. You young people can chat amongst yourselves. Hearing Qinyu's promise, Su Qingwan patted him with satisfaction. After carrying the blushing Zhang Ziyu back to the dining table, she didn't say anything more and got up to leave. Mom, be careful on the road. Qingyu even reminded Su Qingwan. The latter simply waved his hand, leaving the private room to the two of them. After the door to the private room was closed, the entire environment became completely quiet. The blush on Zhang Ziyu's cheeks had not completely faded. Thinking about the test she had just experienced, she felt both fear and joy, and her heart was pounding like crazy. Were you scared just now? Seeing her unusual demeanor, so different from her usual bright and generous personality, Qinyu's heart softened. So he moved to Zhang Ziyu's side and took the initiative to pull her into his arms. I thought you really would. Zhang Ziyu's voice sounded somewhat self-reproachful. Fool, you don't trust me at all. Looks like I'll have to punish you properly. Qingyu interrupted Zhang Ziyu with a smile. He didn't blame Zhang Ziyu for not trusting him after all. Girls naturally lack a sense of security and need more understanding. Of course, this tolerance does not include long-distance girlfriends who are slow to warm up. Wah? Zhang Ziyu's eyelashes trembled slightly as her vital point was gripped. No, here, this is a restaurant, it's too crowded. Zhang Ziyu collapsed softly into Qinyu's arms, her body burning hot and weak, still trying to make a final struggle. What are you afraid of? This private room is very soundproof, and no one will come here. Qingyu smiled, looking at her blushing earlobes and swan-like graceful neck, and couldn't help but completely undress. At a school of Diwu's caliber, the private dining rooms aren't like those in ordinary schools where a few boards are used to partition them off. Its facilities are comparable to those of a 5-star hotel room, and under normal circumstances, no one will disturb you. At that moment, the sunlight was perfect, and the heavy tempered glass seemed to sway as if blown by the wind. The next day, at the Imperial Martial Arena. This massive stadium, capable of holding thousands of people, was already packed to capacity early in the morning. The news that Qingyu, who ranked first in the freshman assessment, was challenging Zhou Tong had already spread throughout most of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. The Chinese are known for their love of excitement, so naturally they flocked to watch. Qingyu, is this your trump card? Choosing to hold this place at school? What, are you hoping the school rules will protect you? Expecting me to go easy on you? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhou Tong stood with his hands behind his back on the arena, his gaze towards Qingyu filled with undisguised sneer and contempt. He had already agreed, but that day in between made him extremely worried. He was still worried that Qingyu might use some means to turn the tables. Is that all? As expected, ordinary people are just ordinary people, they're incredibly naive. Today, I will crush your bones bit by bit, make you kneel on the ground begging for mercy like a dead dog, and then send you on your way. He couldn't help but burst into wild laughter, his chilling killing intent completely undisguised. But Qingyu ignored him. Debtor, Zhang Ziyu. Debt owed, concentration jade pendant 1. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, B-grade martial arts talent soul link non-recoverable. Given the debtor's good credit, collection is not permitted. Debtor, Zhou Tong. Debt amount, reputation 1. Items possessed, small amount of spiritual energy recoverable, C-grade martial arts talent thunder prison tribulation non-recoverable. Given the debtor's malicious slander, which has caused significant reputational damage to the host may initiate mandatory debt collection. He brought up the system panel directly and then transferred the debt in front of Zhou Tong. Of course, no one but Qingyu could see the system panel. What? Are you so scared you can't even speak? When Zhou Tong saw that Qingyu did not answer, he immediately sneered. Don't say I'm bullying you. To be fair, neither side is allowed to use any pills, talismans, disposable spiritual artifacts, or other external items in this battle. We'll rely solely on our own cultivation and martial arts skills. How about that? So you don't make excuses if you lose. Before he could finish speaking, he spoke again, addressing Qin Yu in a grand and dignified manner. "Ha! Are you done barking? If you're done barking, let's start fighting." Qin Yu simply chuckled in response. This guy is extremely cautious. He says nice things, but he's actually afraid that other things will interfere with the outcome of their battle. After all, on the surface, Qin Yu has no chance of winning based solely on his cultivation and martial arts skills. This statement also completely blocked Qin Yu's last sliver of hope of getting help from external forces. However, this also made him very curious. If Zhou Tong had initially come to cause trouble for him because of Zhang Ziyu, that would have been understandable. Judging from what happened the night before last, Zhou Tong clearly doesn't care that much about Zhang Ziyu. Otherwise, Zhou Tong wouldn't have sent his henchmen to deliberately harass Zhang Ziyu just to cause him trouble. This puzzled him. Zhou Tong's actions were clearly aimed at him, and he wanted to kill him on purpose. If it had nothing to do with Zhang Ziyu, then what was the reason? Since you're in such a hurry to be reborn, then I'll grant your wish. As Qin Yu pondered, one of his remarks completely enraged Zhou Tong, causing his face to instantly darken. Boom! The next moment, Zhou Tong's powerful spiritual energy, at the 8th level of the Great Martial Master realm, erupted without reservation. Deep blue arcs of electricity crackled and leaped violently around him. C-level martial arts talent, Thunder Prison Tribulation. Thunder Step. A flash of lightning appeared beneath Zhou Tong's feet, his figure instantly becoming blurred as he closed the distance at an incredible speed, delivering a punch straight to Qin Yu's face. This punch even carried flickering, dancing lightning on its blade. So fast. A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. The speed and strength of an 8th-level Grand Martial Master are absolutely overwhelming for the vast majority of freshmen. Blazing Sun Battle Body. Qin Yu's pupils constricted slightly at this, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. The Blazing Sun Battle Body was activated instantly, and golden red waves of energy rose up as he crossed his arms to block. Bang! Lei Quan slammed heavily onto the crossed arms, producing a dull thud. Qin Yu's body trembled violently, and he staggered backwards several meters, feeling a burning pain and numbness in his arm. Oh! It actually managed to block it? Looks like your turtle shell is pretty tough. But I'd like to see how many hits you can take. Chapter 75 9 strikes to burn the heavens, igniting the prairie. But I'd like to see how many hits you can take. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tong transformed into a bolt of lightning, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks on Qin Yu. The martial arts talent Thunder Prison Tribulation not only imbues all of Zhou Tong's attacks with a violent lightning strike, as if enchanted, but also doubles the damage. The boosts to the two fundamental stats of speed and explosiveness are comparable to those of a B-grade martial arts talent. Thud! Thud! Instantly, bolts of lightning and palm shadows rained down on Qin Yu like a deluge. Xuan Yu hands. Boiling blood. Qin Yu pushed the Blazing Sun Battle Body and the mysterious Jade Hand to their limits, even slightly activating the boiling blood. His figure flashed and darted around the ring, his palms flying. Thud! 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 Even so, amidst the muffled impacts, Qin Yu was still completely at a disadvantage, suppressed to the point of having no power to fight back. With each collision, he felt his blood surging, his arms going numb, and his body being jolted backward. The gap is indeed too big. Zhou Tong's Thunder Prison Tribulation is too domineering. The lightning has a paralyzing effect. How could we possibly win? Yeah, and the difference in cultivation level is too big, how can he fight? This morning there were people betting on Qin Yu to win, which made me curious and I came to see, and this is what happened. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and almost no one was optimistic about Qin Yu. Even Zhang Ziyu was clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her palms were covered in cold sweat, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Useless. All you can do is hide? Where did your arrogance go? Zhou Tong grew increasingly frenzied as the fight progressed, his attacks becoming more ruthless and cunning. Seeing Qin Yu retreating step by step, he felt increasingly relieved, as if he wanted to vent all his frustrations on Qin Yu. Sizzle! A sharp lightning claw swept past. Although Qin Yu managed to lean back and dodge in time, his clothes were still torn open, leaving a shallow bloodstain. TSK, what a pity, I was just a hair's breadth away from tearing your chest open. Zhou Tong licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with even greater bloodlust. Qin Yu's breathing was slightly rapid, and sweat was beading on his forehead. He seemed to be exhausted and his situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Zhou Tong's grin widened, he couldn't wait to see Qin Yu kneeling and begging for mercy. His spiritual power surged again, and he decided not to delay any longer. The game is over. Qin kneel down. Thunderclap fist. Jotong roared, and lightning around his body instantly gathered in his right fist. The fist seemed to transform into a dazzling blue ball of lightning, slamming towards Qin chest with a destructive aura. You've fallen into a trap. However, at this moment, Qin, who had been suffering repeated defeats, curled up a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Debtor, Jotong. Debts owed, Reputation 1, Concentration Jade Pendant 0.314. Items possessed, Abundant Spiritual Energy Recoverable, C Grade Martial Arts Talent Thunder Prison Tribulation Non-Recoverable. Given the debtor's malicious slander, which has caused significant reputational damage to the host may initiate mandatory debt collection. Recover it. Qin suddenly issued a command to the system in his mind. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the moment when Jotong unleashed his killing move, and also the moment when he was most relaxed in his guard. This is like a big truck driving slowly in the city. Because there are many cars and the speed is very slow, it can concentrate and there won't be any problems. But once you get on the highway, especially when there are no other cars around, it's easy to relax. If a cow or something else suddenly runs out from the roadside at this time, an accident is very likely to occur at high speed. The same applies to martial artists. Although the current debt is insufficient for Qin to recover his martial arts talent. However, if his spiritual energy were to be confiscated at this moment, the consequences of his sudden drop in strength would be far from ordinary. Buzz. At the very next moment, an irresistible force suddenly acted upon Jotong. The surging and roaring spiritual energy within him leaked out wildly, like a punctured balloon. The lightning sphere, which originally contained terrifying power, was also rapidly dimming and shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? My power? The sinister smile on Jotong's face froze instantly, turning into extreme horror and disbelief. He felt as if his body had been completely emptied, an extreme sense of weakness swept over him, and even his punches became limp and powerless. The feeling of having your power instantly stripped away is 100 times more painful than striking empty air with all your might. It even made his internal organs feel displaced and uncomfortable, causing his blood and qi to surge upwards, almost making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Now! At the same time, a sharp glint flashed in Qin eyes. The pure spiritual energy recovered through the system instantly surged into his limbs and bones, not only making up for the previous consumption but also instantly boosting his condition to its peak. Click! Finally, his aura suddenly broke through, and he entered the 4th level of the Great Martial Master. Ultimate Blood Boiling. 9 strikes to burn the heavens, 3rd strike. Wildfire. Qin let out a low roar and suddenly threw out his right fist. This time, instead of golden red flames, an extremely restrained dark red light swirled around it, like lava compressed to its limit. The air around the fist distorted, radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything. Indeed, when Qin is alone, he is not idly daydreaming, but practicing and comprehending the 9 strikes of burning heaven. In other words, from the time he enrolled until now, through continuous practice and comprehension, he has finally mastered the 9 strikes of burning heaven to a minor level, unlocking the 3rd and 4th strikes. This time, the gap between the two was narrowed once again without any limit. No! Jotong could only watch helplessly as the terrifying punch hurtled towards him, and he was powerless to dodge it. Click! Immediately afterwards, Qin fist shattered Jotong's thunderclap fist with overwhelming force, and then landed solidly on his chest. Bang! In an instant, a tremendous force, accompanied by a shockwave, swept outwards. Jotong was unharmed, but the clothes on his back were completely torn to shreds. Puff! He then curled up into a shrimp-like shape, his eyes bulging out, and a mouthful of bright red blood immediately spurted from his mouth. Click! With a crisp sound, he was sent flying without any suspense. Bang! He slammed heavily onto the energy shield at the edge of the ring with a loud thud, then slid helplessly to the ground. He lay there, his eyes wide open, almost bulging out of their sockets, his face frozen in an expression of extreme terror and incomprehension. His chest was charred and sunken, clearly indicating that he had lost all life. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Chapter 76 Professor Mo Yuan. Everyone was stunned by this incredible reversal that happened in the blink of an eye. Their mouths were agape, but they couldn't utter a sound. Just a moment ago, Jotong was all bravado, but the next second he was sent flying by a single punch and killed on the spot? This sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. Shin Yu slowly withdrew his fist, his face turning pale from boiling blood, but his eyes remained icy. Wow! Dead? Zhou Tong is dead? What just happened? How did Zhou Tong's power suddenly disappear? That punch, it was terrifying. What kind of martial art was that? Shin Yu, he actually won? And he even killed Zhou Tong? This is insane. This world has gone mad. After a moment of silence, the audience erupted in a deafening roar. Young master! Just then, an old man hidden in the crowd stood up and let out a somewhat mournful shout. He was originally sent by the Zhou family to protect Zhou Tong. He never expected that everything that just happened would happen so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Boom! In an instant, the aura of a high-level martial artist exploded, and he transformed into a blur as he rushed toward the arena. The next instant, a withered handclaw, imbued with terrifying power, viciously grabbed at Shin Yu's neck. Not good. Shin Yu instantly felt his scalp tingle and his whole body turn ice cold. He felt that if this blow landed, he would die on the spot. Snort! However, at that moment, a faint snort suddenly rang out, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, the entire arena came to a standstill, including Shin Yu and the old man beside him. The next moment, a slightly hunched figure suddenly appeared out of thin air beside Shin Yu. He looked ordinary, even a bit unkempt, with messy gray hair and sleepy eyes, as if he had just been woken up from his afternoon nap. But he simply raised his wrinkled hand casually and pressed it forward lightly. Boom! Instantly, the old man was struck as if by a heavy blow, and was blasted backward by an invisible force. Bang! The old military officer slammed into the edge of the arena, smashing it to pieces. Professor Mo Yuan. What do you mean by this? This boy is ruthless and vicious, openly killing a direct descendant of my Zhou family. He deserves to die. Are you going to protect him? At this moment, someone in the audience stood up again, looking at the hunched figure next to Shin Yu with an extremely ugly expression. Professor Mo Yuan? Shin Yu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Anyone who could become a professor at the Imperial Martial Arts Academy must be at least at the martial commander level. Unexpectedly, this time he was able to attract such a person to appear. But that's fine, his purpose in coming to Diwu was to gain more opportunities. In a martial arts arena, fists and feet have no eyes, and death and injury are inevitable. We should follow the rules first and let the referee make a judgment. The Imperial Martial Arts Academy is not a place where your Zhou family can run wild and break the rules. The old professor, known as Mo Yuan, picked at his ear, yawned, and spoke lazily. His tone was calm, but it made the man's face turn even uglier. Slap! Slap! Before the man could speak again, Mo Yuan clapped his hands. Immediately afterwards, a mentor who looked like a referee nervously jumped onto the ring. He carefully examined Zhou Tong's body and the marks on the arena, and then retrieved the previous surveillance footage for comparison and observation. Upon investigation, it was found that during the competition, Zhou Tong took the initiative to use his killing move, launching a fierce attack. In order to protect himself, Shin Yu was forced to fight back with all his might. It was Zhou Tong's own power that suddenly went out of control, resulting in the accidental killing. Throughout the entire process, student Shin Yu did not intentionally torture or violate any rules. It was a case of accidental killing in self-defense, therefore, he will not be held responsible under school regulations. After a moment, the referee took a deep breath and announced loudly. The announcement of this result caused another uproar in the audience. Although everyone saw that Zhou Tong struck first, Shin Yu's final counterattack punch was too strange and violent. Moreover, Zhou Tong was completely dead, so how could the Zhou family let it go? Although Emperor Wu's judgment sounds like it's in accordance with the rules, it's still incredibly disrespectful to the Zhou family. Good. What a magnificent emperor marshal. What a blunder in self-defense. The man from the Zhou family was trembling with rage, his face turning ashen, but he was helpless. The only general sent to protect Zhou Tong is now asleep at the edge of the arena. With Mo Yuan here today, there is absolutely no way he could possibly harm Shin Yu in the slightest. The Zhou family will definitely not let this matter rest. Let's go. He glared at Shin Yu and Mo Yuan with intense resentment, then gave an order, and a group of people who appeared out of nowhere picked up Zhou Tong's body and the unconscious general and left. Kid, come with me. Once the auras of the group had completely dissipated, Mo Yuan glanced at Shin Yu and said lazily. Then, without waiting for his reply, she turned and walked off the stage. Clear. Xing Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the weakness and turbulent blood within him, and silently followed. Leaving the bustling arena, Mo Yuan led Xing Yu through a maze of turns to a high-level office. Bang! The door was closed. Mo Yuan casually sat on a chair piled with miscellaneous items, his originally sleepy eyes suddenly sharpening as he looked directly at Xing Yu. Xing Yu immediately felt a tightness all over his body, his nerves instantly tensing up. Relax, kid. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have made a move earlier. Mo Yuan waved his hand, his tone still casual, but his eyes remained unchanged. But you have 5 martial arts talents: Blazing Sun Battle Body, Jade Hand, Spiritual Eye. And Azure Wood Breath and Boiling Blood? These 2 martial arts talents seem to belong to those 2 little guys who died in the Black Wind Mountains before, right? One was named Lin Hao, and the other was named Zhu Yuanhang? He then looked Xing Yu up and down with great interest, his tone as if he were joking. But when these words reached Xing Yu's ears, they instantly caused a cold sweat to break out on his back. He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Don't be nervous. Everyone has their own opportunities and secrets. I have no interest in delving into how you acquired these talents. Chinese law doesn't stipulate that one cannot possess multiple talents, does it? Seeing Xing Yu's sudden change in expression and tense body, Mo Yuan chuckled, revealing a somewhat amused look. Despite his words, his gaze still put immense pressure on Xing Yu. Young man, I'll only ask you a few questions. Answer honestly. Professor, please ask. In this situation, there's no way to escape. Not to mention that the opponent is most likely a military commander or even a military king, even a general is beyond his ability to handle. What is your view of contemporary China? What is your view of the Shadow Order, those rats in the gutter? And what is your opinion on the war between humanity and other races? Mo Yuan stared intently at Xing Yu and spoke without hesitation. Xing Yu was stunned for a moment, never expecting Mo Yuan to ask this question. Chapter 77: Becoming an Apprentice. However, having read many books, he was also quite quick-witted. Therefore, he quickly came to his senses and organized his thoughts in his mind. China is my root, and I am willing to fight for it, regardless of its strength or weakness. The Shadow Order poisons our own people and colludes with other races. They are a disgrace to humanity and have an irreconcilable blood feud with me. As for foreign races, they invade our homeland and slaughter our people. We must fight to the death until they are completely driven out or annihilated. Xing Yu's eyes met Mo Yuan's scrutinizing gaze directly, without the slightest hesitation. Good. Well said, only a fight to the death is possible. After staring at Xing Yu for a while and seeing that he was not hypocritical or pretentious at all, Mo Yuan couldn't help but slap the table. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to Xing Yu's side. Kid, you have the ability, the ruthlessness, and the strong sense of right and wrong. That's enough. Everything else is trivial. He patted Xing Yu's shoulder hard and smiled at him. Young man, I ask you, would you like to become my disciple? After a moment of contemplation, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes, which seemed to have seen through the ways of the world. His voice was no longer lazy, and his tone was more serious. Become an apprentice? This sudden question startled Xing Yu slightly. However, he quickly realized what was happening. This apprenticeship is different from that of Du Mengmeng, his mentor at Diwu. Mentors are assigned by the school and are responsible for academic guidance and information dissemination. Some mentors may not even provide any guidance. Anyone who has been to university knows that, apart from a few conscientious and responsible professors, most professors are more like messengers, just telling you to do this and that. But how to do it, and what the result will be, is none of his business. The master, however, is someone who inherits the mantle and is a closer and more important figure in the relationship. After realizing what was happening, Xing Yu took a step back without hesitation, straightened his robes, and with a solemn expression, bowed deeply to Mo Yuan. Hey! But at that moment, Mo Yuan raised his hand, and a gentle yet irresistible force supported him, preventing him from bowing down. Young man, don't rush to become my disciple. I don't accept disciples so casually. Although you're to my liking and have the right stance, you still need to undergo a test. He looked at Xing Yu with a smile that resembled a wicked grin. Professor, please speak. Xing Yu is willing to try any assessment. However, for Xing Yu now, he is willing to do anything as long as it does not violate his moral bottom line, let alone assessment. After all, one of his initial goals in joining the Imperial Martial Arts Academy was to gain more opportunities to improve himself. Now, Mo Yuan is that opportunity. Alright. I want you to go to the ice and snow forest subspace. Seeing Qin Yu's decisive statement, Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The snow forest? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback, as he had never heard of this subspace. After all, there are far too many subspaces on Earth now, roughly 5 figures across the entire planet. Even a top student couldn't remember that many. Yes, it's a low-danger subspace known for its extremely cold environment. It's said that decades ago, a sixth-order alien race member who was being hunted globally by the China Security Bureau escaped here with severe injuries, but ultimately perished there. Mo Yuan nodded slightly, and then gave a brief introduction. 6th rank. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's pupils contracted. A 6th-tier alien race member that's comparable to a martial lord among human martial artists. He had never seen a powerhouse of this level before. The strongest he had ever seen was King Wu. It is said that the alien race carries an extremely important treasure, which has attracted countless people to search for it, but they have found nothing over the years. Because the ice and snow forest is relatively low in danger, and the strongest alien race there is only at the high level of the 2nd tier, it has become a place for many young martial artists to train and try their luck in finding opportunities. Just recently, there were signs that the core area of the Fallen Land seemed to be disturbed, perhaps related to that treasure, which attracted many geniuses, and even some evil martial artists and alien races. Mo Yuan didn't seem to care about Qin Yu's slight shock and continued to slowly add to the story. And next you will go to the ice and snow forest and make a name for yourself through your own abilities. I don't need you to obtain the most precious treasure. I just need to make a name for yourself and let people know that your brilliance is not revealed in the greenhouse of the capital, but honed in real danger. Do you dare to go? Mo Yuan's serious gaze was fixed on Qin Yu. If an ordinary person were looked at like that, they would definitely feel immense pressure. This disciple will certainly not fail in his mission. But Qin Yu only hesitated for a moment before raising his hands and bowing to Mo Yuan. Ha ha ha. Good. That's more like it. Seeing that Qin Yu dared to agree, Mo Yuan was even more satisfied and patted Qin Yu's shoulder several times. However, Professor, please give me a day to prepare. I will set off after a day. But at this moment, Qin Yu suddenly spoke up and made a request to Mo Yuan. Okay, I'll be here waiting for you at this time tomorrow. Just come find me. Mo Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then simply waved his hand without asking any further questions. Thank you, Professor. Qin Yu was immediately overjoyed. Still calling him Professor? Mo Yuan looked at him with a half-smile. Disciple Qin Yu greets Master. Qin Yu immediately realized what was happening and took another step back. This time, he cleared his mind of distractions and bowed deeply to Mo Yuan with reverence. This made Qin Yu feel both amused and puzzled. In just 3 days, he first recognized a mother, and now he has taken on a master. Go, and prepare well. The ice and snow forest will be your touchstone, and the first step towards your fame. This time, Mo Yuan did not stop him. He accepted the bow with a smile of satisfaction. Although he said he was going to give the assessment, he had already decided in his heart that this was his apprentice. Qin Yu nodded and then left the office first. I should prepare properly for the ice and snow forest. After leaving, Qin Yu pondered silently. The subspace at the high level of Grand Martial Master means that the enemies there will all be at the high level of Grand Martial Master, and there may even be generals among them. However, there won't be any truly overpowered beings. Mo Yuan has already made it very clear that the ice and snow forest has become a training ground for the younger generation of martial artists. In this situation, even if there are military generals, they will be those exceptionally talented young generals who have been promoted, and neither the elders nor important figures on either side will choose to intervene. Therefore, even if there were, they would at most be at the level of a military general. Even a mere martial general could crush Qin Yu with a single finger. Therefore, he must make thorough preparations before going. Now that I have the Azurewood breath, I can directly obtain some pills to take, and also see if I can break through my martial arts talent again. When Qin Yu thought of his Blazing Sun battle body, he naturally thought of Yi Yuan. After all, it was Yi Yuan who helped him advance from the lesser Blazing Sun body to the Blazing Sun battle body. Cloud Palace. Chapter 78 Elder Yi? Qin Yu fumbled for the small, round token in his hand. This was given to him by Yi Yuan on the last day of the training camp. It seems that Yi Yuan's residence or identity is related to this Yunkei Palace. He had, of course, heard of the Cloud Palace. the largest martial arts merchant guild in all of China, a nationwide chain. Note that it is the largest, without exception. In the realm of martial arts supplies, including elixirs and magical artifacts, no other company or organization can rival Yunk Palace. In fact, its overall strength is even greater than that of the powerful families in China, making it a place that many people try to curry favor with. The area is a mixed bag, and even the Security Bureau and the Martial Arts Alliance are reluctant to get too involved. This can also be seen from the fact that the succubus Night Kite was hiding among them. I just don't know who Yi Yuan is in the Cloud Palace. Located in the most bustling area of the capital city, the Yunk Palace is a magnificent building that blends classical eaves with modern glass curtain walls. Those who can enter and leave this place are all either rich or noble, and possess an extraordinary aura. Qin Yu's simple casual clothes appeared rather plain compared to the others around him. Sir, what brings you here? Entry to Yunk Palace requires a membership or reservation. Just as Qin Yu was about to step inside, a maiden at Cheongsam at the door frowned slightly and stepped forward. What seemed like politeness was actually a distant gesture as she reached out and stopped him. Her gaze swept over Qin Yu, but she didn't sense any particularly powerful aura, and his clothes were ordinary. Naturally, he was categorized as an irrelevant person or someone who had wandered into the wrong place. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He really has no sense of propriety. He wouldn't think that just because the building looks old-fashioned, it's a place only poor people can go, would he? Ha ha ha. Some men and women who were about to enter also cast slightly mocking and amused glances at them. Idiot. Qin Yu merely frowned slightly and made no attempt to hide his dissatisfaction. You. The others, upon hearing this, were about to retort with their displeasure when they saw Qin Yu pull out a round token from his robes. I'm looking for Yi Yuan. Qin Yu didn't even bother to turn his head to look at those guys again, and simply spoke indifferently. The maid's impatient expression froze the moment her gaze fell upon the token. Immediately afterwards, her pupils contracted sharply, and her expression quickly turned serious. As a gatekeeper of Yunk Palace, she had naturally received rigorous training and recognized tokens of various ranks. This seemingly inconspicuous cloud pattern token represents extremely high authority. It is not even a membership card for martial artists who come to make purchases, but rather an identity document within the Cloud Palace. Even if Qin Yu found or stole something of this caliber, she would still have to treat it with utmost respect. My lord, please forgive my poor eyesight, I failed to recognize you. Please forgive me. Please come in. The maid's voice instantly became extremely respectful, even trembling slightly. She didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately bowed 90 degrees to apologize, her forehead covered in cold sweat from fright. What? The men and women who were about to get angry were also dumbfounded. The words they were about to say stuck in their throats and they didn't utter them for a long time. Even though it wasn't in front of them, they couldn't recognize the token. But the change in the maid's attitude is undeniable. Even though she was just a maid, not just anyone dared to offend the maids of Yunk Palace. Sir, this way please. The maid quickly made way for Qin Yu and respectfully led the way. Qin Yu remained expressionless, put away the token, and stepped into the Yunk Palace. It must be said that Yunk Palace is indeed luxurious. Along the way in, both sides of the corridor were lined with glass display cases, the worst of which were still high-grade Shan-level pills. There was even a place where low-grade Earth-level pills were kept. This is truly appalling. Qin Yu was itching to try it himself. Fortunately, he followed the maid into a private room, which meant he could avoid seeing her and being bothered by her presence. Honorable guest, I heard you arrived with an elder's token. May I ask what brings you here? I am the steward here, my surname is Li. Soon after, a composed middle-aged man entered the private room and bowed respectfully to Qin Yu. Elder's token? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was startled. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would only have a middling status. After all, someone who can infiltrate the Security Bureau's training camp can't possibly be an ordinary person. But to everyone's surprise, Yi Yuan was actually an elder of Yunkai Palace. Damn, what a powerful figure. Only then did Qin Yu suddenly recall the three choices Yi Yuan had given him. He found it quite unusual at the time, but Yi Yuan acted as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Now it seems, damn it, we ordered too little. If he had wanted all three, Yi Yuan probably wouldn't have hesitated at all. I'm looking for Yi Yuan. However, it's all in the past, and it's too late to regret it. He could only repeat it to Deacon Li with a straight face but with a pained expression. We are very sorry, Elder Yi is not currently at headquarters, and her whereabouts are confidential. We have no right to inquire. If you have urgent business, you may leave a message, and we will try to convey it to you through special channels. However, upon hearing this, Deacon Lee looked troubled and answered cautiously. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Not here? Could it be that she's deliberately avoiding him? It shouldn't be. I guess he's really not here. I urgently need a batch of cultivation pills to improve my strength as soon as possible. Then he thought for a moment, since Yi Yuan wasn't there, but the token was here, perhaps he could exercise some of the permissions? I see. Please come with me to the VIP room and have a seat. I will check the inventory list immediately. With this token, you can access the branch's resources within your authorized scope. Upon hearing this, Deacon Lee immediately nodded in response. As he spoke, he made a call and had a maid bring tea and a list. Guest, this is a list of pills currently in our branch's inventory that are suitable for the Great Martial Master stage. Please take a look. Deacon Lee respectfully handed the jade slip to Qin Yu. Qin Yu immersed his consciousness into it and quickly browsed through it. Every single pill on the list was of the highest quality, and the prices were so high that his eyelids twitched. Ordinary mid-grade Shin level pills cost only 50,000 each, but some of these pills cost over 100,000. The higher grade Shin level items are even more expensive, often costing hundreds of thousands, and some even reaching as high as 700,000. To be fair, the premium products are indeed premium products. Even the low-grade elixirs in them are quite rare on the market, the kind that are priced but not available. The main reason is that some medicinal materials for pills are rare and difficult to obtain, so even if the grade is low, the price is still high. However, its effects are equally remarkable. After browsing through them, he selected the two items that he needed most at the moment. First is the Xian Grade Advanced Dragon Blood Regeneration Pill, which can enhance Qi and blood. Then comes the Xian Grade Advanced Spirit Nourishing Pill, which contains a large amount of refined spiritual energy. Chapter 79: The Forest of Ice and Snow. Dragon Blood Regeneration Pill can restore blood and Qi in a short time, including regenerating blood, which can barely offset the side effects of extreme boiling blood. The Spirit Gathering Pill is self-explanatory. It's essentially a way to directly gain experience points. Others wouldn't dare to eat so many. For example, in the training camp before, the daily limit on pills wasn't because they couldn't afford it, but simply because eating too many pills had side effects. In severe cases, it could even damage one's foundation, preventing them from ever breaking through to the next level. But now that Qin Yu has the Azurewood breath, he basically doesn't need to worry about such minor issues. Deacon Lee was extremely efficient, and quickly prepared the 10 Dragon Blood Regeneration Pills and 10 Spirit Nourishing Pills that Qin Yu needed, sealing them in 2 exquisite jade bottles. Guest, here are the pills you requested. With your token, these resources are all within your authorized limits, and there is no need to pay any additional fees. Steward Lee respectfully presented the jade bottle and explained to Qin Yu with a smile. Oh? No fees? Qin Yu pretended to be taken aback, feigning surprise. In fact, when he was choosing 10 tokens from each side, he had already suspected that the tokens might grant him special privileges. This can be seen from the fact that even Steward Lee came to greet him personally. But you still have to put on an act. It's like when relatives give out lucky money during Chinese New Year. Your pocket is already open, but you still have to say you don't want it. That's right. The token contains a specific amount of resources that can be withdrawn at any branch of Young Palace. Deacon Lee explained patiently, his tone respectful. Thank you. Qin Yu said no more, simply put away the pills and bowed in thanks. Afterwards, accompanied by Steward Lee, he also left Young Palace. After returning to school, he spent another night with Zhang Ziyu before saying a brief goodbye. After all, it's uncertain how long it will take him to return from this trip to the ice and snow forest. Mo Yuan said he wanted him to make a name for himself, but he didn't have any specific criteria. So he thought that when the artifact from that alien race appeared, it might attract many geniuses. He will then be able to become famous overnight. The next day, he arrived at Mo Yuan's office on time. Ready? Mo Yuan had been waiting here for a long time, and when he saw Qin Yu arrive, he raised his eyelids slightly. Yes, master. Qin Yu nodded. Then let's go. The ice and snow forest is too slow with regular teleportation arrays. I'll give you a ride. Mo Yuan stood up, stretched, and his bones cracked softly. Snap. Before Qin Yu could react, Mo Yuan's thin hand landed directly on his shoulder. Whoosh. The next moment, as Mo Yuan tore open the space in front of him with his other hand, the space in front of him was directly torn open. This is tearing through space? Hiss, a martial lord level expert. Seeing Mo Yuan's method, Xinyu was directly shocked. There are many ways to determine a martial artist's level, but the kind of space-tearing technique is usually something that only martial lords and above can do. Of course, there are exceptions below the rank of martial lord, but they are rare and considered special cases. Xinyu never expected that Mo Yuan would actually be a martial lord. Whoosh! In just a few short breaths, Xinyu felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine and spun around, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Xinyu looked closely and found himself in a completely unfamiliar, icy, snowy place. The wind was biting cold, and there wasn't a single person in sight. All right, we're here. Now it's up to you. By the time Xinyu heard Mo Yuan's voice and realized what was happening, Mo Yuan was already gone. A martial lord level expert is terrifying. Xinyu was both shocked and grateful for his choice yesterday. This is a military ruler, after all. With a martial arts master as his teacher, who would dare say he has no background? Blazing Sun battle body. After calming himself down a bit, Xinyu turned his gaze back to the snow-covered subspace. Buzz. Even as a martial artist, the cold wind here still stung his skin, and it only got better after activating the Blazing Sun battle body. He then locked onto a direction and immediately strode forward. Bang! Boom! Bang! He hadn't gone far when the sound of fighting suddenly caught his attention. After a moment's thought, Xinyu concealed his aura and, using the cover of the pine forest, stealthily moved forward. Soon, a clearing in the woods came into view. 5 warriors dressed in uniform black were being attacked by 7 or 8 giant wolves, all white and as strong as oxen. These giant wolves had sharp fangs and claws that gleamed with a cold light, and their bodies were filled with a ferocious aura of the 2nd tier, 8th level cultivator. A snow wolf. Xinyu recognized the alien race at a glance, but his eyes didn't show much emotion. At this moment, 4 of the 5 black-clad warriors formed a battle formation and struggled to resist, but they were already in grave danger, with many wounds on their bodies and their blood staining the white snow beneath their feet. The woman they were protecting in the middle appeared to be their leader. The woman had a graceful figure and a charming face. Her captivating peach blossom eyes remained mesmerizing even amidst the fierce battle. Bang! But at this moment, she held a pair of short, jet-black daggers. Her moves were strange and ruthless, each strike aimed directly at the snow wolf's vital points, but she was clearly exhausted, and her breathing was somewhat unstable. Useless. You can't even stop these few beasts. What use are you? Despite being at a disadvantage, the woman still fiercely rebuked her companion. Her companions dared not speak out in anger, and could only desperately urge their spiritual power to hold on. Are they from the Shadow Order? Xinyu, hidden behind a tree, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Now, whenever he sees those black clothes, he immediately associates them with the Shadow Order. Moreover, judging from the way this group of people acted, their methods were clearly inclined towards the sinister and evil path. Wah! However, just as Xinyu was pondering, a snow wolf with a keen sense of smell seemed to detect his presence. The snow wolf suddenly turned its head and instantly locked onto the direction where he was hiding. Oh, whoa! The next moment, the snow wolf let out a long howl, and 2 more snow wolves broke away from the battle and immediately headed towards Xinyu. TSK. Xinyu frowned. He hadn't expected the snow wolf to have such a sensitive nose. He thought he had hidden it well, but it had still been discovered. Since that's the case, then kill them all. Boom! The next moment, the Blazing Sun battle body unleashed its full power. A golden-red shockwave exploded out, instantly evaporating and dispersing the snow and wind around him. His extremely young and powerful aura rose suddenly like a small sun in the icy and snowy landscape. What? The 5 people were startled by the aura emanating from this place and immediately turned their gazes toward it. The 3 snow wolves that pounced were visibly stunned by the sudden burst of intense heat, their movements faltering, and a hint of instinctive fear flashed in their eerie green eyes. Mysterious Jade Hand. Xinyu seized this fleeting opportunity to rush forward, sidestepping the wolf's claw at the front and unleashing a powerful punch. Click. Chapter 80 Yuqianye of the Netherworld Sect. Snow wolves are just ordinary alien races, without any particularly powerful abilities. Therefore, even when facing Xinyu's punch, which was from a lower level, he simply couldn't withstand it. The power brought by the extreme realm allowed Xinyu to crush it without even needing to activate his boiling blood. With the addition of his spiritual eye ability, the 3 snow wolves couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Click. After several rounds of fighting, Xinyu landed punches on the snow wolves, instantly worsening their injuries. In less than a minute, all 3 snow wolves were already covered in wounds. Oh whoa! But these low-intelligence alien races only obey orders and do not experience fear or overthink like humans. Even if it is injured, it only triggers its ferocity. Whoosh! So even though the snow wolf was covered in blood, it still viciously pounced on Chinyu. Court death. Unfortunately, their so-called ferocity was completely useless in front of Chinyu. Put. With his 4 fingers together, he suddenly slashed forward, instantly separating the head and body of a snow wolf. Bang! The snow wolf on the right tried to launch a sneak attack, but Chinyu lashed it out with his raised right leg, causing its entire abdominal cavity to collapse instantly. Bang! Before the last snow wolf could even react, Chinyu had already grabbed it by the neck. Click! With a twist of his neck to the right, Chinyu finally ended the battle. Thanks to Chinyu's help, the men in black also finished off the remaining snow wolves, but they looked at him with somewhat weak expressions. What do you want to do? One of the men in black immediately went weak in the knees and tremblingly shouted at Chinyu. You're only given one chance to introduce yourselves. Chinyu spoke calmly. Of the 5 people in front of me, 2 are Grand Martial Masters at the 7th level and 3 are Grand Martial Masters at the 8th level. Judging from their appearance, none of them have martial arts talent exceeding level C. If he hadn't had no grudge against them, he wouldn't have bothered to attack them, especially since they were injured. Of course, the most important thing is that he just killed the snow wolf, which relieved some of their pressure, so the system has remembered it. Debtor, Yu Qianye. Debt owed, favor 1. Items possessed, abundant spiritual energy recoverable, C-grade martial arts talent in Yuan body non-recoverable. Given the debtor's good credit, collection is not permitted. Perhaps because he did not kill all the snow wolves, the debt was not considered a life-saving favor, but rather a debt of gratitude. However, the value of this favor is obviously not low, reaching the level of being able to recover a large amount of spiritual energy. In this way, Chinyu is not in a hurry to take action against them. He can wait until they bring trouble on their own before using the system to recover their losses. But if they're from the Shadow Order, then sorry, none of them will be leaving. I am Yu Qianye, from the Netherworld sect. I have come to the ice and snow forest only to train and search for treasures, and I have no intention of being your enemy. At this moment, Yu Qianye, who was being protected in the center of the 4, stepped forward and spoke with a somewhat stubborn tone. It was clear that she was a little unconvinced, but given the circumstances, she had no choice but to obey Chinyu's orders. The Netherworld sect? Chinyu raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this before. In China, besides the well-known corporations and aristocratic families, there are also the hidden sects. These sects were mostly established by powerful martial artists who were unwilling to rely on others but wanted to leave their own legacy. Throughout China's long history, they were a very strong force. However, due to the development of the times, the relatively public nature of schools has greatly weakened the strength of these reclusive sects. This led to these enormous creatures gradually disappearing from people's sight. However, to be fair, most of these sects have a very deep foundation and their strength should not be underestimated. Alright, you can go now. After confirming once again that the other party's temperament and other aspects were indeed different from those of the Shadow Order, Chinyu finally withdrew his killing intent. He casually flicked his hand, turned around, and was about to leave to continue his journey. Hearing that Chinyu let them leave so easily, Yu Qianye and the 4 guards behind her were stunned for a moment. They had expected Chinyu to at least ask more questions or demand some gifts, but they didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Watching Chinyu turn and leave without a second glance, Yu Qianye bit her lip, a hint of struggle and resentment flashing in her peach blossom eyes. She had already lost a lot of manpower when she led the team out to look for opportunities, and just now she almost lost the entire team. Given their current state, let alone seizing the opportunity, it's questionable whether they can even get there safely. The aloof fellow before me is ridiculously strong, especially his extremely young and powerful martial arts technique, which is like a fish in water in this icy forest. If we could cooperate with him, etc. After much deliberation, Yu Qianye suddenly called out to Chinyu, who had already walked more than 10 meters away. Chinyu did not stop walking, as if he hadn't heard. Hey! You there! We've found a clue to what might be a cave dwelling left behind by an ancient powerhouse. It's nearby. There might be treasures or a legacy inside. But the road is too dangerous, and it would be difficult to succeed in our current state. You seem to be quite skilled, so how about we cooperate for the time being? Yu Qianye stomped her foot in anger, and could only raise her voice, her face flushed red. This was the first time in her life she had ever tried to keep a man like this. Ancient strongman's cave dwelling? Shinyu finally stopped and turned his head slightly. Could it be that sixth-order alien race? This is unexpected news. A clue? The exact location? After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and looked calmly at Yuqianya. Seeing that Shinyu was interested, Yuqianya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The exact location needs to be found based on a fragment of a map, but it is roughly located about 30 miles to the northeast, deep in a crevasse. However, she still looked a bit arrogant because Shinyu hadn't replied for a while, and her little mouth was pouting, making her look unhappy. How should we distribute the found items? After a moment's thought, Shinyu asked. Naturally, it's all about skill. Whoever puts in the most effort gets the biggest share. Or, you can choose one item from what you find first, and we'll divide the rest. Yuqianya seemed to have already thought it through and immediately answered. Shinyu gave her a deep look. This woman was indeed shrewd. On the surface, they had more people, but in the end, they would definitely get a larger share. As the invited party, Shinyu had to bear additional risks but did not receive any extra benefits, so under normal circumstances he would definitely lose money. However, he has plenty of confidence in his abilities. Furthermore, these 5 people are currently in debt, so he is also looking forward to seeing if there will be any unexpected surprises when the spoils are finally divided. Okay, my name is Shinyu, it's a pleasure to do business with you. Chapter 81. It's the Wang family again. You know your stuff. Stay close, don't hold us back. Seeing Shinyu agree, a hint of barely perceptible joy flashed in Yuqianya's eyes, but on the surface he only gave a light hum. Upon hearing this, Shinyu couldn't help but glance at her strangely out of the corner of his eye. Ever since she came over, she'd had this urge to press herself against him. She's really used to being a pampered young lady and hasn't experienced the harsh realities of society yet. So, the group of 6 quickly packed up and, guided by Yuqianya, headed towards the Ice Rift Valley in the northeast. 30 miles is not a long distance for martial artists. Even with the wind and snow blocking the way, they arrived at a huge glacial crevasse after more than half an hour. Boom! Roar! However, as soon as they got close, they could faintly hear violent roars and the howls of beasts. Someone beat me to it. Yuqianya's expression changed. Go in and observe first. Shinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, signaling everyone to conceal their auras and quietly approach. The group of 6 arrived at the entrance to a huge, hidden ice cave at the bottom of the crevice. The entrance was covered with signs of battle, and ice shards were scattered everywhere. There were even a few pools of blood that hadn't dried. As they got closer, the sounds of fighting coming from inside the cave became clearer. Roar! When the 6 of them entered the huge cave, they could clearly see a group of people fighting in the very center. Opposite them was a giant ape covered in thick blue-white ice armor. The frost giant ape has reached the peak of the 9th stage of the 2nd tier. Upon seeing this, Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly. This power was so great that every swing caused the entire cave to tremble. Even hiding in the shadows, Shinyu felt a tremor in his heart from the fluctuations he sensed. With his current strength, he would probably only be able to fight if he activated the limit of blood boiling. Note that this is only the strength for one battle, not the ability to win or last several rounds. If you don't activate the ultimate boiling blood technique, you probably won't even be able to withstand a slap from this thing. It was besieged by 7 powerful martial artists. The leader was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old, who held a long sword that gleamed with spiritual light. His cultivation level had reached the 9th stage of the Great Martial Master. He moved with agility and his swordsmanship was ruthless, constantly adding wounds to the giant ape's body. The other 6 were also skilled fighters, with the lowest level being the 8th rank of Grand Martial Master. They cooperated seamlessly and suppressed the frost giant ape. Seeing that the frost giant ape was about to be defeated, the leading youth revealed a smug smile of confidence. Click! Unexpectedly, at that moment, one of Yuqianya's guards accidentally stepped on and broke a block of ice, making a sound. Who? The young man in the lead immediately scanned the area and spotted Shinyu and the others. Where did these small fry come from? Can't you see the Wang family is busy with some business? Get the hell out of here. Or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. The young man frowned, his tone arrogant and domineering, and directly ordered them to leave. The Wang family? Upon hearing this, Shinyu raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence! The second group of people he encountered was from the Wang family. The saying enemies meet on a narrow road seems to be more than just a saying. Ha! No. You are. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Qin Yu with a puzzled expression, as if he was recalling something. You're Qin Yu. Very well, you killed my cousin Wang Jia, and I heard you even stole my Wang family's Azure Mirage Moon Eating Claw technique, and you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep? Finally, he seemed to remember, and a smile of extreme sarcasm and resentment immediately appeared on his face. Upon hearing this, everyone in the cave changed their expressions. Yu Qianye and the others looked at Qin Yu with even more surprise and doubt. As disciples of a sect, they were merely living in seclusion, not dead, so they naturally knew about these powerful families. But they never expected that Qin Yu had such a deep grudge against the Wang family. Killing an important member of a family and stealing their martial arts skills would make him a wanted criminal if he were in a sect. You little bastard with no parents, it's a miracle I've run into you here today. Perfect, I'll clean house for the family right here and take your dog's head back for a reward. Remember this well, the man who will kill you today is named Wang Xiaoheng. Wang Xiaoheng suddenly swung his spirit sword, his aura instantly surging, the sharp sword intent spreading out, even shattering the ice on the ground. Roar! However, unexpectedly, at this moment, the frost giant ape roared and its attack suddenly became fierce. Without Wang Xiaoheng's suppression, the others were actually starting to lose control. Damn it! Are you all useless? Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaoheng's arrogant expression instantly turned ugly. Hold on for me, 1 minute. I'll kill him and then deal with this bastard. He withdrew his gaze from his peripheral vision and turned his attention back to Qin Yu. Ha, 1 minute? You? I only need 3 minutes to take your dog's life. Qin Yu slowly raised his head and looked at the arrogant Wang Meng, his aura no less imposing. Boom! With his blazing sun battle body fully activated, scorching waves of energy swept outwards, unleashing the full power of a 4th-level Grand Martial Master. Senior sister, why don't we run away first? This battle is not something we should get involved in. Seeing the two sides were so aggressive and a fierce battle seemed inevitable, one of the guards chickened out first and spoke tremblingly to Yu Qianye. Run? The word run doesn't exist in my dictionary. Yu Qianye, however, was tough and immediately glared fiercely at the guards, which directly dispelled the other guards' thoughts. But as they lowered their heads, a barely perceptible hint of malice flashed in their eyes. Ha ha ha. 3 minutes, and you, a mere 4th-level Grand Martial Master? I know, I've heard that you killed Zhou Tong, an 8th-level Grand Martial Master, with your strength. But today I'll tell you, I'm not a piece of trash like Zhou Tong. The moment Wang Xiaoheng finished speaking, the sword intent around him suddenly became violent and scarlet. In the shadows, it even took on the form of a hideous demon. This is a B-level martial arts talent, Azura sword intent? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and after recalling for only a moment, he judged Wang Xiaoheng's martial arts talent, and his heart tightened immediately. His martial arts talent, coupled with his 9th-level Grand Martial Master realm and that spirit sword of unknown grade, is indeed far beyond what Zhou Tong can compare to. Take this. Wang Xiaoheng grinned maliciously, and the spirit sword in his hand trembled. Then, it thrust straight at Qin Yu with a scarlet sword intent. So fast. Qin Yu's pupils shrank instantly. This speed far surpasses that of any of his peers he has encountered before. Spiritual Eye. He subconsciously activated his Spirit Eye talent to try and dodge. In his field of vision, Wang Xiaoheng's sword path was clearly captured, but the speed was simply too fast. His body didn't have time to dodge. Put. Despite his best efforts to turn to the side, his clothes on his arm were still torn, and a deep wound was slashed out by the sword as easily as cutting tofu. The skin and flesh were turned inside out, and a large amount of fresh blood immediately seeped out. Even worse, the sword intent remained attached to his wound, constantly eroding him. Even the blazing sun battle body could only barely suppress it, not dispel it. Good reaction, but you're too slow. Wang Xiaoheng, having gained the upper hand, pressed his advantage and pursued them once more. Chapter 82 Azura Sword Intent Wang Xiaoheng. Boiling Blood. Activate. There's no way around it if we play normally, he and Wang Xiaoheng are simply not on the same level. With that level of attack intensity, even if he chose to confront it head-on, he would absolutely be crushed. Therefore, he directly activated his blood-boiling ability to half of its maximum limit, causing his physical strength to surge instantly. Clang! 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 Qin Yu pushed his Shen Yu hand and blazing sun battle body to their limits, but he still struggled to parry and deflect the countless sword shadows. The clanging of metal against metal was deafening, and each collision sent shivers down his spine, making his arms go numb. Even with his blood boiling activated, he was completely on the defensive, only able to rely on his spiritual eyes to predict and narrowly evade fatal attacks. To outsiders, Shin Yu appeared to be completely suppressed and forced into retreat. Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? Useless. You're not even worthy of letting me warm up. Wang Xiaohong laughed wildly, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce and ruthless, each sword aimed straight for vital points, as if he were a cat playing with a mouse, enjoying the thrill of crushing his opponent. Damn it! On the other side, Yu Qianye was also extremely anxious. Senior sister, why don't we become allies with this young Master Wang? They've wiped out the alien races, and we can just sit back and reap the benefits. At this moment, the guard behind her finally gritted his teeth and asked her a question. What are you saying? A person should not break their word, especially since he just saved us. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianye's expression changed instantly, and he immediately turned around and reprimanded him. After saying that, she ignored the others and turned to look at the battle between Qin Yu and Wang Xiaohong. She clenched her fists, as if wanting to join the fight. What she didn't see was that after being reprimanded, a sinister glint immediately flashed in the guard's eyes. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the other three guards, as if they had known each other all along, suddenly launched an attack at the same time. I'm sorry, senior sister, you may want to die, but we still want to live. When we first joined the sect, the elders instructed us not to antagonize any powerful families. Please don't blame us, senior sister. Bang! Immediately, three palm prints struck Yu Qianye's back with perfect accuracy. Put! Caught completely off guard, she was instantly struck by a severe blow, and a mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. You betrayed me? Yu Qianye looked at the four people with a weak and incredulous expression, his voice muffled. Young Master Wang! Young Master Wang! Please have mercy. Without saying another word, one of the guards gagged Yu Qianye, tied him up, and shouted at Wang Xiaohong. We are willing to offer this woman up, only begging young Master Wang to spare our lowly lives. We are willing to serve the Wang family like dogs and horses. As he shouted, he knelt down, his face full of obsequiousness. This sudden turn of events caused both sides, who were engaged in fierce combat, to pause slightly. Wang Xiaohong forced Qin Yu back with a sword strike, then glanced at Yu Qianye, whose curves were fully exposed and whose pretty face was flushed with anger, and his eyes gleamed with lewdness. Good. Very good. A wise man knows when to yield. You bunch of good-for-nothings do have some sense. After I kill this little bastard, I'll enjoy this great gift. Ha ha ha. This made Wang Xiaohong overjoyed, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Yu took this opportunity to catch his breath, looking at Yu Qianye, who was being betrayed and restrained, with a cold gaze but not much surprise. Such betrayal is not uncommon when faced with absolute interests and life or death threats. But, do these fools think they can survive by siding with the Wang family? They're far too naive. You little bastard, the game is over. At this moment, Wang Xiaohong also turned his attention back to this. His men were about to give up, so he had no choice but to kill Qin Yu as soon as possible. I don't think so. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yu simply smiled and swallowed a dragon blood regeneration pill. Boom! Instantly, violent blood and qi surged from his body, and the blood that had been consumed by the boiling blood was violently regenerated in a short period of time. And it even seemed to exceed the amount of blood boiling consumed. In that case, unleash the ultimate blood boiling. The next moment, Qin Yu no longer hesitated and directly activated boiling blood to its maximum. Immediately, his blood was being consumed and regenerated continuously, a process that tore his body apart with excruciating pain, so much so that he could only grit his teeth and endure it. But this did not affect his ability to perform at all. Whoosh! Almost instantly, he appeared in front of Wang Xiaohong. What? The change happened so fast, in less than a second, that Wang Xiaohong barely had time to react. However, Qin Yu's suddenly violent aura brought him back to his senses in an instant. A Jura sword intense startling glimpse. The hairs on his body stood on end, causing him to subconsciously unleash his martial arts technique, delivering this extremely powerful sword strike. Buzz! His spirit sword burst forth with a blood-red light, and all the Azura sword intent instantly converged and condensed at the tip of the sword, which then transformed into an extremely refined sword aura that fiercely slashed towards Qin Yu. 9 strikes to burn the heavens. First strike, burn the sea. Qin Yu no longer held back, and carrying a raging sea of fire, he punched fiercely at Wang Xiaohong's sword. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion rippled outwards, shaking the entire cavern violently. Countless ice crystals and dust instantly obscured the view. How is that possible? Wang Xiaohong was knocked away and only managed to regain his balance after retreating dozens of meters. Although only the arm holding the sword felt slightly numb, he was still shocked by Qin Yu's terrifying strength. Qin Yu was clearly only a 4th-level Grand Martial Master. And he also had a high-grade Shin-level spirit sword in his hand, yet he was still able to be repelled by Qin Yu? Of course, what Wang Xiaohong didn't know was that Qin Yu now possessed 5 martial arts talents, and compared to him, if the B-level Blazing Sun battle body and his martial arts talents were cancelled out, the base stat boosts from the remaining 4 martial arts talents are enough to make up for the gap of 1 realm. In addition, Qin Yu also used the super compressor to break through the extreme realm, which made up for at least 1.5 realm gaps compared to him who had never set foot in the extreme realm. Add to that the physical strength of the limit boiling blood being 10 times greater, and that's roughly another 2.5 realms apart. Taking into account other factors, the two are already quite evenly matched in strength. Cough cough. As the smoke and dust cleared, Qin Yu's somewhat disheveled figure was revealed. The dragon blood regeneration pill continuously generates blood, while the boiling blood continuously consumes blood, a process that places an extremely heavy burden on the body. If it weren't for Qing Mu's constant recovery, an ordinary person would probably have already fallen asleep on the ground. Again. 9 strikes to burn the heavens, second strike, piercing the sun. Without giving Wang Xiaohong time to think, he struck first, his right fist, like the sun, carrying a terrifying and scorching aura, fiercely slamming towards Wang Xiaohong. You're asking for it. Looks like I really gave you too much face. Once he came to his senses, Wang Xiaohong's face instantly turned gloomy. Just moments ago, he had been confidently declaring that he could take down Qin Yu in a minute. Now, a minute has passed, and he has been defeated instead, which is a great humiliation for him. Azura sword intense soul-shattering. Another sword strike was unleashed, and countless scarlet demons struggled outwards from the terrifying sword intent, emitting piercing demonic cries. Hearing this, the guards below all collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Chapter 83 Wang Haoding's son? Fortunately, this level of mental damage only caused Qin Yu, whose base stats were extremely high, a moment of dizziness and the impact was not significant. Boom! Ultimately, the two attacks collided precisely, unleashing a deafening roar that nearly tore the entire cave apart. Wang Xiaohong's eyes flickered, his heart was tense, and he was no longer as relaxed as before. His gaze was fixed on the smoke and dust, searching for Qin Yu's figure and aura. 9 strikes to burn the heavens. Third strike. Wildfire. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu, whose clothes were almost torn and whose body was covered in wounds from being cut by sword intent, once again fought his way out of the smoke and dust. On his right fist, dark red light continuously compressed and condensed, as if it had turned into lava. The terrifyingly high temperature melted the ice and snow inside the entire ice cave, and even evaporated it into water vapor. Madman! This crazy act made Wang Xiaohong's heart skip a beat. Instead of running away, he actually rushed forward despite his injuries. And does this guy have an endless supply of martial arts skills? Azura sword intent flowing cloud thrust. But there was nothing he could do but raise his sword and slash to defend. Fortunately, as a member of a large family, although he didn't know many earth-grade martial arts, he did know quite a few high-grade profound-grade martial arts, and his proficiency was not low, so he could handle it. 9 strikes to burn the heavens, fourth strike, melting mountain. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qin Yu quietly extended his left hand, which had been hidden behind his back, and swept over with a violent flame that scorched the air into a vacuum. What? In an instant, Wang Xiaohong's pupils shrank, completely unexpected that Qin Yu would dare to use 2 martial arts techniques at the same time. How could his meridians withstand such a level of spiritual energy? This is equivalent to doubling the rate of fire of a gun that originally had a normal rate of fire, which would definitely cause it to explode. Boom! But it was too late for everything. His fists were already slamming into his face. He didn't have time to dodge or add any more martial arts techniques. He could only watch helplessly as the huge mushroom cloud engulfed and swallowed him. This attack even affected the frost giant ape and everyone else nearby. The terrifying aftershocks even caused the entire mountain range to shake and shatter, with huge cracks appearing in the dome and a large number of rocks falling down. Puff! This attack finally dealt a heavy blow to the arrogant Wang Xiaohong, causing his spirit sword to fly out of his hand and him to be slammed into the mountainside. The situation reversed in an instant. Wang Xiaohong, who had been arrogant, was now extremely weak. No. You can't kill me. My dad is Wang Haoding. If you kill me, he'll definitely kill you too. Looking at Qinyu in front of him, who was in a disheveled state but exuded an extremely fierce aura, Wang Xiaohong finally revealed a look of fear. He wanted to back away, but his whole body felt like it was falling apart and he couldn't control it at all. GAA. In an instant, Qinyu froze, as if the whole world had gone silent. Wang Xiaohong wasn't blind, so he naturally noticed Qinyu's subtle change in movement and initially thought he had been intimidated. Yes, my dad is an inspector from Security Bureau number 6. Even if you kill me, you won't escape. The sky cleared and the rain stopped, and Wang Xiaohong suddenly felt like he could do it again. Good, very good. Looks like I can start collecting some interest today. Unexpectedly, Qinyu, upon regaining his senses, showed no fear. Instead, his expression became even more sinister. Rumble. But at that moment, the entire mountain could no longer withstand the impact of their battle. Of course, the battle between Wang Xiaohong and the others and the frost giant ape must have had some impact before their arrival. Damn it! With a large number of stones collapsing down, Qinyu could no longer pay attention to Wang Xiaohong and immediately focused his gaze on Yu Qianya. Although this woman didn't help much, at least she didn't betray him just now. Moreover, if it weren't for her, Qinyu wouldn't have been able to catch Wang Xiaohong here. Whoosh! Therefore, he rescued Yu Qianya immediately and rushed outside. Otherwise, if such a dense mass of large rocks were to fall and be crushed by the entire mountain, unless Sun Wukong were here, these few mere martial arts masters would have an absolute chance of dying. Boom! As it turned out, Qinyu underestimated the speed of the landslide. In just a few breaths, a dense mass of rubble fell, completely blocking their path. Damn it! Qinyu's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but look at Yu Qianya. This woman was actually unconscious. Broken. As a massive boulder, as large as a small mountain, crashed down on him with no way to avoid it, Qinyu's heart sank. At that moment, he could only raise one hand, while simultaneously pushing his blazing sun battle body to its limit. With his other hand, he held Yu Qianya tightly in his arms, curling up to withstand the blow. Bang! With a dull thud, Qinyu felt as if a mountain had crashed into his back. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out another mouthful of blood. The two of them were then slammed hard into the ground. Cough cough, are you alright? After an unknown amount of time, Qinyu was the first to wake up, looking around at the pitch blackness. Slightly activating the blazing sun battle body, the environment brightened up. This. He then discovered that above them, several stacked boulders had formed a small triangular space, enveloping the two of them. Although the subsequent collapse was violent, most of the weight was borne by the surrounding boulders, and their small space was miraculously preserved. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Qinyu gave a wry smile, dragged his almost broken body to sit cross-legged and check his injuries. Although the injuries were severe, with internal organs trembling, multiple fractures in the bones, and almost all of the spiritual energy depleted. Fortunately, there were no fatal injuries, and the blazing sun battle body and physical attributes far exceeding those of other players of the same level played a crucial role. He then looked at Yu Qianya in his arms. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breath was weak. She was clearly severely injured and then subjected to the impact of the collapse, so her injuries were extremely serious. It must be restored as soon as possible. But he couldn't worry about Yu Qianya right now. He had to focus on recovering himself. Otherwise, a secondary collapse could happen at any time and everything would be over. He immediately took out a dragon blood regeneration pill and swallowed it. Once the pill entered the stomach, it immediately transformed into a warm and scorching stream of energy, which quickly flowed to the limbs and bones, repairing the damaged meridians and bones, and replenishing the depleted qi and blood. At the same time, his Qingmu breath circulates on its own, guiding the absorption of the medicine more efficiently and minimizing the potential impact of the pill's resistance on his foundation. Feeling the steady recovery of his internal injuries, Qinyu took out the spirit-nourishing pill without hesitation. Now that his spiritual energy is almost depleted, it's a good opportunity for him to absorb the spirit-nourishing pill and increase his strength. Boom! Instantly, his aura began to rise at a visible speed, and the barrier of the fourth stage of the Great Martial Master began to vibrate violently under the impact of such a massive amount of spiritual energy, showing signs of loosening. Wah! But just then, a faint groan sounded beside him. Chapter 84 Where to Put the Pills? Wah! Yu Qianya's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. A sharp pain instantly swept through her body, causing her to gasp involuntarily. She found herself unable to move. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart, especially her back, which had been attacked by the guards, and even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. After her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she used the faint light emanating from Chinyu to see the surrounding scenery and Chinyu, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. We're not dead? Her voice was hoarse and weak, and the pain made her face contort pitifully. She tried to mobilize her spiritual power, but could not sense it at all. Hey! Chinyu! With no other choice, she could only weakly call out to Chinyu. Chinyu slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Fortunately, he had prepared pills in advance, and with their help, his recovery was much faster. In a short while, his strength recovered by 20–30%, and thanks to the absorption of the spirit-nourishing pill, the spiritual energy in his body had already begun to break through the barrier of the fourth stage of the Great Martial Master. It's safe here for now. Then, he looked at Yuqianye and said something in a low voice. Yuqianye was taken aback by his indifferent attitude. She wanted to retort as usual, but her physical weakness and current situation made her hold back. Water, is it coated? She licked her chapped lips, feeling as if her throat was on fire. There was no other way but to ask Chinyu again. Compared to before, she is now much less arrogant and fierce. Chinyu glanced at her, said nothing, and silently took out a water glass. But Yuqianye couldn't move and couldn't drink water on his own. Chinyu frowned, but ultimately moved to her side, supporting the back of her neck with one hand and bringing the water glass to her lips. This action made Yuqianye freeze. Being touched so closely by a strange man, in a position that was almost like being held in someone's arms. She couldn't help but purse her lips, and two barely perceptible blushes instantly appeared on her pale cheeks. Gurgle, gurgle. The cool water flowed into her mouth, finally relieving her burning sensation. Yuqianye sipped his drink slowly, but his eyes darted around, not daring to look at Chinyu's face, which was so close to his. She could feel the warmth of his hand supporting the back of her neck, and the scent emanating from him that was a mixture of blood and a faint masculine aroma. Do you have any elixirs yourself? Chinyu glanced at it, pondered for a moment, and still decided not to give the pill to Yuqianye. He had just saved her, a complete stranger, and he had already done more than enough. Yes, but... When Chinyu asked her that question, Yuqianye's face turned even redder. She glanced down, then tentatively looked at Chinyu. Chinyu immediately understood and was speechless. Looking at that huge, full breast, he was speechless for a moment. He had heard before that women would put things here, but he didn't believe it. Okay, now he believes it. Having no other choice, after much deliberation, he could only reach out and take the pill. Wah! Immediately, Yuqianye couldn't help but close his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, Chinyu didn't dawdle and found and took it out in a flash. Open your mouth. Chinyu looked calmly at Yuqianye in his arms. Yuqianye obediently opened his mouth, put the pill in his mouth, and swallowed it. Throughout the entire process, she kept her head down, not daring to look at Chinyu at all, and her heart was pounding. From childhood to adulthood, no man had ever touched her like that, let alone shown her such intimate care. If it were anyone else, she would have already lost her temper. But today, Chinyu and Wang Xiaohan's battle was incredibly cool, which impressed her. She had never met such a brave and resourceful man, especially since he had just saved her. Don't call me unless it's absolutely necessary. However, after Chinyu finished doing all this, he immediately let go of her hand, sat back down in his original position, closed his eyes, and continued to circulate his internal energy to heal his injuries and break through his bottleneck. This sudden scene made Yuqianye's breath catch in his throat for a moment, and he couldn't think straight. Yuqianye's initial embarrassment was instantly replaced by a strange sense of annoyance. Although she had never been in contact with men before, she wasn't a caveman. She went online and understood the situation of the modern era, so she was naturally extremely confident in her appearance and charm. But now, Chinyu even touched the steamed bun, yet he felt nothing at all? Humph. You blockhead. She couldn't help but let out a soft snort of anger, turned her head away, and muttered to herself. Despite her scolding, her gaze still involuntarily drifted towards Chinyu's profile again. Boom! About an hour later, a powerful wave of energy suddenly surged from Chinyu's body. But he forcibly suppressed the airflow the moment it took shape. However, Yuqianye still sensed that powerful aura. You broke through? Yuqianye had recovered considerably and was sitting cross-legged, adjusting his state. Sensing that powerful aura, he couldn't help but look at Chinyu in surprise, secretly clicking his tongue in astonishment. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be panicking and only thinking about finding a way out. Unexpectedly, Xinyu was able to patiently focus on cultivation and even broke through to a higher level. Xinyu slowly opened his eyes and nodded calmly. This immediately made Yu Qianya's lips twitch with anger, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Don't argue with him, he's just a little kid. Fortunately, after some self-consolation or rather, self-deception, she calmed down and stopped saying anything more. Phew. As expected, cultivation level is still one of the most important factors in determining a martial artist's strength. Upon breaking through to the 5th level of the Great Martial Master, Xinyu felt that not only had the total amount of spiritual power in his body increased dramatically, but its level of refinement had also reached a new level. The fundamental advantages brought by the extreme environment make his every breakthrough and improvement far exceed those of ordinary people. He stood up, stretched his limbs briefly, then glanced around the cramped refuge space and began to think of a way to escape. Hey, how do we get out? Yu Qianya watched Xinyu's actions and couldn't help but ask. My name isn't Hey, it's Xinyu. Xinyu gave a brief response, then closed his eyes and fully activated his spirit eye talent. Exclamation point. Yu Qianya gritted her teeth, wanting to get angry, but after thinking for a long time, she held it back. Buzz. But Xinyu ignored it and instead carefully sensed everything around him. With the aid of his spiritual eye, everything around him was constructed into a 3-dimensional structure in Xinyu's mind. There's a way. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes again. Blazing Sun Battle Body, Mysterious Jade Hand. Immediately afterwards, he crouched down and went to a pile of rubble, where he fully activated his Blazing Sun Battle Body and Mysterious Jade Hand. Instantly, his hands seemed to transform into chisels, pulverizing the tiny pebbles bit by bit without disturbing the nearby boulders, slowly widening the path to just enough for one person to pass through. Chapter 85 unlocks the fusion function. Boom. As the area widened upwards to a certain extent, the surrounding boulders became unstable and began to shake. Walk! Xinyu suddenly let out a low shout, and then used all his strength to violently blast open a huge hole in the top. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Qianya and Xinyu immediately rushed upwards at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The surroundings had already begun to collapse. Without the slightest hesitation, Xinyu went up above and threw another punch. Buzz! This punch finally brought in the long-awaited sunlight. Swish! Swish! Without hesitation, the two rushed out of the massive pile of rocks before a large number of boulders collapsed. This is... After rushing out, Xinyu was also a little dumbfounded. The entire massive cave had indeed collapsed, but the collapse was most severe near the cave entrance, in the direction they were from, reaching a depth of more than 10 meters. Conversely, inside the cave, the collapse was at most only 3 or 4 meters. In other words, Xinyu himself walked into a dead end. Yu Qianya followed closely behind him, slightly out of breath. The corpse of the frost giant ape? Speechless as he was, he quickly scanned his surroundings. The enormous corpse of the frost giant ape lay among them, its body riddled with wounds, but clearly not entirely caused by the collapse. Cough cough. Senior sister. However, just as Xinyu was searching for the other people, a cough caught their attention. The two looked down and discovered a human head buried in a pile of stones not far away. Its face was completely covered in dust. If you didn't look closely, you might mistake it for a round stone. And those voices were none other than those of the guards who had betrayed Yu Qianya earlier. You. Upon seeing this, Yu Qianya's anger flared instantly. Wait a moment. She raised her hand, intending to kill the guy to vent her anger, but Xinyu stopped her in time. Where is Wang Xiaoheng? What exactly happened here after the cave collapsed? Xinyu walked to that spot, squatted down, looked at the severed head, and spoke calmly. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and immediately activated his spiritual eye to investigate. Good heavens, there are actually 3 people underneath this guy. However, one of them was particularly badly injured, with his chest caved in and he was barely breathing. It seemed he was going to die. The other 3 also suffered broken limbs and internal organ damage, clinging to life only by their Grand Martial Master cultivation. Wang Xiaoheng didn't die when the mountain collapsed. He seemed to have used some kind of life-saving talisman to create a protective barrier later. He took advantage of the chaos to kill the heavily injured frost giant ape and then took a nearly mature ice crystal snow lotus from behind the giant ape's nest. Then, someone else came, and he ran away. The guard dared not hide anything and could only speak in a weak and intermittent voice to give his account. Ice crystal snow lotus? Xinyu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. That thing is a rare elixir, and its value is quite high, reaching millions. However, it is obvious that this thing could not possibly be a relic possessed by that sixth-order alien race. This means that this is not the place where the sixth-order alien race perished. In that case, it's alright. Damn it! Yuchenya trembled with anger. She never expected that after their hard search, which almost resulted in their complete annihilation, Wang Xiaohan would get away with it. Help me. Senior sister. After the guard finished speaking, he immediately looked at Yuchenya with a very pitiful expression. Yuchenya glanced at the dying traitor on the ground, and his eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent. Save you? You think you're worthy? In response, Yuchenya snorted coldly, mustered his last breath, raised his foot, and with his remaining strength, stomped hard on the guard's chest. Debt transfer. Taking this opportunity, Xinyu quickly adjusted the control panel. Debtor, Zhang Biao. Debt owed, favors 4. Items possessed, massive amount of spiritual energy recoverable, E-grade martial arts talent bone armor recoverable. Given the debtor's breach of trust, the host can initiate compulsory collection. In an instant, he casually transferred all the debts of the 5 people onto one person. Recover it. Although there are losses in transferring debts, and the favors involved this time are not particularly heavy, it is more than enough to recover just one E-level martial arts talent. Click. In a brief moment, the already dying guard was killed instantly. The remaining 3 were buried underneath, and although Yuchenya didn't find them, they were doomed. Ding. Host has been detected to possess 3 martial arts talents of the same level. Fusion function now activated. Fusion function, for recovered items, 3 lower-level items can be fused into 1 higher-level item, including but not limited to martial arts talents, elixirs, martial arts techniques, etc. Note, during fusion, you can specify one of the 3 items to be fused, so that the fused item will have the same common characteristics. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out, startling Xinyu. Fusion? After regaining his senses, Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This feature is incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Although quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes to some extent. But you should know that when it comes to martial arts talent, a level is the dividing line. Perhaps if there are enough of them, they could indeed barely rival a level martial arts talent. However, S rank, which is above a rank, is an absolutely inaccessible threshold. Since Xinyu didn't learn much about S-level knowledge from textbooks, he didn't know much about it either. But there is one sentence that is enough to describe S-level martial arts talent. A single word can become the law of the world. A single thought can move the very foundations of mountains and rivers. That's right, that's how S-level talents are described in textbooks. Just one sentence is enough to explain everything. In reality, you'll hardly ever see even a trace of an S-class character. At most, one might hear that a near S-level expert might appear in a certain country, but that's limited to the near S-level. The question of whether a true S-class was truly available remained unanswered in Xinyu's mind. And now, he actually has the ability to address this question mark. How could he not be excited? What's wrong with you? Yuchenya looked over curiously, not understanding what Xinyu was so shocked about. Oh, it's nothing, I just suddenly remembered some things. Xinyu snapped out of his daze, calmed himself down a bit, and gave Yuchenya a simple reply. This immediately made her pout again. Alright, since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Goodbye. Now that Wang Xiaohang has taken the treasures from the cave, there's no need for him to stay any longer. Can I come with you? However, just as he was about to leave, Yuchenya suddenly spoke up. Follow me? You've seen it yourself, I have a lot of enemies. You'll only die faster if you follow me. Xinyu turned his head and looked at her helplessly. Yuchenya originally wanted to use the excuse of safety to stay with Xinyu, but she didn't expect Xinyu to anticipate her move and shut her down. Chapter 86 Mirror Flower Eyes. Xinyu was too lazy to argue with her anymore. He turned around, chose a direction, and started walking. Now his goal is clear: first, to study the new fusion function of the system, and then to find Wang Xiaohang and capture him alive. Previously in the cave, Xinyu had also reached his limit, so the only option was to kill him to prevent future troubles. Although it didn't succeed, it was fortunate that it didn't. Now that his strength has improved, dealing with Wang Xiaohang will certainly not be so difficult anymore. If Wang Xiaohang is caught, then we can also interrogate him about Wang Haoding's situation. Seeing that he didn't answer and just left on his own, Yuchenya stomped her foot in anger. But looking at the desolate ice field around him and the potential dangers, he gritted his teeth and followed. What exactly do you want? Shin Yu naturally noticed the little tail behind him. He stopped and turned around, somewhat speechless. Humph. Do you own this ice and snow forest? The road is so wide, I can go wherever I want, what's it to you? Yu Qianya immediately stopped, raised his chin, and tried to look arrogant, but his eyes were somewhat unfocused. This unreasonable argument left Shin Yu speechless. He shook his head, ignored it, and continued walking, only secretly quickening his pace. However, although Yu Qianya recovered somewhat after taking the pills, her pills were not as good as Shin Yu's, so her injuries were not fully healed. After a long trek, they were exhausted, panting and drenched in sweat, but they stubbornly refused to ask for help or give up. Seeing how persistent she was, Shin Yu had no choice but to let her be. As he traveled, he focused his mind on the system. He now has 3 E-level martial arts talents, Shen Yu Hand, Spirit Eye, and the newly acquired Bone Armor. The existence of the mysterious Jade Hand allows me to use my arms as weapons, with strength comparable to a spiritual weapon. The perception ability of the Spiritual Eye is also extremely important in actual combat. As for the Bone Armor, it doesn't seem to be that important. He was now conflicted after the fusion, the 3 martial arts talents would definitely disappear. Fortunately, the system said that one of the characteristics can be chosen as the dominant characteristic for fusion, so the new martial arts talent can at least retain one useful effect. Therefore, his dilemma lies in whether to prioritize the Jade Hand or the Spirit Eye. If I have enough martial arts talent, I might one day be able to improve my physical body to a sufficiently strong level, but the ability of the Spirit Eye is something that is truly hard to come by. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shin Yu quickly made his decision. To put it simply, the Jade Hand is essentially a way to indirectly increase the strength of the arms, similar to a mini version of the blood boiling technique that enhances the entire body. This might be useful for him now, but in the long run, it might not be useful indefinitely. System: fuse 3 E-level martial arts talents, specifying the Spirit Eye as the dominant characteristic for fusion. After careful consideration, Shin Yu immediately issued the order without hesitation. Ding! Command received. Initiating fusion of E-grade talent Bone Armor, Spirit Eye, and Mystic Jade Hand. The designated dominant trait for fusion is Insight, Enhanced Vision, Strengthened Mental Power. Integration in progress. Buzz. The moment the command was given, Shin Yu felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer. The violent mental shock made his vision go black and his body sway. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable tearing pain came from my eyes, as if my eyeballs were about to be forcibly stretched and reassembled. Ugh! He groaned and had to stop, covering his eyes with his hands, with a faint trace of blood seeping through his fingers. Hey! What's wrong with you? Yu Qianye, who was following behind, was startled when she saw this. Forgetting her previous pride and stubbornness, she hurriedly ran forward and looked at Shin Yu anxiously. Shin Yu had no time to spare at the moment, focusing all his energy on enduring the pain brought about by the fusion. He could sense that the primal power of the 3 talents was being forcibly extracted and scattered, and then, guided by the characteristics of the Spiritual Eye, being recombined and sublimated in a mysterious way. This process lasted for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before the excruciating pain gradually subsided like a receding tide. Ding! Fusion a great success. Critical hit triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a C-rank talent, Mirror Flower Eyes. The moment the system notification sounded, a refreshing sensation, like that of Tiger Balm, swept across his eyes and even his entire consciousness. He could clearly feel that if his previous mental energy was like a stream, then his mental energy was now a real river. Shin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and a faintly swirling spider lily appeared in his pupils. Mirror Flower Pupil. The moon in the water, the flower in the mirror, reality and illusion are intertwined, illusion arises from the mind. What a wonderful mirror flower pupil! For a moment, Shin Yu was both shocked and excited. Unexpectedly, the first fusion resulted in a critical hit. What should have been a D-level martial arts talent has actually become a C-level. Pure bloods have made a profit this time. However, Shin Yu didn't notice that the moment he opened his eyes, his gaze met that of the extremely anxious Yu Qianya. Her heart skipped a beat for no reason, and before she could react, she felt a slight dizziness. The next moment, the scene before her eyes suddenly changed. The surroundings were no longer a world of ice and snow, but rather a wedding room. She lay on the bed like a bride, dressed in an alluring, almost completely transparent red veil. At that moment, a familiar figure came to the bedside and climbed onto the bed without saying a word. Ah! Meanwhile, in reality, Yuqianya couldn't help but let out a short and charming gasp. Then she couldn't help but roll her eyes, her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Xinyu was startled back to his senses by the exclamation. He looked down at his wet trouser legs and was immediately shocked. It seems like it was raining just now, right? After all, in the ice and snow forest, besides the continuous heavy snow, it also rains occasionally, which is normal. At this moment, Yuqianya came to his senses and looked around at the still cold snowfield. In an instant, she realized what had just happened, and her entire pretty face turned red, the blush spreading to her ears and neck. I was just scared. She was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. The exclamation she had just heard made her so embarrassed that she wanted to dig her toes into the ground. So that's how it is? However, Xinyu only glanced at her and didn't think much about it. Instead, he gained a better understanding of the effects of the mirror flower pupil. I learned from textbooks that Hitomi Kyoka's greatest ability is to create illusions to distract the enemy's mind. It now appears that he cannot control this illusion, rather, it changes according to the changes in the person being hit. But this is also good. Targeted treatment will yield better results. After all, Xinyu couldn't possibly know everyone's weaknesses clearly. It would be very troublesome to create the illusion yourself. Take this pill, and then we'll hurry up. Xinyu casually took out a dragon blood regeneration pill and handed it to Yuqianya. He was relatively weak when he fused with his martial arts talent, and Yuqianya didn't attack him under those circumstances, which shows that he is trustworthy. In that case, having one more companion for the rest of the journey wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 87 Safe Zone, Zhou and Wang families gather. Thanks. Yuqianya accepted it with some delight, but her expression was still slightly embarrassed because of what had just happened. After taking the dragon blood regeneration pill, Yuqianya's pale face immediately regained its color at a visible speed, and his internal injuries healed rapidly. Go once you've recovered. Xinyu simply nodded. With their strength fully restored, the two increased their speed dramatically, speeding across the vast snowfield. About half a day later, a narrow valley entrance appeared ahead, flanked by steep icebergs on both sides. At the entrance, simple man-made fortifications and patrolling figures could be vaguely seen. This is a safe zone? Upon seeing these facilities, Xinyu was slightly taken aback. He suddenly remembered that he had learned before that there are safe zones in some lower-level subspaces. As the name suggests, this is a place jointly created by human martial artists for people entering the subspace to rest, recuperate, or trade resources and intelligence. After all, some subspaces are indeed very large, covering tens of millions of square kilometers. Even some powerful martial artists would need some time to traverse them. Not to mention martial arts masters and grand martial arts masters who are at a lower level. Therefore, such safe zones were created out of necessity. It's worth noting that safe zones only exist in lower-level warps and higher-level warps, the walls are only visible at the warp entrance. Because the alien races in the advanced subspace are not like these beasts, they are beings with civilizations similar to humankind. That is, a highly intelligent race. Setting up a safe zone is tantamount to courting death. This was also the first time Xinyu had ever seen what the safe zone looked like. This is the safe zone of the Ice and Snow Forest, Icewind Valley Camp. Seeing that Xinyu seemed a bit naive, Yuqianya began to explain things to him. The camp was much more lively than I had imagined, with all sorts of tents and simple stone houses set up, and people coming and going, creating a mixed atmosphere. There are lone travelers as well as groups of martial artists. However, they hadn't gone far when they immediately felt several malicious gazes directed at them. Wang Xiaoheng. Xinyu immediately looked up in one direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. As he expected, there weren't many people in this subspace who harbored obvious hostility towards him. One of the two groups of gazes was led by Wang Xiaoheng, who was surrounded by several members of the Wang family. Xinyu. You little bastard, you're still alive? At this moment, Wang Xiaoheng had fully recovered, and his aura was much stronger than when he was seen in the cave. You've got the path to heaven but not the gate to hell. You managed to escape in the cave, but today I'll see who can save you. His eyes, when he looked at Xinyu, were filled with deep-seated hatred and resentment. Several Wang family warriors beside him immediately stepped forward, exuding the aura of high-level grand martial masters, subtly surrounding Xinyu and Yuqianya. The surrounding martial artists all stepped back, revealing expressions of anticipation, none of them willing to get involved in this feud between powerful families. Ha ha ha. Xinyu, you really are a rat crossing the street. On the other side, a loud laugh rang out at the same time. Xinyu glanced to the side and saw another group of people who had also cast the same ill-intentioned glances earlier. This group was about the same size as the Wang family, and it was also led by a young man who looked extraordinary. The Zhou family? Xinyu tilted his head and immediately guessed the other party's identity. After all, he could count his enemies on his fingers. Yu Qianya, standing behind him, immediately turned pale and subconsciously took a step closer to Xinyu. Although she was afraid, she did not back down. Good to know. Remember, your grandpa's name is Zhou Mingrui. When you go to hell, mention my name, and maybe you'll be reborn into a better family. The young man sneered and slowly spoke to Xinyu with utter disdain. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst forth from his body, revealing that he had reached the 9th level of the great martial master, and at its peak. Forget it, I'll just tell Yama that I was reborn as an animal after I mentioned your name. Faced with the threat of being attacked from both sides, Xinyu simply crossed his arms and spoke dismissively. You bastard, you're asking for it. Zhou Mingrui naturally sensed the sarcasm in Xinyu's words, and his eyes immediately turned cold. And you, someone like you dares to let me escape? You know perfectly well who's begging for mercy. But it seems the lesson I taught you last time wasn't profound enough. Fine, saves me the trouble of going looking for you again. Ignoring Zhou Mingrui, Xinyu calmly turned to Wang Xiaohong and spoke softly. Arrogant. Take him down. Dead or alive. Wang Xiaohong was thoroughly enraged by these words and immediately gave orders to the Wang family members beside him without any regard for the consequences. At the same time, the aura of a peak 9th level Grand Martial Master also erupted from his body. It seems he must have eaten the ice crystal Snow Lotus to have such a change in strength. Xinyu. I knew you'd come here to join the fun. However, just as the Wang family warriors were about to swarm forward, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man exuding a wild and unrestrained aura striding towards them. The powerful aura emanating from his body had clearly reached the 8th level of a Grand Martial Master. Xianyuan Jing? Upon seeing this person, Xinyu's pupils instantly contracted. Indeed, this person is none other than Xianyuan Jing, with whom he had a previous acquaintance during the assessment. Xinyu was deeply shocked at this moment. He also felt that his breakthrough speed was already incredibly fast, thanks to his heavy drug use, relentless pursuit of drugs, and the system at his disposal. But to everyone's surprise, Xianyuan Jing was even more extraordinary. It had only been a short time since they last met, and he had already reached the 8th level of the Great Martial Master. Previously, they were only 1 level apart, but now they are 3 levels apart. You've been running off fast since the freshman assessment. I came straight to this godforsaken place to train after my assessment, and I never expected to actually run into you. Just as Xinyu was in shock, Xianyuan Jing ignored the tense atmosphere, walked over to Xinyu, and patted him on the shoulder. Long time no see. Xinyu's eye twitched slightly, and he suppressed his shock, responding with a single sentence. What, you've already run into trouble as soon as you arrived? The Wang family? The Zhou family? Ha, just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Want me to clear the place for you, brother? Then Xianyuan Jing turned his gaze to the Zhou and Wang families standing to the side and let out a sneer without any attempt to hide it. You! In an instant, the faces of the Wang and Zhou families turned extremely ugly, especially Wang Xiaohong, who was trembling with anger but dared not lash out easily. Although the Xianyuan family, the Wang family, and the Zhou family are all considered martial arts families. However, there are differences between powerful families, especially since Xianyuan Jing himself is quite strong, which made them all hesitant to continue their attack. Boom! Before everyone could continue speaking, a dazzling golden beam of light shot into the sky from the core area of the ice and snow forest without warning. The beam of light pierced the sky, and even from a great distance, one could feel the powerful aura contained within it. This must be the birth of a priceless treasure. Quickly! Get to the core area. The entire camp erupted in excitement. Chapter 88 Breaking the Stone Gate. The extraordinary phenomenon of golden light shooting into the sky instantly attracted everyone's attention. Compared to the possible existence of sixth-order alien relics, the personal grudges at hand suddenly seemed insignificant. I'll spare your life for now, I'll deal with you later. Wang Xiaohong glared fiercely at Xinyu, then led the Wang family members to speed off towards the golden light. Xinyu, you're lucky. Once we've seized the treasure, we'll take your dog's life. Zhou Mingrui also made a harsh statement and led his family members to follow closely behind. In an instant, almost all the warriors in the Icewind Valley camp turned red-eyed and rushed frantically toward the place where the golden light burst forth. The once bustling camp instantly became much emptier, leaving only a few martial artists who knew their own capabilities and had no interest in it. Let's go too. Instantly, a fighting spirit ignited in Xian Yuanjing's eyes. Who among those who have come to the ice and snow forest during this period isn't here for this thing? An artifact comparable to that of a martial lord from another race would be tempting even to another martial lord. Stay close. Xin Yu nodded and glanced at Yu Qianye beside him. Yu Qianye nodded gently, even a little shy because of Qin Yu's special instructions. Without further delay, the three of them moved and merged into the vast crowd, heading towards the core area of the ice and snow forest. The golden light may seem close, but it's a long and arduous journey. After running at full speed for nearly an hour, traversing countless treacherous icy cliffs and snowy valleys, the three finally arrived at their destination. Before us lies a vast, newly collapsed ice basin, in the center of which stands a colossal stone gate, tens of meters high. The stone gate is ancient and weathered, and its entire body is black, so it looks like it is made of stone. The stone gate was engraved with many strange and mysterious runes. You can see that the golden light is emitted by these runes. The warriors from the Wang family, the Zhou family, and other major forces who arrived earlier had already surrounded the stone gate. Boom! Bang! Crack! Many people are trying various methods to attack the stone gate, hacking and slashing with knives and swords, punching and kicking. However, all the attacks that landed on the stone gate were like mud oxen sinking into the sea, leaving not even a trace. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? How can it be so hard? Let's attack together. I refuse to believe we can't break it. It's no use. I just tried it, and this stone door seems to be able to absorb attacks. The crowd was in an uproar, extremely anxious, seeing their chance right behind the door, yet unable to get in. Wang Xiaohong and Zhou Mingrui also led their clansmen to try several times, but they all returned empty-handed, their faces grim and gloomy. Wait a minute, let me take a look first. Just as Xian Yuanjing was about to step forward, Qin Yu stopped him. The strength of the three of them was clearly no match for such a large group of people. So many people couldn't break it open, so there's no point in them going up there. Perhaps we should see if there are other ways to open it. Buzz. He then activated his mirror flower eyes and stared directly at the stone gate. This is a formation? Soon, under Qin Yujing's meticulous observation, he actually made a discovery. The reason this stone gate was impenetrable was precisely because those mysterious runes formed an array using spiritual power. It was the existence of this formation that absorbed the attacks of the vast majority of them, making the stone gate indestructible. If Qin Yu hadn't possessed exceptional mental strength, he would never have been able to see the existence of this formation. In that case, perhaps breaking this formation will open the stone gate. Qin Yu understood and immediately began to observe even more meticulously. Although he had not studied formations in depth, he had received a rough explanation in high school. Most formations can be eliminated simply by breaking the formation's core. Cover me, I'll try to open it. He quietly stepped back, keeping a distance from the crowd, and then gave instructions to the two men. Okay, leave it to me. Although Xian Yuanjing did not know what Qin Yu was going to do, he could still feel a powerful spiritual force emanating from Qin Yu that was terrifying. So he patted his chest, immediately took out a long spear, and stood beside him. Yu Qianye also came to the other side and stood still, looking around with complete focus at any potential dangers. Call. After taking a deep breath, Qin Yu began to concentrate fully on his observation. This formation is too complex, and Qin Yu's understanding of formations is also very limited. Therefore, he could only find the key to the formation by completely opening his mind and observing. That's why they needed the cover of Xian Yuanjing and the other person. This process was extremely mentally taxing, and since mental strength was not his forte, fine beads of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. Found it. Fortunately, perseverance pays off, and Qin Yu finally succeeded in finding the deeply hidden array a few minutes later. Break! Qin Yu gave a low shout in his heart, condensing a pure spiritual force into an invisible sharp needle, which he then thrust fiercely towards the core of the formation. Click! In an instant, without any unexpected events, the core of the formation shattered. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, the runes dimmed, and the massive stone door trembled violently, slowly pushing open. Oh! I drove it? Wang Xiaohong, who had just unleashed his sword strike, was also slightly taken aback, looking at his own sword strike with some confusion. Why did it suddenly open after I'd been cutting for so long without success? It's open? Who opened it? Who cares who opened it? Let's get inside. The crowd erupted in chaos after a brief moment of astonishment. A frenzied greed took hold. The Wang and Zhou families, who were closest, reacted the fastest and rushed in with great joy. Some people don't contribute a single bit, they just stand by like dogs, hoping to reap the benefits. They are truly shameless. But before rushing in, Wang Xiaohong didn't forget to turn back and cast a mocking and smug look in the direction where Qin Yu and the others were, and then spoke loudly and sarcastically. Zhou Mingrui also sneered and led his men to rush in after him. Seeing this, other forces and independent martial artists also rushed towards the crack in the stone gate like a flood breaking through a dam, fearing that if they were a step too slow, all the treasures would be snatched away. Qin Yu's expression turned strange, and then an uncontrollable smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Debtor, Wang Xiaohong. Debt owed, favor 1. Items possessed, massive amount of spiritual energy recoverable, B-grade martial arts talent Azura sword intent non-recoverable. Given the debtor's ingratitude and appalling attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. Debtor, Zhou Mingrui. Debt owed, favor 1. Items possessed, massive amount of spiritual energy recoverable, B-grade martial arts talent Shu Romarm non-recoverable. The debtor has good credit and cannot be pursued for payment. The moment each of them stepped into the door, a barrage of system notifications popped up. Chapter 89 Sixth Order Corps, Heavenly Grade Gauntlets. This. Qin Yu was so angry he almost laughed. Even the system clearly shows that he opened the stone gate with his mental power, so in a way, he helped everyone. Therefore, everyone who entered was remembered as having done a favor. Unexpectedly, if they hadn't been howling, nothing would have happened, but Wang Xiaohuan had to bark like a dog. Now he can forcibly recover the money. Sometimes, some people are just rushing to deliver. However, Qin Yu also discovered that forced collection must be based on the confirmation of the debt relationship. Take Zhou Mingrui, for example. He had caused trouble for Qin Yu in the safe zone before, but his credit score was still good. This means that one must first incur debt before attempting to recover it through malicious means. Go to hell. Xian Yuanjing was almost driven to a rage by Wang Xiaohong's sarcastic remark. Forget it, let's ignore him. Opportunities aren't something that just happen to whoever runs the fastest. We can deal with him later. Qin Yu shook his head and stopped him. Since there's such a formation even at the entrance, he doesn't believe there aren't any traps or anything like that inside. Let's go in slowly and let them scout ahead first. The three exchanged a glance, nodded, and then rushed inside. Unexpectedly, the scene behind the stone gate was completely different from that of the ice and snow forest. This was a huge underground cavern, with dry and warm air, which for a moment even gave Qin Yu the feeling of being in a volcano. What appeared before the three of them were several huge and deep passages. There are also many caves of varying sizes scattered along both sides of the passage. As soon as you enter, you are greeted by a cacophony of sounds of fighting, screams, and cries of pain. Those who had entered earlier had already dispersed, frantically searching for opportunities in the various caves. Qin Yu and his two companions did not rush to go deeper, but instead observed as they walked. They saw several martial artists fighting fiercely over a bottle of pills sealed in ice crystals in a nearby cave, and soon someone was bleeding on the spot. At the entrance of another cave, several charred corpses lay on the ground, clearly killed instantly by some powerful restriction or trap. This should only be the outer area. There are indeed some things in these small caves, but not many. Seeing some people die and others obtain opportunities, Xian Yuanjing's expression did not change much. I guess this is where that 6th-tier alien race lives. Qin Yu nodded. Although a long time has passed, traces of life can still be faintly seen here. Those opportunities, for example, were clearly designed to trap and kill outsiders. Some caves offer opportunities, while others contain traps, which can tempt greedy people to disregard the consequences. While these things have value, they are not enough to make him risk staying. The real core should be at the very back. Let's go straight there. At this moment, Qin Yu activated the mirror flower eye once again. With the help of his exceptional insight from his mirror flower eyes, Qin Yu quickly discovered several dead ends and a passage that extended deep into the interior. Okay. Yu Qianye and Xian Yuanjing both agreed. The three avoided the crowds fighting over petty gains and moved quickly along the main passage. Along the way, they witnessed even more greed and death. TSK, what a pity. Halfway there, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he owed favors to everyone who came in. If they died, he wouldn't be able to collect the debts or even transfer them. So as he walked, he hurriedly transferred all the debts of the surviving people to Zhou Mingrui and Wang Xiaoheng. Although Zhou Mingrui cannot be recovered now, the two sides already had conflicts, and it was only a matter of time before they erupted. Half for each person, so that everyone can benefit equally. Debtor, Wang Xiaoheng. Debt owed, favors 91. Items possessed, massive amount of spiritual energy recoverable, B-grade martial arts talent Azura sword intent recoverable. Given the debtor's ingratitude and appalling attitude, the host may initiate forced collection. Debtor, Zhou Mingrui. Debt owed, favors 91. Items possessed, massive amount of spiritual energy recoverable, B-grade martial arts talent Zhu Romarm recoverable. The debtor has good credit and cannot be pursued for payment. And this time, because all the favors came from cultivators, the weakening was minimal. Unlike the previous college entrance examination, when he transferred the results to Lin Hao and others, less than 1 in 10 survived. 2B level. Looking at the two martial arts talents on the system panel, Xinyu couldn't help but lick his lips with a little excitement. Once he gets his hands on these two things, he can immediately combine them into an A-level martial arts talent. At that time, he will truly be considered a genius who has stepped into the pinnacle of Chinese civilization. Whoosh! As the three of them ventured deeper into the passage became wider and they encountered fewer and fewer people. Finally, after passing through a huge archway that resembled a natural gateway, the view suddenly opened up before us. This is an unimaginably vast underground space, as if it had hollowed out the entire mountainside. In the center of the space lay a massive, suffocating skeleton. The skeleton was dark golden color, and even after countless years, it still exuded a chilling aura. Its shape resembles both a lion and a dragon, with a single horn on its head and wing-like bones on its back. Although only the skeleton remains, its enormous size and lingering aura are still terrifying. That's it. When Xinyu saw this thing, his breathing became rapid. But the next moment, his gaze was drawn to something. In the most solid part of the skeleton, the chest cavity, where the heart was originally located, a pair of boxing gloves were floating. The gauntlets were also dark gold in color, with an ancient and domineering design. The surface of the gauntlets was covered with fiery flame patterns, making one feel extremely hot just by looking at them. Even from a great distance, Xinyu could sense the immense power and indescribable spirituality contained within it. It's a magical artifact, the legendary treasure carried by the alien race. Yu Qianya's beautiful eyes widened instantly, shocked by the aura emanating from the gauntlets. Although Xian Yuanjing's reaction was not significant, he was also drawn to the boxing gloves. This strength, could it be a heavenly grade? Upon seeing this thing, Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. These gauntlets definitely surpass the earth grade, they are very likely the legendary heaven grade spiritual artifacts. Furthermore, this fire attribute is clearly extremely compatible with his blazing sun battle body. Oh? So the cheapskate has finally sneaked in? Too bad, this isn't like those garbage dumps outside. The real treasures are only for those with real strength. However, dozens of people had already gathered around the skeleton, including top geniuses from various factions, led by Wang Xiaoheng and Zhou Mingrui. They had clearly just arrived and were standing guard around the skeleton and the boxing gloves, neither daring to make the first move for fear of becoming the target of everyone's attacks. Brother Wang, why don't we join forces, eliminate these scoundrels first, and then discuss the ownership of the gauntlets? What do you say? At this moment, Zhou Mingrui also took the lead in making a suggestion, looking at Wang Xiaoheng with a smile. Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 90, Fighting the Two Heroes Alone. Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I was thinking. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoheng immediately let out a sinister grin, exchanged a glance with Zhou Mingrui, and instantly reached a tacit understanding. Seeing this, the geniuses or lone wolves from other factions all retreated, clearing a vast battlefield. On the one hand, they watch the show, on the other hand, they sit back and observe the tigers fight, hoping to reap the benefits in the end. Leave the Zhou family brats to me. Xinyu, you're capable of handling those from the Wang family, right? Seeing that he had to deal with so many people, Xian Yuanjing was not intimidated at all. He immediately stepped forward, and the aura of his 100 refined divine bone burst forth, his fighting spirit soaring. No need for all that trouble. Leave Zhou Mingrui and Wang Xiaoheng to me. You just need to take care of the other small fry. Unexpectedly, Xinyu slowly stepped forward, his gaze calmly sweeping over Wang Xiaoheng and Zhou Mingrui, and he beckoned to the two of them with a disdainful gesture. Wow! Arrogant! Is he insane? A 5th level Grand Martial Master trying to challenge 2 peak 9th level Grand Martial Masters at the same time? That's practically suicide. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Wang Xiaohong and Zhou Mingrui were both stunned at first, then they laughed in anger. Qinyu, you really don't know your own limitations. Wang Xiaohong gritted his teeth, staring at Qinyu with murderous intent. Since you're tired of living, then we'll grant your wish. Brother Wang, let's finish this quickly. Zhou Mingrui's eyes were equally sinister, his murderous intent undisguised. They already had a grudge against Qinyu, so they all wanted to kill him. At this point, they stopped discussing who should go first or about martial ethics. Since Qinyu wants to fight, then they will kill. Kill. Without further hesitation, the two unleashed their spiritual power without reservation. Wang Xiaohong's Azura sword intent transformed into a blood-red raging tide. Zhou Mingrui's arms instantly turned fiery red, swelled up, and emitted a scorching heat. Shu Rong arm, this martial arts talent is roughly an advanced version of Xianyu hand, except that it also has the added fire attribute trait. It's somewhat like a fusion of the little blazing sun body and the mysterious jade hand. Swish. Swish. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, unleashed two incredibly powerful attacks on Qinyu. Good timing. Qinyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Blazing Sun Battle Body. Ultimate Boiling Blood. One pill enters the mouth and immediately activates the limit boiling blood. Facing two Grand Martial Masters at the peak of the 9th rank with B-level martial arts talent, he dared not be careless at all. At the same time, Kyoka Hitomi was operating at full power, capturing every single attack trajectory of the two with crystal clarity. Boom! Boom! 9 strikes to burn the heavens. Burn the seas. The battle instantly intensified, with Qinyu unleashing a barrage of punches while simultaneously countering the sharp, blood-red sword energy and the ferocious fiery fists. However, the difference in their levels of understanding is still enormous. If it were a one-on-one situation, there wouldn't be much to say, but since it's a two-on-one situation, the difficulty is no less than two kings teaming up against a diamond. If it were just one opponent, they might be able to turn the tables through some tricks, but if it were two, even a typical 5th-level Grand Martial Master would be sleeping soundly and breathing evenly by now. Well, even without breathing, it's still considered even breathing. Boom! Boom! Ha ha! Useless trash! Where did your arrogance go? You dare to spout such nonsense with such meager skills? Kneel down! Wang Xiaohong and Zhou Mingrui fought with increasing ferocity, their attacks like a raging storm. Seeing Qinyu being suppressed and forced to retreat, the two of them immediately started to show their true colors, mocking and insulting him in various ways. TSK. Shen Yuanjing frowned as he watched, but he was surrounded by other members of the Wang and Zhou families, as well as some rogue cultivators who wanted to curry favor with the two families, and was unable to break free to help them for the time being. There were also a few weaklings in front of Yu Qianya, but since their cultivation levels were not high, they could barely hold their own. Arrogant? Well, let me show you. But at that moment, Qinyu suddenly looked up, a smug smile curving his lips. He had been waiting for an opportunity, a moment when the two men were most relaxed due to their overwhelming advantage. Mirror flower eyes. Instantly, Qinyu's gaze locked onto Zhou Mingrui, and then an extremely powerful mental shock slammed into Zhou Mingrui. You. The speed of a mental attack is far beyond what an average person can react to. As soon as Zhou Mingrui opened his mouth, he was pulled into the illusion, and his body froze in reality. Not only did the attacks dissipate, but all defenses were also automatically deactivated. 9 strikes to burn the heavens wildfire. Qinyu's eyes hardened, a cruel look appeared on his face, and he threw a punch hard at Zhou Mingrui. Recover it. In that instant, he directly initiated a forced recovery of funds from Zhou Mingrui. Ding! The designated martial arts talent B-level Zhu Rongarm has been forcibly retrieved. Ding! A massive amount of spiritual energy has been ordered to be seized. Seizure has been initiated. With so many favors, not only was Zhu Rong's arm recovered, but a large portion of the spiritual energy was also recovered. In an instant, his aura surged to its peak once again, and even became stronger. Put! Immediately afterward, the same moment Zhou Mingrui regained his senses, a punch pierced his chest with terrifying force, right before his eyes. Thump! Without a doubt, he moved his head in disbelief and stiffness, looking down at the blow that had shattered his entire chest cavity. In the end, he could only helplessly fall heavily to the ground. What? Everyone else was stunned by this lightning-fast reversal. Zhou Mingrui, who had been in a dominant position just moments before, was instantly killed by Qin Yu in one move? How is this possible? For a moment, Wang Xiaohong felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Yu was able to kill Zhou Mingrui in one strike, which means he could kill him in one strike as well. Wang Xiaohong, it's your turn. Qin Yu ignored all of that and instead flexed his wrists, slowly looking at Wang Xiaohong. If someone were to observe closely, they would notice that Qin Yu's arms looked somewhat different at this moment. However, under the protection of the solar field, this subtle change is very difficult to detect. No! You can't kill me! I am the pride of the Wang family. Wang Xiaohong panicked completely. His face contorted with rage, and he immediately decided to take a desperate gamble. Boom! In an instant, a surge of powerful spiritual energy exploded, and Wang Xiaohong's aura began to rise steadily, breaking through the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Great Martial Master in the blink of an eye. This is a half-step military general. Ha ha! Qin Yu, even if you have extraordinary abilities, you will never be my match today. Feeling the immense power within him, Wang Xiaohong felt as if the sun had come out and the rain had stopped, and he suddenly felt capable again. Is this an ice crystal snow lotus? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately realized why this guy had broken through. It's likely that he ate the ice crystal snow lotus beforehand, which suppressed his cultivation level. He originally intended to break through to the martial general level in one fell swoop, but Qin Yu forced him into a corner, so he rushed to break through and became a half-step martial general. In that case, his future achievements will be affected to some extent. Go to hell! Without wasting words, Wang Xiaohong immediately gathered an attack that distorted the air and charged towards Qin Yu. Azura sword intense soul-shattering. Chapter 91. The skeleton came back to life? The difference between a Grand Martial Master and a Martial General, representing a higher realm, is far greater than the difference between smaller ranks. Furthermore, the higher you go, the greater the gap in these levels becomes. Even a half-step Martial General would be able to completely overwhelm Qin Yu in his current state. TSK. Troublesome. Feeling the terrifying pressure and the strain from the repeated fluctuations of the Dragon Blood Regeneration Pill and the limit boiling blood, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. 9 strikes to burn the heavens? But he had no choice but to take action. He might not win in a head-on confrontation, but he still has the option of recovering the losses. And then there's Kyoka Hitomi. With just a moment's lapse in concentration, he can turn the tide just like before. Buzz. However, just as Qin Yu's body erupted with raging flames, the entire underground space suddenly began to shake violently. A chilling and terrifying aura, like an ancient beast awakening from its slumber, suddenly erupted from the massive 6th-order alien skeleton in the center of the arena. 2 eerie green flames of the soul suddenly ignited in the empty eye sockets of the skeleton. Roar! A tremendous roar shook the entire mountainside, causing rocks to fall continuously. Then, to everyone's horror, the dark golden skeleton actually moved. It slowly raised its enormous bone claws, and an aura of pressure far surpassing that of anyone present spread out, clearly reaching the 3rd tier. Although it is far from his 6th tier strength and life, the martial general level is still an overwhelming existence for a Grand Martial Master. Moreover, he had reached the 6th rank in life, and his remains were also at the 6th rank level. Even a half-step military general like Wang Xiaohong was no match for him. What's going on? The corpse is alive. It's the Shadow Order. They've sabotaged it. At this moment, everyone around panicked. At the same time, someone pointed to the back of the skeleton, where several black-robed figures were standing, their hands forming strange hand seals and chanting incantations. Did you find it? Too bad, it's too late. The man in black robes revealed a cruel smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Let all these geniuses become our nourishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the passage he had come from was suddenly blocked by a purple light barrier. Whoosh! Wang Xiaohong was the first to be hit. The soul-shattering sword light he unleashed was easily crushed by the bone claws raised by the skeleton, only causing a string of sparks to fly, without even leaving a white mark. Immediately afterwards, the enormous bone claw did not stop at all, and slammed down towards Wang Xiaohong. No! Wang Xiaohong's face instantly showed terror. He wanted to unleash another strike, but it was too late. Put! In an instant, he was crushed into a folded screen by the bone claws, and blood spurted out. Damn! We can still catch them while they're hot. At this moment, Qin Yu came to his senses and, seeing the dying Wang Xiaohong, quickly activated the system. Ding! The designated martial arts talent, rank B Azura sword intent, has been forcibly confiscated. Ding! A massive amount of spiritual energy has been ordered to be seized. Seizure has been initiated. Just before Wang Xiaohong breathed his last, thankfully his martial arts talent was recovered without serious injury. Put. The next moment, Wang Xiaohong was completely crushed into a blood mist, which was then absorbed by the skeleton. After absorbing the nutrients, the skeleton actually grew flesh and blood, and its aura became even more violent, clearly reaching the third level of a martial general or even higher. Run! Let me out! Help! Someone shouted, and the survivors were instantly terrified, frantically rushing back towards the passage they had come from. However, they were blocked by the purple barrier and could not break through it no matter what they did. Some people even tried to dig their way out, only to find that there was another purple barrier underneath. This is the shadow lurker's tactic. If there are others behind them, they can be breached from the outside. Fortunately, a clever person immediately recognized the nature of the purple barrier and shouted a warning. Don't even think about it. We've already wiped out everyone left behind, and this place is completely cut off from the outside world. No one will come to rescue you today. Behind them, the black-robed man from the Shadow Order immediately let out a cruel taunt. Roar! At the same time, the skeletal creature, with its massive frame, also charged forward. With each swing of its bone claws, a sharp aura of death roared forth, easily tearing those who try to escape to shreds. I'm hungry! Screams echoed everywhere, and the place instantly transformed into a hellish scene. With each death, the person's flesh and blood turned into blood mist, which was absorbed by the skeleton, and then flesh and blood grew back, and the aura became stronger and stronger. Xin Yu! Watch out! Suddenly, Shen Yuanjing shouted, activating his 100 refined divine bone to its limit, deflecting a wave of death energy that swept towards them. Bang! Even someone as strong as Shen Yuanjing was fiercely swept away by this attack, but fortunately, Xin Yu came to his aid in time. No, this can't go on. Protect me, I'll find a way. Xin Yu sensed the ever-growing strength of the skeleton, and his expression became completely solemn. In a short time, this thing's strength had clearly reached the high level of a martial general, and it was obviously beyond the ability of the martial artists present to handle. But this thing is not a living being. It is more likely that other forces are at play. Mental power, perhaps the mirror flower eyes can interfere with it. A bold idea arose in Xin Yu's mind. Roar! Seeing the skeletal giant claws rise again, their target clearly in the direction of the three of them, Xin Yu no longer hesitated. Mirror flower eyes. However, the moment his spiritual power came into contact with that soul fire, another change occurred. Buzz! Xin Yu felt a sudden dizziness and distortion in his head, and the scene before him began to change drastically. He felt as if he had been sucked into a time vortex, and countless fragmented and chaotic images flooded his mind like a tide. Boom! Boom! When his vision returned, Xin Yu found himself in a battlefield filled with the smoke of gunpowder. It looked as if some kind of horrific explosion had just occurred here, and everything around had been completely destroyed, leaving only a shattered landscape. Not far in sight, one could vaguely see an invincible middle-aged man fiercely fighting with a middle-aged man with a sinister face. Both of them were incredibly powerful, their every move capable of causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split, and even shattering space itself. Here it is. Xin Yu stared in shock at everything before him, but he found that no matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't move. The problem is that the scene in front of him is clearly shaking according to the perspective of the two people. Could this be the memory of a sixth-tier alien race? Soon, Xin Yu finally realized that there was a structure at the edge of his field of vision that was clearly not human. Therefore, what he saw was everything that the sixth-order alien race had ever seen. Wait a minute, that person is Father. Chapter 92 Fragmented Memories, The Secret of the Past. Damn it, why isn't it moving? Inside the underground space, the enormous skeleton suddenly stopped moving, and everyone froze instantly, not daring to breathe even a little longer. But the black-robed figures of the Shadow Order were dumbfounded when they saw this, and immediately panicked. Over there, his spiritual energy is surging into the skeleton. Stop him. Suddenly, a man in black robes pointed at Xin Yu, who was also motionless, and shouted loudly. Humph. If you want to touch him, I'll kill you first. It's my father. When Xin Yu's gaze returned to the distance, his pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't noticed the two earlier because they were too far apart, but in that instant, they suddenly moved closer to his line of sight, making it clear to Xin Yu. One of these two was none other than Xin Hu. Wang Haoding. You are betraying all of humanity. Xin Yu's mind trembled violently as he stared intently at the figure in his memory fighting fiercely with his father. There were two people, one of whom was his father, Xin Hu, and the environment was also exploded. The other person was Wang Haoding. Betray all of humanity? Xin Hu, you're too naive. You don't understand the true meaning of the Southern Heavenly Gate project at all. What do you think we're protecting? The ridiculous home of these ignorant ants? Wang Haoding blocked Xin Hu's fierce and unparalleled punch with a disdainful expression. Bullshit. The South Heavenly Gate is there to defend against foreign invasions and protect the territory of China. Xin Hu was enraged and his attacks became even more ferocious. And you, Wang Haoding, what are you doing now? You're covering the retreat of a sixth-tier alien race whose hands are stained with the blood of their own people. Is this the real meaning you speak of? He roared and kept questioning Wang Haoding. Resist? Protect? The old order is destined to be broken. The primordial flame is the future. The Geju, a concept encompassing the overall structure, environment, and social order of this planet, and even this starfield, needs to be reshuffled. We are simply going with the flow. Wang Haoding let out a piercing sneer, his figure flashing strangely as he dodged Xin Hu's fatal attack. The primordial flame? What is that? What exactly did you take from behind the door? Upon hearing these words, Xin Hu felt his heart skip a beat and his movements froze. Sizzle. What do the deaths of a few ants matter for a greater goal? Xin Hu, get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll eliminate you too. Wang Haoding. Xin Hu, swear here and now that I will kill you in this battle. That bastard will never be allowed to leave China. But at this moment, the memory became extremely unstable, even showing large areas of tearing and pixelation. The words also became indistinct at this point. Damn it! Damn it! In his mind, Xin Yu pounded the hammer fiercely, but it had no effect whatsoever. The subsequent fragments of memory became even more disjointed. The only visible signs were fleeing and being chased. Snap! Finally, just like a television being turned off, everything went completely black. Puff! The next moment, Xin Yu's consciousness returned to his body. His mental energy was completely exhausted, causing him to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Xin Yu! How are you? Yu Qianye immediately caught Xin Yu, who was about to fall, and asked anxiously. Boom! But at that moment, the huge skeleton suddenly began to tremble. Its soul fire began to tremble violently and became unstable. Bang! A brief moment later, it exploded, and the nearest black-robed figures were instantly blown to pieces. The others were also thrown about by the aftershocks of the explosion. It worked? Upon seeing this, Xian Yuanjing was startled. He originally thought Xin Yu was just keeping them occupied, and he was even considering whether to kill all the black-robed men before dealing with the skeleton. But he never expected that Xin Yu would actually take care of the skeleton. I survived. That monster is really dead. TSK. Is he dead already? I was thinking of coming to the rescue later. Hey, why are your pants wet? Those who survived all breathed a sigh of relief, and many collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. This time, before the Shadow Order could even make a move, most of them were killed by the skeleton's self-destruction. With the death of the Shadow Order members, the purple barrier also disappeared. Clang! But at that moment, the pair of gauntlets that had been inside the skeleton fell to the ground. In an instant, the previously noisy underground space fell silent. Everyone was breathing heavily, staring intently at the boxing gloves. Humph! Let's see who dares. Shen Yuanjing immediately snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura exploded from his body. With Zhou Mingrui and Wang Xiaohong dead, there are almost no people here who can rival Shen Yuanjing. With his A-level martial arts talent, even though he was only a grand martial master at the 8th level, he was still no match for this rabble. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and bent down to pick it up amidst the greedy gazes of the crowd. The gauntlets felt warm to the touch, containing powerful energy fluctuations. A burning desire flashed in Xian Yuanjing's eyes, but he immediately turned around and walked towards Qin Yu without hesitation. Here, this is your spoils of war. If you hadn't risked your life to break that skeleton, we'd all be dead here today. I, Xian Yuanjing, always do things fairly. Anyone who has a problem with this, you'll have to get past my fists first. Xian Yuanjing handed the boxing gloves to Qin Yu, speaking loudly to make sure everyone could hear him. He said this not only to Qinyu, but also to those around him who might still harbor covetous thoughts. When those people met Xian Yuanjing's gaze, they felt a chill in their hearts and lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. What a joke! Even the skeletons of generals were killed by Qinyu using some unknown method. Xian Yuanjing himself is so powerful. Going to steal things now is no different from suicide. Thank you. Qinyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately bowed sincerely to him. Surprisingly, Xian Yuanjing remained unmoved despite such substantial benefits. He remembered this favor. Why are you being so polite with me? However, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Who knows if the Shadow Order has any other tricks up its sleeve? Let's get out of here quickly. Xian Yuanjing patted Qinyu on the shoulder in a hearty manner, then looked towards the exit of the passage. Qinyu nodded and temporarily put away his boxing gloves. He's not in good shape right now, it's not the right time for him to be researching this. Without further delay, the three of them quickly left the underground space with the last group of survivors. When they returned to the biting cold wind of the ice and snow forest, they all felt as if they had been transported to another world. In less than an hour inside, they lost more than half of their men, and almost none of them made it out. Boom! However, before Qinyu could catch his breath and recover slightly, the sky suddenly darkened. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky without warning, even distorting the surrounding space. Not good. In that instant, he suddenly felt a suffocating sense of death. Chapter 93 5 Martial Lords. Buzz. The oppressive force was like the sky collapsing, and the surrounding space immediately emitted a mournful cry of unbearable pressure. Click. In an instant, Qinyu felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, and his bones creaked and popped. At that moment, he felt as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis, and an indescribable fear instantly enveloped his heart. Boy, my son Xiaohang's life tablet is broken. Just as Qinyu was subdued, a crack appeared in the void above, and a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out with a gloomy expression. Wang Haoding? Even though he had only seen that face once in his fragmented memories, Qinyu remembered it vividly. Therefore, the moment Qinyu looked up and saw the other person clearly, he recognized that the person in front of him was Wang Haoding. This is the guy in front of me, who protected the alien race and even attacked his father because of it. His last breath lingered with you, so pay with your life. Wang Haoding, enraged, struck down with a palm. The palm rapidly enlarged in Qinyu's vision, as if transforming into a mountain range that blotted out the sky. The terrifying power it contained was enough to wipe out the entire ice field. Puff! Before the palm even landed, the mere pressure emanating from the sky caused Qinyu to spit out a mouthful of blood. Am I going to die? Qinyu's consciousness was fading, but he gritted his teeth in extreme resentment. He's too strong. Wang Haoding is at least a martial lord. This difference in realm makes it impossible for him to resist him by any means. He glared at Wang Haoding, but there was nothing he could do. His enemy was right in front of him, and the clues to finding his father were right before him, yet he was utterly powerless. Humph. Wang Haoding, you're really getting more and more out of touch with your age. In a fight between the younger generation, this old man dares to disregard his own reputation and personally get involved? However, just as the palm was about to strike and kill Qinyu, a calm, cold snort suddenly rang out. Buzz. The next moment, the space in front of Qinyu was easily torn apart like a curtain, and a figure stepped out from it. This person is none other than Mo Yuan. Boom! Mo Yuan immediately raised his hand and clenched it tightly against that earth-shattering palm strike. Immediately afterwards, his palm seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force and exploded. The aftershocks shattered the entire sky, breaking space itself apart. Boom! The next moment, the two auras of martial lord level collided violently, and the space shattered inch by inch like glass, revealing dark spatial cracks. Buzz! Finally, the two of them took a step back at the same time, and the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the world finally dissipated. Cough cough. Qinyu immediately knelt on the ground, coughing up blood continuously. If it had been a few seconds slower, or even if he hadn't had that palm strike, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Mo Yuan, are you going to stop me? Mo Yuan's appearance made Wang Haoding's already gloomy expression even more unpleasant. Ha! The younger generation fights for food in the secret realm, and if they get hurt or even lose their lives, that's their own fate. But you, as their father, personally get involved to rescue them, and then you want to overturn the table when you can't? When did the Wang family become so unable to play games? If you want to kill me, fine. Let your younger generation from the Wang family do it. I will not stop you. But if you want to break the rules, I don't mind stretching my muscles.
Mo Yuan picked at his ear, his tone teasing, but his eyes held no smile.
Wang Haoting's eyes narrowed instantly, and his overwhelming killing intent caused the entire subspace to tremble slightly. Buzz.
But before he could respond, the space beside him was torn apart.
Mo Yuan. Get out of my way. If you block my way again, I'll kill you too.
The next moment, an extremely angry figure also stepped out, his aura also reaching the martial lord level. He glared fiercely at Mo Yuan and Qin Yu behind him, his eyes filled with resentment.
Get out of my way? Zhou Tianxiong, who do you think you are to make me move aside? Just because you lost to me in the freshman assessment at the Imperial Martial Arts Academy back then?
Another martial lord, and a look of solemnity flashed in Mo Yuan's eyes. However, he still appeared calm and collected on the surface, and even made direct provocations.
The freshman assessment back then.
Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was startled, never expecting that Mo Yuan was from the same era as these family heads. However, his master's words were too cunning, every word piercing to the heart. It's been so many years, yet they're bringing this up again. Anyone in his shoes would feel uncomfortable. Humph, at least I have a successor. Unlike you, your son and daughter are all dead, and you're still hiding in that lousy research lab.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong's face instantly turned red.
But he was no longer the hot-blooded young man he once was. After suppressing his anger, he immediately retorted with a face full of disdain.
You.
This time, Mo Yuan's face turned gloomy, and he could no longer maintain his calm expression.
Alright, enough nonsense, Mo Yuan. I'll give you 10 seconds to think it over. Get out of the way.
But Wang Haoting had no interest in hearing their old stories and almost lost his patience, interrupting their conversation.
Impossible.
Mo Yuan adjusted his mindset, looked at the two of them with a serious expression, and showed no fear whatsoever.
Zhou Tianxiong, I'll hold him off, you go and kill that kid. Without wasting words, Wang Haoting immediately raised his hand and was about to attack Mo Yuan. Buzz.
But just as tensions were about to rise, space was torn apart once again.
Master. Sect Master.
Among the crowd below, Yu Qianye saw this figure and jumped out in surprise.
Yu Yuming, do you also want to get involved in this matter?
Upon seeing the person who arrived, Wang Haoting's hand movements paused slightly.
I'm here to pick me up. I'm a disciple of my sect, what's it to you?
Yu Yuming didn't give Wang Haoting a friendly look either.
The next moment, with a wave of his hand, Yu Qianye was grabbed and flown to his side.
Sect Master, please help them. I almost died in the ice and snow forest, but Qin Yu saved me.
After regaining his footing, Yu Qianye immediately began to plead pitifully with Yu Yuming.
Quiet. Unexpectedly, Yu Yuming scolded her and then silenced her.
You do have some sense.
Upon seeing this, Zhou Tianxiong glanced at Yu Yuming with disdain and arrogance.
Now, I'd like to see who can come to your rescue.
Then, Zhou Tianxiong shook his head and looked at Mo Yuan with a smug look on his face.
Hee, this icy forest is quite lively today.
But before he could finish speaking, a fragrance of flowers suddenly filled the air. Immediately afterwards, a graceful and slender figure, as if stepping out of a painting, appeared not far from Qin Yu with light, lotus-like steps. She wore a sheer veil that barely concealed her figure, revealing only her bright, clear eyes, which were incredibly alluring with every glance. Zhou Tianxiong immediately stopped laughing, and even Wang Haoting's expression turned serious, no longer daring to make any rash moves.
Hua Wuoying? Is Young Palace also going to get involved in this matter? Chapter 94 Wang Haoting's Poisonous Hand.
Compared to Mo Yuan, who is all alone, although he has the support of the Imperial Martial Arts, the Imperial Martial Arts usually does not interfere in social disputes.
But Young Palace is different. Others might not know about the terrifying background and power of Young Palace, but how could their aristocratic families not know?
Wang Haoting simply hadn't expected that Qin Yu would have any connection with Young Palace.
Patriarch Wang, you flatter me.
I was only ordered to come and escort my distinguished guest, young friend Qin Yu, back to the palace for a chat. As for your personal grievances, it is not appropriate for my Young Palace to interfere.
However, if you want to harm my distinguished guest, I cannot simply turn a blind eye, can I?
Hua Wuoying covered her lips and smiled, her voice soft and sweet. Her words were soft, but her stance was very clear: protect Qin Yu. Mo Yuan, Hua Wuoying, and Yu Yuming, the Netherworld sect master whose attitude is unclear but whose disciples seem to be traveling with Qin Yu.
This put Wang Haoding and Zhou Tianxiong in a passive position. In a 2-on-2, or even 2-on-3 situation, they have almost no chance of winning. Wang Haoding was alright, but his face was gloomy, and he was constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Zhou Tianxiong was so angry that his mouth twisted in disbelief. If looks could kill, Qin Yu would probably be torn to pieces by now. Alright, since you're so enthusiastic, I'll give you a big gift in return. In the end, Wang Haoding suppressed his anger and revealed a strange smile on his face. Call out. The next moment, a green light flew out as Wang Haoding flicked his hand, rushing towards Qin Yu at an extremely fast speed. Swish! Swish! Mo Yuan and Hua Wuying tried to stop it almost simultaneously, but the thing seemed not to exist and passed straight through them. What? At that moment, both of their hearts almost stopped beating. Buzz! Finally, the green light disappeared into Qin Yu's body. Enjoy your remaining days, let's go. Wang Haoding immediately laughed loudly, then waved his hand and turned to leave. Zhou Tianxiong didn't know what had happened, but he knew it was hopeless. He glared at Qin Yu fiercely, then, filled with resentment, tore through the void with Wang Haoding and disappeared. Let's go. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yu Yuming did not linger any longer and directly led Yu Qianya into the shadows and disappeared. I'm so hungry. Just as Qin Yu was wondering what Wang Haoding had done and why he hadn't felt anything, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his right arm. In an instant, emerald green patterns spread across his entire right arm, even reaching his neck. This is the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw? Qin Yu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and his eyelids twitched incessantly. Looking at the familiar patterns, he remembered. This was the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw that had been recovered from Wang Chen, but Lei Hong later told him that this martial art had drawbacks, so he tried to avoid using it. As for what he told Lei Hong back then, that the Blazing Sun battle body could suppress the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw, that was all nonsense. Unexpectedly, Wang Haoding has brought it up again, and even made it worse. That bastard. It's the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw. Mo Yuan came to Qin Yu's side and immediately recognized the markings on Qin Yu's body, his expression turning ugly. It is said that when the Wang family's Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw is cultivated to perfection, it is comparable to a heaven-grade martial skill. However, even a martial lord-level expert would find it difficult to resist the Azure Mirage Qi and could only let it slowly corrode them. Therefore, the Wang family secretly invented a secret method that can transfer the Azure Mirage Qi between martial artists who have mastered the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw in order to prolong their lifespan. However, this will cause the proficiency of the transferee's Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw to drop sharply. The opposite is true for those who are transferred; their lifespan will decrease, and their proficiency in the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw will surge and break through. Before Qin Yu could even ask, Hua Wuying looked at him with great interest. She never expected that Qin Yu would know the Wang family's secret. Huff, huff. At this point, the most painful stage had passed, and the lines had faded slightly. Qin Yu was panting heavily, unable to speak for a while. Just as Hua Wuying said, his Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw had also broken through to the Great Perfection realm after fusing with the Azure Mirage Qi. But the consequence was that the Azure Mirage had previously been hidden in his right arm, and it was as if it didn't exist if he didn't use it. But now it has spread to his neck, and even without use, there are tattoo-like lines that give his right arm a faint stinging sensation. If you use it, the lines will expand directly, causing excruciating pain, just like before. That bastard. Mo Yuan grabbed Qin Yu's arm, feeling the unyielding Azure Mirage energy, his expression extremely solemn. He then looked up at Hua Wuying, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Don't look at me like that. If my young palace had a solution, the Wang family would have spent a fortune to deal with it long ago. Why would they have waited until now? Hua Wuying understood Mo Yuan's gaze and immediately shrugged helplessly. It's all right, master, this little thing won't get in my way. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled optimistically at Mo Yuan. You brat. You're acting like the emperor's wife is more worried than the eunuch, aren't you? Mo Yuan glared at him immediately, his face clearly losing its previous calm. Senior Mo, now that this matter is settled, why don't you allow me to take young friend Qin Yu to Young Palace first, so that I can report back? What do you say? Hua Wuying clearly didn't consider that many things. She was simply following orders to bring Qin Yu back alive. As for how Qin Yu is doing now, she naturally doesn't care that much. Sigh. Fine, you go to Young Palace with Palace Mistress Hua first, I'll go back to school and think of a solution for you. Mo Yuan could only express his helplessness in the face of this for the time being. Understood, thank you, master. Xin Yu was immediately moved and sincerely bowed to Mo Yuan. Go quickly.
But just as he was about to bend down, Mo Yuan stopped him and then waved his hand impatiently. After saying that, he immediately ran away without lingering.
Xin Yu, don't die. And don't forget to come back to school. You still owe me a fight.
At this moment, Shen Yuanjing finally had the opportunity to step forward and pat Xin Yu on the shoulder heavily.
Okay, I'll have a match with you when I have time.
Xin Yu turned to look at Shen Yuanjing and immediately agreed with a smile without hesitation. This time, he also realized that Shen Yuanjing was indeed a person worth getting to know better, so there was no need to distance himself from him anymore.
In that case, let's not delay any longer and set off now. Farewell, young man of the Shen Yuan family.
With a flick of her sleeve, Hua Wuying released a soft cloud of energy that supported Xin Yu. Shen Yuanjing didn't say much, but simply clasped his hands in greeting.
It's perfectly normal for people of their status to know each other. Whoosh!
Without further delay, Hua Wuying, carrying Xin Yu, transformed into a streak of light and vanished instantly from the vast ice plain, speeding towards the direction of Yonk Palace.
Chapter 95 Sounding the Horn.
After leaving the subspace, Hua Wuying tore through space and arrived at the Cloud Palace in one step. Xin Yu felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in front of a quiet and elegant little house in the Yonk Palace.
Go in, that girl has been waiting for you for a long time. Hua Wuying winked at Xin Yu, her tone ambiguous.
After saying that, his figure vanished like smoke, leaving Xin Yu alone.
Call.
After taking a deep breath, Xin Yu slowly pushed open the door of the small house. Upon entering, he saw a familiar figure. Unlike during the training camp, this time, Yi Yuan wore an ancient-style purple gauze dress, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure.
Oh, our busy man has finally deigned to come? Yi Yuan looked at Xin Yu, a lazy and playful smile on her lips. I came last time, but you weren't here. Xin Yu shrugged and offered a sophistry. You won't come looking for me when I'm not here? I'm freezing right now. However, I heard you caused quite a stir outside. Even those two old guys, Wang Haoding and Zhou Tianxiong, personally came out to see you off?
She approached gracefully, extended her slender fingers, and gently lifted Xin Yu's chin. Xin Yu swallowed hard, about to speak, when she pressed her slender, jade-like finger against his mouth. Let me see, your cultivation level has increased quite quickly, and your ability to cause trouble has also improved. As she spoke, she moved closer and pressed Xin Yu against the door. But at that moment, her gaze fell upon the emerald green patterns on Xin Yu's neck. Her smile froze instantly, and she immediately grabbed Xin Yu's right arm and rolled up his sleeve.
Didn't you already know the dangers of the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw? Why are you still practicing it?
When she saw the lines that had already spread, her eyebrows furrowed tightly.
It wasn't me.
Upon hearing this, Xin Yu could only helplessly recount the events of the ice and snow forest, especially the situation where Wang Haoding transferred the Azure Mirage. But he concealed the memories he had gained from that skeleton.
It wasn't that he didn't want to use this memory to bring down Wang Haoding and the Wang family.
Rather, it only takes a little thought to realize that the Nanshanmen project is an important project that is being watched by countless eyes in China.
Wang Haoding was able to do something so treacherous to humanity under those circumstances, yet he escaped unscathed and is still alive today.
This shows that the Wang family's power is indeed beyond imagination, and it is definitely not something that a mere student like him could bring down with just a few memories.
And if things go wrong, and the Wang family finds out, they could easily use any means necessary to silence you.
After all, he has a grudge against the Wang family, but it's not to the point where the Wang family would resort to any means to take action. However, I will definitely make those who persecuted my father pay for it in blood in the future. Speaking of this, Xin Yu's emotions began to fluctuate, and he immediately clenched his fists, firmly remembering Wang Haoding in his heart.
These aristocratic families, not one of them is any good. Upon hearing this, a hint of anger flashed across Yi Yuan's face. All right, these are minor issues. But you said you were very cold, shall I warm you up?
Xin Yu didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he grabbed Yi Yuan and pulled her onto the bed.
You.
Yi Yuan wanted to say something more, but Xin Yu didn't give her a chance and directly sealed her red lips with a kiss.
Wah! Suddenly, the steam train entered the tunnel and sounded its horn to signal its arrival.
After a long while, Yi Yuan nestled tightly against Xin Yu's chest, looking somewhat tired.
This is the mirror flower eye? And whose martial arts talent have you stripped away this time?
Yi Yuan raised her head seductively, and asked Xin Yu with a hint of lingering relish.
The feeling I just experienced was so amazing.
Even though I knew it was an illusion, the sensory stimulation was very real.
They can even do things that are impossible in reality.
So much so that she was defeated in her fight with Chinyu just now.
You don't need to know these things.
Having finally turned the tide, Chinyu was quite pleased with himself. He now possesses 3 B-level martial arts talents and 2 C-level martial arts talents, which has brought his basic physical stats to a terrifying level.
Of course, since it's a basic enhancement, it will naturally become stronger in certain aspects. That's why Chinyu was so impatient just now.
He hadn't forgotten how Yi Yuan had teased him the first time they were in training camp. He holds grudges very well. I know you have a secret, but this method leaves too many traces.
Be careful that you are discovered.
At that time, although the blue star is vast, there will be no place for you to hide. Yi Yuan didn't press further, but spoke with a hint of concern.
Okay, I understand. Chinyu couldn't help but find it amusing upon hearing this. Yi Yuan is quite clever at times.
She was able to guess from various clues that he might be an evil martial artist who had stolen other people's martial arts talents. But she can be quite clumsy at times, like when he entered the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. If he were truly an evil martial artist, a powerful figure like Mo Yuan would naturally be able to tell, and he wouldn't be here. To be honest, Chinyu is still quite curious about Yi Yuan's strength and background. He actually managed to become an elder of Yonk Palace and even managed to get a martial lord like Hua Wuying to rescue him.
But in this world, who is really that much cleaner than anyone else?
Just as Chinyu was gazing at the white, beautiful scenery in deep thought, Yi Yuan suddenly let out a soft sigh. We beings, who bear the blood of other races but do not wish to be enemies of humans and only seek a place to live, are living in the shadows every day, cautiously and as if walking on thin ice. She shifted slightly, carefully resting her head against Chinyu's chest, and traced circles on it with her delicate fingers, her tone becoming somewhat downcast and helpless. As a succubus, even though I have never taken a life, it is still extremely difficult for me to live a peaceful life. Her voice was so soft it was as if she were talking to herself, and her mood inexplicably became somewhat sad.
Upon hearing this, Chinyu was deeply moved. Yes, everyone has good and bad qualities. Likely Yun Yun before, who, in order to survive, did not hesitate to lead the enemy to her compatriots. For example, Zhu Yuanhang and his group were also willing to risk their lives for the alien race just to survive. In contrast, Lei Hong kept telling them to run away until his death. Furthermore, when Mo Yuan caught him red-handed, Mo Yuan first asked about his stance before making a decision, rather than condemning him outright. Even today, Xinyu has always harbored some resentment towards Yi Yuan, who was from a different race. The reason he was willing to help her was actually because he saw her value and thought she was worth his investment. But now, Yi Yuan's words have completely resolved his inner conflict. Even among humans there are those who are worse than animals, so we can't condemn all other races outright. Night Kite, rest assured, one day, when I have enough power, I will definitely fight for a land in the human world for you, for all the alien races like you who only want a peaceful life. Thinking of this, Xinyu immediately reached out and tightly grasped Yi Yuan's slightly cold little hand, making a solemn promise. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan paused slightly, then looked up into Chinyu's clear and determined eyes. But,
little fellow, you're not that old, but you've got quite the nerve. You can talk like that when you become a general, no, a king. But a moment later, she suddenly smiled charmingly. She extended her jade-like finger and tapped Chinyu's forehead, her eyes flashing with their usual charm and teasing.
Clearly, she took Chinyu's promise as a joke. You don't believe me?
Chinyu wasn't angry, he just raised an eyebrow and immediately reached out his other hand to embrace Yi Yuan.
Ah!
The room immediately heated up again. This time, Chinyu completely opened his heart, allowing Yi Yuan to melt into his embrace without reservation.
Chapter 96: The Secret Realm of Radiant Moon.
A whole day had passed, and Chinyu had lost count of how many times it had happened. Anyway, he's really done for. He initially thought Yi Yuan was about to win, given his exhausted appearance. As a result, good heavens, every time he finishes Night Kite, he's in the same state. But after a day, his kidneys are starting to feel like they're smoking. He turned his head and looked at Yi Yuan beside him, who was radiant and had a languid charm in her eyes. He could only sigh that there is no land that cannot be plowed, only oxen that die from exhaustion.
What? You're giving up already?
Yi Yuan seemed to see through his thoughts and poked his cheek with her slender fingers.
Xinyu pursed his lips, really not wanting to answer. A man can't say no.
Seeing that Xinyu was indeed exhausted, Yi Yuan stopped forcing him, got up, and casually draped a light veil over her shoulders.
Let's get down to business. Although the Wang family's aura of blue mirage cannot be completely eradicated, if you can quickly improve your strength, you can delay it. Perhaps there will be a solution in the future. She walked to the table, poured 2 cups of spiritual tea, and handed one of them to Qinyu, her expression becoming slightly more serious. Yes, I understand. Qinyu took the teacup and nodded silently. He was certain of this, he had thought of it himself. It just so happens that my cloud palace has a radiant moon secret realm, which is an independent small world constructed by a senior expert in the palace who was proficient in illusion and spatial laws. The spiritual energy within is even more abundant than that outside. More importantly, the secret realm is filled with various phantom beasts formed from pure spiritual energy. When these phantom beasts are killed, the pure spiritual energy that dissipates after they vanish can be directly absorbed and used to enhance one's spiritual power. I happen to have an opportunity to get in, which is perfect for you. Yi Yuan took a small sip of tea and continued speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Xinyu was slightly taken aback. The moonlit realm? And there are even mythical beasts. Places of this caliber are probably not places that ordinary people can enter, right? Yi Yuan actually gave him such a precious opportunity? Moreover, what exactly is Yi Yuan's identity that she has such an opportunity? Okay, thanks. However, he quickly came to his senses and immediately nodded gratefully to Yi Yuan. Right now, he really needs to improve his skills quickly. Therefore, he did not act coy, but silently remembered this kindness. After this deepening of their relationship, there was no longer any barrier between him and Yi Yuan. He was confident that he had a system and that his future achievements would be beyond Yi Yuan's imagination, so he had to seize every opportunity. Why are you being so polite with me? Get ready, I'll take you there right away. The secret realm can be opened once and last for half a month. How much you gain depends on yourself. Yi Yuan smiled sweetly, then waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. As a succubus, her perception of emotions is naturally clearer and more delicate. Qinyu's changes over time made her deeply aware of them, and in the process, she also remembered Qinyu's promise. Although it seems really unlikely, but what if it is? On the other side, Qinyu didn't say much. He just got up, dressed, and sent messages to Zhang Ziyu and Mo Yuan on his phone. He had originally thought he would be able to go home that night, but his plans had changed at the last minute, so he could only let everyone know he was safe first. Mo Yuan didn't say much, just told him to be careful. Zhang Ziyu sent a series of messages, which, on the surface, were about reminding him to be careful, but the feeling of missing him was impossible to hide. This time when we go back, I'll have to be honest. Looking at Yi Yuan changing clothes not far away, Xinyu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Finally, he comforted Zhang Ziyu, and then, with many thoughts swirling in his mind, he followed Yi Yuan away. This is it. A moment later, Yi Yuan led Xinyu to a white jade altar covered with mysterious runes deep within the Cloud Palace. She performed a series of complicated actions, including forming hand seals and using some unusual-looking crystals. Finally, the altar began to tremble and hum, and then a beam of light as soft as moonlight appeared before our eyes. Go inside. I will come to guide you in half a month. Yi Yuan walked up to Xinyu and couldn't help but kiss him again before reluctantly speaking. Xinyu took a deep breath and then stepped into the pillar of light. Buzz. After a slight feeling of weightlessness, Xinyu found himself in a strange world. There was no sun in the sky, only a huge, bright moon, which illuminated the entire secret realm as bright as day. The air was filled with an intense, pervasive spiritual energy, and every breath felt incredibly refreshing. All around were rolling hills and quiet forests, but everything had a touch of the unreal, as if it were all made of light. Whoosh! Just then, a phantom beast resembling a cheetah but with a single horn suddenly leaped out from the open ground not far ahead. Roar! It immediately let out a low growl and then pounced on Xinyu at an astonishing speed. Boom! Xinyu threw a punch, but it went straight through. Bang! I was hit hard, but my body was fine. However, my brain felt like it was being torn apart. Hiss! Is this going to require mental power? After learning his lesson, Xinyu realized that these were all phantom beasts made of spiritual energy, so physical attacks were naturally ineffective. Swish! Swish! At this moment, more phantom beasts appeared from all around, surrounding Xinyu and glaring at him fiercely. So many? Well, they've come at the perfect time. After understanding what had happened, he immediately readjusted his mindset. Buzz! Thud! Thud! As soon as the mirror flower eyes opened, a terrifying mental pressure swept outwards.
The moment those phantom beasts appeared, they were instantly crushed into spiritual energy, which floated in the air for a moment before merging into Qin Yu's body. This spiritual energy is so dense, and the spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the outside world.
This is indeed a wonderful place. After absorbing this spiritual energy, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. If he could stay here for a year or two, wouldn't his strength skyrocket? Forget it, let's focus on the present. We can't waste the next 2 weeks.
Shaking his head, Qin Yu turned his gaze back to the rolling hills and quiet forest before him.
Subsequently, for the next 2 weeks, Qin Yu was completely immersed in cultivation in the Radiant Moon Secret Realm.
While constantly searching for magical beasts to attack, he also made good use of the rich spiritual energy in the area, meditating and cultivating during the breaks in the battle. He hadn't finished the spirit-nourishing pills he bought earlier, so he simply started taking one every 3 days here. With such internal and external amplification, Qin Yu's strength truly skyrocketed as if he had been given a cheat code.
Chapter 97 Radiant Sun Body. The Secret Realm of Huiwei. The Last Day. Boom!
Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly emanated from him.
Grand Martial Master. 8th rank.
That's right, in just half a month, he didn't reach the 6th or 7th rank of Grand Martial Master, but the 8th rank.
Now, Qin Yu's previous doubts about Xian Yuanjing's rapid improvement in strength have been completely dispelled.
The world of the rich is indeed beyond his comprehension.
No wonder Xian Yuanjing's strength increased so quickly.
His cultivation environment and pills were probably several times more expensive than his.
Sigh, they're truly outrageously wealthy. Phew, there's still a little time left.
I might as well fuse my martial arts talents here. Qin Yu glanced at the phantom beasts around him who dared not approach because of his powerful mental strength, and couldn't help but ponder. He now has 3B level martial arts talents, and can start synthesizing them again. Once he achieves grade A, he will completely bid farewell to his past self. A level martial arts talent, that's what truly deserves to be called top-tier talent. Anyway, he doesn't use a sword, so he doesn't need to use the Azura sword intent at all.
As for the Zhurong arm, there's no need to mention it. He can just take it out and use it directly.
What's the difference between this and Zhou Tianxiong directly saying, "I killed your son"?
It is right to provoke someone to their face.
Moreover, it is also somewhat specialized, like the Xianyu hand, it only strengthens its arms.
It is strong, but Qin Yu prefers a more balanced approach. System, fuse 3B level martial arts talents, specifying the Blazing Sun battle body as the dominant characteristic for fusion.
Therefore, this time there is no need for much thought, the fusion can be done directly. Incidentally, the Blazing Sun battle body can be evolved into the Blazing Sun sacred body through other means. Just like the evolution of the lesser Blazing Sun body into the Blazing Sun battle body, one can consume pills or spiritual herbs, or comprehend the essence under extreme conditions. But these are all probabilistic things, and the probability is very small. Qin Yu already felt incredibly lucky to have evolved directly last time. So this time he didn't want to try again, he opted for direct fusion, which saved him from various time costs and high prices.
Ding! Command received.
Initiating fusion of B-grade talent Blazing Sun battle body, Azura sword intent, Zhurong arm.
The designated dominant fusion trait is Blazing Sun battle body, blazing flames, solar defense, physical enhancement. Integration in progress.
The system notification sounded as expected, and Qin Yu's heart tightened. What he wants is the Blazing Sun holy body, but he's not sure if he can actually fuse with it. After all, the system has already made it very clear that the fusion is based on one of the martial arts talents.
Perhaps there are other martial arts talents like the Blazing Sun holy body. Wouldn't that be a deviation from the right path? Ding! Fusion successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained an A-level talent, Blazing Sun holy body. Fortunately, after those agonizing few seconds, the system notification sounded again.
It's a success.
Instantly, Qin Yu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down, and he couldn't help but let out a long breath.
Boom!
However, the next moment, an energy far more intense and domineering than when he fused with the mirror flower eye erupted from the depths of his body.
I'm so hungry.
This time, it's no longer a simple mental tearing apart, but a comprehensive transformation originating from the very source of life. Every muscle, every bone, and even every cell in his body seemed to have been thrown into the core of a blazing sun, undergoing a process of destruction and reshaping.
Boom!
Centered on Qinyu, a scorching wave of air exploded outwards as if it were a tangible substance. What's astonishing is that this scorching heatwave actually contained a power capable of damaging one's mental strength. So much so that the shockwave, which was originally meant to cause physical damage, instantly vaporized any phantom beasts that tried to get close. In an instant, a crimson gold light surged from Qinyu's body. From the lesser fiery sun body to the fiery sun battle body, and then to the fiery sun sacred body. The proportion of red began to decrease and gradually shifted towards gold. Sizzle. I don't know how much time passed, but the process finally calmed down. Qinyu's clothes had been completely burned off, leaving him completely naked.
This is a level martial arts talent?
He stood up and felt the surging blood and spiritual energy within his body, and his face was immediately filled with shock. Because at this moment, the blood and spiritual power in his body were tinged with gold, clearly indicating that they had been completely transformed into a more active and destructive kind of blood and spiritual power.
This point is not mentioned at all in textbooks.
Although Qinyu's realm and other aspects have not changed since then, the change in his blood and spiritual power has directly increased his overall strength by more than 5 times. No wonder he was completely helpless when he fought Wang Yunting on the simulation test machine in the training camp. At the time, Qinyu felt that it was just a little bit short. Now it seems, it's far from that. And Wang Yunting actually let him win. It's still the same kind of situation where they continue to let the opponent win without using martial arts or other means.
Is this what they call sunfire protection?
Qinyu waved his hand lightly, and a thin layer of flame, almost invisible, immediately covered his body. This is an evolved version of the solar force field, but it is more powerful, and it doesn't need to be actively activated, it's always attached to the body's surface. Depending on its emotional state, it can even determine on its own whether to cause burns to objects it touches.
A level talent, what a world of difference. Qinyu lowered his hand, utterly shocked.
If Qinyu were to encounter Wang Xiaohong, a half-step martial general from the ice and snow forest, again, he would be absolutely confident that he could easily defeat him without even needing to activate boiling blood.
Even after activating ultimate blood boil, it can definitely kill it in one hit. Phew. Time to go.
However, at this moment, Qinyu felt a sense of rejection. It was as if the whole world was pushing him outwards. It seems the 2-week period has completely come to an end.
So he didn't linger any longer and took a step forward.
Buzz. The familiar feeling vanished in an instant, and when his vision returned, Qinyu had already reappeared on the altar.
Yi Yuan was already waiting there.
She was initially startled by the soaring dragon, then blushed, completely overwhelmed by the primordial beast-like power and the dazzling spiritual pressure emanating from Qinyu.
You've broken through? No, this aura.
Yi Yuan's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips parted slightly, and her face was filled with disbelief.
This is definitely an A-level martial arts talent.
The ability to exert pressure on her across realms must be at least an A-level martial arts talent.
But... whoosh!
However, before she could finish speaking, Qinyu appeared in front of her in a flash, as if he had teleported. The surge in strength brings not only power, but also immense self-confidence. A roguish smile curled at the corner of his lips, and to Yi Yuan's astonishment, he swept her up in his arms.
Hey! What are you doing? Put me down! Yi Yuan immediately exclaimed and struggled symbolically for a moment. What for?
Of course, I'm here to report to my sister on what I've accomplished in the past 2 weeks. After saying that, Qinyu immediately picked up the boneless Yi Yuan and, with practiced ease, transformed into a golden light, speeding towards the familiar little house. Having just completed his transformation, Qinyu seemed to have inexhaustible energy, and Yi Yuan was happy to witness this amazing result. In an instant, the cottage was filled with the warmth of spring.
Chapter 98 Quasi-S Rank 9 Revolutions Nirvana Light? The next day.
When Qinyu woke up, he found Yi Yuan propping her chin up with her hand, staring at him with her beautiful eyes, which still held a hint of languid charm.
What are you looking at?
Qinyu regained his senses, smiled, and reached out to pull her into his arms. Now, when he's with Yi Yuan, he's less passive than he was at the beginning, and more naturally close.
Look at that clueless little brat, how did he suddenly become so formidable?
Yi Yuan leaned against his chest, her tone coquettish but unable to hide her satisfaction. Last night she truly experienced the ferocity of the blazing sun body. If it weren't for her special physique, she probably wouldn't have been able to endure it.
Isn't this enough to satisfy you?
Ugh. The two lingered for a few more moments before getting up to wash up like an old married couple. Yi Yuan personally straightened Qin Yu's robes, her movements meticulous and gentle.
What are your plans next?
Yi Yuan hugged Qin Yu from behind, asking him with reluctance.
I need to go back to Diwu first.
My master has already come up with a solution for dealing with the Azure Mirage.
I have to go back for a bit, and then there's.
Qin Yu opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly stopped after saying the second half of his sentence.
But.
I know, your little girlfriend, don't worry, I won't mind those things, but if she tries to take her from me, I won't be soft-hearted. Before she could finish speaking, the perceptive Yi Yuan had already guessed what was going on and immediately smiled gently. However, towards the end, his tone became noticeably more stern, almost imperceptibly.
Qin Yu's tense heart suddenly relaxed.
He didn't expect that Yi Yuan would handle this matter so easily.
I'll handle it. He immediately took Yi Yuan's small hand and nodded gently. This is a specially made Elder's token from Yunk Palace. Don't lose it.
If you encounter trouble, or miss your sister, you can use it to contact me or seek help from nearby Yunk Palaces. Yi Yuan nodded without trying to stop him. She knew that Qin Yu's path couldn't be confined to the gentle embrace of Yunkai Palace forever. So she let go of his hand, took out a purple token that she had prepared beforehand, and handed it to Qin Yu. Take care of yourself.
Qin Yu accepted the token without hesitation and carefully put it away.
You too, be careful of the Wang family, and don't forget what you promised your sister.
Yi Yuan smiled sweetly, tiptoed, and gently kissed his lips.
After bidding farewell to Yi Yuan, Qin Yu left Yunkai Palace directly and headed straight for Diwu. He only realized when he turned on his phone on the way that Du Mengmeng had been sending him crazy messages. He suddenly remembered that he had sent messages to Zhang Ziyu and Mo Yuan, but forgot to send one to Du Mengmeng. So, while on his way, he sent a message to Du Mengmeng with some apology, briefly explaining that he was doing well during his training trip and would soon be returning to the academy.
Upon returning to school, he didn't linger but went straight to Mo Yuan's office.
The moment Mo Yuan saw Qin Yu after knocking on the door, an incredulous glint flashed in his eyes. He looked Qin Yu up and down, as if trying to see right through him, his withered fingers even trembling unconsciously.
You brat. Mo Yuan opened his mouth, his face filled with shock.
He clearly sensed that Qin Yu had not only improved his cultivation to the 8th level of the Great Martial Master, but also had a level martial arts talent within him.
What is that?
Although he had guessed that Qin Yu might have some means of plundering martial arts talent, he didn't care because Qin Yu didn't have the aura of an evil martial artist.
But what the heck is this a level talent?
It should be noted that martial artists with a level talent, even those from commoner backgrounds, are sought after by various parties.
There are always guardians around when you travel normally.
To plunder a martial artist with a level talent, the Shadow Order would have to resort to a feint attack, sacrificing some cannon fodder, as was the case in the last training camp.
Otherwise, it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven.
But Mo Yuan swallowed the words back down his throat. He knew that every genius had their own secrets, and that excessive exploration was not a good thing. Since he has already accepted Qin Yu as his disciple, he should not interfere too much as long as Qin Yu does not escape his control.
It's good to be back. It seems this trip to Yunk Palace has been more fruitful than I imagined.
Great. Very good. In the end, he simply reached out and patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, without saying anything more.
I'm sorry to have worried my master. Qin Yu wasn't stupid, and he could roughly guess what Mo Yuan was thinking.
He immediately bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in a fist salute.
All right, enough with the formalities. Let's get down to business.
The aura of the Azure Mirage on your body is still a hidden danger.
I've been going through ancient books these past few days and found a clue. Perhaps, it's the only way to completely cure this seal.
Seeing Qin Yu's polite manners, Mo Yuan smiled and waved his hand, then became serious.
Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. There's actually a way.
As expected of the Imperial Martial Arts, there is truly nothing that the Imperial Martial Arts cannot solve. According to an extremely ancient fragment, there is a very special near S-level martial arts talent called 9 Revolutions Nirvana Light. Although it doesn't have particularly strong combat abilities, it possesses almost heaven-defying healing and purifying power. Legend has it that this talent can not only dispel all curses, toxins, and alien energies, but is even said to have the ability to bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bone. If you can find and, obtain this talent, you might be able to completely dispel the Azure Mirage.
Hiss, a near S-rank talent?
Upon hearing this, Qin Yu gasped in shock.
No wonder the Wang family couldn't handle it. Well, even if he finds out now, there's nothing he can do about it.
If Qin Yu's guess is correct, the fusion of nearest grade talents is roughly equivalent to 3 A grade talents, 9 B grade talents, or 27 C grade talents.
When will he finally get his money back? Moreover, even fusion doesn't guarantee the emergence of this martial arts talent. If the wrong batch was melted down, then we'll have to recover so many. Wait, heal? However, Qin Yu was immediately shocked. Healing, isn't that just Aoki no Ki? If he were to initiate the fusion with Qingmushi as the primary force, perhaps there would be a chance? Unfortunately, this is only recorded in ancient books.
It is said that this kind of talent has extremely high requirements for the bearer, and it has not been heard of in the world for hundreds of years.
Then, Mo Yuan sighed again and spoke with a hint of helplessness. The clues are faint, but they are still a direction.
Perhaps we will encounter such an existence in the future, or perhaps such an existence is hidden by other countries. But when Mo Yuan saw Qin Yu, who was silent, he thought Qin Yu was too disappointed and even stunned, so he quickly added a sentence.
Thank you for informing me, Master. I will take note. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu snapped out of his daze and quickly thanked Mo Yuan again.
The two then exchanged pleasantries for a while before Qin Yu left.
After leaving, he immediately headed towards Zhang Ziyu's dormitory.
As soon as the girl received the news that he was going back to Diwu, she kept chattering on her phone.
Chapter 99. Otherwise I'll bite you to death.
As soon as Qin Yu arrived at Zhang Ziyu's dormitory building, a figure rushed into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Who else could it be but Zhang Ziyu?
Let's go, let's go.
She looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with longing and joy. Ignoring the occasional glances from passing students, she grabbed Qin Yu and hurriedly ran upstairs.
Slow down.
Qin Yu was being pulled along by her, feeling both amused and exasperated. As soon as she entered the dormitory, Zhang Ziyu locked the door behind her, pushed Qin Yu down onto the soft bed, and kissed her passionately.
Feeling Zhang Ziyu's warm softness, Qin Yu couldn't help but respond passionately.
They made love until night fell. You seem even more powerful this time you've come back. Zhang Ziyu lay limply on Qin Yu's chest, her cheeks flushed, her voice filled with shy satisfaction.
I wonder who it was just now.
Qin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile, but before he could utter a few words, Zhang Ziyu's weak little hand covered his mouth.
Don't want.
She shyly wanted to bury her head in Qin Yu's chest, but her body remained pressed tightly against his, unwilling to separate. Looking at her shy expression, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel both amused and doting. When she first spoke to me, she seemed somewhat naive and aloof. Not long after she tasted the forbidden fruit, she was like a completely different person.
It's like meeting a stray dog on the street.
At first, it keeps its distance from you, but after you take it home and feed it for a while, it sticks to you every day. However, after calming down, Qin Yu remembered what Yi Yuan had said when he left Yunkai Palace that morning.
Ziyu, there's something I want to tell you.
After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu gently stroked her hair, his tone becoming serious.
Zhang
Ziyu looked up and saw his solemn expression, and her heart skipped a beat.
It's the night kite instructor from the previous training camp.
She's actually an elder of the Cloud Palace, and I also developed feelings for her.
Qin Yu's mind raced, carefully choosing his words.
To be honest, he was forced into both of these relationships. Qin Yu doesn't consider himself a good man. But since they've had a relationship, he should take full responsibility for them no matter what.
Therefore, he really didn't want to lose either of them because of their relationship.
After speaking, he carefully observed Zhang Ziyu's reaction, preparing to face possible tears or questions.
Oof. I knew it all along. How could someone as outstanding as you possibly stay put out there?
Unexpectedly, Zhang Ziyu simply buried her face back in his chest and spoke in a muffled voice. In families like ours, it's common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. My father had several concubines. I don't ask to have you all to myself, but you're not allowed to be fickle and abandon me.
Otherwise I'll bite you to death.
Her voice gradually lowered, carrying a hint of barely perceptible grievance, but more so a resigned acceptance of her fate. As she spoke, she actually gave Qin Yu a light bite on the shoulder as a warning.
Ziyu. Her reaction and attitude were truly beyond Qin Yu's expectations.
A huge weight was lifted from his heart, and he felt both moved and sorry for the man. He hadn't expected Zhang Ziyu to be so insightful and to care about him so much.
Fool, how could I, Qin Yu, be such a heartless person? Since you treat me with sincerity, I will never let you down. You will always be one of the most important people in my heart.
He held her tightly and gently kissed her hair. This promise filled Zhang Ziyu with sweetness, and her little grievances vanished. By the way, Xinyu, my father already knows about what happened between us. However, when her father was mentioned, she suddenly remembered something, and her tone became somewhat uneasy.
Oh? Upon hearing this, Xinyu was startled once again.
Although I had expected that the truth would eventually come out, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly.
But now, he's not afraid anymore.
Although he is only a Grand Martial Master at the 8th level, his martial arts talent is currently at the A level. Even if he couldn't get the entire Zhang family to fawn over him, he could at least ensure that the Zhang family wouldn't make things difficult for his relationship with Zhang Ziyu.
My father he didn't explicitly object, but he said he wanted to see you. If you have time you'll have to come home with me.
Zhang Ziyu propped herself up, looked into Qin Yu's eyes, and spoke earnestly. Her eyes held both anticipation and a hint of nervousness. After all, meeting the parents, especially the father who was the head of the family, was of extraordinary significance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a moment and then nodded. Having developed his relationship with Zhang Ziyu to this point, it was inevitable that he would go to see her father. This is also an opportunity. Perhaps we can leverage the Zhang family's strength, since one person's power is still too weak.
Even if Mo Yuan can protect him, there will always be times when Mo Yuan is not around, right?
With each additional person, he has a better chance of survival.
Okay, then I'll go back with you tomorrow. Du Mengmeng hadn't heard from Luo Jiangwen yet, and she didn't have anything to tell Qin Yu either.
So now he has time to go directly.
Zhang
Ziyu immediately hugged Qin Yu happily, and then began another night of in-depth communication.
The next day,
Qin Yu and Zhang Ziyu got up early and took a taxi from the school gate to the Zhang family home. Martial arts families like these, although their ancestral homes may be in different parts of China, generally have branches in the capital. After all, being able to establish a branch family in the capital is a way to build the family's prestige.
Buzz.
The taxi drove smoothly along the wide streets of the capital. Qin Yu sat in the back seat, holding Zhang Ziyu's hand. Suddenly, Qin Yu sensed something was wrong due to his powerful mental energy. The pedestrians on the roadside seemed to walk in unison, and their eyes lost focus, appearing somewhat dazed. The outlines of distant buildings began to blur and distort almost imperceptibly, as if seen through a layer of shimmering water.
Sir, could you please pull over at the intersection ahead?
Qin Yu suddenly spoke, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable air of authority.
Hey buddy, you can't just park here.
There's a temporary parking spot a little further ahead. The driver was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He glanced at Qin Yu through the rearview mirror and put on a professional smile.
I said, stop the car.
Qin Yu's tone immediately turned cold. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu, who was standing to the side, saw this and, out of trust in Qin Yu, she had no doubts whatsoever. Her wary gaze instantly locked onto the driver.
Ha!
No wonder it's a target that has caused the order to fail time and time again. Its perception is indeed sharp. Seeing Qin Yu's firm attitude, the driver stopped pretending.
Unfortunately, it's too late.
As he spoke, everything around him began to change wildly. The street outside the window vanished instantly, replaced by a place that looked like heaven. The surroundings were gray and endless, with nothing in sight except their taxi.
A barrier?
Upon seeing this, Qin Yu's pupils contracted. This thing must be constructed from some kind of magical artifact to be so well hidden and difficult to detect. Otherwise, if it were man-made, this guy would have been captured right at the entrance of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy.
Even the driver donned a black robe at this moment, transforming into a familiar figure to Qin Yu. The Shadow Order.
Upon seeing the familiar attire, Qin Yu's face instantly turned furious, and he practically spat out those 4 words through gritted teeth. Although the Shadow Order did not appear in the memories obtained from the skeletons, his father's downfall was definitely related to the Shadow Order. Moreover, the Shadow Order's attack on the training camp and the killing of Lei Hong had forged a deep-seated feud between him and the Shadow Order.
Currently, if Wang Haoding ranks first on Qin Yu's kill list, then the Shadow Order is definitely second.
Qin Yu originally intended to capture a member of the Shadow Order and torture him after dealing with the skeletons, but he didn't expect them all to be blown up. Now look what's happened, they've delivered themselves right to our doorstep.
Chapter 100 Corpse Puppet Butler. Indeed, this is our religion. Upon hearing Qin Yu utter those 4 words, the driver made no attempt to conceal anything and readily admitted it. Qin Yu, you have repeatedly ruined my sex plans. Lord Skinning Demon has instructed me to keep a close eye on you. Boom! Upon hearing the words skin-peeling ghost, Qin Yu's pupils instantly contracted. Before the driver could finish speaking, Xinyu punched the driver's seat hard. At the moment of the explosion, Xinyu had already grabbed Zhang Ziyu's waist, and with lightning speed, he retreated dozens of meters, landing steadily on the gray, empty ground. TSK. 8th level Grand Martial Master? I really underestimated you. Amidst the flames and thick smoke, a figure in black robes slowly emerged, surrounded by a chilling black mist that blocked all the incoming flames and debris. However, making a sudden move is not a polite thing to do. Let me introduce myself. I am a deacon of the Shadow Order, Corpse Puppet. Now, I'm giving you two choices. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly appeared. Military general level? Zhang Ziyu was instantly startled, and her face turned deathly pale. She has only just reached the second stage of the Great Martial Master realm, a whole major realm away from achieving it. Don't worry, I will never let anything happen to you. Fortunately, Xinyu tightened his grip on her at that moment. This immediately put Zhang Ziyu at ease, and she nodded with complete trust. First, put down your resistance and let me place a mental restriction on you, forcing you to submit to the Shadow Order. With your talent and secrets, you might gain the appreciation of the elders and achieve a future far brighter than in the human world. Watching the couple showing affection, the corpse puppet butler couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. His forehead veins bulged, but he could only suppress his anger and continue speaking. The second is to turn into bones here with your little lover. Believe me, death will be a long process. The corpse puppet steward's eyes instantly turned icy cold, and a chilling killing intent permeated the entire barrier space. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. That's silk thread? Xinyu could vaguely see very subtle reflections in the air, which looked like some kind of extremely fine thread. Ha! The next moment, stiff-limbed people walked out from the edge of the barrier space. No, these guys are more like dolls. Because their bodies were covered with fine cracks, and they had all been roughly stitched together, their skin was turned inside out, and their bodies were covered with scabs. This scene looks extremely creepy. C-level martial arts talent, 1000 tough silk. Seeing this, Xinyu finally realized what was happening. The martial arts talent possessed by the guy in front of me, who calls himself the corpse puppet steward, is an extremely special kind of martial arts talent, 1000 tough silk. It can transform a martial artist into a spider, spraying extremely fine and sharp silk threads from all parts of their body. These threads are not only extremely lethal, but can also change shape at will. Just like a normal silk thread in the air, if both ends are loose, it will collapse downwards. If both ends are pulled, it will straighten. But the 1000 tough silk is different. It can become as hard and straight as steel bars according to the martial artist's wishes, or it can be as soft as other silk threads. This allows one to manipulate any object. What I learned in high school textbooks was that this kind of martial arts talent was very strong, and if used well, it could even be comparable to some B-level martial arts talents. The book describes using the 1000 tough silk to control more weapons, or simply using the special properties of the 1000 tough silk in combat. But I never expected that this guy would use his martial arts talent to control people. You have good insight, so I'll only give you 3 seconds to choose. The corpse puppet deacon licked his lips, his gaze towards the two clearly filled with anticipation. You stay here. Xinyu did not answer first, but released his grip on Zhang Ziyu before glancing at the corpse puppet steward and the puppets. I choose the third one. Boom. Then, Xinyu's fist and palm collided, and golden flames suddenly erupted from his body. I'll kill you. Then I'll extract the information I want from you. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyu's figure had already disappeared from the spot. What? This immediately turned the anger on the corpse puppet steward's face into fear and unease. Because he actually sensed an instinctive pressure and fear from the aura that Xinyu had just unleashed. This kind of pressure is far beyond what a mere B-level martial arts talent could bring. Then it can only be a level martial arts talent? The moment the corpse puppet steward let out a scream, Xinyu had already appeared before him. He could only hurriedly cross his arms in front of him, which in turn caused a large amount of tough silk to fold into a shield in front of him. Boom! With a powerful punch, a golden wave of energy, as bright as the sun, swept out, instantly burning the seemingly indestructible 1000 tough silk to ashes. No! How could this be? Upon seeing this, the corpse puppet was terrified and was knocked back several steps after taking a punch. A level martial arts talent? How could it possibly be an A-level martial arts talent? His body trembled slightly, and he even involuntarily took a step back. Is the Shadow Order out of people? sending trash like you to die?
Xinyu stopped, stretched his wrists, and then looked at the corpse puppet steward with disdain.
You're asking for it. This statement immediately enraged him.
With sea-level martial arts talent, as long as one is willing to work hard, one can basically reach the level of a divine martial artist. Even within the Shadow Order, he was given important responsibilities and appointed as a deacon at the level of a mere martial general. But he never expected that Xinyu would humiliate him like this. Whoosh! The next moment, anger overwhelmed his fear, and he directly manipulated the puppets to attack Xinyu. At the same time, he also transformed into a black shadow, controlling the 1,000 tenacious silk to attack Xinyu.
Xinyu! Just then, Zhang Ziyu's cries for help came from behind.
Xinyu glanced sideways and noticed that Zhang Ziyu was surrounded by a large number of dolls. These puppets are mostly at the high level of the great martial master, so she is naturally no match for them.
Today, you must die. The corpse puppet deacon, humiliated, was now red-eyed and roared wildly at Xinyu. Snort!
Xinyu dismissed this with disdain and immediately took out a boxing glove from his pocket and put it on. It was the gauntlet he had obtained from the skeleton in the ice and snow forest.
After putting it on, Xinyu learned its name. The flames spread like wildfire.
9 strikes to burn the heavens.
First strike, burn the sea. Boom!
In an instant, Xinyu's body burst forth with blazing golden light. The scorching heat wave, which even scorched the surrounding area into vacuum-like spaces, spread outwards with Xinyu's punch. The shockwave, like a tsunami, rapidly magnified in the eyes of the corpse puppet steward.
No! Chapter 101 Traitor?
The corpse puppet steward's eyes were bloodshot, but he was powerless to do anything about it. His prized 1,000 tough silk didn't even need to come into contact with the terrifying airwaves. The mere increase in environmental temperature was enough to scald it into breaking apart. Since the source of the 1,000 tough silk was with the corpse puppet steward, when it all broke, the puppets that were besieging Zhang Ziyu naturally stopped moving as well.
Boom!
The next moment, the terrifying shockwave struck the corpse puppet deacon completely.
Put!
A mouthful of bright red blood was immediately vaporized into mist by the shockwave as soon as it spurted from his mouth. He was sent flying backwards as if he had been hit by a half-slide.
Whoosh! But before he even landed, a figure radiating killing intent burst forth from the shockwave. Click! It was Xinyu. Bang!
He precisely grabbed the corpse puppet deacon by the neck and slammed it into the ground.
Click! 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 Click!
Xinyu gave it no chance to react and swiftly broke the corpse puppet steward's limbs with lightning speed.
I'm so hungry. Then it let out a shrill wail and collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. Now, I will ask you questions, and you will answer them. If you utter even the slightest lie, I will make you wish you were dead.
Xinyu revealed his gleaming white teeth, staring intently at the corpse puppet steward with a half-smile. You. At this moment, the corpse puppet steward's eyes were completely filled with fear. The excruciating pain tore at his nerves, making it extremely difficult for him to even utter a complete sentence.
Wang Haoding, are you a lackey planted by your shadow cult among the higher-ups in humanity?
What role did your shadow cult play in the Southern Heavenly Gate project 15 years ago?
Was the disappearance of my father, Xinyu, a joint operation between you and Wang Haoding?
Without the slightest hesitation, Xinyu asked all 3 questions in one breath. The corpse puppet deacon's face, which had been contorted with pain, widened in shock upon hearing the name Xinyu, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. He stared intently at Xinyu's face, as if trying to confirm something.
You're Xinyu's son? The traitor's son?
The shadow puppet butler suddenly realized what was happening, his face turning completely crazed, as if he had lost all reason.
Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. It was you. Xinyu, you'll die a horrible death. Your death will be far worse than mine. Ha ha ha.
Then, a strange smile, a mixture of mockery and a sense of relief, suddenly appeared on his face.
As for the truth you want to know, go ask your deadbeat father in hell.
His laughter stopped abruptly, and before he could finish speaking, a dark glint flashed in his eyes.
Damn it!
Xinyu's expression changed, and he wanted to stop it, but it was too late.
Boom!
The next moment, its body suddenly swelled up and then exploded. This time, what exploded wasn't fresh red blood and flesh, but some kind of rotten, pitch-black flesh. After a brief moment, only a small pool of foul-smelling black water remained underground. The barrier lost its maintainer and began to fluctuate violently. The surrounding gray landscape peeled away like shattered glass, revealing the familiar streets of the capital city once again. They were still on that street not far from the Imperial Palace, where the wrecked taxi was still emitting smoke, and the ground was littered with the remains of the puppets that the corpse puppet had previously controlled. This immediately drew alarmed stares and pointed glances from passers-by in the distance. Traitor! But Shinyu was completely ignoring all of that right now. Instead, his eyes were somewhat vacant, and he muttered a word that the corpse puppet had just said. He wouldn't be surprised if the word traitor came from Wang Haoding or the Security Bureau, since that's the undeniable truth. But why did it come from the Shadow Order? The same word can have drastically different meanings depending on one's perspective. Is Qinhu really connected to the Shadow Order? Qinhu, are you alright? Zhang Ziyu, still shaken, ran over and took his hand with concern. I'm fine. Qinhu snapped out of his daze, glanced at Zhang Ziyu, and shook his head. Wah! But before he could speak again, the piercing sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. Soon, several security vehicles arrived at the scene, and numerous security personnel got out and immediately set up a cordon and dispersed the crowd. Initially, they surrounded Qin Yu and his companion, seemingly mistaking them for criminals. But soon, a middle-aged man with a stern face walked over and gave the others a few instructions, which made the other safety officers relax. Qin Yu recognized the man at a glance as Lu Xingjun, whom he had met once before in the Black Wind Mountains. At this moment, Lu Xingjun also walked over, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu, and his gaze was clearly not very friendly. Qin Yu, Zhang Ziyu, right? This is the crime scene. We need your cooperation in the investigation. Please come with us to the station to make a statement. Lu Xingjun first confirmed the identities of the two men, then solemnly stepped aside to make way for them. Can. Qin Yu didn't pay much attention to Lu Xingjun's gaze, but was still pondering what the corpse puppet steward had just said. Zhang Ziyu glanced at Qin Yu nervously, then nodded silently. The two were then taken to different vehicles and headed to the Security Bureau's branch in the capital. The lights in the interrogation room were somewhat glaring. The atmosphere was tense, with only Qin Yu and Lu Xingjun present. Qin Yu, tell me the whole story, word for word, starting from when you got on the bus. Lu Xingjun did not rush to take notes. Instead, he crossed his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and stared intently at Qin Yu. Zhang Ziyu and I originally planned to. Qin Yu was prepared for this and recounted the entire process in its entirety. As for his great blazing sun body, he attributed the reason to the Cloud Palace, claiming that he had completed the evolution by using their secret realm. After all, his martial arts talent will be exposed sooner or later, and hiding it now will only arouse suspicion. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingjun's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. As far as I know, you were quite mediocre throughout your 3 years of high school. Although the awakening of martial arts talent is random, according to my investigation, after your preliminary test at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, you showed superhuman talent and successively possessed the lesser blazing sun body and the mysterious jade hand. After a moment of silence, Lu Xingjun finally spoke again. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's breath hitched slightly. Sure enough, it came. What Yi Yuan was able to investigate back then, the National Security Bureau could easily find out with just a little effort. Evolutionary talent is indeed a matter of probability. With good luck, it's not impossible to evolve directly from F rank to S rank. But evolution also requires awakening first. After all, martial arts talent doesn't appear out of thin air. Don't you agree, Qin Yu? Chapter 102 Recognizing a Thief as Father, a Feast at Hongmen? Aren't you right, Qin Yu? Lu Xingjun tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, asking Qin Yu a meaningful question. Of course, but as you said, with good luck, it's even possible for an F rank to evolve directly into an S rank. However, the awakening of martial arts talent is still just a matter of probability. There have been cases in the Martial Arts Alliance where people awakened their talent after the age of 30, haven't there? Qin Yu remained calm and composed, asking a question in return. But coincidentally, it is said that not long before the preliminary test at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, your ex-girlfriend Chu Nuonya was seen to have awakened the little blazing sun body, but in the preliminary test, she lost all her cultivation and her martial arts talent mysteriously disappeared. Similarly, during the selection process for the rocket class, Wang Jie's death was inexplicable. He was killed without warning by the bone-eating dog, who was much weaker than him, as if he had suddenly been stripped of his power. Lu Xingjun continued speaking slowly and deliberately, as if he were stating a statement, but also as if he were talking to himself. However, his tone became increasingly aggressive, full of hostility and seduction, as if he was convinced that Qin Yu was hiding a secret. He.
You're joking.
During the preliminary test, with everyone watching, even if I wanted to do something, I'm afraid I would be powerless. As for the selection process, I was a million miles away from Wang Jia at the time.
I didn't even know where he was. How could I possibly steal his martial arts talent out of thin air?
Xinyu smiled slightly, showing no panic in the face of Lu Shengjuan's aggressive questioning. Xinyu had actually anticipated this situation. The truth will out eventually, it's just a matter of whether it comes out sooner or later. Fortunately, although Xinyu has been exposed, he has not left any strong evidence. Even if all the suspicions point to Xinyu, the law of China is to presume innocence in cases of doubt. As long as Lu Shengjun cannot produce solid evidence, he will have no way to deal with Xinyu.
Return. Upon hearing this, Lu Shengjun couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly.
In both encounters, Xinyu's emotions remained completely unchanged, leaving Xinyu with no openings.
Xinyu's psychological resilience has clearly exceeded his expectations. Thump. Thump. Thump.
Just then, there was a knock on the interrogation room door. A young safety officer pushed open the door and immediately bent down to speak to Lu Shengjun.
Captain, the director has ordered the immediate release of Xinyu and Zhang Ziyu.
The young safety officer said in a low voice, his tone tinged with helplessness.
Release him? The case isn't even clear yet. He's a prime suspect.
Lu Shengjun glanced at Xinyu, and his expression instantly turned ugly.
Captain, the head of the Zhang family has come in person. He's in the director's office.
After all, Miss Zhang is one of the parties involved, and the Zhang family has put pressure on her. The director said that there is currently no direct evidence pointing to Qinyu's illegal behavior. On the contrary, he killed the Shadow Order deacon, which is considered a meritorious act. It would be against the rules to continue detaining him. The young safety officer could only manage a wry smile and patiently explain. Lu Shengjun clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He glared at Xinyu fiercely, knowing that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him today. The power of the Zhang family is something and nobody like him cannot contend with.
Humph. Xinyu, you can leave now. But let me warn you, I'll be watching you. If I find out you're involved in any illegal activities, I won't let you off the hook.
This time, Lu Shengjun stopped pretending and placed both hands on the table, staring intently at Xinyu. Xinyu slowly stood up, calmly exchanged a glance with Lu Shengjun, and said nothing. As Zhang Ziyu stepped out of the interrogation room, she found Zhang Ziyu already waiting outside, with a middle-aged man standing beside her, exuding an air of authority.
Zhang Qinghe?
Zhang Ziyu had told him about her father before, and he had even seen a photo of him, so he recognized him at a glance. Zhang Qinghe merely glanced at Xinyu, his gaze deep and unreadable.
Let's go.
Zhang Qinghe said something to Zhang Ziyu, then turned and walked out. Zhang Ziyu secretly stuck out her tongue at Xinyu, made a reassuring gesture, and quickly followed her father.
Xinyu wasn't too surprised by his father-in-law's attitude. After pausing for a moment, he quickly followed the two.
Once outside the security bureau, a convoy had already been arranged. Zhang Ziyu and Zhang Qinghe got into the same car, while Xinyu was asked to sit alone in a car behind them.
However, Zhang Qinghe did not resort to any underhanded tactics. Half an hour later, the convoy smoothly entered a huge manor in the suburbs.
After getting out of the car, Zhang Qinghe didn't even look at Xinyu, and led Zhang Ziyu straight into the main house. Zhang Ziyu glanced back at Xinyu with concern, but was stopped by a look from Zhang Qinghe.
This way, please.
Xinyu was then led in by a butler-like person to a spacious but somewhat oppressive reception room. The head seat in the reception room was empty, clearly reserved for Zhang Qinghe. Several people were already seated in the guest seats on both sides. One of the old men was dressed in a brocade robe, with a sinister face and an aura that made people's hearts tremble. His power was so strong that he was at least a martial arts master. Behind him stood two guards with composed demeanor, clearly also experts. On the other side, several elderly men with extraordinary bearing were also seated.
This is quite a spectacle. Qinyu's heart sank.
Anyone with half a brain could see that this was filled with hostility. It was clearly not a typical meeting with the parents. The butler did not offer Xinyu a seat, and out of respect for Zhang Ziyu, he also refrained from sitting down. About a minute later, Zhang Qinghe led a somewhat reluctant Zhang Ziyu in and sat in the main seat. Zhang Ziyu wanted to pull Xinyu to sit down, but Zhang Qinghe stopped her with a look, so she could only sit nervously to his left.
Xinyu, I've called you here today for two reasons. First, to settle things between you and Ziyu, and second, to show you the right path. Zhang Qinghe's gaze fell on Xinyu, and he spoke in a calm tone. This is the third elder of the Zhou family, Elder Zhou Mang.
I don't need to elaborate on your grudges with the Zhou family. Then, he introduced the old man with 2 guards to Qin Yu.
The Zhou family? Instantly, Qin Yu's heart sank. Snort.
At this moment, Zhou Mang also snorted coldly, his gaze towards Qin Yu filled with disdain and arrogance. The Zhou family is magnanimous and willing to give you a chance. As long as you kowtow to Elder Zhou here to admit your mistakes, promise to change your surname to Zhou from now on, and acknowledge Elder Zhou Mang as your father, all past grievances can be wiped clean. Furthermore, I may consider agreeing to your relationship with Ziyu. Zhang Qinghe then revealed the true purpose of the meeting.
Father. Before Qin Yu could speak, Zhang Ziyu couldn't hold back any longer.
She immediately stood up without hesitation, looking at Zhang Qinghe with disbelief and great anger. To worship one's enemy as a father is not a wise path, it is a blatant humiliation. And after humiliating him, they still want to exploit and take advantage of Qin Yu.
Chapter 103 Zhang Qinghe's scheme.
Now, Qin Yu has personally killed 2 geniuses of the Zhou family, one of whom was Zhou Mingrui, the son of Zhou Tianxiong, the head of the Zhou family.
It is conceivable that if Qin Yu were to truly acknowledge Zhou Mang as his father, he would likely face a life worse than that of an animal. Sit down.
Zhang Qinghe roared, his powerful aura forcibly pressing Zhang Ziyu back into her seat, rendering her unable to move or speak.
Click. Qin Yu clenched his fists instantly, so tightly that his bones cracked, and his gaze also. It was extremely cold. He.
Zhang Qinghe, you really are a master strategist. They wanted to use the Zhou family to force him to either submit and become a tool controlled by the Zhang and Zhou families, or they would be eliminated by the Zhou family here in a legitimate way to prevent future troubles.
Neither outcome will harm the Zhang family. What if I refuse?
After a moment's thought, a cold smile crept onto Qin Yu's lips. If he were a boy who had been abandoned by Chu Nuonyuo, perhaps he would choose to compromise temporarily to secure his own safety, and take revenge later. However, now, both his A-level martial arts talent and his repeated crushing of these aristocratic prodigies have caused a qualitative change in his mentality.
I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Refuse? Then today, this room will be your burial ground.
Kid, don't think that just because you have some talent you can act recklessly.
In front of me, you are still just an ant.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Mang scoffed dismissively, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. Qin Yu, a wise man submits to circumstances, this is your only chance. What Ziyu needs for her future is a powerful backer who can protect her, not a genius who is likely to die young and make countless enemies. At this moment, Zhang Qinghe once again spoke in a nonchalant manner.
Aren't you afraid of offending young Palace and Diwu by acting this way?
Qin Yu suppressed his anger and tried his best to maintain his imposing presence. He can be tough, but he still has to fight for every possible chance to survive.
Only by surviving will he have a chance to avenge the humiliation he suffered today. Ha ha ha. Young Palace? Kid, you're too naive. This reception room has been completely isolated by an array.
Forget about sending a message, not even a fly can get out.
No matter how far Young Palace's reaches, it can't extend this far. If I kill you, who will be willing to stand up for a dead man?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Mang burst into wild laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world.
Just as I expected. Instantly, Qin Yu's heart sank to the bottom.
The other party was well prepared and intended to corner him.
Since that's the case, then I, Qin Yu, would rather die than submit. You are not worthy to make me kneel down and change my surname.
Now that things had come to this, Qin Yu stopped wasting words and directly swept his sharp gaze across everyone present.
Why?
Zhang Ziyu's beautiful eyes were red with anxiety, but under Zhang Qinghe's powerful pressure, she couldn't even utter a word.
Court death.
The moment Qin Yu finished speaking, Zhou Mang flew into a rage.
He didn't even get up, he simply struck out with a casual palm. Boom.
Instantly, the immense spiritual power transformed into a gigantic black hand, pressing down on Qin Yu with a destructive aura.
This casual palm strike is enough to turn any great martial arts master into mincemeat. Humph. King Wu.
It's not like I haven't fought him before. Qin Yu's expression hardened, and golden light burst forth from his body, mixed with a little red light.
Radiant Sun Body, activate. Limitless Blood Boiling, activate.
The blazing fangs were also placed on Qin Yu's fists as he turned his hands.
Boom.
At this moment, Qin Yu seemed to transform into a true sun, his extremely young and powerful aura soaring into the sky, even diluting the martial king's oppressive aura to some extent. Golden energy surged up to the roof like smoke from a wolf's beacon, and the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy distorted the air in the entire room. The terrifying power of an A-level talent was fully revealed.
What? This is an A-level talent? The blazing sun holy body? The sinister smile on Zhou Mang's face froze instantly.
Everyone present, except for Zhang Ziyu who already knew, was completely dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Zhang Qinghe stood up from his seat, his pupils contracting sharply. He had planned everything meticulously, but he never expected that Qin Yu would actually possess a level martial arts talent.
What does this mean?
It means that Qin Yu has the potential to become a martial lord, or even to reach a higher realm.
Its value far exceeds that of 10 or even 100 ordinary Zhou families. Those who possess a level talent, as long as they don't die young, will surely become giants in the future.
Compared to that, the conditions offered by the Zhou family were simply insignificant.
Whoosh!
But Zhou Mang had already realized what was happening.
This child must not be allowed to live.
He made a judgment immediately. The conflict between Qin Yu and the Zhou family is now irreconcilable, and Qin Yu's attitude just now was extremely tough. If it were allowed to grow up, it would be a major disaster for the Zhou family. Therefore, he immediately activated the huge black hand, and its power instantly increased to another level.
Whoosh!
But at that moment, a figure moved even faster than a hand.
Zhang Qinghe made a move.
As the head of the Zhang family, he was a true martial lord level expert. He simply flashed and appeared in front of Qin Yu.
Bang!
With just a gentle squeeze, he caused the palm to deflate instantly like a balloon, eventually bursting and dissipating, leaving only a slight ripple of air.
Zhang Qinghe. What do you mean? This scene infuriated Zhou Mang so much that he stood up and stared wide-eyed. He never expected that Zhang Qinghe would suddenly turn against him. That idiot. Both families have gone to such lengths, do you really expect to reconcile with Qin Yu? Even if you just put yourself in their shoes, you should be able to understand that if it were them, they would hate them so much that they would slaughter their entire family, right?
Elder Zhou, I'm sorry, but this matter ends here.
Please leave. Zhang Qinghe didn't offer any further explanation, he simply shook his head.
The two people are in different positions and have different perspectives, so their ways of looking at things are naturally different as well. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Qing had greatly hoped that the Zhang family could advance further among martial arts families. It is important to know that there are many martial arts families in China, but there are differences between them.
This gap is reflected in the top combat strength of aristocratic families.
For aristocratic families of their caliber, such as the Zhang and Zhou families, the strongest among them is at most a martial lord, with perhaps 2 or 3 at better levels, and at most 1 at the worst. To advance further, one must have a powerhouse above the martial lord level. But reaching the martial lord level is no easy feat for someone like him to have reached the martial lord level. It was all thanks to countless rare and precious materials that he had already exhausted his potential.
Qin Yu's display of the A-level martial arts talent, the blazing sun holy body, undoubtedly gave him hope for the Zhang family to advance further.
Even if Qin Yu harbors resentment towards the Zhang family at this moment, as long as he is given enough sincerity and resources, he may be able to win them over to the Zhang family's camp in the future. In particular, the relationship between Qin Yu and Zhang Ziyu is far more complex than the blood feud between the Zhou family and Qin Yu.
Very well. Well done, Zhang family. The Zhou family will remember this.
Zhou Mang was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed at Zhang Qinghe, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it.
Chapter 104 Strength and More Strength. Humph. Let's go. As a martial king, there was absolutely no way he could kill Qin Yu under Zhang Qinghe's nose.
Therefore, staying would only be a disgrace to oneself. After saying that, the 3 members of the Zhou family left the reception room without stopping. With the departure of the 3, only an extremely awkward atmosphere remained in the reception room. Those who were supposed to be elders of the Zhang family exchanged bewildered glances, each with a strange expression. Young friend Qin Yu, I was forced by circumstances just now and offended you in many ways. I hope you will forgive me. Zhang Qinghe turned around and looked at Qin Yu with a complicated expression. His tone was much gentler than before.
However, Qin Yu simply looked at Zhang Qinghe calmly, his face showing little gratitude or emotion.
He knew that Zhang Qinghe's protection was not based on his approval of him as a person, but purely on the value he was demonstrating at that moment. This fickle attitude driven by self-interest left him feeling little warmth instead, it filled him with disgust and hatred.
Father! You've gone too far.
Before Qin Yu could answer, Zhang Ziyu had already rushed over.
How could you do this? You were clearly trying to drive Qinyu to his death. I hate you.
She immediately grabbed Qinyu's arm tightly, her pretty face full of grievance and anger.
Just now, she really thought she was going to lose Qinyu.
That despair and fear turned into deep disappointment and resentment towards Zhang Qinghe.
Ziyu, I was only thinking of the family. I did act inappropriately before.
Looking at his daughter's reaction, Zhang Qinghe's face flashed with a hint of helplessness and guilt. But now that we know that our young friend Qinyu is a dragon among men, our Zhang family will do our utmost to support him.
Qinyu, could we please let bygones be bygones for the sake of Ziyu? Our Zhang family is willing to do everything we can to help you grow. Let bygones be bygones. What do you say?
He then looked at Qinyu, speaking in a very humble manner, even with a hint of pleading. If it were anyone else, they would be extremely flattered to receive such a statement from a martial lord.
Uncle Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I, Qinyu, have my own principles and bottom line in my actions. I can forgive the Zhang family for what happened today, but I cannot agree to wipe the slate clean. My relationship with Ziyu is between us and has nothing to do with the interests of the family. Even so, Qinyu still didn't give him a kind look. He's not stupid. He won't get angry just because someone offers him food, or be happy just because someone offers him a treat. Qinyu understood Zhang Qinghe's change in attitude better than anyone else.
That's why he felt truly disgusted.
Qinyu is a human being, not a saint. Some things, once planted in one's heart, can never be erased.
Zhang Qinghe's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, as if he wanted to lash out, but then his expression turned helpless.
The meaning behind Qinyu's words was quite clear.
He may not pursue the Zhang family in the future, but he must hold Zhang Qinghe accountable.
Well. He glanced at Zhang Ziyu, but the latter showed no intention of speaking up for him. Well, it's good that young people have their own ideas. In that case, I won't force you. You can go do your own thing.
Since things had come to this point, Zhang Qinghe said no more, only nodding slightly to the two of them. This was a veiled order to leave, but it also gave both sides a way out.
Let's go.
Zhang Ziyu was even angrier than Qinyu, and immediately dragged him out. Qinyu nodded slightly to Zhang Qinghe as a basic courtesy, then let Zhang Ziyu pull him along and turned to walk out without hesitation. Zhang Qinghe watched the two figures leave, remaining silent for a long time. On the way back, Zhang Ziyu held Qinyu tightly, nestled in his arms, as if afraid of losing him.
Strength, strength, still strength.
Qinyu kept looking out the window, his hands on the armrest clenching and unclenching. As he watched the sky darken, his resolve grew stronger. This world, seemingly a civilized society like the Earth he lived on in his previous life, is actually a dog-eat-dog world when you peel back the layers. The weak have no voice whatsoever.
Only strength can prove everything.
Even so-called great potential is nothing more than a value that those in power value. Just like Zhang Qinghe's repeated treatment of him today. Furthermore, when facing his enemy Wang Haoding, he didn't even dare to mention everything he had seen in the memories of those skeletons. Therefore, from now on, he must use any means necessary to improve his strength and become stronger. It wasn't until they returned to Diwu that evening that the two of them finally felt relieved. After spending some time with Zhang Ziyu, Qinyu returned to his dormitory and had a good night's rest.
The next day,
Qinyu had just woken up when he received a message from Du Mengmeng.
Qinyu, come to my office if you have time today. Could it be that there's news about Professor Luo Zhangwen? Qinyu felt a surge of excitement.
After quickly washing up, he immediately set off for Du Mengmeng's office. In Du Mengmeng's office, she was deep in thought, staring at her computer. Upon seeing Qinyu enter, a very sweet smile immediately appeared on her face.
Come, sit down, take a look at this. Du Mengmeng pulled out the chair next to her and then adjusted the orientation of the computer screen. The China Youth Martial Arts Competition?
After Qinyu sat down, he immediately saw the eye-catching title on the screen. He had heard of this name before. It was the largest and most prestigious martial arts competition for young people in China, a true pinnacle stage for the younger generation. It only restricts the age of the contestants, without restricting any other sources, etc. In other words, this competition is likely to attract participation from various powerful families, reclusive sects, and other hidden talents, making it a true gathering of hidden masters and experts.
That's right. The competition is held every 3 years and is open to young martial artists under the age of 20 throughout China.
Although the rules are cruel, the rewards are also extremely generous. The winners will not only gain great fame, but also receive a large amount of rare resources directly from the state, and even the qualification to enter certain special secret realms for cultivation. Du Mengmeng nodded and patiently explained. As the premier martial arts academy in China, Emperor Martial Arts Academy has the privilege of skipping the preliminary rounds and qualifying rounds and directly obtaining 3 spots in the main competition.
However, these 3 spots need to be selected and determined internally.
The campus selection competition is about to begin, and registration is open to students in their second year and below. Although you are only a freshman, with your strength, many sophomores are no match for you, and you are fully qualified to compete. As long as you can stand out in the school selection and qualify to represent Daewoo in the competition, the school will first give you a generous resource reward, which can be regarded as advance support. If you can achieve a ranking in the competition, the rewards will be stacked up. Du Mengmeng became a little excited as she spoke, as if it were her, not Jinyu, who was going to participate.
That makes sense for martial artists. This kind of competition is as exciting as a football fan watching the World Cup. Chapter 105 Du Mengmeng is drunk. Okay, I'll sign up.
After a brief moment of contemplation, Jinyu nodded in agreement. Whether it was to track down clues about his father's whereabouts or to improve his own ability to protect himself. Now he can't afford to miss any opportunity that could significantly improve himself.
Okay, I'll take care of the registration for you. However, you should be prepared that there are actually some hidden talents among the students on campus, so the competition will be very fierce, and
you've been making headlines lately, but you've also offended quite a few people.
You need to be careful that someone doesn't try to trip you up.
As Du Mengmeng spoke, her expression became more serious, and she earnestly instructed Jinyu.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, teacher. Jinyu nodded and thanked Du Mengmeng for the reminder.
To be honest, as long as the old guys from those aristocratic families don't show up, and it's just the younger generation, Jinyu would be more than happy for them to come and send him off. By the way, now that we've finished talking about business, I haven't had a chance to properly thank you for what happened with Ho Shihai last time. You were either in the ice and snow forest or busy with other things, so I never found an opportunity. Du Mengmeng looked at his calm demeanor and smiled with relief, but then, as if remembering something, she quickly spoke up.
Today is perfect. How about we go to your house for a simple meal? I'll cook it myself as a way of expressing my gratitude.
Her eyes held a hint of expectation and a subtle, almost imperceptible nervousness.
Upon hearing this, Jinyu felt a headache coming on. It's that same old thank you meal again.
It just didn't feel right that it was an invitation from a man and a woman alone. But Du Mengmeng's eyes did look quite sincere, and besides, Jinyu needed her help to contact Luo Jiangwen, so he couldn't refuse.
Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher.
Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, Jinyu had no choice but to agree.
Okay, let's go then. I don't have any classes today. Du Mengmeng was overjoyed and got up to leave with Jinyu. She drove Jinyu herself to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy's exclusive faculty apartment. However, it's more like a small detached villa than an apartment. After all, it's Imperial Martial Arts University. The level of its facilities is far superior to that of other universities. Please have a seat, I'll get it ready right away. Du Mengmeng first poured Jinyu a cup of tea, and then hurriedly ran to the kitchen. Before long, several delicious and colorful homestyle dishes were served, and a bottle of red wine was even opened. Come on, Jinyu, don't be shy, make yourself at home. Du Mengmeng enthusiastically served food to Jinyu, and then poured a glass of red wine for both herself and Jinyu. Teacher, you don't drink much, so let me thank you with this drink for helping me out last time. It really felt so good. While eating, Du Mengmeng also picked up a glass of red wine and drank it all in one gulp. Jinyu was somewhat taken aback. Before he could stop her, Du Mengmeng poured herself another glass, and 2 blushes quickly rose on her cheeks. Teacher, please drink slowly. Jinyu's lips twitched, and he quickly reminded him. Why does this scene seem so familiar? And looking at it this way, he suddenly had a bad feeling. It's alright, the teacher is in a good mood today, and I won't get drunk. Du Mengmeng waved her hand and smiled as she slowly spoke to Jinyu. However, looking at Du Mengmeng's increasingly dazed eyes, Jinyu really had the urge to cover his face. Jinyu, do you know, I'm really happy that you chose me as your mentor. She took another swig of wine, and then she started talking non-stop. You're so amazing, ranking first in the assessment, and now you're going to participate in the competition. This is really boosting my performance record. Maybe once you win a prize in the competition, I can use that to get promoted to associate professor. Then, let's see who dares to say I'm young and inexperienced. She chattered on and on, her tone filled with innocent longing and pride, completely lacking the airs of a mentor, more like an easily satisfied young girl. Well,
Seeing this, Xinyu knew that things were starting to get out of control. Xinyu, the way you kicked the door open when you came in, you were so cool. However, Du Mengmeng's intoxication kicked in very quickly. As they talked, her topic shifted to the incident involving Ho Shihai. I was terrified, I thought, but you knocked that bastard down with one punch. You're such a man. She rested her chin on her hand, looked at Xinyu with a dreamy gaze, and chuckled. Burp, it's so hot. Her voice grew softer and softer, and even her eyes began to sting. As she spoke, she actually stood up unsteadily, and one hand began to unbutton her pajamas. Teacher. You've had too much to drink. Upon seeing this, Xinyu felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately stood up and grabbed Du Mengmeng's hand, which was unbuttoning her clothes. However, the result was that this caused the already dazed Du Mengmeng to lose her balance and fall directly into Xinyu's arms. The surface was warm, soft, and smooth to the touch. Xinyu felt as if he had been burned, wanting to let go but not daring to. Xinyu, you know what? Last time, hiccup, you actually helped me get dressed obediently, hiccup. Du Mengmeng was stopped, and immediately pouted in dissatisfaction, raising her watery eyes to look at Xinyu who was so close to her. She mumbled incoherently, hiccuping as she spoke. But as she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer until it became completely inaudible, at which point she simply shut up. Teacher, let me help you to rest first. Xinyu was in no mood to listen to Du Mengmeng reminisce about those old stories. If this continues, I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. He felt it was already a great blessing that he could resolve the relationship between Yi Yuan and Zhang Ziyu. He absolutely couldn't afford to cause any more trouble. Wah! Unexpectedly, as soon as Xinyu bent down to pick up Du Mengmeng, she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. Hiss! Xinyu turned his head away with difficulty, trying to tear Du Mengmeng off him, but she held on tightly, like a koala. It's hot, it's so uncomfortable. Du Mengmeng squirmed restlessly in his arms, one hand tugging at her collar again, revealing a small patch of smooth, delicate skin and her exquisite collarbone. With no other option, Xinyu looked away, quickened his pace, carried her into the bedroom, and gently placed her on the soft bed. However, just as he was about to straighten up and get away, Du Mengmeng suddenly pulled hard, and Xinyu was caught off guard and was instantly pushed down. Du Mengmeng is a high-level martial artist, and in terms of strength, he really can't beat the seemingly frail Du Mengmeng. This caused Xinyu to fall completely into bed. Before his brain could even process what was happening, Du Mengmeng suddenly grabbed his vital point, rendering him completely immobile. Xinyu, you're so good, sob. Chapter 106 Shura Field. The next day, Xinyu, who had developed a good biological clock, was the first to wake up. The first thing he saw when he got up was Du Mengmeng, who was fast asleep with her hair disheveled. Well. Xinyu could only manage a wry smile and a helpless sigh. In the end, he didn't wake Du Mengmeng. Instead, after getting up and tidying himself up, he tucked her in, tidied up the clothes scattered on the floor, and then quietly left the villa. Back in his dorm room, Xinyu took a cold shower, trying to calm his chaotic thoughts. Buzz. I had just dried my hair when my phone vibrated. I picked it up and saw it was a message from Du Mengmeng. I drank too much last night, thank you for taking care of me. I have submitted my competition registration. The content is very short, just one sentence. Buzz. Before Xinyu could even think of a reply, she sent another embarrassed facepalm emoji. Okay, it seems Du Mengmeng is well aware of what happened last night. Teacher Du, I will take responsibility. After a moment's hesitation, Xinyu typed a message on his phone and sent it back. This time, however, I waited a full minute without receiving a reply. I don't know if they were asleep again or simply didn't want to reply. Bite. However, just as Xinyu was about to put down his phone to attend to his own business, the phone rang again, and this time it wasn't on vibrate. Xinyu checked the message and was immediately stunned. Just now, a full 50 million Chinese yuan was deposited into his account. What the hell? This huge sum of money left Xinyu momentarily dumbfounded. It's possible that a few 100,000 was misprinted, but this is 50 million. Could someone be trying to use this to get back at him? Fortunately, just as he was pondering whether to report it to the security bureau, a text message arrived on his phone. Xinyu, the Zhang family was too hasty yesterday, I'm truly sorry. Although it was an unfamiliar number, those words instantly made him understand what was going on. Zhang Qinghe. Only he would probably be qualified to give away 50 million so easily. This guy is actually quite generous. Xinyu looked at the extra string of zeros in his account balance and couldn't help but sneer. Although this is indeed a huge sum of money for him right now, it is far from enough to make him completely forgive Zhang Qinghe.
But it's perfect timing.
Although the school selection process isn't too difficult, my skills will definitely be a bit lacking when it comes to the main competition. So I can use this money to improve my skills to the maximum extent possible. Afterwards, Qin Yu also began to plan his time ahead. The 50 million Chinese yuan forced him to temporarily change his plans.
Cloud Palace.
Immediately afterward, this place came to Qin Yu's mind.
There are many treasures there, and with an old acquaintance like Yi Yuan around, they can maximize the value of those 50 million. If we go there this time, let Ziyu and Ye Yuan meet.
Then a sudden inspiration struck him. This was a perfect opportunity for the two of them to meet.
Ziyu, are you free? Come with me to Yonk Palace.
Thinking of this, Qin Yu sent a message to Zhang Ziyu directly. Although it was morning, most students of Diwu did not have the habit of sleeping in.
I'm free. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Almost immediately after it was sent, Zhang Ziyu replied instantly.
Seeing her even excitedly pressing exclamation marks, Qin Yu was completely baffled.
Why does Zhang Ziyu seem so excited? Never mind.
Qin Yu didn't think much of it and immediately sent a message to Zhang Ziyu. Soon, the two finished getting ready and met at the school gate to leave the school. Having learned from the previous experience with the corpse puppet butler, Qin Yu carefully observed every detail of the driver and the vehicle before getting into the car this time. After confirming that everything was correct, he then led Zhang Ziyu to Yonk Palace. The journey was smooth, and Qin Yu explained to Zhang Ziyu that his purpose in coming was not only to auction off some cultivation supplies, but also to allow her to meet Yi Yuan. Upon arriving at Yonk Palace, Steward Li, who had been there before, once again welcomed the two inside. Led by Deacon Li, the two arrived at the small house that Qin Yu was familiar with. Upon opening the door, one would see Yi Yuan lying on her side on the bed, flipping through an unknown book. This time, she was wearing a long black gauze dress, revealing her voluptuous, long legs, which were extremely alluring.
My dear brother, what brings you to visit me today? Yi Yuan put down her book and looked up with a smile.
However, as soon as she looked up, she saw Zhang Ziyu, and a knowing and amused look flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Yi Yuan, this is Zhang Ziyu, and Ziyu, this is Yi Yuan.
Such a sensual scene made Qin Yu a little embarrassed. He quickly coughed twice and then introduced the two parties to each other.
Hello, Sister Yi Yuan.
Zhang Ziyu quickly stepped forward, her attitude appearing somewhat reserved.
Oh, what a beautiful young lady.
I've heard Qin Yu mention you before, and seeing you today, you truly are a beauty of unparalleled grace. Yi Yuan quickly stood up, took her hand, and spoke with a smile. Looking at them like this, anyone who didn't know them would think they were best friends who had known each other for many years.
Sister Yi Yuan is the prettiest.
Zhang Ziyu blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed by the praise.
However, to be fair, although Zhang Ziyu's development is not bad, it is still much worse than Yi Yuan's.
If Yi Yuan is a mature and sophisticated older sister type, then Zhang Ziyu belongs to the pure and innocent school beauty type. It can only be said that they each have their own strengths. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two women was relatively harmonious during their first meeting, Qin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to explain his purpose. My little darling, besides the fragrance of Sister Ziyu, there seems to be, a faint smell of alcohol and the scent of another woman on you? You two seem to be having quite a deep conversation. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yi Yuan suddenly moved closer to Qin Yu. She sniffed lightly with her small nose, then revealed a meaningful smile, looking at him with a playful gaze.
Qin Yu's scalp tingled instantly. Damn, is Night Kite a succubus or a dog? How can she smell that?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyu's initial shyness instantly turned into astonishment, and she abruptly turned to look at Qin Yu.
Qin Yu opened his mouth, only to feel a headache coming on. Sister Ziyu, you see, you can't trust men too much.
It hasn't been long, and he has already caught up with some wildflowers again. We have to question him properly and not let him get away with it so easily.
However, Yi Yuan spoke again immediately afterward, grabbing Zhang Ziyu's hand and appearing as if they were sisters. Confess.
Provoked by Yi Yuan, Zhang Ziyu puffed out her cheeks and stared at Qin Yu with both of her beautiful eyes.
Okay, I'll tell you. Actually, it's teacher Du Meng Meng.
Seeing this, Qin Yu could only sigh and raise his hands in surrender. He braced himself and briefly recounted how Du Meng Meng had invited him to dinner the previous night to thank him, how she had gotten drunk and lost control, and the embarrassing and uncontrollable things that followed. After speaking, Xinyu looked at the two women with some trepidation, awaiting their judgment.
Chapter 107 Mixed Doubles.
You little rascal, you're quite the charmer.
Oh well, what can I do? I like you so much.
I don't ask for much, as long as you, my little devil, have me in your heart. Unexpectedly, after the explanation, Yi Yuan only yawned and did not react strongly. Xinyu was only slightly taken aback, but then instantly realized what was happening. It turns out that Yi Yuan didn't want to expose him, but rather to help him. After all, as a succubus, Night Kite doesn't share the human stereotype of monogamy in this regard and is highly accepting of it.
But Zhang Ziyu is different.
The longer you keep something like this hidden, the more likely you are to get yourself into trouble. At this time, she and Zhang Ziyu had just gotten closer and were on the same side, so she could take this opportunity to help her eliminate any possible barriers in her heart.
I already said last time, as long as you don't abandon me, even if you have other women, I can accept it. It's just, but could you please tell me in advance next time?
As expected, after hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhang Ziyu, who was initially a little angry, was now only slightly jealous. And as she spoke, she bit her lip, looking somewhat aggrieved.
Yes, I'm sorry, it won't happen again.
Xinyu felt a pang of heartache and quickly pulled Zhang Ziyu into his arms, gently holding her. The latter buried her head in his chest and held him tightly, refusing to let go.
Oh, so you'll do it again? Do you want to have a harem of 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines again?
Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan immediately grabbed Xinyu's ear and scolded him.
This remark successfully made Zhang Ziyu laugh, and the atmosphere eased considerably. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You didn't come to Young Palace just to bring Sister Ziyu to see me, or to confess your romantic escapades, did you?
Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Yi Yuan stopped wasting words and got to the point.
Yes, there is something I need to do.
I'm going to participate in this year's China Youth Martial Arts competition, so I'd like to come to Young Palace to find some resources to prepare for the competition. However, I have limited funds, so I'd like to ask you for advice on how to make the most efficient use of them. When the topic turned to serious matters, Xinyu stopped joking and became serious. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and showed the 50 million to Yi Yuan. The most famous aspect of Young Palace is not that it possesses 90% of the resources needed by martial artists, nor that it has high-end brands or affordable prices. It lies not in its auctions, but in the fact that it has almost everything. At the auction, you will see all kinds of rare and precious materials collected by Young Palace from all over the world. Even here, you can find top-grade pills or magical artifacts.
That's right, it's a top-grade product.
If it were any other organization or force that obtained a top-grade item, they would treat it like a family heirloom.
But Young Palace is different.
Not only will it not charge exorbitant prices, but even the highest-grade items will be carefully inspected and priced reasonably. It is precisely because of this that Young Palace has been able to gradually grow into the behemoth it is today.
However, Xinyu wasn't very familiar with auctions and the like.
50 million might be a lot for him, but he wasn't sure if that amount of money was enough to get his item auctioned, so he needed to ask Yi Yuan for help.
Let me think.
Yi Yuan glanced at the balance of 50 million, her expression not changing much. But she still helped Xinyu recall the details carefully.
By the way, you've come at the right time.
There's a large auction at noon today with a wide variety of items, including a few that I think might suit you. Before long, her eyes lit up, and she immediately smiled and spoke. I remember there was a bottle of mid-grade earth-level dragon marrow tempering liquid, which was very effective in strengthening muscles and bones and solidifying the foundation. It is especially suitable for a genius like you who frequently makes breakthroughs and needs to solidify his realm. The estimated transaction price is between 10 million and 20 million. As an elder, Yi Yuan was naturally not one to sit idly by. She didn't even need to look for them, she already knew the auction items in her mind. There is also a 300-year-old crimson sun fruit, which is a perfect match for your martial arts talent. I estimate it can be acquired for around 6 million. As for the others, you can choose some more according to your own needs later. She held her slender, jade-like fingers to her red lips, answering as she thought.
Okay, I understand. Xinyu was overjoyed upon hearing this. It was definitely the right decision to come to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, letting him do it himself would be a waste of both time and energy. It's still early, let's rest for a bit and recharge. After Yi Yuan finished speaking, she looked Zhang Ziyu up and down, and her mind started to wander. Without giving Xinyu a chance to refuse, she pulled him and Zhang Ziyu towards the bed. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ziyu's cheeks immediately turned bright red.
But after forming a united front just now, she felt closer to Yi Yuan and naturally no longer rejected her. Her gauze skirt slipped down, and the room was instantly filled with fragrance.
At noon, at the Yonk Palace auction house.
At this moment, Yi Yuan and Zhang Ziyu both looked much more radiant and healthy than they had in the morning. Qin Yu's aura was restrained, and he looked somewhat weak and listless.
Damn it. I guess 2 fists can't beat 4 hands after all.
Qin Yu glared angrily at the 2 figures with completely different auras in front of him and muttered something to himself. He had originally planned to take advantage of the 2 players' lack of coordination to quickly destroy the tower, break through the crystal, and win the game. The 2 women initially appeared flustered and used their skills haphazardly, allowing Qin Yu to push them to the high ground in no time. Unexpectedly, their teamwork improved dramatically in just a few minutes. One of them cleared the lane while the other pushed the lane, leaving Qin Yu only able to watch the high ground turret without being able to push it down. Especially since both of them possessed the undying grip, they tormented him to an unbearable degree. In the end, Qin Yu was completely powerless to fight back and was pushed all the way to the high ground, where he finally lost the game when surrounded by the 2. Afterwards, the 2 girls comforted her, saying that's how it is when you play games, and you'll get better with more practice.
Hateful. What are you thinking about over here?
Just then, Yi Yuan suddenly turned her head and looked at Qin Yu in a teasing manner. It turned out that Qin Yu had been lost at the fork in the road leading to the private room and had been dragged back.
No.
Qin Yu maintained a cool and aloof demeanor with a blank expression, which made Yi Yuan chuckle again.
Let's go, the auction is about to begin.
However, Yi Yuan didn't tease Qin Yu any further, but instead led the way to the private room that had been prepared in advance.
Just as I sat down, the auction began.
At this point, the host came on stage, rattled off a long speech and rules, and then brought out the first item for the auction.
The first item up for auction is a mid-grade earth-level spiritual medicine, Dragon Marrow Tempering Liquid.
The starting price is 10 million, and each bid must be at least 100,000 higher. Unexpectedly, the very first item up for auction was exactly what Qin Yu needed.
11 million.
Therefore, Qin Yu was the first to call out a price without hesitation.
12 million. But the next moment, a familiar yet aged voice rang out. Chapter 108. Was he doing that on purpose?
Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. He turned his gaze to a treasure chest not far away. Although this private room was specially made by Yonk Palace, it is generally not visible from the outside.
However, the martial artist's abilities are too great, whether it's mental strength or other methods, they can penetrate it.
Therefore, Qin Yu effortlessly saw the face of the person making the bid through his mirror flower pupil.
Zhou Mang. Instantly, Qin Yu's face darkened.
That's right, the guy in that private room is Zhou Mang, whom he met at the Zhang family yesterday.
And at that moment, he also looked over here.
Clearly, he also saw Qin Yu. And the look on his face as he looked at Qin Yu was filled with cruel smiles and hatred.
This guy. Qin Yu wasn't afraid of Zhou Mang. After all, he had quite a few people backing him up now, and with Zhou Mang's strength, it was really not certain that he could do anything to him.
However, with Zhou Mang here, this auction might not be so easy to handle.
13 million.
There was no other way. This dragon marrow tempering liquid was extremely important, so even if it meant paying a higher price, he was determined to get it.
14 million.
As a result, Zhou Mang started bidding again, almost without any pause, before the host could even call out 13 million for the first time. The 2 bids immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, in a normal auction, everyone puts down a bid and then another bids, with pauses in between for consideration. But these 2 are clearly bidding with great hostility, which means the price will only keep rising.
So everyone else just watched the show with amusement, without making any bids. 15 million. 16 million. 21 million.
So the 2 went back and forth bidding until Qin Yu raised the price to 21 million, causing an uproar in the audience.
Are you crazy? Asking such a high price? They're just rich and stupid.
These 2 are obviously nouveau riche bumpkins.
They probably aren't even martial artists. They just want to show off their money. 22 million.
Sure enough, Zhou Mang stroked his beard and once again called out an even higher price in a cheeky manner. But this time, Qin Yu did not follow.
22 million once.
After a brief pause, the auctioneer prepared to raise the gavel to end the auction of the first item.
Why has that damn thing stopped barking?
Upon seeing this, Zhou Mang was also startled. Although bidding at this price would obviously result in a loss of several million, it's not a large sum for the Zhou family. But this time, he came with an important goal in mind. If I spend those 20 million now and then run out of money and someone else wins the bid, that would be really upsetting. In the other private room. It wasn't that Qin Yu deliberately tricked Zhou Mang, but rather that even he couldn't help but be startled.
Debtor, Zhou Mang. Debt owed, 1 million.
Items possessed, massive amount of spiritual energy recoverable, C-level martial arts talent gravity control non-recoverable. The debtor has been detected making malicious demands. The host can initiate forced collection. The sudden system notification left Qin Yu somewhat bewildered. But after a moment's thought, he immediately understood. The system's definition of liabilities is quite broad, encompassing various types of debts, including those owed to individuals or organizations. This type of debt mainly manifests as the debtor's indebtedness to him.
That's right, the key point is this debt. It's the same principle as when Chu Nuonyuo and Li Yun borrowed things and didn't return them.
In other words, as long as their actions cause losses to Qin Yu, they can be recorded as debts. As for how the losses occurred, there are many different reasons.
For example, the current situation is somewhat unexpected for Qin Yu. But then he burst out laughing. 25 million.
This time, he raised the price by a full 3 million.
Wow!
The entire audience was stunned once again, and everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Although they weren't all experts in elixirs, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this price was enough to buy quite a few high-grade earth-level elixirs.
Clearly, the dragon marrow tempering liquid is not worth the price at all. Paying 25 million is an absolute rip-off.
Meanwhile, in the other private room, Zhou Mang also breathed a sigh of relief.
Qin Yu's behavior was met with fierce ridicule. He was just a piece of trash, thinking he was so arrogant.
In reality, his behavior of making such a big bid was no different from that of an idiot. Just as Zhou Mang was whispering about how he had tricked Qin Yu out of his pocket, he caught a glimpse of Qin Yu's lips moving slightly.
He's talking about a coward.
In an instant, Zhou Mang's blood and qi surged upwards, causing his old face to flush red.
Just now, did he do it on purpose?
Immediately afterward, he thought of Qin Yu's sudden cessation of bidding earlier.
He did this to make me nervous about going over budget, to make me see my own inner panic and unease? In an instant, Zhou Mang was both shocked and humiliated. How dare a junior look down on him and make fun of him? Damn it! 26 million. So, just as the host was about to announce the third successful bid, Zhou Mang made another offer. Only then did Qin Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Yu was unaware of the psychological manipulation Zhou Mang was employing. He simply wanted to provoke Zhou Mang into raising the price. This way, Qin Yu can take another winter break, intentionally get scammed, and have the system record him as in debt. 27 million. Debtor, Zhou Mang. Debt owed, 7 million.
Items possessed, massive amount of spiritual energy recoverable, C-level martial arts talent gravity control non-recoverable. The debtor has been detected making malicious demands. The host can initiate forced collection. As expected, when Qin Yu bid again, the amount owed on the system panel changed once more. However, the debts did not accumulate, which means that each time Zhou Mang bid, the debts were considered invalid. Therefore, I must win the bid for the last item so that he can be completely indebted. Qin Yu looked at the system panel and couldn't help but smile. Although the two women beside him were puzzled by Qin Yu's behavior, they both tacitly remained silent. After all, they all knew that Qin Yu was not one to act impulsively, so there must be a deeper meaning behind his actions. 28 million. Zhou Mang was so angry that his beard was askew, and he vowed to fight Qin Yu to the death.
No, Elder, we didn't come here for this item. If we keep bidding, I'm afraid we won't have enough money left to compete with the others. Zhou Mang's offer finally alarmed his entourage. Chapter 109. Old people are great, they can fall asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. Humph. What's the rush? I know what I'm doing. I definitely won't bid on this.
I want that kid to personally experience the consequences of offending the Zhou family. Zhou Mang feigned composure and calmly reprimanded his servants. For a martial artist, the most important thing is often not their level of skill or martial arts talent, but their mindset. This mindset, once it reaches a certain level, is also known as the Tao mind. To put it simply, it's about having confidence and affirmation in one's own abilities. Studies have shown that a strong Tao heart can genuinely and significantly enhance a martial artist's abilities. This increase is reflected in all aspects of a martial artist's abilities, such as breaking through realm barriers and learning martial arts techniques. The stronger one's Tao heart, the faster a martial artist grows. Zhou Mang's current actions are precisely to conceal his initial fear and apprehension, and also to protect his Tao heart. What he didn't realize was that with each bid, his mind not only didn't settle down, but became increasingly confused and worried.
Now, Zhou Meng's heart skips a beat whenever Qingyu bids, even if it's just for a fraction of a second. 30 million.
Fortunately, after a period of worry, Qingyu made another offer.
This offer completely stunned everyone at Amazon. He's insane, this guy is really insane.
Everyone looked at the private room where Qingyu was, and couldn't help but point and whisper. Although dragon marrow tempering liquid is considered a high-quality mid-grade earth-level spiritual medicine, 30 million is truly outrageously extravagant.
Damn it!
Upon hearing this offer, Zhou Mang was no longer worried, but he immediately became even angrier. He never expected that this rascal from a small town would dare to gamble with him to this extent.
31 million.
Zhou Mang didn't realize that he had lost his mind, and his voice was almost screaming.
32 million.
Qinyu's voice remained steady, even carrying a hint of subtle ease. It's as if they didn't spend tens of millions, but only a few $100s. This stark contrast drove Zhou Mang even more insane, and he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. The price soared as the two bid against each other with near frenzy, and the chatter in the hall had long since disappeared, replaced by a breathless silence. Everyone was stunned by the bidding, which far exceeded the value of the item itself.
39 million.
Zhou Mang's voice was already somewhat hoarse, and his eyes were bloodshot. The Zhou family attendant beside him was pale-faced, wanting to offer advice but not daring to.
40 million. Qingyu spoke calmly without the slightest hesitation. Puff. The moment that price was announced, Zhou Mang's psychological defenses were finally broken down.
He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggered back 2 steps, and was hurriedly supported by his attendants. Instantly, his blood and qi reversed direction, causing internal injuries to this martial king.
Elder.
Elder. The rest of the entourage were all in a state of panic. Zhou Mang's face was ashen, his finger trembling as he pointed in the direction of Qinyu's private room, his lips quivering, but he could no longer utter a single word.
What's going on?
Qinyu was somewhat surprised to see this scene from inside the private room.
It's just asking for a price, why the outrage?
It's good to be an old person, you can fall asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow.
40 million for the third time. Sold.
Congratulations to this distinguished guest for winning the dragon marrow tempering liquid at a price of 40 million. After the gavel fell, the entire venue remained silent, with everyone staring at Qinyu's private room as if he were a madman.
Spending 40 million to buy a bottle of high-grade Xian-level body tempering liquid, isn't that insane?
Inside the private room, Zhang Ziyu's mouth was slightly open, clearly shocked by the astronomical price. Yi Yuan looked at Qinyu thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling.
Debtor, Zhou Mang. Debt owed, 20 million.
Items possessed, massive amount of spiritual energy recoverable, C-level martial arts talent gravity control recoverable. The debtor has been detected making malicious demands. The host can initiate forced collection. A debt of 20 million could be used to recover the wealth of a C-level martial arts talent. As for Qinyu, instead of showing any sign of pain, he revealed a satisfied smile. On a whim, he immediately checked the system panel. You can recover debt simply by spending money, without having to go through the trouble of establishing a debt relationship.
What could be better than that?
However, it's worth mentioning that the value displayed on the system is not equivalent to reality. In other words, although 20 million can recover a C-level martial arts talent, it does not mean that the talent is worth 20 million. It simply means that within the system, 20 million can be used to recover a C-level martial arts talent, nothing more.
Little brat, what are you up to?
Yi Yuan finally couldn't resist and leaned close to Qinyu's ear, asking in a seductive tone. Qinyu felt the tickling sensation on his ear, turned his head to look at Yi Yuan's beautiful face so close to his, and suddenly reached out to put his arm around her slender waist and pull her closer to him.
Do you think I'm a fool?
Don't worry, Zhou Mang will pay back the money with interest. After saying that, Qinyu showered Yi Yuan with affection.
Of course, Zhang Ziyu hadn't forgotten either.
The main idea is to ensure that everyone receives equal treatment.
You're so unserious, but
I like your strategic and shrewd side. Yi Yuan was taken aback by this sudden intimacy, then gave him a charmingly reproachful look, but did not break free, only letting out a coquettish sigh.
The auction continued.
Qinyu didn't bid on the next few items, as if he really only came for that bottle of dragon marrow tempering liquid. Soon, the auctioneer brought out Qinyu's second target, the 300-year-old crimson sun fruit. This time, Qinyu offered 4.5 million to acquire it. However, what was absurd was that, perhaps because of Zhou Mang's experience, everyone was afraid of going up against Qinyu, and no one dared to bid again.
4.5 million is the first time. 4,500,000 the second time.
4.5 million for the third time.
Make a deal. The decision is final.
The fact that he won 2 items at prices several times higher than the starting bid and the auction price immediately left many people with strange expressions.
What the hell is this all about?
It's estimated that after today, the contents of this auction will become a topic of conversation for many people.
It's a pity, we probably won't be able to get any other debts. Qinyu rubbed his chin, slightly disappointed.
Although the system is powerful, the conditions for activation are still somewhat demanding. It's not that he can keep raising the price and make others indebted indefinitely, there's a prerequisite that the other party must maliciously raise the price. Otherwise, even if you have debt, it's not of much use unless it's malicious, you can only transfer the debt. Besides, he doesn't have much money left.
Next up is the last item. Chapter 110 Strange Blueprints.
As the host finished speaking, this time, not only were the auction items presented, but they were also put up for auction.
Moreover, several guards with extraordinary auras appeared around the auction stage.
Judging from their auras, they had all reached the high level of Marshal General.
What a grand gesture! What could it be?
Seeing this, Qinyu dribbled the ball with both hands and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. These people appear to be talented military generals, and the VIPs in the audience and private boxes may be military commanders or kings, but this mainly represents the attitude of young palace.
It also serves as a warning to others not to act recklessly. There must be someone else in charge somewhere they can't see.
This made Qinyu very curious about the last item up for auction. Soon, a jade box was carefully placed on the display stand.
The host put on white gloves, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the box lid. Ha! Blueprints?
However, to everyone's surprise, the jade box contained neither divine weapons nor rare treasures. There was only one animal hide drawing among them, which looked extremely old.
The edges of the drawing are charred and incomplete, and the overall color is dark yellow. Seeing this, many people were completely bewildered. That's it? Such a big fuss, and you're just going to put on a whole show for me?
This item has been jointly appraised by several senior appraisers from our young palace. They have confirmed that its material is ancient and has existed for at least 1,000 years.
The content recorded on it should be a fragment of a map of some kind of secret realm or ruin.
Unlike the brief introductions of previous auction items, this item prompted the host to pick it up and provide a detailed explanation. These words immediately caused a stir in the audience, but most of the audience looked on with suspicion. However, due to its severe damage and incomplete information, our palace is still unable to determine the specific location it describes, or even whether the ruins it refers to still exist, or what secrets it hides. Therefore, the starting price for this auction is 5 million Chinese yuan. The highest bidder wins. Opportunity is yours to seize, and risk is yours to bear. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in another uproar.
A fragment of a painting whose value is unknown is starting at 5 million.
The vast majority of people immediately lost interest. For martial artists, clear resource enhancement is the key. Such elusive opportunities are far too risky. A lot of snickers immediately rang out in the hall, with people thinking that Young Palace had brought out a piece of junk to close the show, which was really beneath their standards.
10 million. Unexpectedly, the people in the Zhou family's private room immediately and without hesitation made an offer. What the hell?
Not only were the questioning crowd in the hall surprised, but even Qinyu was taken aback.
He didn't think the Zhou family were fools who would choose to buy a useless blueprint.
This means that the blueprint is definitely of great significance, and it's even possible that the Zhou family possesses the remaining fragments of the blueprint.
Forget it, even if I get it, I might not be able to use it. To be honest, Qinyu was somewhat tempted.
Firstly, bidding would annoy the Zhou family, and secondly, if he actually won the bid, he could use it to keep the Zhou family in check. Otherwise, if this were a tremendous opportunity that would make the Zhou family stronger, it wouldn't be a good thing for him.
However, after thinking about it carefully, he gave up.
He doesn't have that much money now, and even if he borrows more, it's impossible for him to compete with the Zhou family.
It saves us from wasting this extra energy.
As expected, after a struggle lasting more than 10 minutes, the blueprint was won by the Zhou family for 170 million. The reason the price is so high is because several other private rooms were also bid on, which seems to be from other major forces.
This price once again pushed everyone else in the room to their absolute limit.
I thought what happened during Chinyu's filming was outrageous enough, but I never expected that there would be something even more outrageous in the end.
However, the auction ended there.
Chinyu glanced deeply in the direction of the Zhou family's private room, making a mental note of the matter. Given the Zhou family's determination to obtain it, this incomplete map must be of great importance, and we need to pay close attention to it in the future.
Let's go. But since he had no information at the moment, he got up and left.
The three left the private room, and Chinyu bid farewell to Yi Yuan at the entrance of Young Palace.
Little brat, go back and train hard.
Don't embarrass your sister in the competition. Yi Yuan smiled sweetly at Chinyu, and after speaking, she gave him a kiss.
Yeah, don't worry, I've got this first place in my grasp.
Chinyu, on the other hand, was full of confidence.
Sister Yi Yuan, we're leaving now.
Zhang Ziyu also obediently said goodbye to Yi Yuan.
Yes, little sister, come visit often when you have time. Yi Yuan smiled and pinched Zhang Ziyu's cheek.
Upon returning to Diwu, Chinyu first escorted Zhang Ziyu back to her dormitory, reminding her to prepare well, before immediately returning to his own residence. After closing the door, Chinyu sat cross-legged on the bed and took out all the prizes from the auction. The dragon marrow tempering liquid was contained in a crystal-clear jade bottle. 10 drops of golden liquid flowed slowly, radiating a powerful aura of blood and chi and a faint dragon's might. The 300-year-old crimson sun fruit is entirely crimson, resembling a burning flame, with a rich aroma and containing extremely pure fire attribute spiritual energy.
Phew! Time is of the essence, we must transform these things into strength as soon as possible. You picked them up at the same time. As soon as the cap of the dragon marrow tempering liquid was removed, a scorching heat wafted out. Without any hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it all.
As for the crimson sun fruit, he swallowed it in just a few bites.
Boom!
In an instant, a violent medicinal power swept through his entire body.
This thing is different from normal pills. Its function is not to directly increase strength by pouring a large amount of spiritual energy into the body, but to cleanse and compress spiritual energy.
Chinyu frequently uses the system to collect spiritual energy, which results in a slight deficiency in spiritual energy despite the support of the extreme realm. Although his spiritual energy is somewhat weak and the problem is not serious, it is within a controllable range. But what he wanted to achieve was absolute perfection. Therefore, he would fix even the slightest flaw.
Buzz.
As time went by, the impurities in his body were gradually forced out. Even the bones emitted a faint hum, becoming more crystalline and resilient, and the meridians also subtly widened under the expansion of the medicinal power. Unlike the domineering nature of dragon marrow tempering fluid, the energy of crimson sun fruit is relatively pure and gentle. It was clear that after consuming the crimson sun fruit, it transformed into a warm current that flowed into his dantian and merged with the spiritual power of his own blazing sun sacred body. This warm current also continuously purifies and strengthens his spiritual energy source. Even during this process, Chinyu's affinity for the fire elemental law seemed to have increased slightly.
This process continued until evening.
Buzz. As the last trace of medicinal power was absorbed, Chinyu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light appearing in them. He sensed the changes in his body, his strength was more solid, his blood and chi surged like a tide, and his foundation was laid incredibly firmly. You've reached the 9th level of the Grand Martial Master.
So next up is the school's selection competition. Chapter 111 Battle against Xianyuan Jing.
A few days later, the Imperial Martial Arts School's internal selection competition took place in the arena. As the top-ranked university in China, its selection competition naturally attracts a lot of attention. The stands, which could hold tens of thousands of people, were packed to capacity. In addition to the teachers and students of Diwu, there were also some people from the community who came.
As is common sense, those selected from the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament will also have a remarkable performance in the main competition. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will win every battle. It is only natural for a normal person to inquire about information before the competition. Quiet.
At this moment, Zhao Gang stood with his hands behind his back on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the dark mass of people below, finally settling on the hundreds of spirited young faces in the contestants' area. The Huaxia Youth Martial Arts Competition has a participation rule of under 20 years old, so normally it will only include freshmen and sophomores. However, there are also some who start school too early, resulting in them being only a few months or days away from turning 20 when they are already in their junior year of college. This part is often the most difficult part of the selection process. After all, they've had 2 more years of training than freshmen, a gap that most people simply can't bridge. Therefore, the number of freshmen who enrolled was very small. Today is the day our Imperial Martial Arts Academy selects participants for the China Youth Martial Arts Competition. The rules are very simple. All participants will have their opponents determined by drawing lots, and the competition will be a single elimination tournament until the final 3 are determined. In addition, all spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and pills are prohibited in this competition. Only martial arts techniques are allowed. Zhao Gang spoke loudly, announcing the news to the crowd in the contestants' area. In martial arts sparring, it shall be stopped when the point is reached. Intentional injury or death is strictly prohibited, and violators will be severely punished. However, fists and feet have no eyes. If someone feels they are no match for the opponent, they may voluntarily admit defeat, or fall off the ring and be declared the loser. Now, let's begin the draw. As Zhao Gang finished speaking, a huge light screen unfolded above the martial arts arena, displaying the names of all the participants rapidly. Countless eyes were fixed on the light screen, praying that they wouldn't encounter those infamous monsters too soon. Qin Yu stood calmly among the contestants. The scrolling speed of the light curtain gradually slowed down and eventually stopped. When the list of opponents for the first round was released, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. First arena, Qin Yu freshman versus Xian Yuanjing freshman. What a coincidence. Qin Yu? That's the guy who got first place in the freshman assessment? It's said that Xian Yuanjing's martial arts talent is the A-level 100 refined divine bone, while Qin Yu's is only the B-level blazing sun battle body. There's no doubt about that. Then why did Qin Yu get first place in the freshman assessment? Are you stupid? The freshman assessment is a points system, not a direct battle. Although the speed at which you gain points is directly proportional to your strength, other factors are also important. A high score does not necessarily mean strong strength. At this moment, even within the competition area, a buzz of discussion broke out. Despite Qin Yu's reputation, most people still don't have high hopes for this match. Qin Yu, it seems this battle will have to be brought forward. At this moment, Xian Yuanjing also ran out from the crowd, found Qin Yu, and immediately hugged him. You refused to fight me during the assessment, but this time, you can't avoid it. As he spoke, he teased Qin Yu again. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed this time. Qin Yu met his gaze and smiled calmly. Alright, let me see what level you've reached since the assessment began. At this moment, an announcement rang out from the first arena. Xian Yuanjing immediately laughed and then leaped onto the arena. Qin Yu. Go for it. At the same time, Zhang Ziyu's cheers rang in his ears from the stands nearby. Rest assured. Qin Yu turned around and immediately gave her a reassuring and confident look. What a coincidence. On the high platform, Zhao Gang looked at the list of opponents, especially the names of Qin Yu and Xian Yuanjing, which aroused his curiosity. The first round of the competition begins. All contestants, please take your positions. As soon as the referee gave the order, Qin Yu didn't hesitate and stepped directly onto the first arena. Click. On the opposite side of the arena, Xian Yuanjing cracked his neck, and a powerful fighting spirit mixed with boundless blood energy pressed down on Qin Yu like a tidal wave. Peak of the 9th level of Grand Martial Master. As Qin Yu felt the powerful pressure, his expression became serious. Although Xian Yuanjing's aura was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Great Martial Master, the sense of crisis he gave Qin Yu was even greater than that of the corpse puppet steward who had previously reached the level of Martial General. Qin Yu, watch out. Xian Yuanjing let out a low shout and launched the first attack. Bang! He stomped his foot hard, causing tiny cracks to appear on the hard surface. Whoosh! Almost instantly, Xian Yuanjing appeared in front of Qin Yu, his raised right fist carrying a sharp gust of wind as he lunged towards Qin Yu's chest. Good timing. Qin Yu neither dodged nor avoided. Instead, he grinned, fully revealing his true strength. Boom! Instantly, a golden wave of energy, as bright as the sun, burst forth from his body. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a human-shaped sun, his dazzling golden light blinding many and even making the air scorching hot. What? This aura, this is definitely not AB grade talent. Rank A. This is the aura of Rank A martial arts talent. The Radiant Sun Body. It's an A grade Radiant Sun Body. My god. Qin Yu is also an A-level talent user? In the next instant, the entire stands fell silent, followed by a deafening roar. Each of the A-level talents is a seed for becoming a giant who will stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. There's already a Xian Yuanjing in the freshman class, and now there's another Qin Yu? Rank A.
Blazing Sun Holy Body? This kid, he's really hiding his abilities. This unexpected turn of events even brought a complex smile to Zhao Gang's face. Level A? You.
On the arena, Xian Yuanjing's pupils also suddenly contracted, his forward momentum halted, and his face was filled with astonishment.
I told you, I wouldn't let you down.
Xin Yu's lips curled into a smile, and then he threw a fierce punch at Xin Yu.
Boom!
In an instant, their fists collided, like two meteors crashing together, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from the two of them.
Even through the protective shield, the audience in the stands felt a ringing in their ears. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the number 1 arena.
Even the referees from the other arenas subconsciously looked over, so much so that the referees didn't even notice when the two girls started pulling each other's hair in a fit of anger.
Thump thump thump.
Both of them took 3 steps back at the same time, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ring. The two sides are evenly matched.
The first head-on collision ended in a draw. Chapter 112: A Worthy Opponent. So strong.
Xin Yu was suddenly jolted, and his attitude towards Xian Yuanjing changed once again. On the surface, their strengths are not that different. One has just entered the 9th dan and the other is at the peak of the 9th dan. Their martial arts talents are both a level, so they can easily even the score. In reality, Xin Yu had reached the extreme realm when he was a martial master. This boost allowed him to be at least comparable to a half-step martial general at this stage. In addition, Xin Yu also possesses 2 martial arts talents, C-level Qingmushi and B-level Jinghua Tong.
With such a significant boost, how could he only manage a draw with Xian Yuanjing?
I don't know what others think, but Xin Yu was truly shocked by Xian Yuanjing's strength.
Xin Yu, you really didn't disappoint me. Xian Yuanjing shook his slightly numb fist. He was not afraid or anything because he was knocked back. On the contrary, he became even more excited. However, I only used 60% of my strength in that punch just now.
As he spoke, he immediately added without any attempt to hide his feelings.
What? Such a terrifying collision, and it was only at 60% force? Damn, even ordinary military generals don't have this kind of strength, right? Just how monstrous is Xian Yuanjing's physical strength? Let alone ordinary generals, even with my C-level talent and current 2nd stage general level, I feel that even if I tried my best, I might not be able to withstand that punch just now.
These words caused another uproar in the stands.
60%?
Upon hearing this, Xin Yu's pupils contracted instantly, and he felt a chill run down his spine. How can 60% of his strength be enough to match a punch from someone who is almost at full power?
What is that? Could it be that Xian Yuanjing possesses more than just the 100 refined divine bone martial arts talent? My Xian Yuan family has been slaying dragons for generations.
Since I was 3 years old, I have been tempering my body with diluted dragon blood for 15 years now. In terms of physical strength and power, I am confident that I am second to none among those of the same level. You, with your newly entered 9th level of cultivation, were able to withstand a punch from me with 60% of my strength without being defeated.
Xin Yu, you have every reason to be proud. Seemingly noticing Xin Yu's confusion, Xian Yuanjing proudly offered his explanation.
Hiss. 15 years of tempering with dragon blood. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock.
Dragons are among the elite of all races.
Each dragon, if placed in a city, would be enough to provide refuge for the entire city. That is why every piece of flesh, skin, or scale on its body is a treasure.
These are basically items that are expensive but unavailable.
And Xian Yuanjing, he actually dated her from childhood to adulthood.
Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Inhumanly extravagant.
Xin Yu's doubts were resolved, but the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He originally thought that his extravagant spending of 50 million yesterday made him one of the richest people out there. In retrospect, he was still somewhat short-sighted. Sigh, as expected, the first watershed moment in life is not junior high school, not high school, and not university, but amniotic fluid. Now, I'm going to use all my strength. Immediately afterwards, Xian Yuanjing stopped wasting words, and his aura surged once again. You have your dragon blood, and I have my boiling blood. Xin Yu's eyes sharpened in response. Buzz. As he silently recited the words in his heart, a terrifying surge of blood energy began to flow through his body. Because the competition rules prohibited the use of elixirs, Xin Yu only dared to activate half of his ultimate boiling blood technique. Although it's half, it doesn't mean that the duration or intensity of the enhancement is halved. The martial arts talent Boiling Blood exhibits a curve-like pattern in terms of both enhancement level and duration as its strength gradually increases. The closer to the limit of Boiling Blood, the more drastic the numerical changes. In half of the cases, Shinyu could last for more than a minute, and his physical enhancement level was at most a little over 3 times, not 5 times.
However, that's enough.
Buzz.
Come.
He also took a step forward, his golden blazing sun body shining brightly, and threw another punch.
Boom.
This collision was even more terrifying than the previous one. The enormous sound caused the entire arena to tremble slightly.
Boom, boom, boom.
But this time, the two didn't stop. Their robust physiques grant them exceptional resilience, allowing them to maintain their balance even when struck hard, preventing them from being knocked back.
What?
This time, it was Xian Yuanjing's turn to be shocked.
Now that he has used all his strength,
he should be able to force Qinyu to reveal his trump card within a few rounds and then defeat him. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of punches, and Qinyu showed no sign of being at a disadvantage. In the stands, everyone was numb, their mouths agape, unable to close for a long time. The intensity of this competition has completely exceeded their understanding of freshmen.
Ha ha ha. That's great. That's so great.
However, Xian Yuanjing, who was used to seeing geniuses, quickly regained his composure and instead of getting angry, he laughed. Whether Qinyu possessed a second martial arts talent or used some kind of enhanced martial arts technique, he didn't care. All he cares about is whether this battle will give him enough fun.
Qinyu, you truly are the opponent I've chosen. It seems I won't be able to defeat you without using my true abilities. Then take this move, Dragon Roar. Breaking Army Fist.
Suddenly, Xian Yuanjing's arms trembled, and his fists immediately emitted a white jade luster, faintly emitting a low dragon roar. He took a step forward, his fist striking like a dragon emerging from the abyss, aiming straight for Qinyu's center.
This is a low-grade martial skill?
Before the punch even reached him, Qinyu was so shaken by the dragon's roar that his skin felt as if it were being torn apart. This was the first time he had ever seen someone his age use a low-grade earth-level martial skill, and judging by its strength, it was clearly not just a low-grade earth-level skill. However, I also possess earth-grade martial arts techniques, 9 strikes of heaven burning.
See burning.
Qinyu snapped out of his daze and immediately raised his right fist as well.
In an instant, golden flames surged from his right fist, then swept towards Xian Yuanjing like a golden sea of fire.
One advantage of this kind of martial arts technique that suits oneself is that, unlike normal martial arts techniques which only become stronger with the improvement of realm and proficiency, this kind of martial arts technique can also become stronger with the improvement of martial arts talent. At this moment, when paired with the A-grade Blazing Sun Holy Body, the power of the 9 strikes of heaven is comparable to most mid-grade earth-level martial arts techniques.
Boom!
The dragon-shaped fist force collided violently with the golden sea of fire, instantly exploding into a huge mushroom cloud, whose entire surface finally couldn't withstand the blast and was reduced to dust. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with smoke and dust, obscuring the situation inside.
A dragon soars, a swan flies.
Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a familiar roar rang out again.
9 strikes to burn the heavens. Piercing the sun. Boom! Is this what a true genius is? Not only is his talent monstrous, but he also wields earth-grade martial arts techniques with ease.
Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Despite the protective shield around the arena, many spectators were still jolted back by the explosion, their faces filled with horror, their initial contempt for Qinyu gone.
Chapter 113 Nirvana vs Panlong Jingyue. Buzz. The arena fell silent.
A gust of wind blew through the protective shield, dispersing the smoke and dust and revealing the 2 figures on the stage. The 2 people on the stage also looked extremely disheveled, with tattered clothes and numerous external injuries. The arena, which was originally unable to withstand battles at the level of generals, was now half shattered, with the upper part completely reduced to dust and scattered by the wind. There was no other way. Although Qinyu's 9 heavenly strikes were essentially a collection of martial arts techniques, each strike was powerful enough to reach the low-grade earth level. However, when used alone, it is actually weaker than a normal low-level earth-grade martial art. This resulted in him only managing to fight Xian Yuanjing to a draw, even with the added power of the Blazing Sun Holy Body.
Qinyu, to be honest, the fact that you've made it this far has already exceeded my expectations.
Xian Yuanjing straightened up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned at Qinyu.
So, next, I will use the strongest attack I know at this stage. If you can withstand it, I will admit defeat.
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately assumed a fighting stance and bowed down.
Roar! The next moment, a clear dragon's roar resounded. Click.
Immediately afterwards, a lifelike phantom of a giant dragon suddenly enveloped him. Its appearance caused even a tiny crack to appear in the protective shield.
What? This aura, it's a high-grade Earth-level martial skill. It definitely is. In an instant, everyone's pupils contracted, and they all couldn't help but hold their breath. The strongest attack? Despite feeling the immense pressure, Xin Yu remained unfazed. Instead of rushing to attack and interrupt Xian Yuanjing's buildup of momentum, he glanced at the latter and then simply closed his eyes. Battles where the forces are evenly matched often leave the deepest impressions. Especially when fighting against a prodigy like Xian Yuanjing, it's like playing an FPS game. If you only dare to play low-level matches, you'll only be able to play low-level matches for the rest of your life. Only by playing against skilled players can you truly improve your awareness and strength. Everything Qin Yu possesses today, aside from what the system has confiscated, is something he has earned step by step through hard work. Panlong Jin Yue.
On the other side, Xian Yuanjing had already completed his preparations.
The dragon seemed to be real, its flesh and scales looked incredibly lifelike. Roar!
As Xian Yuanjing took a step forward, the giant dragon roared and charged towards Qin Yu.
At that moment, Qin Yu opened his eyes. 9 strikes to burn the heavens? Nirvana!
At this moment, Qin Yu's 9 strikes of burning heaven had reached the pinnacle. The attack brought by the great perfection of the 9 strikes of burning heaven is not like that of the beginner and minor perfection stages, but rather 2 attacks combined into one. Nirvana, the rebirth from the brink of death, the rebirth after death. This is Qin Yu's current realization in the face of this almost fatal blow.
Bah! The next moment, a giant phoenix emerged from Qin Yu's body.
The towering golden flames swept across the entire arena like a tsunami, pressing down fiercely on the phantom of the giant dragon.
Boom!
In an instant, the world lost its color, and the violent roar even caused some people's ears to ring. The protective shield was nearly shattered, but fortunately, the instructor stepped in to repair it in time, preventing the situation inside the arena from affecting the outside world. Faced with the blinding light of the explosion, no one looked away. Instead, they stared intently at the arena.
They want to know the result. Who won and who lost? The once noisy arena fell silent after this clash. For a moment, the audience even forgot to breathe. Buzz.
Finally, as the smoke and dust cleared, 2 figures gradually came into view.
Cough, cough.
Qin Yu knelt on the ground and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of conspicuous blood.
Qin Yu lost? Everyone was instantly filled with surprise and uncertainty.
From the moment Qin Yu unleashed his first 9 heavenly strikes, everyone's opinion changed. Therefore, the audience did not support either of them. They just suddenly felt that both of them seemed to be chosen ones and should not have stopped here. Regardless of who lost, they both found it unbelievable, yet they both felt it was only right. How could they accept such contradictory emotions so wholeheartedly?
Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanjing's figure finally came into view.
Just when everyone thought that Xian Yuanjing had won, his body began to sway.
Thump.
In the end, before Xian Yuanjing could finish speaking, he collapsed to the ground.
Call.
Qin Yu, who had been kneeling just moments before, slowly stood up.
That's right, he won just now. But it wasn't won through direct confrontation.
He lost the clash between the 9 heavenly strikes Nirvana and the Panlongtown Mountain. There was nothing he could do. The 9 heavenly strikes was simply not as high-ranking as the Panlongtown Mountain. After losing the initial clash, Qin Yu first chose to withstand the attack before unleashing Mirror Flower Eye on Xian Yuanjing. Most martial artists rarely cultivate their spiritual power, and someone like Xian Yuanjing, who has already learned various earth-grade martial arts techniques, has even less time to learn more. Therefore, it was a perfect shot. Taking advantage of his unconscious state, Qin Yu used the lava mountain technique of the 9 strikes of heaven to completely defeat him. By withstanding the blow head-on, Qin Yu showed respect for Xian Yuanjing's strength. By using the Mirror Flower Pupil, he affirmed Xian Yuanjing's power. After all, this was his trump card. Qin Yu originally thought that he might not even need to use it in the school selection competition, but he didn't expect to be forced to use it by Xian Yuanjing.
He.
At this moment, Xian Yuanjing, who was being carried onto a stretcher by medical staff, smiled. His laugh was painful, but it was genuine. His injuries were so severe that he couldn't speak, but as he raised his head, he still gave Qin Yu a thumbs up. The victor is Qin Yu. At this moment, the referee finally announced the result of the match.
They won. Qin Yu won. Who just said that points are not equivalent to strength? Come out and speak.
In an instant, the stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire silent stands were instantly filled with clamor. On the high platform, the senior instructors of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy had different expressions, but without exception, their eyes were filled with shock.
This kid's judgment is terrifyingly high.
He could have dodged, but he chose to take the hit head-on and still won.
It's unbelievable.
A highly experienced mentor adjusted his glasses, his voice filled with disbelief.
It's like two heroes dueling, both with extremely low health. Normally, it would be a matter of one skill.
At this point, a normal player would either bait out the opponent's skills or strike first, taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack and deliver a fatal blow. But at that moment, you calculated that the opponent's only active skill could only reduce you to 1 point of health at most. So you chose the most risky, yet also the most unbelievable, strategy. Take a hit from the opponent's skill, and then turn the tables and kill them.
Chapter 114. Don't focus your attention on this kind of thing. Good lad. Ruthless. Ruthless to himself, ruthless to his enemies.
This decisiveness and courage are essential qualities for becoming a strong person.
I like it.
When he was trying to tough it out in the smoke and dust just now, I was afraid he would die.
Even a burly instructor with an extremely strong aura couldn't help but show great interest in Chinyu.
You know, you can revive when you die in a game, but if you die in real life, you're really gone. Not everyone has the ability, let alone the courage, to withstand an opponent's martial arts technique. Director Zhao, this time our Imperial Martial Arts Academy is likely to produce a truly remarkable figure. Although I fought dozens of matches all day today. But the scene between Chinyu and Xian Yuanjing was the most memorable, and it even made it to the top of the campus forum's trending topics. Even more extreme, some people are searching for how to trick Chinyu into having a child. By the afternoon, Chinyu had recovered considerably and drew 2 more matches. Unexpectedly, the opposing team conceded defeat in both matches without even going up on stage.
This further boosted Chinyu's fame.
Even seniors who are busy graduating have heard of it.
Evening.
That evening, Chinyu was taken back to the dormitory by Zhang Ziyu for a proper celebration.
You're a big celebrity now.
Zhang Ziyu rested her chin on her hands, looking at Chinyu with bright eyes and a pure smile on her face.
Your encouragement also contributed to this.
Chinyu smiled and reached out to gently pinch Zhang Ziyu's pink nose, almost making her sneeze from the ticklishness.
Hate. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Zhang Ziyu pouted and gently hit Chinyu. What, not drinking tonight? Someone got completely drunk the first time.
Seeing this, Chinyu couldn't help but laugh and tease her. However, before he could finish speaking, she quickly covered his mouth with her hand.
Say it again. Say it again and I'll gag you with a sock.
Zhang Ziyu's eyes widened as she grabbed the rolled-up white silk and glared fiercely at Chinyu, threatening him.
However, in this way, it can only be described as cute and fierce, like a puppy whimpering, without any threat whatsoever. Please be sure to reward me. Chinyu suddenly became serious and spoke very earnestly. Pa. Pervert. Zhang Ziyu blushed and immediately pushed Chinyu away. Ah.
But before she could leave, Chinyu grabbed her again and pulled her into his arms.
Pervert? Then I'll have to eat white rabbit candy.
Chinyu revealed a lecherous look and slowly leaned down.
No. No. Zhang Ziyu's face turned as red as a boiling teapot.
She gently pushed Chinyu with her small hands, but without using any force. Even though they've been married for a long time, this kind of thing still gave her a thrill.
Buzz. Buzz.
However, just as Chinyu was about to eat the white rabbit milk candy, his phone, which was on the table, vibrated. This sudden noise really ruined the atmosphere.
Whoosh.
Her interest vanished instantly, and Zhang Ziyu broke free from his embrace.
Your phone is ringing. Check the message first, don't miss anything important.
She sat down blushing and quickly buttoned up the top half of her shirt. Chinyu immediately hung his head in dejection.
The candy that was almost in my mouth flew away.
Helpless, he could only purse his lips and pick up his phone to check.
Depend on.
After reading the contents, he was immediately jolted awake. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu also curiously came over, her soft body pressing against his back, her head resting on his shoulder as she looked at him.
Chinyu, congratulations on your victory today. You performed exceptionally well.
If it's convenient for you tonight, I'd like to invite you to dinner as a celebration and also to discuss preparations for the upcoming competitions. This message was sent by none other than Du Mengmeng.
Oh, so you're eating what's in your bowl while eyeing what's in the pot, huh?
Although Du Mengmeng initiated the message, Qinyu still ended up taking the blame. Suddenly, a small hand reached up to his waist and twisted it hard. Ah! Qinyu immediately jumped up from the sofa, almost transforming into Michael Jackson to sing Gross Rescue.
She really meant it. Show no mercy whatsoever. How could that be, Ziyu? I like you the most.
But there's nothing I can do. Zhang Ziyu is my girl, and I can only spoil her. Besides, he really did soften his heart when it came to Du Mengmeng's matter. If he hadn't been so soft-hearted and had pushed Du Mengmeng away without a second thought, regardless of whether she would get hurt, none of this would have happened.
So I have no choice but to take the blame. Humph.
Last time when I was with Sister Yi Yuan, you pushed her crystal 5 times when you fought her one-on-one, but only 3 times when you fought me one-on-one.
Xin Yu. How can you remember something so clearly? He himself doesn't remember it. How could this have happened? Can you please stop focusing on things like this? Absolutely stunning.
However, judging from Zhang Ziyu's expression, she was indeed a little jealous.
There's no way around it, none of us are saints.
Although we say we can accept it, there are bound to be flaws in some aspects. What's more, it's about letting a traditional girl like Zhang Ziyu be with someone else.
Her willingness to accept it was already Qin Yu's greatest happiness. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll definitely make it up to you later. I'll do it as many times as you say it, okay?
Qin Yu quickly pulled him into his arms and gently comforted him.
Snort!
She gave a soft snort and turned her head away with a touch of arrogance.
Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this.
If that's the case, then the anger should have subsided. He then picked up his phone to talk to Du Mengmeng and ask her to adjust the time.
Give me your phone, I'll send you a message. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Ziyu snatched the phone away and quickly typed out a line of text. Teacher Du, this is Zhang Ziyu. I'm with Qin Yu. Why don't you come over? We can celebrate together. The place is in my dorm. The message was sent successfully. Ziyu, this isn't quite right, is it? Qin Yu's eyes widened. What's wrong with that?
It's a good opportunity to make things clear all at once,
so that some people won't keep feeling uneasy. Zhang Ziyu raised her chin and put the phone back in. Not long after, the dormitory doorbell finally rang.
Zhang Ziyu hurriedly went to open the door, and standing outside was a somewhat uneasy Du Mengmeng. She clearly hadn't expected Zhang Ziyu to be there, especially not in the private space of the dormitory. Her face instantly filled with embarrassment and shame.
Zhang, I didn't know you were here, I just wanted to.
Du Mengmeng was incoherent, and her first instinct was to apologize and explain the unexpected incident that night.
However, to her and Qin Yu's surprise, Zhang Ziyu was not angry.
Instead, she gave a bright smile that sent chills down Qin Yu's spine.
Broken. Chapter 115 was a 2v1 situation. Teacher Du, you've come at the perfect time. Please come in and have a seat. She pulled Du Mengmeng in and acted very enthusiastically.
Du Mengmeng was overwhelmed by Zhang Ziyu's enthusiasm and was helplessly pressed into a chair.
Teacher Du, Qin Yu told me everything that happened that night. Zhang Ziyu closed the door and, like a good sister, pulled Du Mengmeng aside to speak. Zhang, I'm so sorry. I drank too much that day, I really didn't mean to,
Upon hearing this, Du Mengmeng thought Zhang Ziyu was going to expose her behavior in public, and she turned pale with fright. She hurriedly tried to explain.
Hey, Teacher Du, don't be nervous. I'm not blaming you. In fact, I should thank you.
Zhang Ziyu immediately interrupted her, leaned closer, and spoke with a smile.
Thank me? This statement left Du Mengmeng completely bewildered. Of course, this helps me check the goods, doesn't it? If he dares to secretly abandon you, then it means he's completely unreliable.
To be honest, Zhang Ziyu's point of view was quite novel, and it really surprised him a little. However, now facing the two of them, he felt like a criminal suspect, and was very uncomfortable being stared at. Now that things have already happened, we're on the same side from now on.
Zhang Ziyu changed the subject and put her arm around Du Mengmeng's shoulder, acting like a good sister. Du Mengmeng's face instantly turned as red as if it were about to bleed, completely unable to keep up with Zhang Ziyu's pace. Qin Yu's lips twitched as well. You learned this from Yi Yuan, right?
So, to celebrate Qin Yu's victory today, and to welcome Teacher Du into our little group, tonight, let's tease him a bit, shall we?
Du Mengmeng, huh? Qin Yu. Yay! Tonight, I'm destined to have a sleepless night. The next day, in the morning,
Qin Yu sighed deeply, thankful that he was now a martial artist. Otherwise, with his physical condition, most people would probably be bedridden within 3 days of living like him.
That's terrifying, bro.
If someone's farmland is like a swamp with such strong suction, even an old ox with 10 years of experience in plowing would get stuck in it. However, to be fair, this land is truly fertile, arguably the most fertile land Qin Yu has ever seen in his life.
Whimpering.
Just as Qin Yu got up and rubbed his head, Zhang Ziyu also opened her eyes. Having adapted well to Qin Yu, she naturally wasn't as tired. But it was quite strenuous for Du Mengmeng, who still felt exhausted from last night's exertion.
Are you going to participate in the selection?
Zhang Ziyu, with her eyes closed and still half asleep, hugged her. The warmth and softness immediately made Qin Yu want to turn into a little glutton. However, he still managed to restrain himself and gently patted Zhang Ziyu's head.
Then you have to do your best, I'm not going.
Zhang Ziyu's voice was weak and listless. As she spoke, she rubbed against Qin Yu again.
Okay, you should get some rest. Qin Yu was both amused and exasperated, and quickly tucked him back into bed. If he tried to keep him any longer, he might have to miss the match.
After seeing that she had fallen asleep again, Qin Yu, who had already washed up and tidied up, left the dormitory again and headed towards the arena.
Imperial Martial Arts Arena. Although it was only 8 or 9 in the morning, the place was already bustling with activity. Especially upon seeing Qin Yu's arrival, many freshmen turned into fans, rushing to ask him for autographs.
What should have been a 1-minute walk took Qin Yu 10 minutes to squeeze through. Participant area. Those who were eliminated yesterday either didn't come or went to the stands because there was no revival round. The population here has suddenly decreased by almost 90%.
Only a dozen or so people remain sitting there. Those who remain here are no ordinary people.
At least in Qin Yu's perception, half of the people here had reached the martial general realm, and some of them were clearly not even low-level martial generals.
Soon, Qin Yu's first match arrived.
The opponent was a sophomore who had reached the first level of martial arts and possessed a B-level martial arts talent.
However, after a fierce struggle, he was easily sent away by Qin Yu.
After this match, Qin Yu successfully advanced to the semifinals.
Soon after, the matchups for the semifinals were announced.
7th Arena, Qin Yu freshman vs Wang Lai sophomore.
Wang Lai? Another member of the Wang family? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Although there are many surnames in China, someone with the surname Wang is not necessarily from the Wang family, who are his mortal enemies.
But whenever he sees someone with the surname Wang, he inevitably thinks of the Wang family first. However, at that moment, Qin Yu suddenly sensed an extremely strong malice from a corner of the contestants' area. Qin Yu turned his head and saw a young man sitting in a chair in the corner. He was leaning forward with his hands crossed in front of him, staring straight at Qin Yu with a sinister look in his eyes.
Okay, you guessed right.
Seeing this, Qin Yu shrugged helplessly.
It seems he was overthinking it.
From now on, anyone with the surname Wang will be considered a member of the Wang family. Anyway, almost everyone he knows with the surname Wang is from the Wang family.
The semi-finals begin. All contestants, please take your positions.
Just then, the referee's voice rang out, signaling both sides to come onto the stage as soon as possible. The young man must be Wang Lai. He stood up, made a throat-slitting gesture at Qin Yu, and then arrogantly walked out of the contestants' area and onto the arena.
I heard you killed that good-for-nothing Wang Xiaohong?
Ha, Wang Xiaohong was a good-for-nothing who died at the hands of women all day long.
He was weak and stupid. It's not surprising that he lost to someone like you. Do you really think you're so great just because you beat a useless dog?
Once on the stage, Wang Lai launched into a tirade of sarcasm at Qin Yu without any attempt to hide his true intentions. Then why do you seem to me like that dead man, talking so much nonsense? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately scoffed dismissively and retorted sarcastically. Don't compare me to that piece of trash.
I'm 1,000,000 times better than him.
Wang Lai's face twisted in shock, and he practically forced the words out through clenched teeth. At this moment, Qin Yu was also stunned.
That's not right.
If Wang Lai belittled Wang Xiaohong because he felt ashamed that Wang Xiaohong died at his hands, then there's not much of a problem. But Wang Lai's emotional outburst clearly indicates that his disdain is no longer just ordinary.
It feels like Wang Lai and Wang Xiaohong have a deep-seated grudge. But aren't these two people both members of the Wang family? Could it be that there's some kind of connection between Wang Lai and the Wang family? If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to try to sow discord and make good use of this guy? If used properly, it might be able to directly find out about Wang Haoding and then about his father's past. The more Qin Yu thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. That's absolutely right. Prepare to die, Qin Yu. At that very moment, as the match began, Wang Lai roared and charged forward. Chapter 116 turns out he was just a nobody. Prepare to die, Qin Yu.
On the arena, Wang Lai threw a powerful punch at Qin Yu, his body radiating golden light, and one could vaguely hear some kind of Sanskrit chant.
This is the Golden Bell Shield? Upon seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but be slightly surprised. That's right.
In this world, the Golden Bell Shield is not a martial arts technique from Qin Yu's previous life on Earth, but a genuine martial arts talent. Furthermore, its strength reached level B. Its various numerical bonuses and performance are actually comparable to C level at most compared to other martial arts talents. The reason it can reach rank B is because the Golden Bell Shield has a rare active ability. This ability is called Invincible Golden Body. As the name suggests, within 3 seconds of activation, even a martial artist with the Golden Bell Shield who is only a martial master can withstand a full force attack from a martial lord without suffering any damage. If used well, this ability might be the key to turning the tide and gaining the upper hand, but if used poorly, it will seem quite ordinary.
Heh, you do have some knowledge. Today I'll show you that even with a level martial arts talent, you can't beat me. Upon hearing Qin Yu's mutterings, Wang Lai burst into a ferocious laugh. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation, wondering who was truly ignorant. If Wang Lai had clearly understood the status of a level martial arts talent, he would never have made such a fuss here. Whoosh! Qin Yu then simply turned his body slightly to the side, perfectly dodging Wang Lai's punch. With the help of the mirror flower eye, Wang Lai's seemingly fast speed appeared to him as a tortoise's pace. Although Wang Lai's strength reached the second stage of martial arts, his martial arts talent was too weak, and apart from his only active skill, he was only at the C level. Therefore, his overall combat strength is far inferior to that of Xian Yuanjing, who was at the peak of the 9th level of martial arts. Bang! Wang Lai's punch missed its mark, instantly creating a violent explosion in the air and sending a shockwave through the air. TCH, that's it? Wang Xiaohang is trash, but what about you? You, who are 10,000 times stronger than him, don't seem so great either. After easily dodging, Qin Yu relentlessly provoked Wang Lai. Shut up! However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Yu had only asked a question to test the waters and see what the situation was between Wang Lai and the Wang family. Unexpectedly, these words seemed to hit Wang Lai's sore spot, instantly causing him to become hysterical. This reaction surprised Qin Yu. What do you know? That spoiled brat who only relies on his father, what makes him worthy of the best resources in the family? In terms of talent and hard work, how am I, Wang Lai, inferior to him? It's just because his father is Wang Haoding. Immediately afterwards, Wang Lai charged toward Qin Yu, roaring with great resentment. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but be startled. He hadn't even started trying to get information out of Wang Lai, and Wang Lai had already confessed everything? Could it be that they're using themselves to frame me? This almost made Qin Yu lose confidence, thinking that Wang Lai was faking it all. He even wondered if Wang Lai was sent by Wang Haoding to lure him into joining forces with Wang Lai so that he could be trapped like a turtle in a jar. It shouldn't be. This emotion doesn't seem like acting. Fortunately, Qin Yu still had the mirror flower eye. After observing for a while, he found that Wang Lai's emotional fluctuations were very real, without the slightest flaw. There are only two possibilities in this situation. First, Wang Lai is not acting, he genuinely harbors resentment and hatred towards the Wang family because of Wang Xiaoheng. Secondly, Wang Lai's mental strength is very strong, far exceeding that of Qin Yu by several times. But clearly, the second possibility is almost impossible. The B-rank mirror flower pupil is already a rare type of martial arts talent in terms of mental strength, and it is the top among B-rank talents. If Wang Lai wants to surpass him in terms of mental strength, he can only do so by possessing an A-rank mental strength martial arts talent. Unless Wang Lai also possesses a system that grants him such a cheat-like advantage, it is almost impossible. With that, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile as he looked at Wang Lai. Wang Haoding, if I were to let your Wang family members dismantle your family with their own hands, I wonder how you would feel. Looking at Wang Lai's extremely ferocious face, Qin Yu couldn't help but have a bold idea. Ah! At this moment, Wang Lai's attacks became increasingly frenzied, his fists raining down like raindrops. His moves were ruthless, and he was completely in a desperate situation.
Furthermore, under Qin Yujing's mirror flower eyes probing, this guy was completely unprepared, his body riddled with flaws.
Well, this is for the best. Being too smart can be a problem.
Qin Yu originally wanted to call him an idiot, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind.
Oh, I see.
After slightly adjusting his expression, Qin Yu parried Wang Lai's attacks while speaking slowly in a sarcastic tone. I thought you were some big shot in the Wang family, but it seems you're just a nobody. Qin Yu looked at Wang Lai with a mocking tone, which contained both schadenfreude and disdainful sarcasm. In this situation, with these kinds of words, it is precisely these kinds of words that make people blush with embarrassment.
I kill you.
As expected, Wang Lai completely lost his mind and recklessly unleashed his spiritual power.
Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claws.
The next moment, a dense azure mirage surged from Wang Lai's right arm, causing the air to hiss and corrode. Faced with this attack, Qin Yu also became slightly more serious. After all, Wang Lai had the advantage of cultivation level, and the Azure Mirage Moon-Eating Claw was only a low-grade Earth-level martial skill. In particular, the troublesome Azure Mirage Chi made him dare not take it head-on.
Mirror Flower Eyes. In the instant he withdrew, a bewitching and eerie image of a spider lily flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Buzz. Instantly, Wang Lai's eyes rolled back and he became dazed. Let's end this.
9 strikes to burn the heavens.
Burn the seas. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed instantly, and he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Lai. Boom! Qin Yu used 40% of his strength in this attack. Puff!
Even so, Wang Lai, who was caught off guard and trapped in the illusion, still suffered a severe injury, and a mouthful of blood immediately spurted from his mouth. He was then sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the protective shield at the edge of the arena.
Ugh! I'm not convinced.
Wang Lai was lying on the ground when he was attacked, and he naturally broke free from the illusion.
He raised his head and stared intently at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. The victor! Qin Yu! But at this moment, he no longer had the strength to stand up, and the referee directly announced the result of the battle. Qin Yu! Qin Yu! Woohoo! Awesome!
Immediately, cheers and discussions erupted from the stands. Although this battle lacked the visceral thrill of a fight with Xian Yuanjing, Qin Yu's effortless mastery and precise control of the battle were equally exhilarating.
It's like in an FPS game, where he relies on his superior skills to face the enemy head-on and instantly kill them if he misses.
In one match, he relied on his exceptional awareness to always appear precisely in unexpected positions and easily defeat his opponents. Either way, they are a visual treat. Chapter 117. The seed has been planted.
After the semi-finals, Qin Yu conceded defeat in the final.
It wasn't because the opponent was too strong, but simply because he didn't want to waste time on this match. The top 3 in the school selection competition received the same prize, so he only needs to make it into the top 3. And unexpectedly, Qin Yu's act of admitting defeat did not ruin his reputation. On the contrary, it made other students think that this was the style a genius should have.
Qin Yu was both amused and exasperated by this. Evening, outside the Imperial Martial Arena.
After the match ended, he didn't leave immediately, but waited there for almost 2 or 3 hours. That's right, he was waiting for Wang Lai. Although Wang Lai lost, he still has to compete against another person to be among the top 3 and qualify for one of the 3 main tournament spots.
It's been 3 hours.
Judging by the timeline, from Wang Lai's recovery from his injury to the competition, and then to the final result, it should be almost time.
This path is reserved for the contestants.
While other people cannot enter, contestants can only enter and exit through this area.
Finally, a somewhat unsteady figure slowly walked out from the front. It was Wang Lai. His face was still pale and looked extremely unwell. I guess they lost again. Qin Yu stood up without hesitation and immediately blocked his way. It's you?
Wang Lai was distracted by the competition, so he didn't notice Qin Yu until he appeared silently in front of him.
What? Not satisfied with the ring? Want to teach me a lesson in private? Or are you planning to kill me to cover it up?
He looked at Qin Yu, then revealed a wary and mocking expression.
I have no interest in killing you, at least not now. Qin Yu shook his head and spoke slowly and calmly. You.
However, Wang Lai saw this as blatant mockery, which immediately made his face turn red. However, he had calmed down considerably by now and knew that Qin Yu's strength was insurmountable.
Besides, this was outside the arena.
If a fight broke out, and Qin Yu claimed it was self-defense, he would be in a very difficult situation.
Get out of the way.
He immediately frowned without hesitation, his tone icy.
Don't rush me, I just want to talk to you. Don't you want to?
Talk about Wang Xiaohong, talk about Wang Haoding, talk about your situation in the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Xinyu not only did not move aside, but also chuckled softly. But that smile seemed somewhat malicious.
Humph. I have nothing to talk to you about.
Wang Lai's pupils contracted slightly, but he quickly realized what was happening and immediately let out a cold snort.
Is that so?
I think you hate Wang Xiaohong because he stole the resources that should have belonged to you. But what you hate even more is the Wang family itself, the one that sets the rules and favors the direct descendants, right? Wang Xiaohong is dead. You thought your opportunity had come, but in reality, no one is interested.
Am I right?
In response, Xinyu simply crossed his arms and looked at Wang Lai calmly.
Upon hearing this, Wang Lai's body finally couldn't help but tremble slightly.
He knows best whether it's right or wrong. He wanted to refute Xinyu, but he couldn't find any rebuttal, so he could only clench his fists and cast a hateful gaze at the ground in the distance.
Wang Haoding is the root of all this, isn't he?
Seeing this, Xinyu's lips curled up slightly, and he finally revealed his true intentions, uttering the name that had been weighing on Wang Lai's mind.
What exactly are you trying to say?
Wang Lai suddenly looked up, his eyes trembling slightly involuntarily. I want to say that we have a common enemy, so there rests no need to fight to the death.
I can help you and help you resolve this injustice. Upon seeing this, Xinyu was secretly pleased.
This emotional fluctuation indicated that Wang Meng was beginning to waver.
Help me? You're going to help me?
Xinyu, you killed my Wang family members, you have a blood feud with my Wang family?
What are you going to help me with? Help me die even faster?
Upon hearing this, Wang Lai immediately scoffed disdainfully, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. However, although he looked disdainful, he didn't move his feet an inch.
I don't need your answer now.
You can go back and think it over carefully. Think about your future in the Wang family, whether you want to continue being a pawn that can be discarded at any time, or fight for a way out for yourself.
If you figured it out, you can come find me.
Seeing this, Xinyu was not in a hurry, but simply smiled faintly. He has now completely swayed Wang Lai, and continuing to say anything would only backfire. It's like you're trying to prank your friend by saying your wife is cheating on you or something. If you add various details after you finish speaking, he definitely won't believe you. Conversely, if you only say one sentence and don't answer no matter how much he presses you, even if he pretends not to care on the surface, he has already lost all interest in you. This means taking the initiative into your own hands. After saying that, Xinyu didn't say anything more and turned to leave without hesitation. Suddenly, only Wang Lai was left standing there, his expression shifting.
The seeds have been planted, now it's just a matter of when they will sprout. After dealing with Wang Lai's matter, Xinyu returned to Zhang Ziyu's dormitory. You're back.
Zhang Ziyu, wearing an apron, peeked out from the kitchen with a sweet smile on her face.
Du Meng was sitting on the sofa setting out the dishes.
When she saw Xinyu, a hint of concern flashed in her eyes, and then she lowered her head slightly, looking a little embarrassed. It seems that the two-player battle was still somewhat difficult for her to accept. Although she called Xinyu's name the most harshly at that time, it was in two different situations after all, so it's understandable.
Yes, it's over.
Xinyu didn't say much about it, he couldn't help with this kind of thing, and could only let Du Meng adapt gradually.
Go wash your hands, dinner's ready. Zhang Ziyu carried the last dish out of the kitchen, its aroma filling the air.
Xinyu smiled and agreed, then quickly sat down at the dining table. Eat more of this, it's good for replenishing your qi and blood. At the dinner table, Zhang Ziyu kept putting food on Xinyu's plate while muttering to herself.
This look is best described as a sweet and considerate daughter. Ah, try it, it's cooked just right.
Then she scooped up a spoonful of steamed egg, carefully blew on it, and brought it to Xinyu's lips.
Tasty.
Xinyu immediately ate it in one bite and praised it with satisfaction.
You should eat more too.
Watching the two interact intimately, Du Meng quietly picked up a piece of Xinyu's favorite dish and put it in his bowl.
Thank you, Meng.
Xinyu felt a warmth in his heart and immediately reached out to smooth her hair. Du Meng's heart skipped a beat when he called her Meng. She quickly lowered her head, shoveling rice into her mouth, and her face visibly turned red, even to the roots of her ears.
You should eat more too.
Xinyu saw that the bowls the two of them had piled up were full, so he quickly called them over.
I want to eat later.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyu's lips curled into a sly smile, and she deliberately leaned close to Qin Yu's ear and whispered.
Cough, cough. Qin Yu almost choked on her breath.
Just as she was about to ask when she had learned to be so hot-tempered, she noticed that the two of them were exchanging strange glances.
Qin Yu, you may die. Chapter 118 Yenuang Martial Lord Shao Lai. The next day, Qin Yu felt weak all over and got out of bed.
This was the first time he had felt sleepy since becoming a martial artist. He used to wake up on time and never linger in bed, but this time, he was so sleepy that it felt like he had fought 10 generals in turn the night before.
Is this the juicer girl?
Qin Yu sighed, then quickly slipped away before the two women woke up.
Otherwise, he was afraid that if he lingered too long, he would be forced to stay again.
After all, he doesn't have a match today, so he has no excuse to hide anymore.
Buzz.
Just as Qin Yu finished tidying his clothes and quietly closed the door, his phone began to vibrate slightly. His heart skipped a beat, thinking that Zhang Ziyu had also woken up and sent him messages after realizing he wasn't there. However, when he opened the message, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a message from Yi Yuan. My dear brother, come to Young Palace alone as soon as you wake up.
After reading the message, Qin Yu was slightly taken aback.
Why would someone message him so early in the morning, telling him to go to Young Palace alone as soon as possible?
What's going on?
He thought back for a moment, and it seemed that he hadn't told Yi Yuan anything.
So something happened to her? After thinking for a moment and not being able to guess the result, Qin Yu stopped hesitating, left his dormitory, and headed straight for Young Palace. Upon arriving at the familiar Cloud Palace, Qin Yu, under the respectful guidance of the steward, once again encountered the alluring Yi Yuan. At this moment, Yi Yuan was sitting in a chair, playing with a strand of her hair. Why did you call me so urgently, sister? Is something wrong?
Qin Yu pretended not to see Yi Yuan's provocative gaze, and after sitting down opposite her, he asked her a question. Seeing this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, then got up and lay down in Qin Yu's arms.
Little brat. You had a lot of fun last night, didn't you? You're all covered in it. However, she suddenly sniffed Qin Yu and immediately punched him reproachfully. I was forced into it too, okay? Qin Yu immediately shrugged innocently. To be honest, if we were to give the 3 women's volleyball team members a score based on their daily impression, it would be hard to say whether Zhang Ziyu or Du Mengmeng would be number 1, but Yi Yuan would definitely be at the bottom. Of course, this impression score doesn't represent Qin Yu's attitude towards them, it just means that, in daily life, Yi Yuan is clearly more fiery. Du Mengmeng and Zhang Ziyu are more introverted and innocent. Therefore, logically speaking, Yi Yuan's solo skill should be stronger. To his surprise, Zhang Ziyu and Du Mengmeng, who had only recently started practicing, made rapid progress in their skills, even surpassing Yi Yuan. Especially last night, when the two joined forces, they made Qin Yu suffer greatly. That's terrifying.
You're being hypocritical, you got the benefit but you're still complaining.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes charmingly again. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's get down to business. Do you remember that ancient animal hide blueprint that the Zhou family spent a fortune to buy at the last auction?
After waving her hand, Yi Yuan also became a little more serious, but her little hands were restless, causing Qin Yu to stiffen. Hiss, I remember, the Zhou family spent 170 million to buy it back then.
Qin Yu gasped, instinctively tightening his embrace around Yi Yuan, and stiffly replied. Yes, Young Palace didn't understand what it was back then, but the Zhou family has figured it out now.
Yi Yuan nodded and continued to explain, her expression becoming slightly more serious, though her little hands were still punishing Qin Yu. According to the Zhou family, that secret realm is not an ordinary fragment of a map, but a clue to the place where Shao Lai, the Yenuang martial venerable who was famous throughout China, passed away 100 years ago.
Martial Lord?
Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's breathing became rapid, and his body tensed up involuntarily.
Martial Venerable, that's a powerhouse above Martial Lord.
It is no exaggeration to say that martial venerable experts are the ceiling of martial artists on Earth. A powerhouse of this caliber can destroy the world with a mere wave of their hand. They are truly core figures who oversee a nation. It is said that during World War II, in the history of Blue Star, the Sakura Kingdom sent a team of martial arts masters with flying martial arts talent to raid a shellport of the Lighthouse Kingdom. This enraged the United States, prompting one of its martial venerable experts to take action. No one saw the appearance of that martial venerable expert clearly. All that was known was that on that day, Hikari Island and Tokisaki in the Sakura country were razed to the ground. Moreover, that terrifying martial prowess lasted for a full 100 years and still exists today, making it impossible for anyone to live nearby. It can be said that no matter how strong a martial lord is, he is still within the realm of humanity. But a martial venerable is someone who truly touches upon the laws of heaven and earth, becoming a god-like being. Although after a century of development, most countries now have some martial arts masters, those at this level still possess the power to intimidate the entire world.
No wonder.
Xin Yu immediately understood why that tattered blueprint had driven these guys so crazy. The place where a martial venerable passed away might hold the opportunity to break through to the martial venerable realm. If these aristocratic families could obtain it, they might be able to break through to the martial venerable realm and thus rise to the top of the pyramid of power in China. Indeed, it is said that Senior Xiao Lai came from humble beginnings, but with his superb burning heaven technique and a level martial arts talent, the Crimson Emperor Divine Body, he made great achievements on the battlefield against the alien races. He once single-handedly guarded the Lava Mountain Range defense line for 30 years, preventing the alien races from setting foot on our Chinese territory.
He was revered as the Flame Emperor.
He was of a fierce temperament, never established a sect, never married or had children, and disappeared without a trace in his later years. I never expected that he would pass away near the capital.
Yi Yuan nodded.
Even though she was a succubus, a hint of respect couldn't help but appear on her face when human predecessors were mentioned. The Zhou family followed the map and did find a possible entrance, but Senior Xiaolai set up a powerful restriction there, allowing only martial artists of the rank of Martial General or above, under the age of 20, to enter. Presumably, the elders did not want their legacy to fall into the hands of mediocre people or spoiled brats who relied on family resources, so they deliberately set up this obstacle to select true young geniuses.
After recounting Xiaolai's background, she paused, then steered the conversation back to the Zhou family. Although the Zhou family is strong, there are not many young members who meet the requirements and are top-notch enough. Forcing an exploration would be too risky. Therefore, they decided to release some spots and invite geniuses from other forces in the capital to enter together, both to share the risks and to use the strength of everyone to better explore the tomb. My young palace bought 2 spots. These 2 spots are extremely valuable.
According to the rules, they can only be used by core members of Young Palace.
I think this is an excellent opportunity for you, so I came to ask you if you would like to officially join Young Palace. With your talent and potential, you can easily obtain a core member status with just a nod. Chapter 119 Joining the Cloud Palace.
After saying that, she looked intently at Qin Yu. Upon hearing this, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. The martial venerable's tomb, with its inheritances and treasures, was extremely tempting to him, and a shortcut to rapidly increase his strength.
But joining the Cloud Palace. To be honest, Qin Yu was not at ease. Alright, I won't hide it from you anymore, sister.
Actually, my own sister is one of the 8 palace masters of Young Palace, Hua Wuying. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Yi Yuan smiled gently and suddenly spoke softly and mysteriously.
Hua Wuying? Qin Yu's pupils contracted slightly.
Although he had long suspected that Yi Yuan's identity was not simple, he did not expect her to have such a powerful background. He had heard of it before. Although Young Palace seemed to be just one force, it actually had branches all over the country and even the world. Therefore, the power of Young Palace was openly divided into 8 regions, and the people in charge were also divided into 8 groups. These 8 people are the palace masters of Young Palace in the 8 regions. Without exception, all 8 of them are genuine martial lord level experts. Qin Yu never expected that Hua Wuying, who had appeared in the ice and snow forest to protect him last time, was actually Yi Yuan's sister. He originally thought that Yi Yuan had promised Hua Wuying some benefits, which was why she came to rescue him.
But now that I think about it, it seems he was indeed a bit naive back then. How could a powerful warrior of the martial lord level be swayed by a little bit of benefit?
With this connection, you won't suffer any losses by joining Young Palace, and no one will dare to easily harm you.
How about it? Consider this deal?
Yi Yuan immediately smiled radiantly, her alluring gaze fixed intently on him.
Now, Qin Yu really had to start considering it.
He was initially worried because he didn't know what the people in Young Palace were like. If we encounter a ruthless leader, they might collude with the Zhou or Wang family and sell us out, and then we're doomed. Or even if you don't sell him, you can still make him carry out some missions with extremely high mortality rates, using him as cannon fodder, and that would be the end of him.
Some might say, why not just not participate? The problem is that Young Palace isn't stupid. If they send someone who just joined Young Palace to the martial venerable secret realm, wouldn't they take some precautions?
Furthermore, even without taking any precautions, this would mean that he would completely offend Young Palace.
Young Palace is not like the Wang and Zhou families. Its power is far beyond imagination.
But if Yi Yuan knows her, then there won't be much of a problem.
But doesn't this seem a bit like someone living off a woman? Being a kept man is good, I should eat a kept man. Ugh. Okay, I'll join.
At this moment, Xinyu felt a jolt, took a deep breath, and quickly agreed to Yi Yuan's request.
Hee, let's go then, I'll introduce you to my sister. Yi Yuan licked her lips in satisfaction, then got up and led Xinyu outside.
Led by Yi Yuan, Xinyu passed through several corridors and arrived at a more secluded courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, Hua Wuying, dressed in an elegant long dress, sat quietly in front of a stone table. Seemingly hearing the noise, she slowly opened her tightly closed eyes.
Sister, I've brought the person to you. Yi Yuan pulled Xinyu to sit opposite Hua Wuying. We meet again, Xinyu.
Hua Wuying first glanced at Yi Yuan, then turned her curious gaze to Xinyu. Unlike Yi Yuan's overt charm, Hua Wuying gave Xinyu the feeling that her allure was deeper and more dangerous. Junior Xinyu greets Palace Master Hua.
Thank you for your help last time.
Xinyu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed respectfully. With a solid foundation and vigorous blood and energy, Yuaner has found a good prospect for me this time. Hua Wuying looked Xinyu up and down, then chuckled meaningfully. Elder sister. Yi Yuan gave a coquettish laugh, but her face was full of smugness. You are very lucky and capable to have Yuaner take you so seriously.
Hua Wuying's smile deepened, her gaze shifting between Xinyu and Yi Yuan.
Xinyu could naturally tell that Hua Wuying was not just talking about Yi Yuan recommending him, but about the relationship between him and Yi Yuan. This feeling is like meeting your mother-in-law, even though she's clearly your older sister. However, to be fair, Hua Wuying's figure and appearance are no less than Yi Yuan's. Especially since they are succubi, the larger ones could be used to print porcelain bowls in Jingdajun.
Alright, enough of that. Since you're willing to join my cloud palace, you're one of us.
As for the matter of Shaolai's tomb, I'm sure Yuaner has already explained it to you. Of those two spots, one is yours. Seeing his slight embarrassment, Hua Wuying stopped teasing him and straightened her expression. This journey may present opportunities, but it also harbors hidden dangers.
You are representing my young palace, but that doesn't mean they won't make a move.
Other forces are not to be trifled with either. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on your own fate.
In addition, this is your identity certificate.
With this jade token, you can access the resources under the Young Palace according to your permissions. As she spoke, she gently touched her slender finger, and a stream of light entered Xinyu's hand, transforming into a jade plaque engraved with the emblem of the Cloud Palace.
Thank you, Palace Master. Xinyu accepted the jade token and was immediately overjoyed.
He had originally thought he might be tested by Hua Wuying or something, but he didn't expect to gain recognition so easily. And Hua Wuying really didn't put any restrictions or anything like that on him.
Sure enough, it's still better to be a kept man. Yes, go ahead and prepare well. Yuaner, you are responsible for arranging the rest.
At this point, Hua Wuying waved his hand, closed his eyes again, and began cultivating.
Okay, sister. Yi Yuan responded and then pulled Xinyu away from the courtyard. The two then returned to Yi Yuan's room. Snap.
Yi Yuan closed the door behind her, leaned against it, and looked Xinyu up and down with her charming eyes, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. The tomb is about to open, and the Zhou and Wang families will definitely send their elites. Although you have a solid foundation, your cultivation level is not yet at the level of a martial general, so you cannot enter. Now I do have a way to help you reach a higher level without making your strength unrealistic.
Yi Yuan walked gracefully towards Xinyu, her fingertips slightly tracing his chest. What method? Upon hearing this, Xinyu's heart immediately stirred. Dual cultivation.
Just as Xinyu was guessing whether it was a pill or a spiritual medicine, Yi Yuan slowly uttered two words.
Dual cultivation?
Upon hearing this, Xinyu was slightly startled. Although it wasn't the first time he'd heard the word, this was the first time he'd encountered it.
Wait a minute, we're not.
Xinyu then became somewhat puzzled.
Why is your brain not working properly now, you brat?
The reason I couldn't cultivate with others before was because there was still cold energy in my body, which suppressed my spiritual energy. When you and Ziyu came last time, you managed to clear the last bit of coldness from my body, so from today onwards, I can also properly nourish you. Chapter 120 The Ultimate Realm of a Grand Martial Master.
I see.
Upon hearing this, Xinyu suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. If Yi Yuan hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten why he had been so intimate with Yi Yuan in the first place. Looking at Yi Yuan, whose eyes were so alluring they seemed to drip with water, Xinyu was instantly filled with anger.
In that case, I'll have to trouble you, sister.
He grabbed Yi Yuan's waist with his other hand and lifted her up without any hesitation.
Wah!
After a night, Xinyu sat cross-legged on the bed, a visible golden flame enveloping his entire body. At the same time, a powerful yet restrained aura surged with his heartbeat, causing the entire bed to tremble.
Boom!
As the chi and blood of the blazing sun holy body within him were compressed to a certain critical point, an indescribable power suddenly erupted from the depths of his dantian. The next moment, the golden flames that had been contained around him suddenly shot into the sky, piercing through the building and illuminating the outside world.
In an instant, the entire capital city was thrown into turmoil. Roar! Bah!
Endless golden rays painted half the sky, and auspicious clouds descended. It can even be seen that there are phantom images of dragons and phoenixes circling and chanting.
This is an unusual phenomenon of heaven and earth?
Hua Wuiying, who had been cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the dragon and phoenix phantoms.
Her pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Yuan, this time, it seems you've really met someone extraordinary.
After a brief moment, she came to her senses, still staring at the golden light, and couldn't help but murmur to herself in shock.
Young Palace, that's quite extravagant. I wonder which martial lord has broken through again.
This aura doesn't seem like that of a martial lord, it feels more like that of a grand martial master.
Shah! Don't be ridiculous. Old people shouldn't spout nonsense. Have you ever seen a grand martial master break through and produce extraordinary phenomena? TSK. That old woman Hua Wuiying is quite cautious, she can't see anything.
At the same time, countless old monsters were lured out throughout the capital. Hidden in the void, they all turned their gaze toward the source of the golden pillar of light. Unfortunately, someone had already shielded their aura beforehand, leaving them with nothing to see and only able to vaguely guess based on the beam of light.
Xinyu, who was in the room, was naturally unaware of all this.
He felt like a bottle filled with water, finally managing to force open the sturdy cap.
In an instant, countless streams of water gushed out. This. Even Yi Yuan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but be shocked.
She felt that what was in front of him was not a person, but some kind of primordial behemoth. The oppressive feeling it brought her was even comparable to the oppressive feeling a martial lord gave her.
Call.
Finally, after a moment, Xinyu exhaled a deep breath, and the strange phenomenon dissipated.
Ha!
Why are you still a 9th level Grand Martial Master? But at this moment, Yi Yuan's expression changed.
She quickly grabbed Xinyu and asked him with obvious concern. Still a Grand Martial Master?
Although it is one's own breakthrough, when a martial artist breaks through, their whole mind is focused on the realm fortress, so they naturally tend to overlook their own situation. Only when Yi Yuan reminded him did he realize that he was indeed still at the 9th level of the great martial master.
Another extreme level?
In an instant, Xinyu understood what was going on. At this moment, his strength, speed, and other aspects have undergone a qualitative leap. Although he is still a 9th level Grand Martial Master, he is much stronger than before. He felt that if he were to face Xian Yuanjing again now, without using boiling blood, he should be able to go toe-to-toe with him at full strength.
Extreme Realm? What's that? However, it was clear that Yi Yuan was unaware of this.
The Extreme Realm is. Anyway, it wasn't exactly a secret, since he learned it from Professor Luo Zhangwen's paper. The fact that the paper was published on Diwu's official website means that it is still possible to find it if you want to. Therefore, he explained the situation to Yi Yuan in detail.
Oh, that scared me to death.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that Xinyu had damaged his source or something by causing the strange phenomenon earlier.
But this doesn't count as a military general, does it?
But then, Yi Yuan became worried again. After all, while the Extreme Realm is powerful, it is not included in the realm of martial artists. The Martial Arts Alliance has not publicly acknowledged the existence of the Extreme Realm, which means Xinyu will not be able to enter the tomb.
If we don't consider him a military general, then let's continue to break through.
Upon hearing this, Xinyu suddenly looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and chuckled.
Wah! 3 days later.
The Huaxia Youth Martial Arts Competition is still a long way off, currently in the preliminary and semi-final stages, so Xinyu first came to participate in the tomb exploration led by the Zhou family. This place is located outside the capital, in a mountain range called the Giant Dragon Mountains.
What, are you surprised? Did you think I was in my 70s or 80s, an old cow eating young grass? Yi Yuan tugged at Qin Yu's ear and scolded him in a sweet voice. No, no. How could I dare? Qin Yu complained bitterly. Indeed, he hadn't expected that Yi Yuan would come along too. Although Young Palace secured both spots, the 8 districts within Young Palace actually have a somewhat independent relationship with each other. They cooperate with each other, but also compete with each other. Therefore, the 2 spots Yi Yuan mentioned refer to the 2 spots that Hua Wuying secured, not the spots secured by the entire Yun Ke Palace. So after the quotas were allocated, one went to Qin Yu, and the other naturally went to Yi Yuan. However, Qin Yu really didn't expect that Yi Yuan was only 20 years old, and her strength had reached the 4th level of martial general. As a member of a different race, she has no talent for martial arts, but she possesses the abilities of a succubus, which she cannot use at will. Otherwise, if their identities are exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Snort! Yi Yuan let go of his hand and turned her head away angrily for the first time. Wrong, wrong. Qin Yu immediately begged for mercy. He was about to get beaten again, but in the end, he still admitted his mistake. Hateful. Alright, stop fooling around, we're here. At this moment, Hua Wuying, who was carrying the 2 of them through space, couldn't help but smile helplessly. As he finished speaking, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The 3 of them were standing on a towering cliff. Looking down, one could see a huge valley basin below, where a number of people had gathered, clearly divided into several camps. An ancient and majestic aura is spreading from the depths of the valley. The most conspicuous of all is naturally the Zhou family, who spearheaded this affair. Zhou Tianxiong did not come in person, but the person leading the team was an old acquaintance, none other than Zhou Mang. Behind him followed several young disciples, each with an extraordinary aura and strength surpassing that of a martial general. Qin Yu wasn't surprised by this. Although there aren't many military officers under the age of 20, that's because everyone wants to train normally. If you're willing to take drugs recklessly, as long as you have money and a certain talent, you can get them all. However, few people would choose this kind of spiritual practice that sacrifices potential. Qin Yu? Just then, a familiar voice rang out.